Chapter 981 Everyone is united. Odessa had previously calculated how much power a reactor could support, what size of robot it was, and what level of armament and additional equipment it was equipped with. Here we also get a mathematical formula that applies to all robots. And the so-called support here is not just daily operation, but also includes high-intensity output in combat situations. After Lin Yoshikiri's calculations, there was no error in this mathematical formula, and it even took into account the problems of transmission loss and aging. This kind of data is something that not many people on Earth can understand clearly. According to the robot's body's build based on strict logical rules, the limit of each nuclear fusion reactor can be easily calculated without setting aside a reserve capacity. Because of this, the Snake King Odessa, who was confident, planned to expand the scale of his new body design and use the reactor's potential to the last possible moment. Through the box cutter, Lin knew the Snake King's plan and vaguely supported such an action. Otherwise, this kind of out-of-control teammates messing around would have caused him to explode a long time ago. How could he have worked so hard to deal with the aftermath? However, what one person and one snake failed to consider is that the process of constructing the ship also requires energy support. Because fire does not have unlimited energy. The original power converted from the Elf core is the final trump card for robots that cannot be used lightly. That even touched upon the metaphysical concept of the robot's soul. Therefore, the energy support required to construct a new body is still borne by the nuclear reactor. The construction process of robots does not have a construction cycle that is often measured in years, like the Earth's industry. This is because every part of the robot's body is made of magical materials defined by the mysterious land. You can use magic shaping to permanently change the shape. You can enchant it to give it extraordinary power effects. You can replace it and change it at will. And all of this can be done quickly. With so many conveniences, there must always be a point of support. Whether it is the concept of equivalent exchange or the mathematical physics problem of mass energy conservation. They all emphasize that such convenience is not without cost. The price paid here is the electricity generated by the reactor. However, how big the loss of this part will be. The one person who caused this matter have not considered this issue at all. The previous robot transformation process was very smooth. Even if something goes wrong, the fault is not in this kind of thing. The transformation of elemental creatures into robots is new to everyone, since they have never encountered it before. No one will take precautions and first consider how to deal with this problem. On Earth, there is a saying among players who love extreme sports: those who challenge the limits will one day be visited by the limits. When you reach your limit, you can live if you take a step back, but if you take a step forward, life and death may be separated forever. Now the Snake King took that step in an unexpected place. As for how to solve these two problems, to be honest, there is nothing we can do about a certain time travel. If there is a lack of materials and energy for transformation, even if someone has incredible computing power and can see into the past and future, he or she will not be able to create something that does not exist. At this stage, the problem of materials is to dig out the sand in big waves, and find a way to pull out bits and pieces from the lava sea, and hold on to it like this. The problem of energy is to hold it up by the Snake King simply investing his own original power. However, no matter which one, it can support the transformation process until the end. The embankments that are already showing cracks are just waiting to collapse. Leveraging the powerful computing power of the subdimensional tower and leading the transformation of the Snake King with the rhythm of heavy metal, Lin did not completely fall into an inhuman state, retaining a little bit of self and emotion. Looking at the battleship hull that has been formed, everything is just the last step. Of course, he was extremely angry at this dilemma of a clever woman struggling to make a living without rice. If you are angry, you should yell out. Someone on top of the rock music shouted at the top of his lungs without thinking at all. Even if the voice cannot be heard, it does not matter whether others can hear it or not. Anyway, I feel a tight feeling in my chest, and I won't be happy if I don't spit it out. But it was not that no one heard the roar. On the contrary, it was like a primer, affecting everything that happened next. The residents of the Snake King Ridge, that is, the elemental creatures parasitic on the Snake King, each showed their abilities, and devoted themselves to the forbidden area one after another. The hull of the ship, which has only completed most of its skeleton, is surrounded by frightening electric light. All the substances absorbed to the surroundings will change their shape under the influence of magic as soon as they touch the electric light, turn into parts, and be assembled into the place where they should be. These changes are like the rhythm of heavy metal, fast and a little rough, but full of power. But now that there is a lack of materials, the overall progress has suddenly slowed down. However, the Snake King's family members are involved in the construction of the ship body, and the modified electric light does not care whether they are low-level elemental elves with a bit of soul light, or high-level elemental creatures that are nearly mature. Anyway, when they come within reach, they will be polished into parts, and eventually become part of the Snake King. Seeing thousands of elemental creatures, large and small, that could fly and float, they took the initiative to throw themselves towards the ship in midair. If there is no other way, just throw yourself into the lava sea. Your half-melted body will naturally be pulled up by the waterspout, and you will also become the Snake King. Without the protection of the body, even the elf core was turned into materials, and filled into the bottomless pit of the Snake King's ship. Dots of elven light were like stars, surrounding the battleship under construction. When there is a point where the construction is weak, the light of the elves will be put into it to support the transformation to continue. This unexpected devotion and sacrifice surprised Lin just as much as the two troubles that suddenly popped up before. He has always felt that the elemental elves, who are not considered creatures, should no longer care about other things except their own evolution and growth. How do you think about this matter of sacrifice and dedication? Why do you feel that it has nothing to do with them? But it happened right before my eyes. No one made any demands, and no one forced them. Just when their elemental lord, Snake King Odessa, was in trouble, they sacrificed themselves without hesitation. And this is not the only thing that makes someone unbelievable. The robots that had been transformed and had no connection with the Snake King Odessa, strictly speaking, also made similar moves. It's just that the robots didn't give all of themselves. Led by the leader-level robots, they tore open the armor on their chests to reveal the tightly protected core of the reactor, which was also where their elven light resided. In the overriding reactor, a large amount of electrical energy has no time to enter the circuit of the robot body, but directly overflows to the outside world. This electrical energy is naturally attracted to other electrical conductors, especially those where the ship is being built, which is in short supply. For a moment, this bay that was about to dry up was like hiding in a Faraday cage and watching high-voltage electricity jumping between conductors. Thunder and lightning were like a forest, hanging upside down into a waterfall, and said towards the Snake King. The actions of the robots don't stop there. They also took off their extra equipment and threw it into the inaccessible range. Some robots even disassembled their own feet and arms, and sent them to the Snake King's transformation project. No hesitation. No regrets. The actions of the robots and elemental creatures present were like the last piece of a puzzle. With the concerted efforts of everyone, the new body of Snake King Odessa was finally completed. Chapter 982 Colonial Ship. The huge hull suspended in midair is 3.23 kilometers long from front to back, 1.71 kilometers wide from side to side, and 897 meters high from top to bottom. With such a huge hull, the original body of Snake King Odessa is far inferior to it except for its length, converted into volume. The current Odessa is several times the size of the original Snake King. The appearance of the hull is very similar to the SDF-1_Macross in the classic animation that a certain time traveler remembers, with sharp edges and corners and 4 forks in the front. The main guns are the 2 longest prongs at the front of the ship. Judging from the design, they should be the magnetic field generating devices of the plasma cannon. The length alone accounts for 1/3 of the captain, so you can imagine its power. There is a semi-covered flight deck on each side of the left and right sides, connected to the main hull through side passages. The outside of the hull is not a smooth armored surface, but is filled with turrets and machine gun mounts. There are at least 5 rows of turrets or gun mounts on any side of the ship. There are also secondary guns on the belly and top of the ship, with larger caliber and more numbers. Odessa almost armed itself like a hedgehog. Behind the hull are 2 huge ion thrusters, square and side by side. There are also many rear-facing turrets, and as if to make up for the lack of main guns in the rear, the rear-facing turrets are more ferocious than the side and front-facing ones, both in terms of number and caliber. To be honest, the structural design chosen by Odessa is quite unconventional. Although the universe is close to a vacuum, there is still very thin matter. If you want to fly at extremely high speeds in space, you still need to pay attention to fluid mechanics. But Odessa's hull has many imperfections and strange connection structures. But this ship body that looks like the SDF-1 can also transform into a supergiant robot. Ignore the structures that appear to be joints and the numerous turret gun mounts that make people hair-raising. The hull built by Odessa is not a battleship in the strict sense, but a colonial ship used for long-distance migration. but it is only equipped with full force. This is in line with the connotation behind the appearance of SDF-1_Macross. In the original animation, the early model Macross also had residential living areas inside. Of course, we have to ignore the problem of how a spacecraft can create a gravity environment similar to the Earth. Furthermore, it is not surprising that Odessa would choose such a structural design, because of his original form. There are very few elemental creature settlements in the Earth elemental plane that do not occupy resource areas, and it is also the only settlement that can move. Although he now has a mechanical body, he is still accustomed to having a living area to protect his companions who have taken refuge in him. And those elemental creatures that were invested in the construction of the ship's hull in Odessa seem to be alive now. Maybe their bodies have become part of the new ship. But the turrets that are aiming randomly, and the gun mounts that are constantly rotating. Someone has the intuition that these are all transformed by the group of sacrificed elemental creatures. In other words, those little guys were inexplicably transformed by fire along with Odessa, and became members of the robot tribe. It's just that their shape is different from ordinary robots. And they are also fixed on the ship by Odessa. I don't know if they have other forms of bodies, or if they just serve as a turret or machine gun mount for the rest of their lives. Take the fire that has been transformed and lost its power back into your hands. Lin flashed back to Finn's side. And what surrounded the Lich was a scene that didn't know whether to say it was ridiculous or admirable. None of the robots were intact. At least one arm was missing. The most common thing is to remove one's arms, 2 legs, head, and half of the body, and throw them into the furnace of Odessa's achievements. Of course, some of the weapons and equipment embedded in the plug-in are not left at all. All become part of that giant ship. It can be said that apart from throwing away his own nuclear reactor, everything else that could be thrown was thrown by the robots. Everything is just to achieve that giant ship in the sky. But after the construction of the Snake King's new body was completed, the robots reacted as if they were wondering why they did this. None of them are intact. Although it is said that as long as materials are replenished, and with the help of mechanics or fire, it can be restored to its original appearance in minutes. However, for a group that yearns for evolution and growth, this level of sacrifice should be an incredible choice. Not to mention that they themselves doubted themselves. As a bystander, the initiator was also curious about their thoughts. Before she could retract her curious eyes, or before Finn could say anything to someone, suddenly a joyful mood filled everyone's chests. It's like the spirit of heavy metal rock before, even though it can't convey the sound, still infects everyone. Dazed, thinking, consciously or unconsciously, everyone present raised their heads and looked up at the source of the excitement. The giant ship in the sky. And Odessa and the parasites on him seemed to be celebrating a new life, rejoicing with joy. Perhaps the huge hull made it inconvenient to express happiness, because during the Snake King's time, he rarely used body movements to express his feelings. But the little guys who had become one with the Snake King were originally just excitedly swinging the new turret body, or swinging the machine gun mount left and right. At this moment of cheering in unison, they all aimed their cannons and guns towards the sky without shaking or swaying. The words, "should it," came to someone's mind, and they saw the main gun that was big enough to kill people directly. And the gun was wrapped with electric light. The strong magnetic field changes, causing the surrounding metal materials to beat restlessly. The robot stared at the sky in surprise, where the giant ship was. The time to accumulate energy didn't last long, but everyone waiting with bated breath seemed to have spent a lifetime. The moment of liberation was the moment when the main gun fired. The plasma flow formed under the constraints of the magnetic field is also propelled by the magnetic field and shoots outward. It's not that the robots have never used plasma cannons, and even those equipped with them have actually fired them. But there has never been a plasma cannon like pushing a small sun. Even if you just look directly at it, it seems to burn your eyes. A flash of plasma cannon streaked across the sky. At the same time, the gun ports and machine guns of the new Odessa hull were fully opened, and a grand salvo fired into the sky. Lin knew that such an action was to test the reliability of the weapon system and verify whether the consumption situation was as designed. Every robot will try something like this once after it is born. But it has never been such a big scene. Odessa and his companions seemed more like they wanted to prove something with this salvo. Prove that they were indeed born in this world. Or do they want to prove that they have achieved unprecedented power, and unprecedented power? Or do you want to prove to other robots that the arms here are thick and the fists are big, making them the best backers? No matter what kind of little thoughts Odessa had, the robots were all stunned when they saw the behemoth in the sky launching a volley of fire. At the beginning there was Cologne, the leader-level robot, who was the most superstitious about firepower among all the robots. The guy with a Gatling gun in his finger. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, until all the robots cheered. A few words circulated in the robot's mental waves. Caliber is justice. Axiom within range. Firepower is king. Oola. Then someone falls into deep self-doubt. The Lich standing aside ruthlessly opened up the scars and asked, "Have you ever thought that all this would turn into such an unpleasant situation?" Chapter 983 Worry. How bad can it be that even this Lich would feel bad about it? Someone is in constant self-doubt. It's just that the time traveler, who has always fought alone, and has never fought a few battles, may not have thought that infant's eyes. The threat of the robot group is more serious than he imagined. The benchmark for comparison of this former demon king is of course the Dark Army she once commanded, which was enough to kill gods in its heyday. Although the Dark Legion claimed to be able to kill gods in the past, they were qualified to become cannon fodder in the battle between gods. 1 in 10,000. And among the cannon fodder, who are qualified to play, there are only a handful of people who can threaten the gods. Although the number is rare, this power is enough to be used against the smaller number of gods. As for the problem of too much sacrifice, the Lich at that time didn't care. But if you want to let the complete Dark Army fight against the robot in front of you. Before Snake King Odessa underwent transformation, Finn's estimated winning rate was 5 to 5 waves. If 1 million beat 10,000. After the giant floating ship appeared in front of us, there was basically no chance of winning. With just that wave of volleys, Finn didn't think there would be anything left after his army of darkness had eaten them up. And even if the power of the main gun hits the gods, those arrogant beings will not be able to escape unscathed. It can be said that these more than 10,000 robots combined with that giant ship have the strength to surpass the Dark Legion. Even if you add the old self, I'm afraid there won't be any change. And there is another important point. Maybe someone didn't realize it, but Fink remembered clearly what grade of materials the robots used. That is a magic material produced exclusively on the Earth elemental plane. It can be said that robots are born with magic resistance. With simple processing, the degree of resistance to magic can be doubled. Such an opponent can be said to be the natural enemy of magical creatures and a disaster for magicians. The most terrifying thing is that the group of robots in front of them are far from the full potential of this group. Just imagine what this group of people, including that man, have been working hard on during this time. They are working hard to transform all creatures in this elemental plane into robots. However, compared to the entire world, the number of robots in front of him is only a drop in the bucket. But Finn believes that it should be less than 1,000, or even 1/10,000. If the remaining elemental creatures were transformed into pocket-level robots, they would be a strength that should not be underestimated. Not to mention the possibility of a few beings transformed from elemental lords into battleship-level beings like Odessa. As long as you can master this power, not to mention conquering the Lost Land again, it is not impossible to clear the 4 major planes and the Lost Land abyss in one go. The Demon King's moral integrity is lower than that of the gods. His name as the Demon King is proof that the real demons are so suppressed that they dare not speak out. Although what happened today was caused by her, she had no idea in advance to what extent it would be possible. For her, the most troublesome plan is to take action personally and beat up all those who disobey. When she first arrived at the Gemstone Pit, she wanted to deal with the Lord of the Gemstone Pit like this. But she was dragged away by a coward first. Looking back now, I should have taken action at the beginning, and things like this wouldn't have happened. Then looked at the man next to her, seeing that his frowning and troubled expression didn't last long. The tangled brows loosened. He seemed to have figured it out, or was relieved, looking relaxed and at ease. Based on her knowledge of this man, Finn didn't think that his worries would be the same as hers. So he asked curiously, "What were you thinking about just now?" "I'm worried whether something terrible has been released." "Oh, it's rare that you have self-awareness." But then I felt that there was no need to think so much, because there was nothing to worry about in the first place. Lin said easily. "How to say? Because the plunder needs of robots have limits. When it reaches a certain level, simple material plunder cannot bring benefits to the entire group. And for individual robots, this point is even more obvious. They no longer it is necessary to plunder rare materials and constantly purify the composition of one's own body just like in the past. Are the changes brought about by alloy materials?" Finn was keenly aware of the key point in all this. "Yes, alloys. To be more precise, materials science. By using existing materials, using different formulas and different processes, we can achieve unique effects, which can even surpass those of pure materials. So, Robots no longer plunder 100 scattered coins just to pick out one gold coin, like the elemental creatures did in the past. Indeed, their need for plunder only existed at the beginning. Then pointed out the facts accurately. That's right. Although the materials that make up their bodies can be changed to improve their strength, their direction is no longer to find better materials to replace the original ones. Rather, they are pursuing higher knowledge and constantly revising it in practice. Knowledge there is no need to rob it from the outside. Maybe they will choose to fight for the sake of practice. But plundering and fighting will no longer be their focus and purpose. Just a means. The situation you mentioned is just an individual situation. Have you considered the situation of the entire robot race? New robots need more materials than they originally did. Fan said, there is no need to worry about this. What determines the upper limit of their strength is the output power of the reactor achieved by the original power. The accumulation of this part is just like a magician accumulating power through meditation. There is nothing overnight. It's an easy method. Therefore, the needs of each robot are limited in a short period of time. Looking at the entire group, elemental creatures do not have the ability to expand the group through reproduction like humans. They just keep repeating. After death, he returns to the spirit of Mother Earth, becomes the most basic elemental spirit, acquires a consciousness that can be called wisdom through continuous accumulation, and then finds a SHL to protect himself. This is an elemental creature, and then grows up on a certain day. Death comes again. What you want to say is that the total amount of the soul pool has not changed. Although I'm not very clear about the strict definition of what you call soul pool. If that's almost the literal meaning, then I think you're right. And this is why I don't worry so much anymore. The big pool is the total amount is not easy to increase, which means that elemental creatures cannot reproduce virally like humans. Since the total amount remains unchanged, it means that their overall needs are also limited. And there will always be a day when they are satisfied. Then what were you worried about? Fan asked, remembering someone's expression before. Isn't this something I figured out later? At first, I was afraid that they would be like the Zerg, relying on plunder to grow and evolve. Later, I thought about it, and they actually took a different path. It's impossible to use the Zerg's gameplay. The soldiers pushed it flatly, so there is nothing to worry about. After someone finished speaking, a thought suddenly emerged and he said thoughtfully, maybe this is why they are willing to sacrifice themselves to achieve Odessa, because they have realized the limits that each individual will encounter. So we are looking for more comprehensive ways to improve. What someone did not say is that if this idea is true, then the connection between the elemental creature group, that is, the importance of the spirit of the Earth Mother, is greater than what he knows. Countless consciousnesses aggregate into collective consciousness, which in turn affects individual consciousnesses. Just thinking about it, then suddenly asked, what are Zerg? Chapter 984 Next Step. When asked suddenly, someone who was chatting suddenly got stuck. How do you explain what Zerg is to someone who has never played Star_Craft in your hometown? This is really a big question. After thinking about it, Lin tried to explain. That is a fictional race that does not exist in my hometown. The characteristics of the Zerg are constant plunder and expansion. It is quite easy and fast to reproduce life. And through this trait, controlling the direction of mutation in each generation of organisms. And its performance in biological evolution is rapid. The insects at the bottom have no intelligence. And the entire Zerg society is controlled by the insect queen. It is very similar to the army of the undead. Fighting to support fighting. The strength increases like a snowball. And it should be easy to command such an army. Just control them and push them forward. Someone made a rare joke about the Lich's past deeds. Although Fan didn't know the reason why he deliberately didn't do that in the past. From what he said today, it was clear that he had a lot of prejudice. He couldn't help but argue. Don't you think that the natural disaster of the undead can really snowball? The more people it hits. The more people it hits. Isn't that right? To be able to become an undead creature and be awakened, there are certain requirements for the integrity of the corpse. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as a sutured corpse. The original purpose of making a sutured corpse was not to replace a more powerful body, but to replace it. It's just damaged. Irreparable flesh. Even for the least demanding skeleton soldier, the spine must be intact, and the skull must be preserved to a certain extent. If the arm bone or leg bone is missing, it will basically be useless, and there will be no awakening. Of course, they can be pieced together, but they are not like building blocks. You can combine them however you want. There are still certain rules and restrictions, and all of this requires the support of magic power. And the target to be awakened and controlled is more. The more you have, the higher the requirements for a necromancer. Otherwise your soul will be torn apart by the undead creatures you awaken. Lin said in surprise. There is such a thing. Of course. Otherwise, do you think that after learning the undead magic, the three-legged cat can control the undead creatures and kill all directions? This is impossible. Moreover, in the Lost Land, there are also sects of gods, and a bunch of people who are full and supported are not vegetarians. A corpse soaked in divine power is basically useless, unless it takes several times the effort and knows the source of the divine power. It is possible to transform such a corpse, which is half the effort with half the effort, regardless of whether it is an adventurer or a villager who often acts as a bandit. There is no advantage if the number of undead creatures is not greater than several times. Thinking of the mysterious land with fierce folk customs, a certain traveler couldn't help but smile bitterly. If the biological crisis in Locken City occurs in a mysterious land with backward technology, will it evolve to the point where nuclear bomb-level magic is needed to clear the land? Someone thought to himself that as long as he understood the laws of zombies, the lost world would be more ferocious than that country where guns are legal. So the main force of my dark army in the past was never claimed to be loyal. In fact, it was just a mindless army of the undead. Those skeletons and inexplicable corpses were just miscellaneous soldiers, who would not feel sorry for themselves no matter how they died. Being able to do so in the great cause of killing gods, the people who played a role were all bastards that even I hated so much. If I hadn't hated the old gods even more deeply at that time, I would have killed a bunch of teammates who I despised instead of letting them go. They assist me in my fight against the gods. What a terrible speech. Lin sighed. After getting rid of the topic of Zerg and complaining about his past, Finn didn't want to continue talking about the past related to the Dark Legion. After she calmed down, she glanced around. Although they were in an excited mood, they all looked ridiculous with missing legs and arms. She asked, "How are you going to deal with the things here?" "Suggestions? I can only give them suggestions. The initiative is never in my hands. Someone clapped his hands and made a helpless expression. If it were me, I would suggest that they attack everywhere first and grab a lot of them. At least restore them to the state they were in their heyday, rather than this kind of army of mutilated people who are desperate for death. Then, there are take advantage of Odessa's movement speed to quickly recruit elemental creatures and transform them into robots. However, I don't think it is necessary to convert all elemental creatures before challenging the Iron Wall and Gem Pit during this period. In the battle, the gap between strength and weakness is already obvious. Even if the leader-level robots do not win easily against the elemental lords, they are unlikely to lose miserably. Moreover, our current leader-level robots are not just one or two. If necessary, we can surround them. It's not impossible to beat him up. They don't care about it anyway. One of the characteristics of elemental creatures is that they are not superstitious about duels or the moral principles that must be followed in battle, even saying that they have no concept of despicable. Therefore, in order to win and gain opportunities for your own growth, any method you use is reasonable. Previously, the leader-level robot Orion had to fight the elemental lord Giant Bear Pablo in a duel. In fact, it was just now that the overall situation was decided. The robots wanted to test the gap between the leader-level robot and the elemental lord, so they sent a representative to fight. As long as they win the duel, they can more easily recruit the defeated side. If they lose, it doesn't just illustrate the difference in strength between the leader level and the traditional element lord. There is room for improvement on the robot side, and they must also improve their own strength. Therefore, that single challenge was not only to take care of the face of an elemental lord, but also a battle for the robots to test their strength. It is precisely because there is a purpose that the duel will be established. Lin knew this very well. As for rushing directly into the gem pit and directly challenging the last big devil, it is really the confidence given by Snake King Odessa. Just this huge hull was floating in the air, with the black muzzle pointed at his place of residence. As long as they know about weapons like artillery, not many people can insist on it, or even be stubborn. And those who don't know, then let them experience it for themselves. Why don't you go directly to the gem pit to cause trouble? From Finn's point of view, she certainly hopes that the matter will be resolved as soon as possible. The robot tribe has this strength, not to mention the addition of Odessa. Lin could certainly feel the urgency in Finn's heart, but he still shook his head and said, "They still need some time to get used to each other. At least after a few battles, they will understand how to cooperate with each other. At this stage, there are still many problems. If it is not solved, the entire robot clan will not be able to unleash its full potential." Then raised his eyebrows and asked coldly. Problem? What problem? You can see. I can see. The warships transformed by Odessa will be the best and fastest way to transport troops. Then nodded. But have you ever thought about it? They want to how to board a ship, disembark, deploy troops, and launch an assault? The Lich, who had led a large army, suddenly choked and couldn't say a word. Legion battles are not like gang fights. A huge group of people rush forward in a rush. If they win, they will pursue them. If they lose, they will scurry away. How to use the behemoth in the sky really requires a good idea. Chapter 985 Naming. It has the ability of rapid transportation. That is, a flying ship, if it has the ability of rapid deployment. The soldiers who are positioned can launch an attack on the enemy in the shortest possible time. Then there is no doubt that the robot tribe will be unstoppable. Maybe Nidi has individual great power, but the premise is that he can defeat the enemy instead of running after the enemy. But now the strength shown by the robots is that they can both fight and run, which is almost unsolvable. Of course, there are still some details that need to be worked out to simplify the entire process to the extreme and reduce the possibility of making mistakes. And this is exactly what robots, who are programmed and have a central control center, that is, a tactical command platform, are best at. Although they also have emotions. They are different from the Homo sapiens in the Lost Land. They are a group whose reason is far greater than their emotions. The simplest example is that among the robots here, except for Odessa, the original Snake King in the sky, none of them are from enemies. After being beaten to the ground, he accepted the fire transformation while shouting how good it smelled, and then went to beat the others with his original opponent, just as Finn was thinking about it. After having Odessa's giant airship and Lich's knowledge, there is no such thing as a space battleship. How should it be combined to achieve rapid transportation? Rapid deployment? Of course, thinking about these is not to help Odessa improve their shortcomings, but to find ways to solve them. Suddenly a blue light swept across the surrounding ground. The scope is quite large, and the source is the ship in the sky. This blue light made no secret of its intention to scan all landforms and creatures on the ground, which made the Lich inside it a little dissatisfied. The next moment, more than a dozen landing gears stretched out symmetrically from the belly of the ship. The lengths vary, but they allow Odessa to maintain its level position steadily after landing, instead of swaying along with the terrain. It seems that the previous scanning light was used to determine the terrain. The people standing on top were affected. Understanding this, the disgust in Finn's heart subsided a little. But I was also a little dissatisfied with Odessa for acting alone without notifying him first. Odessa, which was parked on the ground, had not yet begun to receive the robots that were gathering towards him. Instead, they used screenless projection to leave a strange mathematical formula in front of Lin. 0. 0 equals? Repeated several times in a row. Is this inexplicable and untenable mathematical formula going to? Lin Bicey was puzzled and tentatively asked the Lich next to him. Are you asking him for his own name? Oh, it can be explained like this, Finn said after thinking for a moment. Although I don't understand why Odessa would ask such a thing. However, Lin still used the whiteboard technique and left a string of strange magic words on the hull below the Odessa bridge, which was the Odessa in the spell. Just like in his memory, all ships will have this ship's name painted on their hulls. If it is a warship, it will have a serial number. But Lin still didn't understand that Odessa already had a real name registered with the spirit of the Earth Mother, and this real name allows him to retain his memory and some special abilities after returning to the spirit of Mother Earth, return to this world, and continue his life in his previous life. Is it possible that he wants to give up his real name? The elemental lord with the original snake body was quite dissatisfied with the results shown by Lin. Although the whiteboard technique only projected light and shadow on the hull, and did not actually change the paint or text on the outside of the hull, Odessa still shook the nearby turrets and gun mounts violently, and even the piece of armor being projected looked just like a word card. I turned it over several times irregularly to express my resistance, and when projected in front of Lin, that strange mathematical formula was emphasized again and again. Does this mean giving up your real name and taking a new one? And you even found me? Lin was still puzzled. However, looking at the colonial ship that had parked on the ground, Odessa should logically open the hatch and start receiving the passengers. But Odessa did not do so. Are you waiting for your own reply? And some robots who didn't understand the situation, if their bodies were relatively intact, moved towards the Odessa ship. This group of robots intended to climb to the upper deck of the ship, and were carried around by Odessa. It seems that even if they do not fully understand the capabilities of Odessa's new body, the robots still adhere to their instincts and make this choice to regard Odessa as a transportation helper, since he knew that the other party wanted a new name and asked him about it. Lin of course had to think of a name for the other party. Someone ignored the name he chose and was always disliked by Fen and his two apprentices beside him. So he thought about it seriously. After not thinking for too long, Lin once again used the whiteboard technique to emboss a layer of light and shadow text on the original Snake King's hull, which is an imaginary number in mathematics. At first, the ship of the former Snake King was repulsed and puzzled by such symbols that went against mathematical common sense. Without saying a word, Lin threw away the knowledge about the complex number plane in geometry. He immediately changed from his original resistance to a state of joy and excitement. It seemed that he accepted the name imaginary number. You know, the elemental creatures headed by Snake King Odessa are quite obsessed with the equal sign and similar concepts of symmetry. Bisection by 2 and square root are their favorite mathematical symbols. Especially the square root, because solving the square root is not that simple. And the solution obtained is two identical numbers that are quite consistent. So when the square root appears, it means they are very happy. But such high emotions are not a good thing at this time. So Lin quickly stopped it to prevent the proud imagination number from firing another salvo. This seemed to be the only way he could express his emotions. However, he is currently parked on the ground, and no one can tell what unpredictable things will happen after all the guns are fired. After all, whiteboard writing is just a temporary display platform. Without the supply of power, the condensed light spots will dissipate. But this is not a big deal for the imaginary number, who is quite satisfied with the name. The turrets and machine gun mounts where the light and shadow originally fell, as the electric light flowed on the ship's armor, seemed to have been transformed by fire. Some changed their positions, and some retracted into the armor plate, leaving a large bare surface. The next moment, the armor plate flipped over, and the color difference block allowed the imaginary number to permanently and conspicuously leave the mathematical symbol representing his name on his armor plate. At the same time, the hatches on the side and belly of the ship were opened, ready to accept the robots boarding the ship. The robots didn't understand the sudden opening of the cabin door. Some of the robots who climbed halfway up the hull were frightened by the boarding board that was lowered by the sudden opening of the hatch, and fell directly from a height of several meters to the ground. Fortunately, these are a group of tough guys, and you can't break them even if you throw them. It was Lin who led Fen into the imaginary number first, and the other robots followed in 2s and 3s. Even those robots that dismantle their own feet will have a few wheels similar to the previous soles of the feet modified where the lower body touches the ground to restore the ability to move. With both hands or only one remaining hand, you can ignore some bumps on the road. The robots also enter the cabin of the imaginary number. Chapter 986 Imaginary Number. The interior of the imaginary number is completely different from Lin's imagination. This may be because the imaginary number itself is very thoughtful. So he made adjustments to the design immediately to make it more in line with the needs of the robot community. It is not based on human needs like the original design given by someone. The biggest difference, of course, is the size of the channels. The size that allows leader-level robots to move forward side by side or stagger around without appearing crowded is unimaginably large for an ordinary human being. According to such specifications, the activity area of the 3.23-kilometer-long ship is not as large as one might imagine. However, in addition to the main passages and areas that provide activities for leader-level and ordinary-level robots, there are also small passages and rooms used by pocket-level robots inside the imaginary number. Moreover, the two are not configured one-on-one, but each has its own setting, but they are crisscrossed with each other. In short, the passages are intricate and complicated, just like a maze. And this kind of design is also very consistent with the internal situation of the Snake King in the past. But that's it for these two specifications. As a normal human being, walking on the territory of a pocket class is like Gandalf entering a hobbit's home. Even if he lowers his head and bends down, he will bump into something from time to time. When walking on the leader-level territory, ordinary-level robots are like children to the leader level, and their human size is basically that of a small dog running around at their feet. As an occasional guest, it seems that I can only do as the guest does, and make do with it. There is indeed no need to carve out a special territory for human use for imaginary numbers. In addition, during the construction process of the imaginary number, the elemental creatures invested in it did not lose their freedom of movement forever after transforming into a turret gun mount. There are quite a few beings smaller than pocket-level robots appearing inside the imaginary number. If the size of a pocket-sized robot is roughly equal to that of a dwarf, then these new robot types will only be about the size of a fist. And their body length will not exceed the arm length of an ordinary person. Lin will define a new level of its specifications: mini-level. Mini-robots are not the main body of the previous batch of elemental creatures. At that time, they were transformed into turrets, or machine gun mounts of different calibers according to their respective strengths. Regardless of the size of the site, the mini-robots running around are the secondary branches of the elemental creatures. It can only be said that with the concepts of threads and multi-core multitasking, it is very simple for robots to create some separate activities without affecting the main body. Moreover, mini-robots are not afraid of being trampled by their taller companions. Or should I say, they do not have a fixed entity at all. So how can they be destroyed? You can escape into the hull of the imaginary number at any time. And you can split up anywhere at any time. It can be said that the entire imaginary number is a playground for these mini-robots. Even the imaginary number itself has a separate body in the form of a small white snake, which has been wrapped around Lin's body since he boarded the ship. Most of the time, it just stays on the shoulders. However, these mini-class robots have no way to leave the imaginary number's hull. They are basically part of the imaginary number, and have a deeper symbiotic relationship than the former Snake King and the elemental creatures in Snake King Ridge. This also illustrates the fact from the side that the interior of the imaginary number is not like the battleships on Earth. As long as there is an invasion, the battleship will be useless. Strictly speaking, invading the imaginary number is similar to invading an organism, and the immune response system of this organism is particularly powerful. Although the mini-robots now look weak and not strong, Lin could crush them like little bugs if he stepped on them casually. But considering that this was a split, they casually separated into the imaginary number ship. It was used to visit other people. If they want to deal with intruders, can they create a more threatening and lethal clone? Just because they can directly use the hull material of the imaginary number from any place to shape their own body is enough to cause all unwary intruders to suffer. But in front of me, these mini-robots are just like at home. From time to time, you can see mice running around the corner, or cats and dogs. They know how to enjoy themselves. But sometimes they are so coquettish that they are annoying. Degree, however, no one will despise them, because this group of minis are the real residents of the imaginary number. They are just guests, under the guidance of the imaginary number White Snake and other unknown little guys. Lin, then, and several leader-level robots came to the command bridge on the imaginary number. Here is another place that is different from what someone imagined. There is no driver's seat, no gunner, and no radar observer. All the positions found on Earth's battleships do not exist on the imaginary number. The command bridge on the imaginary number is more like a conference room. In the middle is a huge three-dimensional projection sand table, where boss-level and ordinary-level robots can walk directly. The pocket-sized ones can be concentrated on a platform similar to the second floor. The height is about the same as the head of an ordinary-level robot, allowing them to talk at eye level. But when facing a leader-level one, you still have to raise your head. Another major advantage of this platform is to prevent pocket-level robots from being crushed by ordinary or boss-level robots. Pocket-level robots would not cause trouble by running around at the feet of ordinary-level or boss-level robots unless necessary. Compared to the quality of the latter two, which are pocket-sized, they are simply too large. If you step on it casually, you will be crushed if not flattened. Two humans, Lin and Fin, were also standing on the second floor platform, together with the pocket-sized robot. This can avoid being overlooked and take care of human beings' shallow self-esteem. And the content of the sand table that everyone sees now is exactly where the imaginary number is. A real-life map of about 100 miles around the lava coast. It seemed that the robots did not intend to waste time chatting, but were ready to get directly to the topic of where everyone should go next. There was no need for someone to evaluate his previous discussion with the Lich. The robots had used their proud thought processing speed and communication efficiency to discuss a highly feasible strategy. Specifically, it means dividing the troops into multiple directions and recruiting and surrendering the settlement of elemental creatures. Then lead them to the docking station of the imaginary number to meet and accept the transformation of fire. The imaginary number leads the main force of the robot tribe, targeting the settlements dominated by elemental lords, and then uses various methods to absorb them. Of course, the most commonly used method is to hit the opponent until he is convinced. In addition to strategic content, they also designed many new tactics around the imaginary number. Contained something missing that someone thought of before, which is a way to deploy quickly. The robots chose to use assault landing ships to carry elite robots to raid the enemy. On the other hand, many people choose to fly robots and undergo secondary modifications. Speaking of which, the previous method of dismantling the body parts to create the imaginary number just allowed them to upgrade themselves. Perhaps after the robot's transformation is completed, their demand for materials will be reduced to almost zero. Unlike the age of elemental creatures, one has to work hard to find target materials and constantly replace their own body composition. But as long as new technologies and new knowledge are introduced into the robot group, the entire group will usher in a large-scale dynasty change. The big change in front of us is exactly the impact of the imaginary number. Chapter 987 Power Expansion. The former Snake King Odessa, now the colonial ship imaginary number, is an outstanding existence in both the fields of elemental creatures and robots. The reason why he has not become a top force has a lot to do with the fact that he has a very low protection limit for the elemental creatures of the stone purification route, and has a lot to do with the difficulty in communicating with other people. But this does not mean that the former Snake King has no intimidating power. At least, when the imaginary number arrived over any territory where the elemental lords were stationed, there was no large-scale battle at all, and the results were revealed. After all, such an action from above would have brought a great sense of oppression, not to mention the strength to match this oppression. In the past, when the Snake King wanted to intimidate others, he would also coil up his body and hold the snake's head high, looking at the huge triangular head towering into the sky. Snake Xion vomited lightly, overlooking the elemental creatures that were regarded as enemies. Basically, there was nothing that was not scary. Even if there is, the Snake King's next actions will tell others that he is worthy of others' fear, now that the even larger hull of the imaginary number covers the sky and the sun. God knows how much oppression it can bring to the elemental creatures under its shadow. At least, none of the elemental lords fought to the death. That is, both sides send representatives to fight for a few symbolic rounds, and then accept the incorporation. Of course, this does not mean that those subdued elemental lords are spineless, but that their nature of eagerness to evolve completely overwhelms their indifferent self-esteem. So as long as there is an excuse to go down the stairs, which elemental creature will resist joining the robot group? This series of successes reminds someone of the scene in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms where Zhuge Liang quarreled with the Confucian scholars in Jiangdong. Everyone can surrender, but Sun Quan cannot surrender. If the others surrender, they can still enjoy a good life under Cao Cao. Only Sun Quan surrendered, and he might not even be able to get through to Lu Chan's and Legong, and he would have to lose his head. In other words, the elemental creatures and lords who have joined now are not at the same level as Sun Quan, so they can kneel down without any burden. The biggest difficulty will be the two people in the gemstone pit and the iron wall. Someone thought so. The collection work went smoother than expected. In other words, planning by robots, who were once elemental creatures, would be better able to grasp the psychology of the elemental creatures than planning by a human being who also traveled through time. At least the results in these few days are more fruitful than the previous results of more than a month of busy work. The size of the robot group, excluding the original Snake King Odessa and the large and small elemental creatures he brought with him, has expanded by more than 3 to 5 times. Choice like Odessa, there are not many elemental lords who can become a battleship, but the huge colonial ship imaginary number still has some smaller winged ships that are more specialized in combat. Some chose the same approach as the imaginary numbers, accepting some elemental creatures to symbiosis with them and share the command of certain functions. Some maintain their purity, with only one consciousness per ship. However, these newly added battleships have few or even no areas for other robots to move around. It is conceivable that the former Snake King and today's imaginary number have positioned themselves so uniquely among elemental creatures and robots. Not everyone is willing to take a bunch of younger brothers with them, running around and fighting everywhere. There are many elemental lords who are unwilling to achieve battleship-level bodies, but their mere leader-level bodies cannot carry all their power. In order to solve this problem, the robots made many designs that surprised even Lin. The mini-robots running around in the body of the imaginary number are actually just uninjured parts, not the main body. They share the same consciousness and are not mindless mirror images, or clones claiming to have the same soul, but with their own thoughts. This concept is continuously amplified by the elemental lords. An elemental lord divided his elf core into 3 sets of nuclear fusion reactors and transformed them into 3 powerful leader-level robots. But the 3 robots do not have 3 consciousnesses, but exist in the form of a trinity. 3 individuals, unified consciousness, That is not the word tacit understanding at all, which can describe the cooperation between these three leader-level robots. Just like a normal person's left and right hands, coordination is just instinctive, and there is no need to think about it at all. But for their opponents, that's not a good thing, because they will face the situation of being surrounded by three robots. But the person on the other side explained that they were actually the same person. In fact, it is indeed one soul and one consciousness. There is nothing wrong with it. With the first thought, the Trinity form was completely the same as that of the founder. The latecomers simply embarked on three different specialization routes. They can fly in the sky and burrow into the earth, and their strengths and weaknesses complement each other and match each other. It also expands its concept from the form of the Trinity. Some are all three subjects, regardless of priority. If any one subject is seriously injured, it will more or less affect the condition of the other two subjects. It's like someone's left hand was broken. Because of the imbalance between the left and right sides, the flexibility of the right hand will be affected to some extent. Some are divided into primary and secondary, with the main body being stronger and the subdivision being weaker. As long as the main body is not damaged, it doesn't matter how miserable the split body is. Then which one is the main body and which one is the separate body is like a guessing game. No one can tell except myself. In addition to the 3-in-1, there are also original elemental lords who choose different numbers of splits, more or less. Anyway, under the concepts of threads and multi-core multitasking, as long as the power is enough, they can play however they want. And so far, no abnormalities have been seen between the robots of the Trinity due to distance. What surprised Lin the most was that there was another original elemental lord who actually came up with the concept of fusion after forming a group of 5 and specializing in robot bodies with different directions. The 5 robots merged into a giant robot that exceeded the size of a liter. Both strength and consumption have greatly increased, answering the eternal question that exists in all power machines: how to choose between weight and horsepower. In addition to the transformation of the original elemental lords that deserve attention, there are also a large number of ordinary level robots who have chosen to give up their robot bodies and instead become ships like the imaginary number. To be more precise, it is a land or dual-purpose aircraft. Most of these aircraft are not used alone, but are paired with imaginary numbers and robot groups, extending into specialized directions such as assault craft, landing craft, and transport craft. I don't know whether it was the effect of the expansion of the robot population, or the feedback of the robots' good and bad tactics in simulated actual combat to fire. Then let the collective consciousness gathered on Tinder open up their minds, and come up with various designs that are not the original input of someone or Haggerty. At this point, Lin believed that the robot race had begun to take shape. Because so many robots had gathered, they finally began to show signs of giving back to the fire. This is not only the mutual exchange of knowledge, but also the reason why various structures with strange and weird ideas appear on the robots that are divorced from the original design library. Chapter 988 Iron Wall. The battleship formation surrounding the imaginary number firmly protected this colonial ship with an obvious target. The reason why I dare to say firm is because during the voyage, I encountered the threat of meteorites from outer space more than once. Fortunately, under the crossfire net of the battleship formation, no matter what size the meteorite was, it would only end up being turned into powder and would not damage any ship. You must know that in this world without the protection of the atmosphere, meteorites will hit the ground directly. Meteors hitting the ground will also cause sand and dust, which will be pulled under the action of gravity and will not float into outer space, covering the planet in the Earth elemental plane and blocking the light and heat from the star. However, elemental creatures do not need temperature and food to survive, so the meteorite falling to the ground will not cause a disaster as large as a mass extinction. There will only be some unlucky elemental creatures that return to the embrace of the Earth Mother Spirit because of a direct hit. Now, after gathering most of the creatures in the elemental plane, this fleet finally arrived at the stop before its final destination, which, like the gemstone pit, was the top force of the Earth elemental plane. Unlike the palace complex and gemstone pit, Iron Wall is a metal fortress surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Viewed from the sky, the steep peaks are like a knife pointing to the sky, with layers upon layers of mountains stretching endlessly. Peaks and peaks surround the steel city at your feet, leaving only a pass where 7 straight iron walls stand. So majestic and majestic. Lin had no doubt that if he stood at the foot of the city and looked up, it would definitely be a rare sight. At least that kind of steel city wall that is several stories high and as smooth as a mirror. Not to mention that Earth has never seen anything similar. Not even Midland has seen anything like it. But now I am staying in the command room of the imaginary number, looking at the miniature of the real scene. Just like I have used three-dimensional projection technology countless times in the past to build a miniature model of the terrain and features around the target, and then plot with others how to do it. The look of offense. Looking at the terrain of the fortress, Lin immediately considered launching an attack from the mountain. Although the steep cliff-like mountain wall is not that easy to navigate, it is not a big problem for the robot. But, as a mountain in the Earth elemental plane, is it really an ordinary mountain? Even if it's really an ordinary mountain, can't traps be laid in it? With the animistic nature of all things in the elemental plane, Lin really didn't dare to bet that attacking from the mountains on three sides of the iron wall could achieve the purpose of a silent surprise attack. As long as the surprise attack fails, it can easily become a joke and even cause multiple casualties. Standing on a high platform, I watched the robots having a heated discussion. The tactical symbols used for simulation were constantly changing on the live miniatures at a dizzying speed. As a member who stayed out of the discussion, Lin felt a lot of emotion in his heart. In terms of how to fight the war, the time traveler who started it all had only half played some strategy games. It's not a big problem if Lin Sure is allowed to talk and scare people into shock. But when it comes to showing real materials, he definitely can't compare with these primitive elemental creatures who are used to fighting. At least they are often fighting with each other. Not to mention how the other party will react after hitting them, and how we should respond. These are all experiences that can only be taught by example and cannot be explained in words. So most of the time Lin just watched. When everyone in West Wind Valley accepted the fire transformation, Lin only gave one piece of advice. Because the robots are a new race, there are many things waiting to be adjusted, and many tactics need to be re-explored. Therefore, in every battle, they should not treat the target in front of them as a backward, traditional elemental creature to deal with. Instead, they should assume that the opponent he is an enemy with the same ability and strength as himself. Therefore, in every planned battle, the robots are simulating a fight with themselves. In the early stages of the actual battle, they also strictly followed the plan to verify the feasibility and pros and cons of each action. Of course, once it officially enters the stage of contact combat, it will be like a flood passing through, and it will have no reference value. The gap between robots and primitive elemental creatures is so huge. There is no doubt about it. But, will the iron wall in front of us create an impossible miracle? After all, it is a supreme holy place that hangs high in the cognition of all elemental creatures. The robots are somewhat unconfident in their hearts. Just like before the leader-level robot Orion violently beat up the elemental lord giant bear Pablo, no robot had 100% confidence that they were enough to compete with the elemental lord. Moreover, the quantity and quality of the strong men in the iron wall are not comparable to those of ordinary forces. It is not impossible for the top-ranked strong men in the iron wall to be placed in one place and be able to surround all the elemental lords in the place. The top forces have such confidence. Now the robots want to attack such a place. So it's no wonder that most of the robots are worried about gains and losses. And emotionally, they don't know whether they want to see TV fail or see TV succeed. After all, it is the final holy land that the elemental creatures who belong to the metal root yearn for in the inheritance of elemental creatures. Because it was not a war aimed at extermination. After the imaginary number and its battleship battle group arrived, they just hovered in the sky and did not launch a direct attack. Before waiting for the attack, the robots were planning the attack tactics. And those who participated in the planning were not just the robots staying in the command room of the imaginary number. All robots who can board the tactical command platform expressed their opinions and thoughts freely. If they were human beings, let alone 3 days and 3 nights, they might not reach a conclusion in 3 months. But the same amount of discussion is just 3 milliseconds or 5 milliseconds of communication for the robot. However, no matter how many words were spoken and no matter how rich the discussion, no robot was ready to order a war. Because no one knows what the big guys in the iron wall will do. This is also the impact of iron wall's long-standing prestige. On the other hand, although no one has stated it clearly, although gems and silicon are also added to the materials of the robot's body, which are materials refined from stone and sand, the main body is still metal. Therefore, by nature, it is closer to the top force of iron wall, rather than the gem pit that more elemental creatures yearn for. What if the person in the iron wall stood in this position and asked the robots to obey orders? The relationship between elemental creatures and elemental lords is not the kind of thing that you can just listen to what you want to hear. Rather, It has a certain degree of coercive power. This comes from the obedient nature in the inheritance. Facing other relatively weak elemental lords, the self-confidence of the new robot tribe can more or less help them offset the obedient nature that comes from their bones. This is also one of the effects of Orion's violent beating of Pablo. But facing the leader of the elemental lords in the metal purification route, he is not so confident. So, if the one on the iron wall gives the order, will he kneel down? Or not? The robots were puzzled. Chapter 989 Array. The city wall has no mottled marks and is brand new and shiny, as if it was built yesterday. Almost at the same time, several streaks of fire appeared on this towering iron wall that was thought to be eternal. Quickly and neatly drawing the outline of the door, the imaginary number opened several hatches in the belly of the ship, and the flight deck began to come alive. The traces of flowing fire on the iron wall were not aimless. They had indeed become the location of the city gate, and it slowly opened. Before that, the iron city wall was like a one-piece entity, and no one thought there was a door on it. There are 7 city walls, and 7 city gates crisscrossing each other. Anyone who wants to enter the fortress through the city gates must turn left and right, in order to enter smoothly. Just when someone was lamenting that the attackers would be in a lot of trouble, the steel city wall began to move slowly. Some are moved to the left, some are moved to the right. One part enters the mountain, and the other side is naturally pushed out of the mountain. When the 7 city walls were moved into position, the 7 city gates changed from their original disorderly staggered position to a straight line. Iron Wall's troops marched in neat steps through this straight entrance and exit, and arrived in formation in front of the fortress. Such discipline is rare. Not to mention that the Earth elemental plane has never been seen before. Even the Lost Land is rare. It means that Lin has never really seen the armies at the top of the pyramid that belong to the 5 empires in Midi. I don't know if the discipline of those armies is at the level of Earth's modern army, or if they just rely on the personal bravery of a group of people to reach the top level. In contrast, robots with built-in time precision down to the microsecond level are no less impressive. The small troop carriers that flew out in formation from the flight deck landed neatly and gently on the ground, and ordinary class and pocket class robots walked out of the open hatches. Although the shapes of everyone are not exactly the same, they are still advancing and retreating in an orderly manner and arranged neatly. There is no suitable troop transport ship for the tall size of the leader-class robots. They each showed their abilities, and directly broke away from the colonial ship and landed on the ground. The most common approach is to ignore any buffering method. Directly unlock your joints, and smash to the ground. After the joint locks are unlocked, the various parts of the body are not tightly connected together, but are soft connections that rely on the power output from the reactor to be converted into magnetic attraction. The moment they landed, these leader-level robots fell to the ground like out-of-control string puppets. However, the impact damage from landing is also minimized due to the soft connection. Then, there is magnetic attraction, and the various parts return to their original positions. And then the joints are locked, and the tall steel body of the leader-level robot is reassembled from bottom to top. As for the slight landing damage, it is almost negligible for the sturdy boss level. Some leader-level robots that value precision rather than stupid and rough lines use the reverse jet of the flying device to offset the effects of gravity acceleration and land safely on the ground. However, the actions of all leader-level robots seem to have been carefully calculated, regardless of whether they landed on the ground after flying or were smashed down and reassembled. They all landed or reassembled at the same time. The standing position is even more carefully arranged, forming a straight row in front of the regular and pocket-level robot phalanx, standing majestically at the same distance. The most important thing is that the iron wall and the robots completed the array at the same time. It can be said that the first round of competition between the two sides started from the moment they came on the stage. The final result of completing the array at the same time may appear to be a draw at first glance, but in the eyes of those who are interested, it can be concluded that the robots are the winner. The form of Iron Wall's military formation is relatively simple, and there are traces to follow, accurately calculating the time for the completion of the Iron Wall's array. The robots cooperated unhurriedly and in a variety of ways, and finally completed the array at the same time. This is a demonstration of the precise prediction and calculation performance of the robots. This is not a drama that has been arranged in advance and rehearsed many times, but the result of improvisation and adjustments at any time. Inside the door to see the door, the layman to watch the fun. The excitement is definitely enough, and the door is clean in the eyes of those who are interested. It's just that although the number of robots is several times that of the army on the Iron Wall side, they are all scattered and do not have a unified form. At most, the pocket-level ones have pocket-level positions, and the ordinary-level ones are also selected according to their height and body type, and are listed in the same square, not to mention the leader-level robots, which are simply a display of personal style. Except for a few Trinity, no one is the same, and this quantity is still the result of screening, now that the robot race has swept through most of the elemental plane, and all elemental creatures and robots are the source of soldiers. The army has gathered together, and it is feared that there will be no less than 1 million people, not to mention how to transport such a huge number. I am afraid that there are many robots inside who are not qualified to become opponents of the Iron Wall army. Therefore, the robots brought to the battlefield against the Iron Wall are all elites selected from 10,000. In comparison, although TV's military was smaller in number than the elite robot troops, they were uniformly armed. The armor and helmet have a strong elven style, and the carvings and patterns are as exquisite as works of art. The long weapon standing on the chest is an axe in the front and a hammer in the back, and the end is as sharp as a spear. There are no extra lines on them, only a sense of thickness, which silently tells outsiders the fact that they are killing weapons. For elemental creatures and elemental elves, they rarely wear clothes. Even if some of them appear to be wearing clothes, most of them are just part of the original body, which can be said to be a disguise. But TV's troops really put on armor and helmets that conceal their personalities. Everyone is like a replica, arrayed proudly like a rooster. Go down to the live miniature in the imaginary command room. Without those tall leader-level robots, Lin didn't have to worry about being trampled to death. So he safely took control of the real scene, zoomed in, and observed the iron-walled army he saw for the first time, because he didn't confirm it with his own eyes. Lin watched it for a long time. After a while, it was confirmed from the scale that the members of Iron Wall's military were at least 5 meters tall. The body shape is quite close to that of ordinary Homo sapiens. Unlike most of the so-called humanoid elemental creatures, they only have the most basic body: a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs, but the proportions are so abnormal that they look like a monster, either too thick or too thin. In short, he doesn't look like a normal person. Although the figures of the members of the Iron Wall army are hidden under their armor, they at least look to be quite balanced and well proportioned with explosive power, rather than simply being tall and muscular men. In addition, everyone looks the same, which makes it look extra oppressive. But then I thought about it, and there was something wrong with it. Is it a kind of endpoint, when all choices ultimately lead to the same goal? For a group of creatures pursuing evolution and growth, the only end is death. So Lin suddenly felt that the things he did were not without some help, because all these actions are also expected. However, if there is anything bad about the military situation in front of him, it is that they are wearing armor, which is a good disguise. The armor hides the body materials of these elemental creatures, making it impossible to guess what materials they are made of. Is it a solid color or mixed colors? What kind of metal is the main material? These are very important bases for judging the strength of elemental creatures. But everything is hidden. Chapter 990 Vulcan. The silence of the confrontation did not last long. Without warning, the troops on one side of the iron wall turned around and divided into 2 sides. Each side took 3 steps back to make way for a walkway in the center. The elemental lord of Iron Wall slowly walked out of the fortress under the attention of everyone. He was taller than most of the members of the Iron Wall army, and he seemed to stand out from the crowd. Judging from the appearance, it is closer to a human appearance, the same as the one in the gemstone pit. I don't know if it's out of inferiority complex, or for some reason that someone doesn't know. But the more powerful the elemental lord is, the more he resembles a certain kind of creature. Before it reaches a certain level of intensity, it looks like a failed imitation. His whole body is aqua blue, without any impurities. This blue has a name. It's called God's Tears Gold. Some people say that this name means that God will shed tears because of difficulties in order to collect a little bit. Some people say that even if God only uses a little bit, he will be so distressed that he sheds tears because of the extravagance. No matter which one it means. It means 2 things. First, this material is very precious. Second, this material is very powerful. Divine Tears Gold can be said to be the standard material for all artifacts. During the casting process, nothing was added. Although it is not qualified to be called an artifact, it certainly cannot be ranked among the powerful artifacts, as long as the basic material of a long sword is acceptable. It is not the kind of brittle and soft low-carbon steel, and a drop-sized drop of God's Tears of Gold is added to it. It can cut iron like mud and break with hair. The weapon level will also rise from ordinary weapons to the category of magic weapons, and even come with some special effects. This is an inherently magical metal. Some people say it has divinity, and is more advanced than the Gaia metal Lin used to make lucky gold coins. To someone, it is a very, very precious magical material that they have only heard of but never used. If the entire body of the elemental lord, who is 5 or 6 meters tall in front of him, is composed of divine tier gold, this news will probably make all the magicians in the Lost Land go crazy. However, judging from the conclusion that no one formed a group to die, no matter how crazy the magicians in the land were, they still maintained the lowest level of rationality in the face of the absolute gap in strength. Maybe the overall strength of the person in front of me is lower than that of Gemstone Pit, so TB can only be the second child. But in terms of the value of the body material, such a large volume of divine tiers gold is much more expensive than the ruby man. After all, the ruby is still found in the Lost Land, and the divine tier gold is really something that can be encountered but cannot be sought. Vulcan, the real name of the Iron Wall Elemental Lord, has the same name as one of the 3 forging gods of the dwarves, who is in charge of prospecting. It is unclear whether they are the same one. Someone has not done that in-depth research on the system of the gods of Midi. However, judging from the momentum, it is quite a bit divine. At least the morale of TB's army has increased sharply due to his appearance, making it even harder to conceal the sense of fanaticism. Because of his appearance, some of the leaders on the robot side took a step back, others at least shook their bodies, and few of them could remain calm. The initial momentum of the formation was quietly regained. The robot side even lost a few points. Of course, Vulcan understood what his appearance meant. Seeing how he had shocked this group of elemental creatures who had deviated from their original growth path as soon as he appeared on the stage, he no longer focused on these losers, but looked up to the sky. The ships in the sky were at least transformed by elemental lords, but they were still not noticed by the leader of the Iron Wall. What he is looking for is the initiator of all this, the existence that does not belong to the Earth elemental plane. Human, I know you're watching everything here. Don't you think this is the time for you to speak out? In other words, you want me to find you by myself. By that time, the scene may become ugly, and something you don't want to see. This large-scale broadcast of spiritual words is a bit like the full-channel broadcast of radio, within the range of mental power. You can't even hear it if you don't want to, so it will naturally reach someone's ears. At first, Lin was a little skeptical. Could it be that he was talking to himself? Looking at the Lich, who was still standing on the high platform, he saw her looking at him with eyes that had nothing to do with her. Someone sighed helplessly. It seems that this matter has not gone away. Lin had no intention of hiding behind the robots forever. In fact, during this period, it was often the case that he was named by some elemental lords, because the robots went on expeditions, but they never concealed the existence of a human being. After all, the first step to accept the fire transformation is to make an oath to a human being, and it is impossible to be a mastermind behind the scenes. In a flash, Lin appeared directly in front of Iron Wall Lord Vulcan. He floated in midair, basically maintaining the same height as the opponent's big face. There's a saying in my hometown, before you fight with the martial arts, you must fight with the altar. If there is no one high in the altar, the momentum will be weakened, so there is no need to fight. But at the same time, I don't want to embarrass the other party and make it impossible to talk about the things that can be discussed. Therefore, Lin did not ask the other party to look up to him, but allowed both parties to talk on an equal footing. However, such behavior by a certain magician was offensive to Vulcan. It's just that he didn't attack immediately. This was because the magician in front of him had the same level of power as him and the totem on the black robe. He sent out extremely depressed emotions and said in a voice, "Human, do you know what you have done?" This kind of clueless, threatening start is not a good conversation. Lin just looked at each other, waiting for the follow-up. Anyway, people who start a conversation like this must not intend to listen to their own reply, but are talking to themselves and just want to scold themselves. Subvert the existing order of the world and dare to bring these ugly things that are neither gold nor stone before my eyes. What is your purpose that makes you so bold? My purpose? Linlaw raised his mood and said, My purpose has been the same from the beginning, and that is to borrow the power of the elemental spirit. I'm not hiding this from anyone, and it's the first condition required to be accepted as a fire reformer. Someone thought to himself, the man from Gemstone Pit must have rejected you for this kind of thing. You don't know how to retreat after knowing the difficulties, and you still do such ugly things. I guess you have already realized something. What enlightenment? Someone pretended to be stupid and asked blankly. Those who offend our majesty will only die. No one can save you. Vulcan showed a greedy look at this time. Although divine power and divine power are repellent, they are not incapable of being swallowed up. As long as it can succeed, it can bring about a leap in strength. For a being like him, it is the easiest way to improve his strength. However, this naked death threat did not scare the human magician. Lin said impatiently, "Who are you? The tube is so wide. Am I not qualified to take care of it?" Disrupting the order, they also pointed their troops at the highest holy land of Metal Man. No matter which of these two things it is, a human being is not supposed to do it or is qualified to do it. Is there any reason why you dare to come to me today? Are they the stupid people behind you who have abandoned the right path? If this is your only reliance, then savor the taste of regret while there is still time. The hands clasped in front of his chest were lowered, and Vulcan's body was filled with splendor and lightning, and his strength and threat were constantly rising. Chapter 991 Change. So? Someone questioned loudly. From the beginning, the person I am talking to is not any of you. So there is no need for me to worry about what you think. For me, the first time I made a request, I was indeed rejected. But that's because I didn't show enough chips, and people looked down upon me. I can agree with this. After all, I'm not old enough to face the poker table. This time, I took out my chips. Lin pointed to the group of robots behind him. The tone was rather flat, without any hint of pride or pride. And this bargaining chip seems very satisfying. Otherwise, I would not have been able to gather such strength and come to this place. If I was really dissatisfied, I would have been beaten to the point where I was beaten to the point of being beaten when I first started. Where can I stand in front of you and hinder your eyes? If we say that the government agencies of the Earth are like giant dinosaurs with slow nerve responses, the elemental creatures on the Earth elemental plane are definitely a different story. They have a collective consciousness and the existence of the spirit of Mother Earth. The thoughts of each elemental creature will certainly affect the collective consciousness of the Earth Mother Spirit. But the reverse situation, that is, the situation where the consciousness of the Earth Mother Spirit affects all elemental creatures, is also a phenomenon that exists. That's why Lin had this feeling that he was talking to a higher level being. And he has always used this kind of detachment to treat all robots and elemental creatures that come into contact with him. But to put it bluntly, this was a condescending attitude, which of course angered Vulcan even more. The elemental lord, who was already a god. He was so furious that he almost turned himself into an electric man. His original pupils were also submerged in the dazzling light. When he opened his mouth, he had a divine power and said angrily, human beings, stupid human beings. Do you know what you did wrong? Compared with birthing and controlling those ugly betrayers. Compared with subverting the smooth running order of the world. Or trying to let those lowly and incompetent people challenge my status. The biggest mistake you made was to anger me. Completely angered me. You will pay a price. You will and must pay a huge price for all this. In response to that angry statement, Lin said nonchalantly, after all, you are only angry for yourself. Not for the entire tribe. Right. What difference does it make? Human. I represent my ethnic group and this world. Vulcan said loudly in a tone that left no room for doubt. Faced with such a decisive momentum, Lin used the same momentum and responded loudly, no. You do not represent the world. If you really represent the world, then where do they belong? As Lin turned sideways and waved his hand, the robots that were displayed again seemed to have regained their momentum, and they unconsciously puffed up their chests. Farther away, there were robot groups all over the mountains and plains that had not been able to keep up with the fleet, trudging over a long distance. There are also a small group of elemental creatures inside, which were collected during the march and have not yet been transformed by fire. But their appearance among the robots means that they are also willing to become a part of this new group and abandon their original life forms. And on the other side of the horizon, beyond the reach of sight, there are more robots and elemental creatures, like a converging torrent, concentrating towards the iron wall. There are probably hundreds of millions of them. This was an action that shook the entire world. For the first time, all elemental creatures left their existing gathering places and migrated to other places in a non-advanced state. Maybe someone said it clearly, but in fact Lin never really understood what kind of big event his actions were. But this does not hinder the ability of a man who was once a keyboard warrior to talk. He continued to say plausibly, every major change will be accompanied by great destruction and great construction. In this process, the original stakeholders may not necessarily be able to maintain their own interests, and those who originally had nothing may take advantage of the situation. This is a great opportunity in the great change. People who gain something will naturally feel happy. Which also means that people who lose something will feel sad. Lin glanced at the stolid and unmoved troops on the iron wall. He also glanced back at the robots, who were becoming more and more powerful. However, if there are gains, there will be losses. And if there are losses, there will be gains. It depends on what angle and standpoint you use to look at it all. So the question is, what position does the Lord, who is at the pinnacle of Metal Man, stand on, and what angle does he use to face this change? Are you on the side that is destined to be eliminated? Or are you on the side that is ready to face the future? No matter which side it is, you are destined not to see it, Vulcan said harshly, and appeared on the side of Lin with agility and speed that was not commensurate with his tall body. A punch full of anger came over. Vulcan was extremely fast, turning his head to stare at his fist faster than he could throw the punch. In Lin's experience, the Demon Prince Azad, an alien, was just faster than the Elemental Lord in front of him. The speed of these two people has surpassed the possibility of physics, and is impacting towards more complex fields. But since he was not faster than Azad, Lin could fight with the Demon Prince before. And this time was certainly no exception. He was afraid of death, and he had never let down his guard since he came forward. Lin narrowly avoided this unexpected but not so unexpected blow. I don't know why. At this critical moment of life and death, Lin actually wanted to laugh and said, "Why? If you are stabbed in a painful spot, you will kill and silence me." Vulcan doesn't talk nonsense. His punch was empty, but he didn't close his fist and regroup. Instead, he lowered his body and swung his leg to attack. The pure cupola war dance posture of the earth, but with 10 times 100 times the power of wind and thunder. It swept towards the magician floating in the air. But these are nothing to a magician who controls space magic. A flash technique. A slight movement. The distance is not long. Vulcan's saws can just pass by the tip of someone's nose. In this vacuum world, there won't even be any cutting wind to cause additional damage. In normal times, someone must be far away and run as far as they can. But behind him was a large number of robots. The same robots that he had a verbal agreement with. Although it is not a magical contract. Under the influence of the robot and the spirit of the Earth Mother, a verbal agreement will have a far-reaching influence than a magical contract. But the premise is that someone's personality cannot collapse. If the robots were to think, this magician has nothing to be afraid of, such a concept might overturn all of Lin's previous efforts. Let the influence of the verbal agreement be reduced, or even return to zero. So Lin couldn't run. He had to fight back. Unfortunately, given the size difference between the two sides, it would definitely not be possible to use Master Midi's old method of equipping oneself with supports, and then fighting in melee. In other words, he didn't have the experience and knowledge to fight large creatures. So he couldn't start fighting. He didn't even think about taking out a Hakiri to deal with such a heavyweight enemy. Since someone who lacks relevant experience decided to fight back, he directly used the most proficient and powerful variant of the flash technique among the magic. He knew the great cutting technique. Chapter 992 Fighting. There was no incantation. No preparatory movements. Just a thought. And there were dozens or hundreds of torn spaces invisible to the naked eye. Staggered and scattered around Iron Wall Lord Vulcan in an orderly manner. The cutting of space magic will not make any big noise. And there will not even be any obstacles. Because you are broken. You are broken. It's just so unreasonable. All over Vulcan's body. The tiny slits that are slightly invisible after the space is cut. Indeed separate the two ends of the slits into two sections. That's how it should be. But in fact, the subsequent development is completely different from what someone imagined. None of the extra equipment and accessories on Vulcan's body were spared. And they were all cut into pieces without any repair value. But the tall aqua blue body glowing with electric light was unscathed. Vulcan crossed his arms to protect himself. The original madness in his eyes was replaced by other expressions. For the first time, he looked seriously at this man. A mere lost magician. But the man who looked at him was equally surprised and speechless. The space-cutting magic based on the flash technique has always been someone's secret trick. A trump card that can't be used if it can't be used. I always think that one day I can use it to trick someone and get a wave of surprised expressions. Unexpectedly, the day I actually took it out, it would be a bad start. And the surprise was also on my face. You must know that from the day the leader-level robot appeared, this group of transformed elemental creatures became the imaginary enemy in someone's mind. How should we deal with it? How can we deal with it? If one day the two sides are on opposite sides. Do you have any other option besides running away? There is no doubt about the destructive power of Hakakiri. But it takes a lot of effort to effectively attack robots above ordinary level. If it's a one-on-one situation, maybe you can have some leisurely time with the other person and fly a kite. But facing an elemental lord, or being surrounded by an army of robots, Hagiri is definitely not the best option. And it is necessary to find other more effective means of attack. After thinking about it, the large cutting technique, reserved as a trump card, seemed to be the best choice. But the attack that should have been sure of success failed. Lin, who had regained consciousness, immediately judged that the problem lay in the material of his opponent's body made of God's tears gold. The reason is also very simple. Everything else on the opponent's body was destroyed by him. But only Vulcan himself, who was stripped into a naked pig, was unscathed. If Vulcan has the ability to neutralize space attacks, then he should be able to save other equipment on his body. But the fact is that there is no. So the only reason is the magic metal that is equipped with divine nature. Among the known magic materials, materials with divine properties are quite rare, and Lin has never seen a few. It's just that what the divine nature here represents is unclear in the recorded documents. And even if you ask anyone, you won't be able to figure it out. Lin Yi only thought that this type of material was particularly precious and rare. Now it seems that there is a deep meaning behind such a comment, rather than a comment that praises this magical material. But now doesn't seem to be the time to dwell on the reasons behind this. If his strongest method fails to work, then the choice Lin faces is to change to other attack methods, or bite the bullet and continue to use the large cutting technique until the moment it works. The latter is a bet. The reason why Vulcan can withstand the great cutting technique is not because he is naturally restrained, but because he has amazing recovery power or limited means of restraint. If you continue the same attack, sooner or later you will be able to break through the upper limit of your opponent's recovery ability, or exhaust your opponent's restraint methods. Otherwise, you will be like a fool, continuing to attack with no effect. So, better not. Before he could find an answer to the tangled question in his heart, his opponent seized this moment of hesitation and attacked first. It is said that Lin's thinking speed is now beyond the level of ordinary humans, and is not much better than some computer systems. If you are dealing with ordinary people, you can memorize the entire dream of Red Mansion silently in your mind, and you can also calmly counterattack your opponent's attacks in reality. But the Vulcan in front of him was no ordinary person. He was an elemental lord, one of the two top forces on the Earth elemental plane. In this world, the strongest person second only to the elemental lord of the Gem Pit, the Ruby Man Pigeon Sibo. At the same time, they are also one of the gods of the MIDI forging pantheon. Although in someone's perception, they may be misunderstood as having the same name, not the same person. With these identities, Vulcan is not someone who will ignore fleeting opportunities in battle. Someone's distraction is a perfect opportunity in his eyes. A straight punch without any tricks, taking the shortest distance and exerting the maximum power. However, the power of the gods is natural, even if Vulcan does not use it deliberately. There are countless magical effects attached to this punch. By the time Lin noticed it, he was already punching hard in the face. Retreat? Or it could be, with a thought, Lin superimposed countless spaces between his fist and himself, increasing the infinite distance out of thin air. No matter how fast Vulcan was, no matter how wonderful his magical effects were, he could not cross the ever-inch distance and hit the magician with one punch. Lin looked at the fist that had lost its stamina with a joking expression. Vulcan, on the other hand, was not impatient and was ready to retract his fist and attack again to test out the magician's abilities. But he didn't expect that when his fist went out and came back, he had to walk the same distance that someone had added. As long as it took Vulcan to throw out the punch, he had to take the same amount of time to retract it. And he couldn't do anything else during this time. And this was not an opportunity for the enemy. At least Lin did not let it go in vain. In a flash, Lin came to the left side of the tall elemental lord's head, pulling his right fist behind his back. Several magic arrays were placed in a row on the wrist, arm and joints of his right arm, like bracelets and armbands. Middle school level physics knowledge, F equals ma. When the mass of the fist remains unchanged, the greater the acceleration, the greater the force. And in the same time, the longer the distance traveled, the higher the acceleration. The infinite superposition space used to delay Vulcan's fist was also used on his own fist. But it's not for defense, but to increase the destructive power of the fist. So it's just to extend the distance as much as possible instead of actually neutralizing your attack. If this magic application is just like this, Then the fist he throws will only be slowed down by the superimposed space just like Vulcan's. So that in the eyes of others, it seems to be motionless. But with the innate ability of analytical demon prince's odd void movement, he can cross the nearly infinite space at a high speed that breaks through physical limitations. Punch out. In imagination, it should be a very destructive punch. But the result is far beyond one's imagination. The fist that was accelerated to infinitely close to the speed of light hit the elemental lord's left face because it was too fast, and the force had no time to be transmitted out. The atoms in Vulcan's divine tier gold body were directly combined with the atoms on the surface of some idiot magician's fist to produce fusion. This simultaneously produces bursts of gamma rays and scattered particles. The same reaction starts at the point of contact between the fist and face, rapidly expands into a bubble, and produces similar reactions. Vulcan's head, Lin's fist. The molecules were torn apart, and the electrons in the nucleus were also stripped away, forming a hot plasma flow that spread outward. The walls of such a high-temperature plasma bubble expand faster than a fist. In almost nanoseconds, everything from Vulcan's neck to Lin's right arm was annihilated. Chapter 993 Queen of the Beehive. This was because Lin's life-saving measures were properly prepared, and he was able to create a spherical space containing infinite distance in time before the chain reaction spread to his whole body, sealing the entire chain reaction in it. Otherwise, even if it does not cause an impact of several kilometers, the two people in the center will definitely be wiped out. As for just protecting yourself and not helping to protect Vulcan, it was too difficult in a very short reaction time, and there was no time to do so. If you want to adjust and control the scope of the fusion reaction, you may lose more than just an arm. The magician who lost his arm, the right sleeve of his Xuanwu robe was empty, but there was no pain as imagined. If you think about it seriously, except for the broken arm, the other parts no longer exist. Of course, there will be no nerves transmitting pain. Can this be considered a great blessing among misfortunes? The elemental lord, who lost his head, should still be alive, because the elf core was not destroyed. Lin never gave up worrying about Vulcan's movements. The only difference is, how much harm will such destruction cause to the other party? Doubts arose, and when he was about to take a closer look at the headless elemental lord in front of him, the huge left fist had already been swung over. His power remained undiminished, as if he had never been injured. At the same time as this punch was launched, there was also the military strength of the iron wall, with shields and spears raised. This group of metal elemental creatures, which were comparable in size to ordinary robots, pressed forward with neat steps, facing Vulcan's attack. Lin did not dodge or block this time, because someone else has already stood in front of him. Vulcan, who was previously in the Earth elemental plane and was at the peak of his career as a metal man, came on the scene, which really shocked most of the robots. But there are still some robots who have not succumbed to its power and are ready to take action. Those who dare to challenge are of course the best among the robot race, regardless of whether Lin, a magician from the Lost Land, has their support or not. Everything they gained today came from this magician. Of course, they couldn't just sit back and watch him being attacked. The big boss opposite never said that this was a one-on-one duel that no one else could interfere with. He was the one who launched the attack suddenly, and because the battle happened so quickly, others had no time to support them. But they had been fighting for 2 or 3 rounds. It was time to rush forward, and those who dared to rush forward also came to the front line. For that human magician, one blow destroyed all of Vulcan's weapons, and one blow exploded the dog's head. It would be a lie to say that everyone was not surprised, although he himself was not unscathed. As a veteran elemental lord, Vulcan's greatest advantage lies in his countless transactions with other planes. These have become part of his strength. Those that cannot be integrated into the body can be made into equipment and worn on the body, and they will still be effective. It can be said that the equipment accounts for not only half, but 1/3 of his strength today. But now, when he meets him, he is completely destroyed. How can people not be surprised? Not to mention the blown heads. Although that is not a weakness for elemental creatures, since the body of Vulcan God tier skin was completed. Has anyone heard of him being harmed? Even the one who faced the gemstone pit fought fiercely until he was unable to continue. The two sides couldn't decide the outcome, so they let it go. The gemstone pit can always overwhelm the iron wall, except that they have already occupied the foundation of all spirits and are in an invincible position at the level of soldiers. The magic attack of the gemstone man is still stronger than the physical attack and defense of the metal man. But with such a head, if it's gone, it's gone. This also invisibly increases the confidence of the challengers. Vulcan, the top metal man, is not insurmountable. So they step forward. Besides, the troops on the Iron Wall side are attacking, and the robot side has no reason to retreat. But not everyone is qualified to kill the Lord of the Iron Wall. It's one thing to have thoughts, but it's another thing to have the confidence to face it. The one who really challenged Vulcan and blocked Lin's punch was a pocket-sized robot, and her appearance made Vulcan even more stagnant. A name was spoken angrily, Camilla. Her height only reached Lin's waist when she stood on the ground. Unlike most pocket-level creatures that appear to be out of human form, she has a form that is closer to a human being than the so-called humanoid elemental creatures. I can't be called thin, but I don't have the appearance of a fat person either. The torso resembles that of a girl, but the forearms and calves are particularly thick due to the built-in weapons and propellers. There are two sets of symmetrical drooping long antennas on the head, which look like a girl's twin ponytails. It is these characteristics that can still classify her on the female side, even though elemental creatures and robots are rarely distinguished by gender. In fact, among elemental creatures, the more obvious the human characteristics and gender characteristics are, the higher the intelligence, which also means that he or she is a higher level elemental creature, and the stronger the strength. This can be equalized. As for this pocket-sized robot, despite her petite size, it looks like other robots could crush her with just one step. This is the original elemental lord Carmilla, an outlier among metal people. As the saying goes, if the forest is big, there will be all kinds of birds. If there are many people, there will be weird things, and there will be geniuses. Among the earth elemental creatures, who are not good at casting magic except for their natural magical abilities, it is not surprising that some are interested in magic. And among these few, a few who are good at magic would be equally acceptable. But if this person is not from the group of gem people, but is from the metal people who specialize in melee combat, then he can be called an alien, because this person has chosen a path that gets twice the result with half the effort. It was such an alien who made a name for himself on the road of magic, achieved the position of elemental lord, and even once challenged Vulcan. No wonder the Lord of the Iron Wall recognized this old acquaintance from the characteristics of the elf light, and said with itching teeth, "Camilla, my foolish former subordinate, coming to me with this pitiful attitude is just to add to your failure experience." The pocket-level original elemental lord was barely supported by the thrusters at the bottom of his skirt, calves, and ponytail antenna, and used his entire body to block Vulcan's huge fist. In the eyes of onlookers, it is no different than an ant fighting like an elephant. The cracked body also showed how powerless she was. But the female pocket class with such a disparity in body shape said without hesitation, "You are a superficial person, who always only knows how to look at the surface. I am no longer the Carmilla I used to be. Remember my current name? Head Queen. The first person to defeat you." Of course, the attitude of the Iron Wall from Vulcan down to this big statement is not to take it seriously. But on the robot side, no one thought Hefkin could not do it. If a ranking list were established among the robot community, I'm afraid everyone would have to fight over who is the strongest. But the ones who least want to deal with, the ones who want to be companions the most, the ones who are the most annoying, the ones who are hated beyond words, the ones who deserve to go to H, L, and be crushed to pieces, the first place on these lists, no one will care about them at all. Don't hesitate to choose Hefkin, the original elemental lord disguised as a pocket-sized robot. Chapter 994 Head Queen. For almost all elemental lords, the power they have accumulated over the years is enough to transform them into battleship-level beings, even if they don't want to become a giant ship that everyone can board. These strong men from the Earth element plane will use various methods, hoping to make the most of their raw power without wasting too much. In this way, the nuclear fusion reactor transformed from the elemental lord's elf core will not be a little guy, even if it does not become a battleship level. The most popular method among the elemental lords, the multiple-in-one transformation direction. The multiple sets of reactors transformed are at least the size used by leader-level robots. In terms of size, the volume of a set of reactors alone is larger than that of a pocket-level robot. Of course, it cannot be mounted in a pocket-level robot. And for an elemental lord who is proficient in magic, will she choose the direction that others have taken? The former Camilla once challenged the status of Vulcan, the Lord of the Iron Wall. She understands better than anyone else that if you want to truly achieve something, you have to take a path that no one has traveled before. If you follow the path of others step by step, you will always be following behind. As for being transformed into a robot by fire, The robot's nuclear reactor is transformed from the elf core of the elemental creature. Whether before or after transformation, this is the weakness of elemental creatures and robots. Since it is a weakness, you must find a way to hide it well. Camilla's first idea was to learn from the lich's phylactery among undead creatures, and hide it in a place where no one would find it. Energy transmission is not through physical lines, but is generated by induction. This is not a difficult problem for robots, especially robots with split bodies. At most, it only installs one battery or many batteries. Robots will choose to install the reactor inside the body, and the biggest purpose is to protect this most important component for the robots. In other words, as long as it can be properly protected. The nuclear fusion reactor does not necessarily need to be placed inside one's body. But that doesn't mean that you can use the sturdiness of the reactor to make a weapon, like a meteor hammer, and use it outside to attack people. With today's hundreds of millions of robots, nuclear fusion reactors have had many types of appearance and additional functions. Except that the core technology has not changed. What Camilla chose was a new type of technology that had not appeared in the past. A black technology product called a phase shift converter that combined technology and magic. The simplest way to describe it is that Carmilla's new nuclear reactor is like the Cheshire Cat and Alice in Wonderland, both existing and non-existent. To explain it scientifically, this nuclear reactor keeps jumping between different spatial phases. No one can truly grasp the location of the reactor except Camilla, who is connected to it. After solving the problems of safe preservation and energy transmission of the reactor, Carmilla did not choose to use a polynomial method to shape her new body, like other elemental lords, who transform into leader-level robots. Thanks to the advantage that neither the main body nor the separate body requires a built-in reactor, Camilla chose a smaller, pocket-sized robot to create her own target. The number, 1898. This number is the sum of the squares of the two prime numbers 23 and 37. For such a large number of pocket-sized robots, their appearance and specialization direction are not unified, but are adjusted according to the overall needs. And because they share the same consciousness, it can be said that Camilla is a typical example of one person forming an army. Moreover, there is no obvious priority among the pocket-class machine crowd that Camilla has achieved. Even the specialized communication individual who appeared next to Lin and helped him block Vulcan's punch was not the only one with twin ponytail antennas. This means that crushing one or two Camilla splits will not affect the strength of the original elemental lord. In the eyes of outsiders who cannot discern the light of Els, as long as Camilla is mixed with other pocket-level robots, no one will be able to tell that there is a predator-level existence hidden in these little guys. This kind of obscene hiding method, I have to say, is very suitable for someone. I just started a small talk in private and talked about the ways of evil with a certain original elemental lord. During the conversation, it is inevitable to give some conceptual level private goods. That is, some ideas that only exist without thinking about how to implement them. However, the most critical thing about the advancement of science and technology is that little bit of inspiration. Once you have inspiration, you can decide the direction. The rest is just a technical problem to be overcome. Ling gave this bit of inspiration. The reason why he didn't implement it was, on the one hand, because he was busy with other things. On the other hand, the idea that made him interesting was just interesting and not urgent. So he put it aside. Got off. The same inspiration has a completely different meaning to Camilla. This will be the foundation of her own life. So it doesn't matter how she spends her time or how to make it perfect. So she studied hard and found a way to implement it, regardless of whether scientific technology or magical technology is used. Realizing those fantastic ideas is the key. In the end, after the second transformation of Tinder, she was still the same Camilla in the eyes of other robots. There was no difference between before and after the second transformation. Only a guy who later regretted his slip-up knew that this original elemental lord was now more than just the 1898 clones he seemed on the surface. Instead, it has become an aggregation of tens of millions of nanoworms that have the ability to self-proliferate and self-repair. As long as there are enough materials, Camilla can use nanoworms to assemble a battleship-level ship body, even if they are only aggregated into robots. The number of separate bodies can be large or small, and they are no longer limited to pocket-level ones. It is easy to aggregate into ordinary-level ones, or even leader-level ones. For the reborn original elemental lord, it was just a thought. In order to better utilize her numerical advantage, she will record weapons, equipment, functional equipment, and all specializations in her knowledge base as long as she has knowledge in Tinder. And once you know it, there is nothing you can't do. And it also takes advantage of its own quantity and easy modification to continuously implement, test, and modify such a cycle of research and development. It is precisely because of having such a large amount of knowledge that Camilla has become a very rare mechanic among the robot community, and an even rarer type of generalist. Otherwise, general mechanics will have different areas of expertise. Some are good at body modification, and some are good at manufacturing weapons and equipment. Just after the second transformation, the original elemental lord, who transformed himself into a nanoworm, gave up his old name of Camilla. According to the suggestion of a certain magician, she was named after the Queen of the Beehive, also known as Head Queen, from her hometown neighbor Kingdom Voice. With one will, he controls tens of thousands of bodies. To obtain new capabilities, of course, actual combat testing is required. Hefkin was not satisfied with bullying those backward old beings. Instead, he used his pocket-level appearance to find other original elemental lords, who were also robots, or leader-level robots. He also earned those notorious titles. How could Hefkin let go of the hatred that had been driven out of the iron wall? So she blocked Vulcan's fist, although it seems to be quite difficult to block. There are even signs of cracks on the body. But the little girl with double ponytails showed a very human and cheerful smile. This smile made all the robots who noticed shudder. Chapter 995 Melee Combat. There was a brief confrontation between Vulcan and Hefkin. The forwards of the iron wall and the robots had already rushed to close combat distance and started fighting with real swords and guns. As the Lord of the Iron Wall, Vulcan had no time to pay attention to his subordinates, because a large group of little guys less than the height of his knees swarmed over. If it were purely about quantity, Vulcan would certainly not take these little things to heart. But judging from the light of their souls, they are all Camilla. This metal man, who was not doing his job, was better at magic than many gem men. This characteristic impressed Vulcan deeply. So when he saw her creating so many clones, the Lord of the Iron Wall's first thought was that the other party was up to some trick. And of course he was on alert. But no matter how careful they are, these little clones of Camilla are simply too numerous and annoying to cause any effective damage to this divine tier gold body. Feeling impatient, Vulcan kicked out, not only kicking away many of Camilla's clones, but even a few of them were directly kicked to pieces. Such a result only made the Lord of the Iron Wall feel ridiculous. Emotions say that this old rival, who once made him feel threatened, has fallen to such a point. But soon, Vulcan stopped laughing. With each kick he made, the legs he kicked out became a little heavier. Most of Camilla's body, which she had kicked to pieces, was stuck to the surface of her legs. The little guys who were not kicked to pieces were clinging to his legs, and their numbers kept adding up. I originally thought that these were just these weak individuals causing trouble to themselves with their fearless attitude and sacrifice of their lives, before I could figure out what all this was for. In the next moment, all the things clinging to my feet seemed to merge into one, becoming a piece of equipment like a muff. It's so heavy that you can't get rid of it. Before he had time to notice Camilla's intention, a heart-pounding pain suddenly came from his wrapped foot. Drilling, sawing, and the abnormally high temperature concentrated at one point, as if it was about to burn through his divine tier gold body. And there are more than one same hot spot. And there are countless wrapped feet from top to bottom. In addition, there are familiar magic attacks, performed at extremely close distances. There are various types of attacks, which are inevitable and unstoppable. The only way to resist them is to use your own body to resist them. Unable to bear it, Vulcan ignored his image and didn't even care that he was on the battlefield. He squatted down while hopping, and pulled hard at the foreign object wrapping his feet with both hands. That layer of strange things is not strong at all. It can even be said to be quite fragile, and will break if pulled apart. And at the moment when it was pulled apart, various magics of wind, thunder, rain and lightning were formed, and high-power laser light was shot out, but then dissipated. However, this does not mean that Hefkin will be destroyed, as the object he transformed into is destroyed. At best, it means that the aggregation of nano-worms is broken up, and the attack is blocked. However, Vulcan's squatting action means that more pocket-level players have the opportunity to jump to his upper body. Along with the newly torn polymer, Hefkin changed his form again, covering the Lord of the Iron Wall with a thin layer like a liquid, as if he was wearing a tattered dress. This tattered piece of clothing offers no protection. Instead, just like the foreign object wrapped around the leg, it launched various attacks inwards. Vulcan sensed something was wrong, and tried his best to tear away his belongings. Sometimes when you uncover a section, you can see a whole row of rotting saw teeth underneath. Several terrifying saw marks appeared on the divine tier gold body where it originally came into contact. Sometimes through half-torn clothes, you can still see several drill bits inserted into Shinlejian's body, drilling in continuously. Vulcan's hand knife was close to his body, and he could easily sweep away these drill bits with a quick sweep. Although these injuries were not deep, they fully showed the embarrassment of the Lord of the Iron Wall. The torn-apart nanoworms kept repairing the damaged companions, and at the same time grabbed all the materials they could come into contact with to create new nanoworms. Coupled with the pocket-class clones that rushed up one after another, these continued to increase the number of nanoworms around Vulcan. Of course, Hefkin's offensive goes beyond this personal approach. As the number of available nanoworms increases, they will form shackles, locking wrists, ankles, or any part of the body. Some will turn into chains, connecting these shackles, and then shortening and closing the distance between each other. In this way, he tried to restrain Vulcan into a strange posture, or at least slowed down his opponent's movements. Sometimes there are no other shackles that can be connected for a moment, and these swaying chains simply become anchors and are nailed to the ground. Then shorten the length of the chain and try to drag Vulcan down. Suppose Vulcan tried hard to break a section of the chain and wanted to throw it away. Hefkin will be thrown to the other side, or it will be connected to other parts of the shackles, or the chain head will become a cuff, or it will become an anchor, and continue to try to restrain the already busy master of the Iron Wall. When the number of clones rushing forward was enough to submerge half of Vulcan's body, Hefkin began to gather into a larger form. Sometimes it was a giant palm that could grab Vulcan's entire forearm, grabbing 2 sections of the god's tier's golden body, and then twisted it back viciously. Sometimes it is a giant foot or a giant fist that suddenly aggregates, hitting the master of the Iron Wall as if he were a child. Faced with this attack method that he had never encountered before, Vulcan could be said to have been beaten unilaterally. Every blow he struck was like hitting cotton, because Hefkin didn't defend at all. It would be scattered as soon as it was hit. Once it was scattered, it would pounce on the body of the god's tier gold. As long as part of the surface is covered, there will be zero-range sawing, drilling and other attacks without mercy. Having never encountered this kind of battle, Vulcan could only rely on the advantage of the divine tier gold body to support him. The damage caused to the opponent is actually very slight, and there is no real killer move that can kill him in one hit. So he calmed down to defend and tried to observe the weaknesses of this strange tactic. But Vulcan slowed down the pace, and that was Hefqueen's chance. First, the 2 palms gathered together and tightly clasped Vulcan's wrists. Then, there were scattered fragments, or pocket-sized robots pounced on the palm and changed its shape, causing the arm to grow inch by inch. Next comes the body, legs, and head. For the first time since receiving the transformation from fire, Hefqueen gathered into a boss-sized robot. In terms of body shape, he was definitely taller than the Lord of the Iron Wall, who had his head blown off, just like an adult dealing with a child. However, her appearance does not have the neat mechanical style of robots, but the appearance of the past elemental creature period, which is exactly the same. Vulcan showed no fear, but said with a proud tone, "You are finally willing to show up. Camilla, do you have the consciousness to fight me head-on?" After all, Vulcan remained calm as he kicked out with a thunderous kick. Chapter 996 Fighting. The person in front of me has never been good at close combat, but he ran into this within arm's reach. In the eyes of the Lord of the Iron Wall, this was a mistake caused by arrogance, and his sure-footed kick indeed hit the person in front of him, even cutting all the way up from the crotch to the belly. Although elemental creatures have no internal organs or weaknesses other than the elf's core, such injuries are still serious injuries, because the damage to the integrity of the whole is quite obvious. So Vulcan was proud of himself. But this mood did not last for 3 seconds. The old opponent in front of him turned into liquid directly like the previous dozens of rounds of fighting. He didn't care about life, death or injury, and followed the leg he kicked into his belly. Cover him all over. Wrapping Vulcan's whole body wasn't the end yet. Enough nanoworms exerted force at the same time, and they were able to control the Lord of the Iron Wall, who was submerged by Hefkin. Immediately Vulcan retracted his legs, put his feet together, and straightened his hands, hanging by his side, close to his thighs. The whole person was tightly bound like this. In the next moment, Hefkin transformed into the Iron Maiden, the torture instrument of the Lord of the Iron Wall. At the same time, he said, "I have always hated guys with empty heads. You're still alive, and kicking even without your head. Doesn't this prove that you are the type I hate? If you can survive today, remember my new name, Hive Queen. I am the Hive Queen, the first person to defeat you." But I won't be the only one. There are many people waiting in line to beat you. Tell me, do you want them to have this opportunity? It's better to let this record end in my hands forever. The provocative question was accompanied by heart-rending wails. The Iron Maiden, the torture device that Hefkin transformed into, was not just a needle prick inside. Instead, all the flavors that Vulcan had tasted before were added and strengthened. It went from not being a threat to being a threat. However, the physical damage failed to leave many traces on the body of Divine Tears Gold. The reason why Vulcan howled miserably was because of magic, an attack against the soul. That is, the light of the elemental creatures. I used to feel heart-pounding pain for the same reason. This is also the most feared thing about the former elemental lord Carmilla. And after she accepted the fire and transformed into a robot, she never gave up her magical attainments. Just as a certain lich worried, the bodies of the robots were made of magical materials. If they want to use magic, the change they need to make is just a change of thought. The barrier between technology and magic never existed. Regardless of the fire, electric shock, or saw teeth or drills applied to the body, these densely packed attacks that cover the body can only cause minimal damage to this Divine Tear Gold body. But letting Camilla's magic damage go unchecked would be fatal. Therefore, Vulcan was in pain and howling. But he still used all his strength to break free from this torture instrument that was not reliable at all. Hefkin never thought about how strong the nanoworm aggregate should be, because the cost of doing so would be to increase the damage rate of the nanoworm. It is easier to disperse and reunite than to repair or create nanoworms. Therefore, the Iron Maiden, which was shattered from the inside, was broken into pieces by Vulcan's huge force and scattered in all directions. Due to this series of blows, Vulcan had more or less figured out Hefkin's attack pattern. The point is that the little things with the same elven light are not scattered individuals, but a scattered group. How much trouble it can cause him depends on the number of people around him who can be used by opponents. Therefore, when breaking away from the Iron Maiden, Vulcan did not retain any strength, and also hoped that the fragments could be sprayed farther away and not stay around to continue to change. The strength of the Lord of the Iron Wall did not disappoint himself. Several large fragments were sprayed out so far, and they also knocked over many robots and members of the Iron Wall army who were fighting. But after these fragments fell to the ground, they turned into pocket-sized robots. In twos and threes, they continued to charge towards the center of the battle between Vulcan and Hefkin. The number of Hefkin fragments that Vulcan can fly is only a small number compared to the number of the whole body. And more clones gathered on this battlefield and surrounded them during the short period of time when the Lord of the Iron Wall was trapped. It was like a vast ocean separated the Master of the Iron Wall from the other minions caught in the battle. With a sufficient number of nanoworms as backup, Hefkin's tactics have been upgraded again. Although it is still the same attack method, it is a multi-party attack, and the tricks have increased a lot. The attack mode is no longer just a personal chainsaw or electric drill, or various magic attacks. Sometimes they would also aggregate into plasma cannons or railguns, and attack Vulcan from close range. No matter how strong the Divine Tear Gold's body is, it can't block it without getting hurt. In the eyes of others, the battle here does not look like a duel between two people, but a person and a foreign object that keeps changing its shape, stalking? It's as weird as it sounds. But for robots who have had the same experience, they can not only empathize with it, but even quite understand the pain involved. Not to mention the Iron Wall Lord, who was being targeted. Hesitant. The leader-level robots and other original elemental lords, who were leisurely observing the battle. No one missed all the details of this battle. They were all thinking about how to deal with Hefkin's unprecedented and difficult attack method. They didn't even know how to defeat this disembodied robot. The concept of nanoworm aggregation is currently only understood by Hefkin, and other robots are still unaware of it. Although relevant knowledge is retained in Tinder, a certain foundation is still needed to implement it. At least not everyone can successfully transform a nuclear reactor with a phase transfer function. Moreover, there is only knowledge of the first-generation phase transfer reactor in the fire, and the scattered supply of 1,898 separate parts is approaching the limit. Combined with Lin's partial knowledge of the flash technique, the second-generation phase transfer reactor is the main force supporting tens of thousands of nanoworms. It can be said that the knowledge of flash technique is mastered by a fourth person besides Fan and Hagiri, even if it's just a partial method that doesn't involve space jumping. And in order to obtain this knowledge, Hefkin did not just make two promises to a certain magician. But such a stubborn fight cannot bring about a decisive winner. Maybe Hefkin's magical attack on the soul can be used. But Vulcan, who also understands this, doesn't know how to take targeted precautions. So the two sides fell into a stalemate. Maybe he got impatient. Or maybe he found a way to break the situation. But Lin felt that it was also possible that the number of nanoworms was enough. So Hefkin gathered another robot body. She is about the same height as Vulcan. But this time, she does not use the appearance of the past elemental lord, but the appearance when she first blocked a punch for a certain human magician. It has a girl-like body, thick forearms and calves with built-in jet thrusters, and a skirt with the same device. And the most obvious feature is the antenna that looks like twin ponytails. The difference was that Hefkin raised her right hand high, and a sword gradually took shape in her palm. Chapter 997 Turning Point. Originally still struggling, Vulcan simply laughed when he saw the sword taking shape. Forgetting to struggle for a moment, he let himself be restrained by chains and shackles, and said with a smile, "Ah, Carmilla. No, Hefkin, I admit that you are different from before, and you are more difficult to deal with. But you have tried so hard and still can't do anything to me. Are you disappointed? Still feeling hopeless?" So much so that he took out the knife-like weapon. "Do you think that has changed anything?" Head Queen did not respond to the Lord of the Iron Wall's taunt, and the robot's facial contours were not as vivid as someone's impression of the Transformers animation, capable of vividly making various expressions. She was just calculating with all her strength, directing the nanoworms to gather and operate according to her own ideas. The sword formed in his hand is not an ordinary sword, but the original weapon design provided by Lin and stored in the fire. The second type of ship-cutting sword, different from the original ship-cutting knife Type 1, which was designed based on the concept of a chainsaw. The design of Type 2 is based on a giant robot and a battleship as the imaginary enemy, and the user is an equally huge robot, not an ordinary human being. It is a true ship-cutting knife. At that size, a giant robot is not as agile as an ordinary person, and its speed is even worse. How to rely on the speed of cutting to truly bring out the sharp characteristics of the knife has become a big problem, because in most cases, robots above the ordinary level using knives are no different from hitting the enemy with an iron rod. In particular, they still use iron to chop iron, or iron to chop stone, unlike humans who use iron to chop flesh. Whether or not the blade is sharpened usually does not affect the result. To improve this situation and achieve the level of cutting iron, one is to make a fuss about the blade, and the other is to find ways to speed up the cutting. The leader-level robot or Iron chose the former. The elbow knife on his arm was based on the design of the ship-cutting knife. In fact, it is just in the form of a chainsaw. Hefkin chose the second type design to try to speed up the cutting speed. The specific method is to install a row of jet thrusters on the thick back of the sword, so that the ship-cutting sword no longer relies solely on the user's arm and wastes strength to swing. Instead, it has its own power, providing acceleration and increasing its power. But this design alone still couldn't break through Vulcan's divine tear gold body. Hefkin's trump card lies in the smallest details that are invisible to the naked eye. The relatively small number of newly created blue nanoworms crossed a distance that was quite far for them, and arrived at the gathering sword. These small aqua-blue bugs followed the instructions, and looked for companions, who were also aqua-blue at the edge of the blade. The arthropod-like feet turned into clasps for connection, tightly clasping together with the companions above, below, left and right, forming a whole, in the reality that everyone can observe. The blade of Hefkin's sword seems to be coated with a layer of aqua-blue substance, exuding an ominous and strange light. Vulcan, the boss at the peak of Metal Man, didn't have as stiff an expression as the robots. When he noticed the blue-plated blade, all the original ridicule was swallowed up, and only surprise remained on his face. Question: how did you? Only then did Hefkin speak. Where do you think the golden fragments of the divine tears that were cut off from your body went? Although there was no smile, the words were full of laughter. Hefkin didn't wait for a response, and unlocked her waist. The powerful electromagnetic motor was ready to drive her upper body to rotate, and the formed sword was swung out. But this knife did not hit Vulcan directly, but passed over his neck where he lost his head. Vulcan was just rejoicing that he missed the first blow with his sword. But this rejoicing did not last long. A row of fire burst out from the back of Hefkin's sword, under the acceleration of the jet thruster. The sword circled at lightning speed and struck towards the restrained Lord of the Iron Wall. Although he no longer had his head, Vulcan did not dare to let the weapon, with the golden blade of the tears of God, strike him at will. He concentrated all his energy on his left arm, struggled to break free of the shackles that restrained him, and raised his arm to block the incoming blow. The conflict between Divine Tears Gold and Divine Tears Gold will of course result in a lose-lose situation for both parties. Vulcan's blocked left arm missed the slashing sword, and in the end a small section was cut off. The blue coating on the sword was partially destroyed after this blow. Even the blade under the coating is curled. This should have been something to be thankful for again. But this time, before Vulcan's mood was high, he saw something that would bring even the souls to death. The small half of his left hand that had been chopped off exploded in midair before it could hit the ground. It turned into little blue ashes, like a snake, and flew to Hefkin's sword. Knowing that such an attack is indeed effective, it is no longer like before, when I tried my best but could only scratch some scratches on Hefkin's cold metal face that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. The nanoworms flipped the structure and replaced it with a shallow smile. The feeling of pride is self-evident. At the same time, the blade of the sword was repaired instantly, and the lost blue coating was recovered. What made Vulcan even more frightened was that a similar sword was taking shape in Hefkin's left hand. On her shoulders, 2 more arms grew, and of course each held a knife. There is also a thin layer of aqua blue coating on the blade edge. At this moment, Vulcan also understood the situation at hand. Every piece of flesh and blood that falls from his body becomes nourishment for his opponents. However, he could not find any way to weaken the opponent. Under the ebb and flow of one thing and another, does it still need to be stated clearly what the final outcome will be? So he began to struggle, and his only thought was to escape. One party is only thinking about escaping, but how can the other party let it go so easily? Moreover, the number of pocket-level Hefkins gathered was enough to fill several Iron Wall lords. If you want to stop him, you can do it with a body that is not afraid of death. The large robots gathered together, with 4 swords flying. Even if the opponent cannot be killed with a single blow, he can still cut off a piece from the metal body, as long as the Divine Tears of Gold breaks away from Vulcan's body. That moment is the moment when the elven light on this piece of metal is at its weakest. Before Vulcan can regain control and reclaim the metal, nanoworms scattered in the environment will attack the unprotected metal. Countless nanoworms use their bodies and energy to consume the last bit of elven light on the Divine Tears Gold. There will be other nanoworms later, decomposing the ownerless metal blocks, either grabbing other necessary materials, or dismembering the damaged nanoworms that have lost energy, and combining them with the decomposed God's Tier Gold. The nanoworms continue to create new companions of their own, as Vulcan had feared before. The real situation was even worse. First there were 4 swords, then the 5th, the 6th, and finally 12 swords flying around him. If it weren't for the limited space for movement, the number of swords would be even greater. The aqua blue blade gradually transformed from a thin coating to a blade component. Even the blades of the 2 main swords were directly transformed into ones made of Divine Tears Gold. The changes are obvious, and the damage caused is equally obvious, at least in the eyes of others. Vulcan was already helpless if he had no other trump card. Chapter 998 Counterattack. To Lin, who was watching, the battle between Vulcan and Hefkin was a foregone conclusion. But for Finn and the robots, this seemingly decided battle has actually not really started yet, because the Lord of the Iron Wall has not yet come up with another power that belongs to him. The power that truly suppresses all elemental creatures and makes people afraid to make mistakes. Just as the robots were guessing when Vulcan planned to break out, or if he missed the opportunity to break out, he was beaten to death in frustration. As for the latter, looking at Hefkin's appearance of rising, no one among the robots doubted that if the master of the Iron Wall didn't think of a way for himself quickly, he would really be hacked to death on the spot. Unfortunately, that ridiculous idea had no chance of coming true. A terrifying spiritual pressure centered on the Iron Wall Lord's battlefield and exploded in all directions. This sense of oppression not only points directly at everyone's souls, but also poses a near substantial threat from a spiritual level. Instead, it actually created the effect of a storm, shattering the pocket-sized robots surrounding him, and the Hefkin clones that were constantly changing forms in one breath. Although the nanoworms were not completely wiped out, they still caused considerable losses. Further away, the robots fighting against the Iron Wall army were also pushed back a few steps by the storm. Although they were not directly damaged by this wave of attacks like Hefkin's clones, there were still many more sensitive electronic parts on the robots that emitted bursts of lightning due to the overloaded energy, and then permanently stopped. Fortunately, the parts where this happens are in innocuous locations. The really critical electronic components are all well protected. At least none of the robots stopped because of this wave of attacks that were not considered attacks. At most, It will lose one leg or some insignificant functional equipment. The more surprising change is that the military strength on the iron wall side was not shaken by this wave of storm. Instead, as if it had been given a shot of blood, it suddenly rose up and killed a wave of robots. Not to mention the pocket-level robots. Many ordinary-level robots, even leader-level robots, suffered heavy losses in this wave of counterattacks. If they hadn't been dragged out of the battlefield by other companions for repairs, I'm afraid they would have been dismantled into scrap metal by the iron wall side on the spot. The change in the situation on the field still shocked someone who had only one arm left but insisted on staying and watching. The injury of the broken arm was not as serious as expected, except that one hand was missing. The reason why Lin insisted on staying was because he wanted to witness this battle to the end. From a selfish point of view, it is like the person who set the fire will always stay at the scene to watch his results. Such a perverted behavior. The reason why Lin Hui stayed was probably because he wanted to see how well the robot race he had created could crush the traditional top forces in the Earth elemental plane. He had never thought about the possibility of being overturned, so he was indescribably surprised by what he saw in front of him. What happened? Lin asked the Lich who came to him. What you have to deal with is a god. You don't think you can chop the opponent to death with a few big blades? Then picked up someone's empty sleeve and glanced at the broken arm. After confirming that the bleeding had been stopped, he stopped caring. It is not difficult for her to grow another arm. But that's not what you should do on the battlefield. The battle here was over, and she had plenty of time to heal someone. For now, just think of it as a lesson to some idiot who blew off an arm. However, Lin was shocked by the answer of the person next to him. He opened his mouth wide and said with a broken image, God? That's right. You didn't even know what you were dealing with. So you just fell on the ground like crazy. Then said with disgust, but looking at the stunned expression on the opponent's face, she still added another sentence. But the opponent hasn't shown his true skills yet. If you didn't know about it in advance, it's normal that you didn't find out. Looking thoughtfully at Hefkin, who was shaken away, Vulcan's aqua blue tear gold body floated into the air. Dots of white light came closer from far away, constantly gathering on him, adding a bit of a sacred feeling. Seeing this scene, Lin had one thought in his mind. He is really a god. So, how are the robots going to deal with it? The so-called battle of wits begins with a fight on the altar. Both sides must be at the same height before they can fight. So, are the robots, who are transformed and transformed based on elemental creatures, qualified to stand on the opposite side of a god? Is there even a way to kill a god? How will it end next? Amid someone's lack of confidence and deep doubts, the robots handed over an answer sheet that was unexpected but not difficult to imagine. Vulcan was floating in the air in full view of everyone. Such behavior was not called showing off, but was called a living target. On the battlefield, who are the people fighting against the iron wall? They are a group of robots that use at least one of the plasma cannons or railguns as their main weapons. In front of such an opponent, letting yourself appear in the sky without any cover and conspicuous is not like telling others to hurry up and focus their fire. So the robots followed suit. The targets also include members of the military, who have risen up on the iron wall side. The bombing was going to start anyway. So while focusing the fire on the god, it was just right to leave some out to greet his younger brother. Therefore, except for the robots in the battle, the other robots that have not been entangled are all ready to activate their main guns. They are also aiming at their respective targets under the coordination of the tactical command platform, the battleship battle group floating higher up, including the colonial ship Imaginary Number. Also deployed the turrets on the sides and belly of the ship, aiming at targets on the ground. The robot's offensive posture was very obvious, and Lin could certainly see it, especially Hef Queen, who was shattered into an unstable form. She did not reassemble her robot body. Instead, she gathered into turrets, aiming at high elevation angles at opponents who ignored her and floated into the air. Just look at this battlefield, which used to have a weird fighting style, but is now lined with anti-aircraft guns, like hedgehogs with spikes, as if to answer the doubts of a certain human magician. The first physical SH.L fired by the railgun hit Vulcan. It did not happen as imagined, that it was bounced away by the magic barrier before it hit. Instead, the cannonballs penetrated several layers of barriers quite bravely and hit the Divine Tear gold body. Of course, the SH.L eventually bounced away. It failed to leave any trace on that hard body. The first SH.I was like a clarion call for attack. As long as Vulcan was within shooting range, all the robots participated in the attack. Millions of cannons fired in sections under the coordination of precise calculations to avoid physical bullets from colliding with each other, and ensure that every shot was fired at the master of the iron wall. Plasma cannons have no similar concerns. However, the range is affected by the caliber. Those with a distance of several kilometers or more are basically dominated by railguns. In this way, a heroic symphony of war, even in a world without air and unable to transmit sound, still unfolds in everyone's thoughts and vision. Chapter 999, The First Battle Against God. Does Sh. Ling have any effect on the gods? If this problem is on the earth, and there are really gods, someone would not dare to say that it is okay. Who knows if these gods are as inviolable and invulnerable as described in most fantasy literature? Perhaps a weapon with a large enough yield can still cause trouble or even death to the opponent. For example, Big Ivan. If one Big Ivan doesn't work, then 10 Big Ivans. Hitting 10 from one is standard practice on Earth. Right. Gods. Someone thought so. If this problem is in the Lost Land, in this Earth elemental plane, then no one dares to say no. After all, robots were originally elemental creatures based on magic. As for which one is more advanced, magic or divine power, and whether they affect each other, who knows? At least someone doesn't have a lot of divine power to conduct controlled experiments, and certainly doesn't presuppose any position. If the robots want to make a fuss about the cannonballs, it is a very simple matter. The only difference is whether they do it or not. Now, in order to deal with a living god, they not only engraved magic array patterns on the cannonballs, but also used their precious original power to give each cannonball the attribute of magic attack. This also provides a good answer to someone's previous question. Can the robots deal with the gods or even kill them? For the latter, no one can guarantee that it can be done, but for the former, from the time Vulcan was bombarded to the moment of arrogance, it was as if cold water had been poured on him, and he began to become sluggish. It is not difficult to deduce that the magic attack may not be able to achieve the final result. A sure kill, but not completely ineffective. As a theatergoer, Lin can't just watch and do things. At least, I can't get into the mood of just watching a movie without Fat House, Happy Water, and popcorn in my hands. So of course someone is doing the same old thing, and will focus on the ability to detect the environment and record all the changes in the gods that Finn talks about. After all, every time I meet a god or someone of the same level, I either have a narrow escape and have no spare time, or else I am unable to observe and record the other person's condition properly for the sake of etiquette or not to offend the other person. Now that he can watch the show, and without the worries he had before, Lin will certainly not let go of such an opportunity. But while monitoring, Lin discovered something strange. The one-sided and fierce attack in front of him did indeed reduce the observation data of the elf light belonging to the Lord of the Iron Wall at the beginning. However, the number of outliers in the environment that cannot be classified temporarily is growing, and their scope of influence is still expanding. Only then did he have to use the computing power behind him to analyze what the outlier represented. And the battle changed again. The concentrated Sh. Ling seemed to be separated from a space and failed to hit Vulcan in the center, even though the Lord of the Iron Wall's divine tear-dull body was in tatters and crumbling. He still persevered. Even without his head, he could still feel his gaze scanning everyone present, and his determination. Under the gaze of everyone, the first crack appeared on the golden body of divine tears. Then came the second and third passes until the remains of the Lord of the Iron Wall were covered with cracks. And there was light coming from every crack, as if something was trying to break free. Lich Surong, who had never looked at the battle in front of him so seriously, corrected his attitude. The hands hidden in the long sleeves were stretched out for the first time. Put the 4 fingers together and raised the thumb slightly. There was no curse, but a series of strengthening magics from top to bottom blessed her completely. After getting a new body from Finn, Linka had never seen her act so cautiously. This couldn't help but make him get excited. And he also gave himself auxiliary magic. When he was sneak attacked by Vulcan before, he only had the basic support attached to him at the beginning, not his full set of magic effects. Now that we are facing a possible war, of course we should fight for whatever is available. The only regret is that one arm is missing, and I still have my dominant hand, which makes it quite inconvenient for me to do things. Thinking of this, Lin Jiang recited a secret spell, and immediately rolled up his empty right sleeve to act as an arm. It's just that there are no 5 fingers, and it is impossible to distinguish the upper arm, forearm, wrist, etc. It is just a soft cloth, controlled with power. After getting ready, Lin asked the lich next to him, "Do you know what is happening now?" Vin's cold-side face turned slightly to the side. And after scanning the man next to her with her seductive eyes, she no longer focused on him. But she still said, "It's a pretty smart idea to use Divine Tear's gold as the divine body. At least in my mind. I can't find a more suitable material. But for the gods, the physical body as protection is also a shackle. At least from Vulcan's performance. Shinlegend's body is not good enough to allow him to exert his full strength. In short, if he wants to fight back, I can't say. Getting rid of the shackles of the physical body seems to be the only way left. Get rid of the shackles of the physical body. Wouldn't the situation of the robot become worse?" Lin said in surprise. Although he didn't turn his head, he was facing someone. Danfin showed a rare smile and said, "That's right. But I also said that the body is a shackle. But it is also a protection." He jumped out of the turtle SHL, which means that he exposed his own weaknesses at the same time. "Come out. If you want to defeat him completely, this is the best chance. Defeat him completely." Lin was startled. This was the first time he heard about Vin's goal. Before he could figure out whether this was right or wrong, good or bad, the Lich suddenly shouted, "Open the night starry sky! The next battle is not something that the robots can fight." Although I didn't understand the purpose of Vin shouting, but Lin still followed the literal request and launched the starry sky environment simulation magic that he had not used for a long time. But the process of unfolding is not as easy as it used to be. As if something is hindering it. Lin closed his eyes and then opened them again. Countless numbers and codes flowed through his pupils, increasing his computing power by several levels in one go. The original obstacles are as fragile as window paper and can be overcome with a poke. The starry sky also unfolded smoothly. And in order to maintain it, we must spend more effort than before, so that every star can stay in the correct position. Only then did Lin notice the transformed Vulcan. I saw that he completely abandoned the Divine Tier gold body, and almost turned the rich energy into substance, condensing a body that was taller than the original Divine Tier gold body. The appearance didn't change much, but the sense of oppression was completely different and powerful. The energy halo emanating from Vulcan's body is the culprit that constantly erodes the integrity of the night sky. He even shakes the foundation of this magic, trying to destroy the structure of magic and restore everything to the way the environment should be. Of course, Lin can't let his opponent do what he wants, while maintaining the magic of the night sky. He also tried to analyze the energy halo on Vulcan. However, the unexpected amount of data is so large that even if someone tries his best, he cannot advance the analysis progress by even 1%. So Lin did not hesitate, and threw the calculation request at the world tree and the imaginary number floating in the air. The imaginary number did not take over this work alone, but organized the idle robots. Maybe they haven't reached the level of quantum computing like a certain human magician and a Curie, but they can't help but there are enough of them. Distributed computing is the specialty of robots. They can easily connect together and work towards the same goal. In a place where no one can see, a war without gunpowder smoke begins. Chapter 1000. Suppressing the Gods. He himself did not understand how earth-shattering things a certain human magician led the robot tribe did. The robots are even less clear, because they are just the tool people responsible for providing computing power, and have no idea what is going on behind this complicated calculation. The imaginary number made the request. They accepted it, and that was that. After all, there are too few enemies, and too many friendly forces on this battlefield. Most of the people were quite far away from the front line, so they could focus on the battlefield for a moment or two and follow the instructions of the tactical command platform to fire the main guns. Most of the time they were waiting. Under such circumstances, providing one's own computing power is not a big deal, so it is just a matter of course. This is still a feeling of nervousness or laziness, which will not appear in these programmed robots. Otherwise the battlefield commander will give a good lesson to this group of soldiers, who may mutiny if they make a fuss. How did Qin Qin lose the Battle of Feishui? It was not because of those fussy soldiers, but on the same battlefield. The two people who had experienced the divine battle had completely different feelings. He used the flash technique to attack, and carefully blessed his fists with dozens of demon breaking and demon attack effects. Of course, there were also attack methods against the incorporeal body of gods. Not everyone is qualified to touch the incorporeal gods appearing in this world. This statement is not just a vanity. It is a reality. Because ordinary people really can't touch the concentrated energy group, and they will be burned at most. They originally thought that this fist was just the first blow for both sides to test each other. But he didn't expect that for the gods. The various magical barriers that they were used to hanging like breathing and heartbeats didn't exist at all. This punch hit Vulcan's face firmly, and he ate the entire meal carefully prepared by the Lich with his face. Vulcan's head twisted on the spot more than 10 times before he stopped. His neck felt like a twist. Compared to the Lich's surprise, he felt more aggrieved. In order to forge the body of God, he did not establish the kingdom of God. After giving up the divine tier's gold body, even if this divine power cannot achieve the kingdom of God immediately, it will suppress the environment and turn the surroundings into its own geographical advantages. This is an infection characteristic of divine power, and no one needs to take charge. The kingdom of God controls this power within a certain range, prevents it from spreading, and continuously strengthens it. However, the divine power that should have been spontaneous was suppressed by another force that was not divine power. And it's not because that power is too strong that your own divine power has failed and can only be suppressed. It's because the other party uses clever methods to attack the weakness of your own divine power, and you don't know where this so-called weakness comes from. Where does it come from? Attack. Of course, Vulcan could not sit still and wait for death. So he controlled his own power and resisted. But he didn't expect that his rough methods were no match for him. And he was further suppressed in turn. This power even began to break down the magical barrier of divine power. Even if it was not completely neutralized, it was weakened to the point of being vulnerable. And this is far from the end. In his own perception, an even stronger chill hit him. It's as if someone is trying to strip themselves naked and look inside and out. God knows why an elemental creature without clothes, or even though he can wear equipment but has no shame of being naked, would feel this way. I wanted to concentrate on dealing with this all-pervasive force. But there was another human female magician. Although she still maintained the shape of an ordinary person, she was very good at divine warfare. Every blow, even if one's divine power can function normally, may not be able to be successfully defended. Not to mention that now, it is just barely parrying. It was its strength that made Vulcan think of a rumor from 1,000 years ago, from that strange sense of familiarity, about a lich who ruled the lost land and personally destroyed the old god system. In my impression, that person was from the undead system and had no dealings with their elemental elves. So I had never had any contact with him. Moreover, thanks to the collapse of the old god, he was able to gain the power that he was once not allowed to have by answering the dwarves' prayers and achieve his current status. So at that time, Vulcan also sent out capable subordinates to find out information about that person. But after the Demon King was killed, he stopped paying attention. In the almost eternal life of the elemental elves, he has seen too many things that come and go. People who have died or who have withdrawn from the positive stage of history are equally worthless. But how could such a person stand with those betrayers? Damn it! Hateful. Vulcan, who was beaten almost unilaterally, kept cursing in his heart. This resentment gradually accumulated. Of course, the largest number of robots, especially Head Queen, cannot just watch the show and do nothing. Even if the opponent is a god, he could beat him before. But not being able to beat him now only means that he didn't use the right method. So the robots were trying different methods, while carefully avoiding the human female magician who was fighting Vulcan in close combat. It is a pity that whether it is a railgun or a plasma cannon, even if it breaks through the inherent barrier of the gods, there is no way to cause any damage to the incorporeal energy polymer, especially the plasma cannon, which was originally thought to be interesting, turned out to be unable to cause even a slight disturbance, and was instead absorbed, or exploded and spread out. But compared to the crowd of robots, who were calmly testing under the tactical command platform, Hefkin focused on the human magician, the pleasant cooperation experience in the past, as well as the endless whimsical ideas, not to mention taking charge of the robot's calculations and greatly suppressing Vulcan. All gave Hefkin a little more hope for this human being. Mobilizing a small number of nanoworms, a mini robot was assembled around the magician, with the same silver-white appearance of the girl's twin tails. Head Queen crossed her legs and sat on Lin's shoulders. She conveyed her thoughts through contact and said delicately, "Sir, you have a way to solve the current predicament. Let us will the attack also work. Although he is working hard to counteract the corrosive power from Vulcan, Lin is not completely ignoring external things, and the cuteness of the mechanical girl was not enough to make him dizzy." Lin calmed down and cursed secretly that anyone who came into contact with Agiri would be crooked by that unruly short sword. But someone didn't want to think about who was the first person to bring a crooked box. He just responded in a formulaic way. Although I'm not sure whether the pie will be useful. I do have some ideas that I can try. But the question is, why do I have to tell you so much? Even if the robots are powerless, relying on the one who is fighting in the field can still solve our god's troubles. No. What if you just tell me? Hefkin said bewitchingly. Only to you? Lin turned his head this time and looked seriously at the mechanical girl sitting on his shoulder. Yes. Not everything has to go through Tinder. Aren't you just worried that some knowledge that is too troublesome will be known to too many unnecessary people? If it's just you and me, then there shouldn't be any big problem. Anyway, I owe you enough. It doesn't hurt to owe you more. No. Chapter 1001 Further Commitment. This is the version of no worries about debts. In the Earth Elemental Plane. Someone slandered. But seriously speaking, Hefkin's proposal is not something that cannot be ignored. At least this one respects me the most among all the robots. And of course, he has the closest relationship with him. This can be seen from the way they called Lin. When the elemental creatures encountered in the past met for the first time, they would only call someone human. Such a broad term. Because in their eyes, Lin is no different from other humans. After being transformed by fire, most were renamed magicians. One is acknowledging someone's contribution to their evolution. The other is acknowledging someone's abilities and no longer being an ordinary, inconsequential human being. Hefkin is the only one who would address someone as my lord. This kind of title is usually used by elemental creatures in front of elemental lords. The language of the elemental elves is the same as the beast language used by the demon cats. There is less human hypocrisy in the use of words and the content of the words, or duplicity. Therefore, it is quite credible to understand it literally. At least Lin and Hefkin have been working well together before. When the other party is asking for something, there will be no situation of being kind on the surface and stabbing in the back. Only humans can get away with this trick. Elemental elves are a bit like demons and demons. They may set traps in their words, but as long as they make a promise, they will stick to it, and they will not regret it. But you know, in addition to the original request, you also agreed to let a clone follow me. To go further would be a somewhat rude request, Lin said bluntly. Before an elemental creature can be transformed, it must first agree to 2 requirements, agreeing to borrow the power of the elemental spirit and conquering the outside world 5 times. This is the same for all robots, without exception. As for Hefkin, who obtained part of the knowledge of flash art from someone and used it on the phase transfer nuclear reactor, the price was to send a mini-level clone as someone's little follower. This has a time limit. After all, the lifespan gap between humans and elemental creatures is too big, and Hefkin's clone will regain his freedom at the end of Lin's lifespan. Of course, the wording would not be sinned, which has a slave connotation, but other words that sound more polite. But that is actually the same thing. Someone doesn't want to offend too many bosses of Hefkin's level on the issue of face. The reason why Lin agreed was that someone actually used this mini body as a Swiss knife, a multi-purpose tool. After all, it is an aggregation of nanoworms. If you want to transform into some small props, there is no one more convenient than her. But that's all. I won't and can't have any other unnecessary thoughts. For Hefkin, she wanted the full version of Blink, rather than a cut-down version that only works with wireless transmission of energy. That's why the 2 of them entered into this kind of agreement between master and follower. Instead of like other robots, where they only go out to do things after being summoned and paid. The so-called 5 expeditions to foreign lands are just calls that cannot be refused. And the rewards that should be collected will still be collected. On the one hand, a mere mini-body, considering Hefkin's current size, is an insignificant and trivial matter. Do it or not do it. It just depends on your mood. But she was unwilling to contribute more than a mini-body, because Hefkin is confident. It is not difficult for her to deduce the rest of the knowledge on the flash technique. And there was nothing else about the magician that interested her. Now it seemed that the magician was worth more than she had originally seen. Maybe most robots don't understand. But Hefkin, who is at the forefront of the battlefield against the Iron Wall Master, will know that the role played by this magician in the battle is greater than anyone imagined. Be big. To be able to suppress the divine realm. Something that countless elemental lords cannot do. A human magician can do. Could this be an ordinary person? Have no other value in you? With this understanding, making further commitments has changed from being unacceptable to being discussable. Hefkin's bottom line is that all agreements will be terminated on the day the magician dies. So in this short and limited time, it is not too much to promise anything. For Lin, he does hope to have more control over Head Queen. This is a thought I have had since I accidentally leaked too many things and regretted it. It's just that the words spoken, the married daughter, and the water thrown out are not so easy to take back. So Lin did not make too many demands on Hefkin. Another big reason is that I can't figure out how to restrain this being who, under my unintentional suggestion, has become similar to a bug. If it pisses me off, that scene is unimaginable. However, if the other party jumped involuntarily, Lin certainly had no reason to extrapolate. So he said, "The conditions are still the same, as long as you agree to be controlled by me. Telling you the knowledge is not a big problem." "The same? By the end of your life?" "Yes. This agreement will end when I die." Lin spoke in plain language without any scruples. At the same time, he took out a fingernail-sized magic stone from his pocket and handed it to the mechanical girl sitting on his shoulder. "If you agree, just accept what's inside." Head Queen's mini-girl clone did not immediately accept the magic stone, which was supposed to contain an unknown program. Instead, she turned her expressionless little face to a certain magician and asked, "In addition to discussing with me enthusiastically at the beginning, your subsequent performance was all kinds of worries. Worrying that I would learn from you." He gained too much power, so he tried every means to limit me. But I never seem to worry about what I will do with this power after you die. Why is this? After I die, who cares about the floods? Even if I want to take care of it, I'm dead. That means I can't see it and can't take care of it. All I can do is try not to leave the bad stuff for the future. The rest is to try not to increase your own troubles. Especially the kind of troubles that may not be solved even if you pay a heavy price and die. If the former and the latter contradict each other, of course I would choose the latter. So, you will not interfere with my future after your death. How to use these powers. Every decision and every choice always has its time and space background factors, and should not be generalized. When I am still alive, I can think with you to solve the troubles that seem to require the use of those powers. Is there any other easier way? Or can I find a way to stop you from abusing it? But after I die, no one helps you. And there are people who force you to the point where you have to use those powers. Is the fault on me, or on those who force you to the point of no return? And you can only choose to break the agreement with a dead ghost, or be bullied to death. So what does this mean? For things in the future, people in the future must be responsible for themselves, rather than throwing the responsibility on the dead. Someone said plausibly. Chapter 1002 Followers. As if being shocked by the specious reasoning of a certain magician, Hefkin was speechless for a moment. I could only change the topic and ask again. "I also have a feeling that you are not like other magicians I have met who want to sign a contract just after catching the elemental elves. I wish we could sell ourselves for the rest of our lives, but they themselves would not pay any price. The point I want to emphasize is that they always like to come up with weird magical contracts and ask us to sign them. But you don't seem to care about this? It doesn't even matter that we exploit verbal vulnerabilities. If you want to put all the promises in a contract written in black and white, you have to dig it out word by word. People who do this kind of thing do it on the premise that they don't intend to keep their promises, so they have to make things flawless first. If you were such an untrustworthy person, then there wouldn't even be these discussions today. So, you trust me?" Elf Queen asked curiously. He continued to ignore the fierce battle between Fun and Vulcan on the battlefield. Lin tilted his head, thought for a while, and said, "No, I think that's not trust." "What is that?" "Well, on the premise that we have the same interests, and believe that each other does not need to resort to unscrupulous methods to resolve differences. Is this a long-term cooperation and mutually beneficial model? What a shame. At this time, girls will prefer to hear, yes, I believe in you unconditionally. Such words." Lin spread his hands and said, "It's a pity. I'm not the kind of person to say that. No matter if the object is you or a girl who is also a human being." After saying that, he flicked the magic stone in his hand and asked at the same time, "Do you still want this?" The position where the magic stone was balanced was not very good, and the mini-mechanical girl couldn't reach it even if she stretched out her hand. But this was not a problem for Hefkin. Her petite left palm shot out directly, and grabbed a magic stone that was much larger than her palm. Then he connected the chain that flew out of the palm, and quickly recovered the palm and the magic stone together. "What's this? How to use it? You wouldn't treat something of this magnitude as an offering. Just plan to bribe me?" "Of course not. It is a small program for communication, similar to a tactical command platform," Lin explained. "Why don't you just give me the method to deal with that big guy in the sky?" If there really was such a method, I would have walked sideways and beaten those guys in the gemstone pit with their eyes above their heads until they crawled on the ground like dogs. "How can I come here to play with you like these children?" Lin said angrily. Hefqueen used the method of communication fire to establish a connection with the magic stone in her hand. Sure enough, as a certain magician said, it is a program with a small capacity. does not contain any design information, and is quite easy to use. For mechanically programmed robots, using the program is like human breathing and heartbeat, which requires no practice and can be understood by touch. The small program Lin gave was an instant messaging software that had never been made public. The people in this group are also regarded as core members. Apart from Lin himself, there are only 2 apprentices, Kaya and Halumi, Fun, and the non-human being Hagiri. Although Leonardo was also someone's apprentice, he still couldn't get into this group, let alone the others. It's not that he doesn't value this fellow countryman. It's just that this kid has no interest in hiding behind the keyboard, and everything he says is done face to face. The things he was responsible for were not important enough to be reported at all times, so he was not allowed to use instant messaging. Head Queen is the 6th person to enter this small circle. Lin would do this kind of action, which would reveal all his trump cards in one go. Apart from wanting to believe in the original Elemental Lord, he also knew another thing. After reaching a certain level, every word spoken will affect one's own destiny. If you want to build on this foundation, you can't be duplicitous. Only by facing your true intentions and being consistent in your words and deeds can you reach a higher realm. In the end, it is to reach the height of following the words of the gods. Probably the only exceptions are those special beings who regard lies as their core concept. In Lin's eyes, Hefkin was the one who touched that boundary. So as long as you get her verbal commitment, you can rest assured that the other party will keep the promises she made. If the other party violates it, it's honestly okay, because this means that Hefkin has no chance of reaching that higher level. So there is no need to be afraid. It is precisely because of this that he acted as he did today. If the other party was weaker and not qualified to reach that level, maybe Lin wouldn't dare to trust the other party with all his heart and soul. Hefkin may have seen through someone's little thoughts, but he didn't reveal them. After all, in terms of interests and positions, she and the magician are on the same side at this stage. For robots, the use of programs can be directly connected to their consciousness. It's not like humans who need a water mirror screen as a medium, or someone projected in the field of vision, in order to see and operate the program. As soon as he entered the instant messaging group, the first thing Hefkin saw was a row of curses from the Lich in the midst of a fierce battle. What are you whispering to others next to you? Give me a hand and don't sit back and watch. Hateful. If you continue to watch the show, I will give you a good show when you go back. You are a pig-born bitch. A cat-raised guy. And no one wants you. Don't let me free my hands. Otherwise I will definitely beat you to death. And beating you once is not enough. I want to beat you 10 times. Speaking of this 10 times gag, how did Finn know about it? Someone who also noticed these messages was wondering. The dumbfounded Hefkin pointed at the 2 sides fighting in the sky and asked, "Why don't you help her?" Don't worry. Since Finn still has free time to curse people in the group, it means the situation is not urgent yet. She was just unhappy that I was standing nearby, doing nothing. But it's not that I haven't done something serious. As long as you can help next time, she won't pursue the matter of us standing here chatting. Lin laughed. How can I help? Lin used his only remaining hand to grab and toss in the air. In fact, he was tossing a certain file to Hefkin from his field of vision. This action is only possible because of the application of instant messaging programs. This was also the reason why Lin wanted to give the communication program to the original Elemental Lord first. Hefkin opened the file and saw that the content was similar to the weapon design file recorded in Tinder. But this firearm is new and not recorded in Tinder. If the group of people staying at Starry's home in the holy city of Midland were to look at it, they would definitely be able to identify the weapon in this design document at a glance. It was a heavy magic sniper rifle that had not been officially used since it was built. Without Hefkin to ask, Lin asked first, "How can you assemble this weapon?" Chapter 1003 Head Queen's version, I have no life. Is this weapon a way to solve that problem? Hefkin pointed at the god Vulcan, who looked like a giant in the sky, but was beaten like a ball. It's just a possible direction. I'm not sure. If I was really convinced that this weapon could solve the problem, I would have gone home a long time ago and brought the ready-made one from home. However, I expect that many modifications will be needed, and it will not be the kind of modification that can be easily handled on the battlefield. So from the beginning, I never thought about using this weapon. After Lin finished his brief statement, he turned to look at the mechanical girl sitting on his shoulder with bright eyes. Compared to the universal tool, Iron Man's nano armor is certainly more attractive. With Hefkin and her willingness to cooperate, that dream no longer seems out of reach. But if you are able to change freely, you should be able to solve this problem. Of course, There is also the issue of energy that depends on you. After all, if the target is gods, it cannot be solved with a few joules of energy. It may require hundreds of thousands, or even millions or tens of millions of joules of energy. So if I didn't join, you wouldn't have taken out this weapon at all? Elf Queen asked curiously. Like I said before, I have no doubt that Finn can handle this on his own. It's just a matter of time. Whether you have this gun or not, whether you join in to help or not, it will not affect the final result. After getting the answer, Hefkin no longer planned to waste time. Asked directly, what should I do? Just assemble this gun directly? Back to business. Lin was not going to change the subject any further. He said bluntly, that's just the first step. And the next step will depend on the situation. I want to find the right way, but I don't know if I can do it before the battle is over. Someone said this with a guilty conscience. Someone is definitely not afraid that Finn won't be able to hold on, and will be defeated by Vulcan. The real situation is completely reversed. Many people may be surprised by how far the Lich, who had already killed gods thousands of years ago, can achieve it today. Lin didn't think that after gaining scientific methods and knowledge of the Earth, Finn was still the same demon king thousands of years ago. As a guy who has made some achievements in astronomy and physics, and is far from being a great scholar, he is able to make a success of himself in the mysterious world by integrating the knowledge of magic. The Lich, who was originally a trendsetter in this world, couldn't have twice or even triple the explosive power. Don't look at the one in the battle, scolding someone unpleasantly on the instant messaging platform. If someone came to help out of nowhere, they would probably be scolded even worse. Because this battle was originally a battle where the Lich wanted to verify his current self. I haven't seen her fight until now. And she is still fighting with Vulcan in a physical fight with bare hands. If she really had murderous intentions, even if she took out a lightsaber, her attack power would have to be increased several times. Not to mention borrowing a box from someone. Not to mention staying undefeated by then. Vulcan would probably be in danger even if he wanted to survive. After all, his opponent was the former Demon King. Besides, if there is no good way to deal with the gods, if Lin intervenes rashly, the chance of holding him back is relatively high. Then it will not be as simple as scolding. But if there really was a good way to resolve the battle quickly, then wouldn't insist on fighting to the end. No matter what. She is still a magician at heart, not a single-minded warrior. At someone's signal, Hefkin hooked her fingers. Countless nanoworms that had not yet been formed swarmed in, stacked up in front of Lin, and rose from the ground to form a railgun and electromagnetic gun that were very different from robots, and closer to the appearance of traditional gunpowder weapons on Earth. Huge firearms. Such a big thing. If you want to shoot it on Earth, you have to do it in a prone position. And it's even more awkward to operate it with one arm. Even though Lin used his power to roll up his sleeves into a temporary arm, there were still some problems in operating this heavy sniper flexibly. I don't know if it's because of her feminine personality that makes Hefkin a little more careful, or because as an elemental elf who has lived for an unknown number of years, she is used to dealing with humans and knows how to take care of them. Hefkin considered that someone only had one arm left, so she specially used the structure of a robot to build a multi-directional gun mount for this heavy sniper. This set of gun mounts can not only adjust the aiming direction arbitrarily, but also secure heavy snipers more firmly. There is also a recoilless device, making it effortless for a disabled person to operate it with one hand. Even when it came to aiming, Lin felt that Hefkin could take care of it for him, and he only had to pull the trigger. Maybe you don't even have to pull the trigger. Just open your mouth. Lin was a little surprised at how convenient Hefkin could make up for something someone hadn't noticed. However, it is hard to say whether such an initiative is good or bad. But this was not a good time to continue to be distracted. Lin methodically adjusted his focus and prepared for shooting. However, just making such a gun would not be able to exert its maximum power. The original design of I Have No Life is just a magic version of a heavy sniper rifle that imitates the Earth's gunpowder weapons. The most critical anti-power equation cannot be completed from the structure of the firearm. The I Have No Life kept at Starry's home in the Holy City relies on a specially made green-eyed magic stone gun to shoot anti-power magic attacks. As for this special gun, in addition to being used as a magic stone to provide energy, its more important purpose is to be engraved with extremely complex magic patterns that are difficult to discern with the naked eye, creating a one-time item that is very different from the common magic model of the mysterious land. This bulk component cannot be made just by looking at the design drawings. This is related to the interaction of magic arrays and the complex superposition of powers. which is something that the current connection method of nanoworms is still unable to do. Maybe in the future, some special material can be found so that the nanoworms made of this material can meet someone's standards for transmitting magical energy. Before that, Lin did not trust that the gun parts that Hefkin had gathered together could complete the magic attack of the anti-power equation. If it could be done so easily, someone would have already mass-produced the heavy sniper or used it as a conventional weapon. After making the first revision to Hag Queen's version of the heavy sniper, "I have no life," Lin quickly passed the revised concept drawing to the mechanical girl sitting on his shoulder. The firearms assembled by the nanoworms immediately changed. But just as Lin thought, Hefkin only made the firearm according to the design drawings, and she did not understand the purpose of each part. Perhaps she would have a rough idea by comparing it to the railgun or electromagnetic gun used by the robot. But Hefkin did not raise any objections or questions about someone removing the bolt part and replacing it with a slot-type design. Can't you understand this? Or do you mean that even if you don't understand, you are still very considerate and don't ask unnecessary questions? There was no time to think about Hefkin's thoughts at the moment. In addition to getting the original version to install the heavy sniper gun action, the easiest way is of course to just use the replacement. And the other all-purpose substitute I have is, of course, the Hakiri. Chapter 1004 I am not a red warrior. There are many things that nanoworms cannot do. This was the first idea that came to someone who had unlimited fantasies about nanotechnology at first, after seeing a magical creature realize it and trying to use it in real life. However, there are some things that nanoworms cannot do, but Hakiri can easily do. Flexibly controlling the anti-power equation and converting it into offensive magic is one of them. The reason why the heavy sniper weapon is not directly replaced by Hakiri is because Hakiri is not responsible for providing the power needed to cast magic. But the special green-eyed magic stone can. After each shot, a precious magic stone will be scrapped. Rather than being damaged here, it is better to say that the power contained in it has been drained, and there is no possibility of natural recovery. So it has to be scrapped. Hag Queen's version of the heavy sniper is powered by her terrifyingly large set of phase-shifting nuclear fusion reactors hidden in the constantly changing phase space. Not having to be the poor guy who was sucked dry was also the reason why Nagiri agreed to allow someone to temporarily become the weapon parts of the weapon. The consent here is not the kind where one person and one knife have communicated in advance and signed various unequal treaties before proceeding. It's just that Lin used the flash technique to take the box and cut it in his hand, and then embedded it into the groove that Haiban Yuo Wuxing had left in advance. The knife did not object during the whole process. Although Hefkin didn't understand why the knife was used to replace the key parts of her body, she didn't plan to be too curious during the battle. Anyway, since this magician is willing to stay and develop a deeper cooperative relationship, he will have a lot of time to ask questions slowly. Don't rush. On the contrary, it was a certain knife who remained silent throughout the whole process. At this time, his voice sounded directly in someone's mind. Faintly, "I want to tell you the rest. Do you have a very familiar sense of sight?" "What do you mean the rest?" someone protested. "You are the only one left among the three. If you are not the remaining one, then what are you?" Faced with the merciless rebuttal of this broken knife, someone decided not to argue with this piece of shit that was getting smaller and smaller for the time being, and said, "What did you want to say about the sense of sight? You can put your dagger into your firearm, and you're going to fight a monster that can grow in size. And there are many robots around as backup. Not to mention they can also turn into giant robots. This strong sense of sight, don't you think it looks like something? I am not the red warrior of the team." Someone roared in his heart and pulled the trigger at the same time. In the C version, there is a strange scene where little bits of fluorescence appear around me and are absorbed by the gun. At the same time, the speed of nuclear reactors that are constantly shifting between different phases drops sharply, and a large amount of energy is transferred toward the Earth elemental plane. The anti-power attack did not start immediately, but it was only enough for someone to yell on the instant messaging channel to remind the Lich fighting on the front line to back off. Fun, who accurately grasps everything on the battlefield, certainly also noticed the weapons that Lin and Hefkin worked together to create, so she didn't even think about someone's roar, and directly used the flash technique to retreat to someone's side. Although the Lich is very confident in his own strength, there is no need to sit around and block the gun. The fully charged weapon suddenly became silent, and the surrounding environment seemed to be controlled by the oppressive atmosphere. The battle between the robots and the elemental creatures also froze for a moment. The next moment, a small red and blue spiral intertwined beam of light was fired from the muzzle, in an arc that defied gravity. It shot from bottom to top, hitting the body of the god Vulcan, who had suddenly missed the enemy. The anti-power beam did not penetrate the god's body. And of course, it did not kill the god with one blow. But Vulcan, who received a shot without warning, was instantly swept away by pain. The unstoppable howl could penetrate the consciousness of all elemental creatures and robots, as if it could pierce everyone's eardrums. Lin and Fin are no exception. Gathered with pure energy, the almost physical divine body originally appeared to be blue and white in Lin's normal human vision. There is backlight and halo, and its shape is vague and elusive to the viewer, with a hint of sacrosanctity. But after being hit by an anti-power beam, the place where Vulcan was shot felt like sewage was poured into clean water. It transformed into a colorful energy body that was boiling and even changing its shape irregularly, as if a foreign object was trying to break free from its body. This change was, of course, the first time Lin had seen it. When an anti-power magic that uses gods as its imaginary enemy hits a creature below a god, regardless of its strength, it will be strangled by the anti-power magic in an instant. Such destructive power gives someone inexplicable confidence. When it was actually used to deal with these gods, who were no longer mortal, the power was not as amazing as imagined. Even though Vulcan howled like nothing, he was indeed blocked by the opponent. Moreover, in observation, the power disintegration effect of anti-power magic and the infection and assimilation effect of divine power are competing with each other. The result was not surprising. Under the suppression of Vulcan, the scope of influence of the dirty energy body gradually shrank, and the howling gods gradually recovered. In the end, the original energy of the anti-power magic attack was forced into the palm, and even separated from the divine body, and it was annihilated in the fierce clasping of hands, and disappeared into nothingness. Vulcan's divine drive also returned to its original appearance, as if everything had never happened. No one dares to guarantee whether this god is really unscathed as Vulcan appears on the surface, because according to Lin's observation, his energy level has dropped a lot, and he is much weaker than when he first saw him. Regardless of whether this observation is correct or wrong, Vulcan, who got rid of the terrible poison a certain god, didn't know what hit him, so he called it poison, had a more vicious attitude, gritted his teeth and said, "Damn human being. You piss me off. You piss me off completely. Be prepared to bear the price. Don't think that death will be your end. You will taste more pain." Someone never paid attention to such a trivial threat. Although he was on the battlefield, most of his attention was spent on guarding against the opponent. But Lin had no idea what to do next. Just when Vulcan launched the third wave of attacks, an envelope icon floated into the corner of someone's field of vision. This meant that someone was sending a magical network email to him. It's just that at this unusual moment, Lin will turn off those redundant reminder functions, so as not to interfere with his concentration on the battlefield. But there are exceptions to this action of closing the reminder, especially those letters whose content may contain the key to reversing the battlefield situation. Of course, the system will not automatically identify the content. Lin just sets up a wide list for the sender. The source of this email is the World Tree Wadwo. The content is the analysis result of Vulcan's divine power. This uses all the spare computing power of the World Tree, plus more than 70% of the computing power of the robots in the entire Earth elemental plane, as well as Lin's own subplane tower computing power. Such a luxurious lineup can achieve this in such a short time. Get the result within the time. Otherwise, if you just rely on your own subdimensional tower for analysis, you won't be able to get the answer without a month of effort. Now that he had obtained the results of the divine power analysis, Lin showed a proud smile, patted the gun part of the weapon with his remaining left hand, and said, "Execute Plan B. Let's see what kind of answer we will get this time." The object, of course, is the blue wave sword-shaped Shikiri lying peacefully inside. Chapter 1005 Plan B. What is Plan B? Not to mention the mini-mechanical girl who has been sitting on someone's shoulder doesn't understand. Even the lich who just returned to someone and is considering whether to continue and go to stand up to Vulcan doesn't understand. But as a person with a similar mind and a sword, in fact, it is just a one-sided peek into other people's thoughts without permission. There is no need for unnecessary words, because all their discussions are completed directly within the realm of consciousness. Hagiri will deliberately speak on the communication platform, or use air vibration to speak in real life, just to make trouble or complain about someone. But when it comes to business matters, communication within the consciousness will be much faster, without wasting time, and you can still complain about people. For example, let's take the exchange just now. Sagittari, hey. The rest. Your anti-power equation is not strong enough and was blocked by others. Lynn, as expected. Not the worst case scenario. Sagittarius. This isn't the worst. Lynn, of course. You don't see that this is two forces pulling each other. And in the end the anti-power equation loses. Haggery. It means that if the energy supporting the anti-power equation is more than that of the opponent, you can eat the opponent. Lynn, don't you think this is a paradox? Because we want to find a way to kill God that we can do. But the conclusion is that as long as we are stronger than God, we can kill him. Well, this is not a paradox, but a joke. Sagittarius. So what are you going to do? Lynn, didn't Walworth send over the answer? Sagittarius. Well, you know I have no brain. Can you considerately use explanations that I can understand? Lynn, the anti-power equation is not to annihilate power, but to disintegrate the connection between basic power particles and cause them to collapse. It's like breaking the molecular chain and reducing it to the atomic state. When dealing with ordinary magical creatures and props, their power composition is irregular and disorderly. Therefore, the inverse power equation requires a lot of computing power to be analyzed first and then destroyed. Sagittarius, then? Lynn, it's like an exam answer sheet. You don't know what will come up in the test questions, so you have to spend a lot of time preparing. When you see a problem, analyze it and then answer it. But if you know what the test questions are in advance, no matter how difficult they are, you can still read the book or ask someone to find the answers. In the end, you will just memorize the answers during the exam. Well, okay, you haven't passed the exam, so I'm just blind to give you this example. In short, you only need to know one thing: God's power. He is regular and orderly. If it has been parsed by us in advance, we only need to crack it in a targeted manner, and the step of parsing is no longer needed. Hagiri, is this possible? The attack just now was resisted and finally destroyed. Lynn, well, it should be okay. In addition to not having enough energy base to support the anti-power equation, I want to increase the speed so that the divine power has no time to reassemble the disintegrated power and fill in the lost parts. Under the circumstances, there should be a chance of success. Sagittarius, then. Try it? Lynn, of course you have to try it. How can you know the result if you don't try it? So let's use the improved anti-power equation for the next attack. Or you can ask a revised version to do the God-slaying equation. It's rare to have so many people help us analyze divine power. And then, that person gritted his teeth and said he wanted to kill me. There is basically no room for change. With such an opponent, how could I be willing not to give it a try? It's just that there's nothing wrong with your adjustments there. Hagiri, who am I? Where is Mr. Hakakiri? Little things like this rarely faze me. It's just that God's Slayer or something. So there's no need to talk too early. This saves you from firing blanks later, which is embarrassing and ugly. Why do I feel the urge to throw away this knife? In reality, Lin tapped the trigger of the gun with his left hand, and Hagiri responded immediately. He said on the platform, I temporarily take over control. Then he took control of the nano-worms that gathered in the sea and changed the structure of this heavy sniper according to the new needs. This action is nothing in the eyes of others, but it is completely different to the mini-mechanical girl sitting on someone's shoulder, because her nano-worms are out of control. The other person, who was equally thoughtful, was, of course, Lin. It seems that to deal with this bug-like nano-worm aggregate, we should start with electronic warfare to gain control. As for whether it was too early to remind Head Queen, considering that she can be considered one of our own. And in matters like electronic warfare, there is no absolute offense or absolute defense. It is purely a battle of wits and skill to see who is superior. Making Hef Queen realize that she needs to take precautions in this regard is not so much that she will lose an advantageous means of dealing with her in the future, but rather that it will prevent others from using this trick to control her. And it will become a secret trick against herself. I don't know if I don't care and still have a way to solve it myself, or if I really care but know that this is not the time to discuss these issues. Hefkin just let her mechanical girl clone turn her head to look at someone without saying a word. Although Lin was judged to be quite slow, he didn't think that everyone in the world was an idiot when it came to calculating the stakes. But now is really not the time to talk about these things. So Lin directly said to Hefkin, if you have any questions after this battle, let's find a time to discuss it carefully. Now please cooperate with Hagiri and resolve this battle properly. As if she agreed to someone's proposal, the mechanical girl returned her gaze to the heavy sniper that had lost control. Not only did he want to observe the reasons for the loss of control on his own, but he also wanted to know what kind of changes the controlled nanoworms had made. Although out of control, these nanoworms are still under his surveillance. and the contact is not completely severed. So Hefkin can still know what happened. Under the control of the box cutter, the structure of the weapon has not changed much, except for the addition of a row of fish scale-shaped square blades on the left and right sides of the gun body. The blades that open backwards are used to dissipate heat, or they are like solar panels, used to absorb energy. Considering that there is no air in the Earth elemental plane, air cooling heat dissipation cannot be achieved. So Haggerty should not be stupid enough to make such a design. The previous dots of fluorescence were absorbed into the energy storage phenomenon of the gun, and now they have turned into a whirlwind of light flow, being eaten by the two rows of blades. Not only did the external energy storage speed increase, Haggerty also gave Hefkin an astronomical amount of energy supply applications. Attached to the application is a physical calculation that calculates how much energy is needed to completely disintegrate Vulcan's divine body, and the new anti-power equation to deliver the fatal blow. Although compared with the power level of a complete divine body, the requirements put forward by Haggerty are far inferior. But it was already enough supply that troubled Head Queen. This original elemental lord was also a ruthless person. Without bargaining or questioning the correctness of the calculation, he directly put more than 90% of the nanoworms into hibernation, and the phase shift reactor fully supplied the revised version of Yumwushing. The progress of charging the gun machine immediately increased dramatically. Chapter 1006 Killing the God. Vulcan, who was immersed in anger, certainly did not just watch others perform quietly, allowing the weapon that threatened him to hit his head again. Lin used the same infinite distance trap to try to keep the angry god out of threatening distance. But this time, he could see the irrationality of divine power that violated common sense in physics. The superimposed infinite space will make the target like the turtle that only travels half the distance per unit time, and will never reach the end. But the divine power supported by faith and the obsession to break through turned into supernatural effects, eroding the physical reality. Seeing that the real distance between the enemy and ourselves is getting shorter and shorter, and the moment before the infinite superposition space is about to be broken through, the improved C version of Uwashing has completed its energy storage. This time Lin did not pull the trigger to declare dominance, but directly ordered, "Fire!" The one who fired again was not as powerful as the first time. It was not like the red and blue intertwined beam of light that crossed the sky, but condensed into a pitch-black bullet. It should have been so fast that no one could catch up with the naked eye. But everyone who witnessed Uwashing firing had an illusion. Each of them witnessed the scene of dart bullets bursting out from the barrel of the gun, until Vulcan is hit. However, Vulcan struggled to dodge, and was still hit. His giant spirit-like body froze in midair, as if he had been cast by magic. But Lin, an insider, knew very well that neither the anti-power equation nor the modified version of the god-slaying equation had an immobilizing effect. So does this work? Or does it not work? In conclusion, Vulcan, the god of war-seeking in metals, turned into little fluorescent lights, and vanished into ashes in full view of the crowd without any wailing of pain or any struggle or resistance. The result was completely different from the previous time when Yu howled miserably after being shot, and then squeezed the power of the anti-power equation and finally drove it out. Lin was surprised by such silent results. Others were more shocked than surprised. A god, an elemental lord of the earth elemental plane, who was at the top of the metal man. That was the end of it. Not only did the robots not realize that they could shout victory cheers, but the members of Iron Wall's army also looked blankly at the place where their gods once existed, and their hearts went blank. Vulcan died like this? Hefkin asked suspiciously. I don't think so yet. The results of someone's environment detection do not support such a conclusion, because the core of the divine power still exists, right where Vulcan turned into ashes. And this core is not dead. It is still trying to seize power and reorganize everything. Unfortunately, all efforts were in vain. The reason is simple. This is the Earth elemental plane. The energy form that is the basis of operation is not the 8 powers of the Lost Land. Moreover, the location of the battlefield was still shrouded under its own night sky. However, this environment is not entirely composed of the 8 powers. What the core of divine power wants to seize is the power, but it will be suppressed by other powers. Therefore, the gods who have achieved success in the Lost Land will also be limited by the power of the Lost Land. Someone thought so in his mind. If you can't draw the core to replenish your strength, you will naturally open up other avenues and find ways to break through the status quo. The destination is of course the world that made it possible, the Lost Lands. He just wanted to cause trouble in someone's night sky. Lin didn't dare to say that he could guard against it without any flaws, but at least he could detect it in advance. If you are aware of it, you can take targeted protection. It's just, what the hell is this thing? How to prevent it? Someone is confused and clueless, just wanting to ask a well-informed lich. Lin turned around and saw Finn, who had always maintained a cold face. At this time, his eyes widened and his mouth opened. He looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. Someone's gaze brought her back to reality, and she said, "This is the first time I have seen such a pure godhead." Godhead. That's godhead. Knowing the answer, Lin's surprised expression was not inferior to that of a certain lich who still knew about dignity and manners. It's just that it's nerve-wracking to know how to deal with this unexpected and most incredible answer. Looking back, it seemed that the robots knew better than themselves what the white thing floating in the air was. Even though they have cold steel faces, they all show greedy desire. Should you pass this thing on to someone else? It's better to keep it. Even if you don't inherit this godhead, you can still do research. Study the rules behind such an unreasonable thing as divine power. Although I had successfully analyzed divine power before, I had never studied a complete godhead. But how to collect it? Are there any taboos? Will you be affected? These are all things to consider. No matter what. I don't want to inherit the concepts of or hunting in metals. The former is too low level, and the latter is completely incomprehensible. Even if such a godhead is achieved, I am afraid it will only be a weak divine power. Or it will become a follower of others and linger on. No one would envy the status of such a god, especially if there was a woman beside him who used to enjoy killing gods. Whenever I fall asleep, my head may be touched off. The greed of the robots can be simply ignored. The god-killing blow was struck by the firearms gathered by Hefkin, and the relevant knowledge and calculations were provided or led by themselves. No matter how much they longed for the godhead, that they didn't know whether it would be useful to robots. They were not qualified. Make a claim to inherit before the first two give up. As for grabbing, the original owner of the godhead had just been killed. Whoever thinks that he must be stronger than Vulcan and can withstand that unknown blow can go ahead and grab it. Being able to blow up the first one, the robots had no doubt that a certain human magician could blow up the second one. But in fact, it really can't be done. Judging from the performance of the anti-power equation in attacking gods, it seems that there are doubts about whether the attack magic that I am proud of can be effective against creatures or living creatures that do not construct themselves based on power. In short, Lin could only ask the expert next to him for his opinion on what to do. With just one glance, Lin could understand someone's thoughts without even saying a word. She stretched out her green jade hands, regained her usual calmness and beauty, and said, "Lend me the Hakakiri." Use the flash technique to directly take out the blue wave knife embedded in the C version of Yuwashi. Then change it. Change the direction. And hand out the handle of the knife towards the lich. Lin also asked, "What are you going to do?" "That's it." After saying that, then shot out with a sword. Hagiri was nailed straight to the godhead that was trying to run around, but was restrained by someone using space magic. Although it was only a short time. Hagiri also connected with Finn, and immediately knew what the lich wanted to do. Even though the god-slaying equation is incredibly powerful, it only affects regular and orderly divine power, and cannot destroy the godhead. This is also the reason why the pure godhead will be left behind. But how could a lich who is a professional in killing gods not be able to deal with these things that appear to be very hard, but actually become very fragile if used in the right way? And this method is not difficult for Shakiri. Under everyone's attention, desire turned into despair. The godhood nailed by the blue wave sword version of the box cut gradually materialized from the spherical halo, and then shattered like an egg-shell. Every time a piece of it peels off and falls to the ground, the fragments of the godhead will dissipate. The godhead was shattered. Chapter 1007 God's Destruction. "It was demolished like this. What a pity," someone said regretfully. "But the real feeling is that I don't have much regret. Just some emotion." Then explained in a rare way. "This kind of power that gathers everyone's thoughts. If you can't touch it, don't touch it. Unless you want to become unlike yourself." After thinking about it, Lin said, "But the power of the elemental spirit that you plan to obtain, doesn't it seem to be the same thing now?" Finn was stunned for a moment, and then said, "The two seem to be the same. But in fact, there are some differences. Although the elemental spirit also brings together the thoughts of all the elves in the earth elemental plane, it is extensive. The godhead is centered around once a concept takes shape. It will eventually be swallowed up by the concept, and no self will exist. Do you know the difference between awareness and obsession?" Lin said thoughtfully. Then he gave up thinking about overly complicated religious and philosophical issues, which after all was what he was not good at. On the contrary, the robots were more open-minded than Lin imagined. After their godhead was broken, they only expressed regret, but no one cursed. It means that they have no position to curse, and the only one who can get along with it is Head Queen. But she is the calmest among all the robots. Even when her godhead was still intact, she didn't reveal a trace of desire, as if she sensed someone's curiosity about her. The mini-mechanical girl sitting on Lin's shoulder turned to face the magician from the lost land and asked, "What's wrong? You don't seem to care about the broken thing? Borrowing other people's power, and then becoming a slave to it is something I don't even bother to do. Maybe if Vulcan had known about it earlier, he wouldn't have chosen this way." What I said is full of revelations and gossip. However, Lin didn't intend to talk in depth at the moment, because under the night starry sky, the power and fluctuations related to that divine power could no longer be found. And Hagiri also fell from the sky after destroying his godhead. Halfway through Hagiri's fall according to gravity, Lin used the flash technique to recover the short sword that made all the robots look at him. At the same time, the night starry sky was simply lifted, allowing the robots shrouded in it to resume communication with the outside world. The matter of destroying the godhead did not cause much trouble among the robots. At least they are not as greedy as humans. Because I like that thing very much, even though it does not belong to me. But whoever destroys it will have a deep hatred for me, because sooner or later it will be mine. To have a grudge against someone for such a nonsensical reason. Of course, it is unclear how many factors were involved because they thought they could not afford to offend the man who had just participated in the god slaughter. So they generously planned to settle the matter. However, when Lin opened the night sky, he saw an incredible scene. Iron Wall, the fortress city that was bright and beautiful before the battle, now seems to have experienced hundreds of years of wind and frost and has become dilapidated. Even the members of the Iron Wall army, who were originally majestic and unified in their armed forces, seemed to have been drained of their energy, and their bodies were stooped and looked abnormally old. "What's going on?" Lin was so surprised that he didn't bother to use the elemental elven language so that others could understand him. There may be many robots who could understand the common language of MIDI, but the only one who understands the questions and can also answer the scene in front of him is Finn. "A lich," she said. "It seems that although our majesty did not establish his divine kingdom in the void, his power still eroded the city and the elemental creatures living in it. Haifu, is this the reason why you left in the first place?" The mini-mechanical girl, who was named to ask the question, did not dare to raise her eyebrows in front of the magician who could face steel Vulcan. She answered frankly, "Although I would like to say that I am so foresight. In fact, I left the Iron Wall because I was unwilling to lose. But after I left, I found that I was entangled by a force that disgusted me. But it took a lot of time to expel that power and completely get rid of its influence." This can be regarded as a joint warning from Finn and Hefkin. Someone couldn't help but twist the handle of a certain knife with his index thumb, raised it in front of him, and stared at it carefully. Looking at it carefully. "What are you thinking about?" "The rest. If you look at me with such fiery eyes, I will be embarrassed. I want to see if you have been contaminated or bathed in divine grace. If so, I think I should stay away from you," Hagiri said proudly. "What are you talking about? I kill without causality, so that little Pagami can't even try to influence me." "Oh, there is no cause and effect for killing people." But before he was too busy complaining about this short sword, Lin remembered another thing and asked the lich next to him with a slight worry. "Did we just kill a god? Is he really dead?" Finn gave a definite answer. "Dead. The dead can no longer be dead." "Are you doubting it? You really killed a god? Alive?" "There is no such scene of flesh and blood, and the blood is scattered everywhere, which will give someone a strong sense of unreality." But no matter how untrue it was, Lin still didn't have an intuitive understanding of the influence of the god's demise. "Therefore," I asked, "then, will there be any impact on the lost land? What kind of impact do you think it will have?" Finn asked. "Well, it seems that the believers feel unwell. Even the divine power backfires, and they spontaneously combust without fire in broad daylight and lose their lives. I don't know what other possible symptoms there may be. How about you tell me? Explain." With an expression of hatred, Finn said angrily, "The situation you mentioned may happen, but it will only happen to a very small number of people and will not happen on a large scale. After all, Vulcan's priesthood is just a subordinate god. I doubt whether he has any priests directly subordinate to him in the Land of Mystery. If he is just an ordinary believer, he will not feel any discomfort. God is such a dispensable existence to mortals. Very ironic. The Lich's remarks are not so much deviant as they are breaking someone's understanding of the world where gods really exist and the barriers and connections between humans and gods. In fact, the two are not that close. Looking at someone's shocked and disbelieving expression, Feng continued, I killed many old gods. They were all sun gods, moon gods, star gods, mountain gods, and sea gods. Are they dead? The sun just disappears. The moon disappears. The stars no longer shine. I don't think so. The old gods of the past were born based on the thoughts of mortals, regardless of whether they are dead or not. The sun still rises in the east and sets in the west. So there is no difference between them or without them. Most people can't notice the difference. The words were supposed to end here, but Feng felt inexplicably depressed and said, in fact, when most mortals don't know that a certain god has died, if they continue to praise its name, it won't be long before they lose their godhood. Will also recondensate and create a new god. Or other people who have stolen the godhead will be assimilated by this huge idea, making people become like the god in everyone's imagination, and inherit that god name. So this is a damn thing that can't be killed. Okay. Actually, it's pretty stupid when you think about it. It's up to an atheist to ask an anti-theist what the consequences of killing gods will be. The former cannot imagine any possibility, while the latter definitely means that everyone will die. What a waste of emotion. Lin decided that he no longer cared about the life or death of that god. At most, I can just return to the lost land and inquire about the relevant developments. On the other hand, the iron wall left behind and the elemental creatures living inside do not need the care of human magicians. The robots already have a fairly mature collection process, and they can handle the remaining elemental creatures very well. Chapter 1008 Final Goal. The progress of incorporating the elemental creatures in Iron Wall is faster than expected. After all, the backbone was gone, and what Vulcan took away was not only the glory of the Iron Wall, but also the complete power of the elemental creatures who joined the Iron Wall. There was no doubt that they would turn around and join a more powerful side. Following the strong has always been the tradition of the Earth elemental plane. It was on the agenda to transform the elemental creatures on the Iron Wall, as well as the elemental creatures that came from overland and were carried by other armies, into robots. The speed of this part is also so fast that someone is speechless. The original method of multiple transformations of fire was no longer enough after the robot race increased by another order of magnitude. But with the imaginary number, a colonial ship that was born from the same source as fire, this problem was quickly solved. The imaginary number opened a special passage directly inside the ship. As long as he can be equipped with fire, all elemental creatures passing through this channel will transform into robots, as if they have gone through a streamlined production process. If there is a shortage of materials during the transformation process, simply, the imaginary number can dismantle part of the hull first to fill in the deficiencies of the robots undergoing transformation. Just like when he was in the process of being transformed by fire. Almost all the robots lent a helping hand, which made him successful. Now it is just a matter of returning this favor to the new members of the entire clan. Of course, I later discovered that this was too wasteful. The first transformation of raw materials requires energy. Even if this energy can be provided by a nuclear reactor, it is still consumed. Dismantling your own hull materials and converting them into new robots will be used up again. Then consume it again. Transform the original materials and make up for the lost part. Later, the imaginary number simply stored a large amount of magic materials in the ship, and also blocked the elven light of the elemental elves to prevent them from awakening consciousness. In this way, they can be used directly when the elemental creatures undergo fire transformation. As for the elemental creature that accepts transformation, it only needs to make a promise to the human magician and recite his declaration before the transformation. As for the situation of being mixed in the crowd, only opening and closing his mouth, but actually saying no nonsense. Lin had been on guard for a long time. In other words, this function in environmental detection is not developed for robots. It is about preventing yourself from being surrounded by a crowd and being lurked by a few thorns in the crowd, inciting the crowd to do irrational things. What Lin did was very simple. That is, he found the source of the sound or the abnormal behavior in the crowd, and then picked him out and dealt with him. It is also used to identify elemental creatures that are willing to be transformed by fire. It is not difficult to find the black sheep among them who are silent. But in this way, someone cannot be absent during the entire transformation process. Lin didn't want to gamble or experiment on whether the method of reciting the oath in front of the photo would work. If you accidentally idolize yourself and put yourself on the altar. This does not refer to the entertainment industry of modern Earth, but to the sequence of gods in the lost land. Then you really have to worry about whether it will touch your head while you sleep. And you will die inexplicably. Since he had to spend time transforming the robot, Lin didn't have time to treat his right arm. According to the Lich, for that arm to be restored to its original state, there must be some source of flesh and blood materials and time to rest. None of this could be done in the Earth elemental plane. So the plan to heal the arm was shelved. So until the army gathered towards the gem pit, someone's right sleeve was still empty. Of course, there are many inconveniences in life. This is not to say that people with one arm cannot live, but that they have been used to having two arms for most of their lives. And suddenly only one is left, which is very unaccustomed. Life is quite frustrating. However, facing the Battle of Gemstone Pit, it was impossible for Lin not to attend. Even if he doesn't go to the battlefield, he must still participate in this battle on the imaginary number or any battleship. Witness the dimensional revolution he started and its final outcome. Use the power of the entire plane to challenge the strongest in the past. Even though today's robot race has defeated TV, another top force in the Earth elemental plane. But the gem pit is not the Iron Wall. It is the highest palace that all Earth elemental creatures yearn for. Even if the elemental creatures of the Iron Wall are among the top forces, they will still involuntarily lower their arrogant heads in front of the gem pit. He has never participated in formulating battle plans, but as someone who is not afraid of spoilers when watching movies and novels, and who has to keep this guide next to him when playing games, Lin will still know the upcoming battle arrangements in advance. Even if you don't go off to help, you can still know where to watch the show so that it won't affect the overall situation of the battlefield, and you can still see the most exciting scenes. So Lin followed his past habits and participated in the robot's combat planning meeting. Although they can make detailed plans on the tactical command platform, they understand that a human being cannot communicate and discuss using data like they do. So the robots will still use language to communicate in reality. Although this is only part of the reason. Another reason is that since the development of the robot race, they are not monolithic, and they will make decisions as a whole when encountering problems. After the elemental lords take refuge with their guns, they will inevitably lose ground among the tribe. The old forces that originally got along with each other will of course move closer to their own opinions when making decisions. In this way, distinct factions emerged among the robots. Fortunately, the opposition between these factions is not serious, but the right to speak is in the hands of a few robots, who can speak on behalf of the robots of their respective factions. In other words, the originally quite healthy popular vote system has inexplicably embarked on the road of representative system. But with the foundation of a popular vote, representatives will not be able to use public opinion to carry out personal affairs. The first one to provoke was the second leader-level robot to appear in the robot clan, Iron Fist, one of the 3 gems of Moon Bay and an old enemy of Zephyr Valley. Later changed his name to Cyberin. He led a group of elemental creatures who were not qualified to join the territory under the jurisdiction of the elemental lords in the past, and became the first person to lead the weak and stand side by side with the strong. Cyberwan, who originally wanted to master the fire, saw the emergence of the imaginary number. In order to save trouble, someone handed over the fire in advance to speed up the transformation of elemental creatures. Of course, the greedy leader-level robot came up empty-handed, so he looked for other ways to gain power. Uniting a considerable number of robots is his first step. Therefore, a small number of robots serve as mouthpieces, representing faction members with the same position. They attend to discuss matters in the real parliament, which has become the slowest link in this group that should have the advantage of efficient intelligence circulation. The robots' wrangling is not inferior to humans at all. After all, when people have different positions, striving for their own interests is not only human nature. It can also be said to be biological instinct. Robots who were once elemental creatures are no exception. But when it comes to the attack plan of the Gemstone Pit, the playing time is quite short, and the robots who like to argue rarely have the same opinion. The conclusion also surprised someone, who said in surprise, "You must completely destroy the Gem Pit." Chapter 1009 Sacrifice. Magic. We can understand your desire not to cause too many casualties. Help us do the same in this war that is engulfing the entire world. This makes the companions who have truly returned to the Earth Mother Spirit and have no chance to be transformed by fire only a very small minority. As the original leader-level robot, Olian now has little status in the robot community, But the advantage is that he and Lin are the first to know each other. So when the robot tribe has something to say to this human magician, he will usually be the first to speak up. You said, this is a revolution. The purpose is to overthrow the old era and establish a new era. And before there is big construction, there must be big destruction. Therefore, we can only try to avoid all losses. But we still have to face them in the end. There is nothing wrong with these words. Because we cannot possibly cover everything. These are your exact words too. But today, we want to add a word. Faced with these words that contained accusations and lessons, Lin didn't have too many emotions. Instead, he was curious about the robot's thoughts. Hand gesture. Please say, the new era will not come quietly, but must offer rich enough sacrifices to celebrate the arrival of the new era. Today, the gemstone pit is an offering to a new age. Therefore, the gem pit must be destroyed, not collected using the same old methods. This is quite right. Someone sighed. On Earth, the rise of digital music represents the depression of the recording industry. The rise of the internet represents the decline of paper media. Not to mention the countless dynasty changes in Chinese and foreign history. Countless examples of the waves in the Yangtze River pushing back the waves in front. And the waves in front dying on the beach. Prove how correct Olin's argument is. It's just that active sacrifice is different from passive sacrifice. Someone had a rare heart attack and said, isn't it possible to think about it again and discuss with the other party a way to get the best of both worlds? What a powerful force the gemstone pit is. Can't they become a backbone force when we fight in the outer lands in the future? After all, behind someone's holy heart, they still hope to have more cannon fodder in future wars. Especially this kind of cannon fodder that is thick and can be beaten. The more the better. It is shameful to waste carelessly, regardless of whether someone's thoughts are good or evil. The robot's decision, this time, is not so easy to change. Hefkin, who stood next to Lin in the form of a pocket-sized mechanical girl, also praised and said, Sir, we all understand that you want to do everything. But doing anything requires a price. Whether the price is substantial or comes from other aspects. Have you ever thought about the price you have to pay if you insist on leaving a gem pit? Hefkin's question reminded Lin of a Buddhist fable, cutting flesh to feed an eagle. In order to protect the rabbit from the eagle's claws, the Buddha stopped the eagle from hunting it. But in order to prevent the eagle from starving to death, he cut off his own flesh to feed the eagle. Regardless of the Buddhist philosophy behind this fable, what Lin sees is that when you are unwilling to sacrifice others, you can only choose to sacrifice yourself. But do I really need to make such a sacrifice? It's not like he wants to take the path of great enlightenment. He considers himself a selfish bastard. Rather than having the heart of a holy mother sprouted for no reason, and only causing harm to his own people. But when it comes to making the same choices as robots, it feels like there's still something missing. So Lin was struggling. As if seeing someone's confusion, Hefkin covered her mouth and chuckled. The voice, like a silver bell, circled in someone's mind and said, Sir, although the one in the gem pit is the same as us in the past, she belongs to the rank of elemental lord, but in fact, she is this king of the world. Not only does she see herself this way, we also admit it. If she also accepts the transformation of fire, do you think she will accept being on an equal footing with us? As he spoke, he patted himself again and waved his hand to signal the robots present. If she is to remain above us as she has been in the past, is it possible that we will accept such a difference in status and let another king appear above us? In the beginning, you tempted us to accept the fire and accept the transformation into robots. Isn't it to change the old rigid system so that we no longer have to blindly pursue a purified body and pursue becoming a member of the gem people? Let that one become our king again. So what is the meaning of all these days? Ah, someone suddenly realized. Ultimately, the problem still lies in the distribution of benefits. It's like the change of dynasties in the history of my hometown. Killing all the royal nobles of the previous dynasty is considered a normal operation. The best case scenario is that they can be granted the title of Duke of Changle or Duke of Anil and provide for them until they die. This shows how magnanimous the new dynasty is, and its purpose is to win people's hearts. As for staying and asking someone to continue to be emperor, what's going on? Then just don't rebel in the first place. And don't mess around. But someone just wanted to take the incorporation of TB as an example, and suddenly remembered that TB, a top force, was admitted, but their boss was hammered to death by him. Recruiting Iron Wall is actually no different from recruiting remnants of defeated soldiers. All in all, the situation in the gem pit is fundamentally different from the past in which elemental lords and elemental creatures were recruited. It is impossible to make the other party bow to you by showing off your muscles. Once the fight starts, it will definitely be a human brain playing a dog brain. And it is impossible to hold back. As for expecting to be transformed after the fight, everyone still has to sit down and call each other brothers in a friendly manner. I didn't realize that the reason why the robot clan is divided into multiple mountains now is because some people can't think of it. So they form cliques. Everyone's core wish is that there is nothing wrong with evolution. But it does not mean that there is no temper. And it is possible that the guy with the most bad temper in the Earth elemental plane is in the gym pit. And he has to be slapped on the face with shame. How can this be described as cheap? But without prior communication, how can we judge the other party's attitude? Regarding this point, Lin had no doubts about the robot's judgment and concerns. Not to mention the experience of the last time I came to the gemstone pit. I was almost treated as a gift package and opened it on the spot. Returning to the gemstone pit this time. In the real-life miniature on the imaginary number, the group of gemstone palaces that were beautiful, colorful, and reflected the sun in my memory were now completely different. The palace complex is still a palace complex, but without the radiant scenery. On the contrary, the scenery of those gems was quite dim, as if all the power had been restrained. If you look carefully, the crystal light flashing from time to time around the palace complex and in the sky above seems like a barrier, protecting the things underneath it. Several lines of golden mist floated in the air, seeming to gather and disperse, interspersing and overlapping, constantly moving around. There are also countless electric lights, appearing and disappearing, passing through it. Occasionally, the mist and lightning can be seen gathering into animal heads, roaring with teeth bared, and evil shapes emerging one after another. Looking at this posture, someone actually had a vague feeling that the other person had no intention of talking. If the robot side can show goodwill first under his own persuasion, maybe we can still talk. But since neither party is willing to talk, they can only fight. Pity. Chapter 1010, Fire. After determining the purpose of the attack, how to arrange the plan, I thought it was time for another round of wrangling. Unexpectedly, the discussions among the robots this time were as fast as the previous decisions. The attack plan is simple. In order to celebrate the coming of a new era, the robot tribe decided to put on a grand fireworks show that has never been seen before and will never come after. Of course, it is not released into the sky, but into the gem pit, using live ammunition and high-power plasma flow. This is the rhythm that will blow those gem people into the sky. No one knows how long this grudge has been accumulating. No one stands on Gem Pit's side or cares about the fact that they were both Earth element creatures. In short, this battle will be another different experimental war after experiencing the war against Iron Wall. To deal with the Iron Wall, the robots chose tactics based on hand-to-hand combat. If it weren't for the appearance of the Lord of the Iron Wall, who was too showy and stupidly floated into the air, becoming an obvious target of fire, I'm afraid most robots would not have had the opportunity to use the main gun. I'm afraid even if there is a chance to fight, there will be doubts. But this time, we will mainly use long-range attacks to deal with the gem pit. Therefore, the range of the robot's main guns has become the most important key. The shorter the range, the closer they will be to the gem pit. And the longer the range, of course, they will be placed as far away from the range limit as possible. The number of robots gathered here to have a carnival is not just the best. Instead, robots from all over the world gathered to make a pilgrimage to the gemstone pit, preparing to send off the last journey to this once-dreamed place. Except for the Gem Palace complex, robots were standing everywhere in sight. Until the other side of the horizon, there is no gray matter exposed on the ground. Even in invisible places, there are still many robots standing there. Everyone is rubbing shoulders and standing closely together, because they stand so densely. Every movement of the robots is a major event that affects the whole body. All robots must move accordingly to prevent pushing, blocking and other troubles. It is also necessary to monitor people's actions and use tactical platforms to direct them. Everyone can move seamlessly after receiving instructions, and they were adjusting their gun positions according to the range of their respective main guns. Looking at the live miniatures on the imaginary number, the robot movements on the ground were more orderly than any ant army movements Lin had ever seen. Maybe people with trypophobia would see their scalp numb. But Lin thought of something else. Asked, "Have you ever considered the root of all spirits? That should be the place where the spirit of Mother Earth exists. Whether it is a railgun or a plasma cannon, there is no problem in achieving precise strikes under the control of the robot. But when the number of cannons exceeds an order of magnitude, the scope of precision strikes will expand unstoppably. such as the aftermath of explosions, superimposed energy, etc., there will be a lot of uncontrollable additional damage, hurting things other than the target. However, regarding the concerns of a certain magician, the robots responded simply, since they are all within the bombardment range. Of course they will be destroyed together. Lin, who had always been lazy and showed a nonchalant attitude, now turned to sharp eyes, stared at the leader-level robot who answered, and said, "Did you forget to treat me? Make a promise." Although Lin doesn't have any domineering aura, he won't release any special aura. But for the person being targeted, it is definitely not a good thing for a magician who once smashed the head of Vulcan, the Lord of the Iron Wall, to stare at him with such murderous eyes. Although his legs were not weak, he still explained, "Magician, you have created the best substitute, haven't you? Therefore, it would be more in your interest to destroy the foundation of all spirits and allow the power of the Earth Mother Spirit to be transferred to the fire rather than retaining that piece of land. Is that so?" Lin softened his eyes slightly and looked at the other robots. Those who were less courageous nodded hurriedly in agreement. Lin then rubbed his slightly bearded chin and said thoughtfully, "That's true." Lin had thought about this possibility from the beginning. But when this most ideal idea was actually realized, it was still very surprising. Now that his biggest worry was solved, he had no intention of continuing to intervene in the robot's tactical discussion. I took a step back in form to express my thoughts, and my attention was focused on the miniature of the actual scene. Seeing that the troublesome person around them was calmed down smoothly, the robots focused their full attention on the follow-up plan arrangements, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Although all robots have artillery warfare equipment, the protagonists of the artillery battle are the battleship groups floating in the air, because the caliber of their main guns cannot be compared to the small water guns that the robots can carry. Therefore, when the robots arranged the formation on the ground, they did not deliberately select the robots specialized in artillery warfare and concentrate them in specific positions. The scheduling operations are also kept as simple as possible, so that the maximum number of robots can fire at the same time and exert maximum power. This is also because in the calculation, at least 50% of the robots will be forced to be outside the range. After all, there are too many people. If such an arrangement were arranged by humans and commanded the human army, it would not necessarily be able to be positioned in a year or two. The greater possibility is to move while fighting. And if you move too much, the plan will be modified. But in the hands of the robots, they only took one sunrise and sunset to complete the deployment, not giving the enemy much time to react. During the arrangement process, the people from Gemstone Pit didn't think of coming out to harass them. And they did. But the robots didn't give them a chance at all. Anyone who dared to come out would be blasted back with cannons. If the head iron keeps moving, then there will be no discussion, and it will be blasted directly to the ground. Anyway, it seems like the other party didn't come out to find someone to negotiate with. Since he is causing trouble, he should be killed directly. The host side no longer made any movements, and the Gemstone Pit side also fell into deeper silence. The pressure from magic also gradually increased, and the atmosphere of impending rain was heavy. The robots also felt the almost suffocating sense of oppression. In a world without air, when the direct light from a star drops below the horizon, there will naturally be no refraction in the atmosphere. There is no such thing as dusk, and the whole world falls into darkness in an instant. However, what is interesting is that the temperature in the Earth elemental plane is the same no matter day or night. It's not like the extreme temperatures in deserts on Earth, where it's hot during the day and freezing cold at night. In other words, there is no such phenomenon as temperature in this world. Is this because this is not the elemental plane of fire? Someone was thinking. The fall of night is like the beginning of some kind of signal. Among the battleships in the sky, the vanguard ship staying at the front fired the first tracer round, which exploded on the magic barrier outside the gem pit. There was no explosion of flames and smoke, but it really looked like fireworks. The exploding tracer bullets turned into little sparks and scattered, which was very beautiful. But the sparks exploded by a single tracer bullet will be brighter than the intensive bombardment that follows. The vast palace complex allows the robots to fire more live ammunition per unit of time without worrying about interfering with each other. Thousands of plasma cannons were fired one after another, rendering the entire sky into a blue-white interweaving of electric light, celebrating the end of an era and welcoming the coming of an era. The final grand fireworks show at the end of the era begins. Chapter 10:11 Bombardment of the Gem Pit. As long as the defense can be broken, even if only one drop of blood is deducted, The devil with millions of blood can still be killed by millions of knives. Basically, this is the routine of using technology side weapons to attack the magic side under Lin's leadership. Although it is rough, as long as it is useful, it is worth using again and again. Not to mention that under the crazy output of hundreds of millions, $1 million is just a blink of an eye. And it is really not difficult. In the past, the magic barrier of the gem pit was not even qualified for elemental creatures to look up to, because no matter what challenger comes, they cannot force this group of gems to choose defensive tactics. Therefore, no one knows what the defense of the gemstone pit is. And it is extremely mysterious. But no matter how mysterious it is, random punches can still kill the teacher. Indiscriminate bombing regardless of cost. Even if it only weakens a little bit each time, the outcome is predictable. However, this dense rain of bombardment made someone uneasy. It might only take a miscalculation, or a robot not firing at the prescribed angle and charge level, and the projectiles would collide in the air. Then, there's a grand chain reaction that turns into fireworks before hitting the target. Just before the fireworks exploded that shouldn't have happened. The magic barrier of the gemstone pit was shattered, and shattered like glass by the bombardment that filled the sky. The first cannonball that penetrated the magic defense blew up a corner of the eaves of the Emerald Palace. This incident caused the robots' bombardment offensive to stall. But this is not because the robots have realized their conscience and plan to stop the attack, or they want to stop and negotiate with the people in the gemstone pit. During this short period of stagnation, less than a second, the robots reselected the target and launched the second round of bombardment. This time, the railgun's live ammunition was used at a more cunning angle. In addition to covering the roof of the palace, it also bombarded every wall and giant pillar that could be blasted. And the most expensive and powerful force in the Earth elemental plane was still beaten to the point of losing its temper. From time to time, colorful halos flash out and disappear in a flash. Each colorful brilliance represents the death of a precious person. Seeing this, Lin just said that if he could gather the power of an entire world, no matter what kind of force he was dealing with, the result would be the same. It has nothing to do with whether what Lin has gathered now is a robot or an old type of elemental creature. Someone couldn't help but think so. But in fact, he also knew that there were differences between robots and primitive elemental creatures. Can a legion of Spartan soldiers be compared to a legion of riflemen? Long-distance crushing is enough to make those professional warriors, who have been training for a lifetime, become so frustrated that they doubt their past lives. In the history of the Earth, there was a real battle in which more than 2,000 British troops, using tunnel guns, fought back 25,000 Zulu warriors in a defensive battle. The British Army suffered 29 casualties, and the Zulu kingdom lost about 2,000 people. There are generational differences in weapons. As long as you don't seek death and choose the right tactics to win with a small number of enemies, it won't be considered a miraculous result. Although the robot side in front of them is attacking and the gemstone pit is defending, the ratio of numbers far exceeds the 10 siege mentioned in Sun Tzu's Art of War. The bombardment battle between the robots was carried out in such a way that victory was achieved through numbers. Not to mention that each attack does not just deduct a drop of blood. The physical cannonballs engraved with magic arrays use the original power of the robots. Every railgun live ammunition attack was a solid attack method on the magic side. The plasma cannon is even more unreasonable. The aggregate of pure energy, even if it cannot cause direct damage to defensive magic, can still disturb the energy that maintains the spell model, making it lose the basis for producing magical effects. If a little disturbance doesn't work, then use a larger energy group to disrupt those stable spell models, and the goal will eventually be achieved. The flames of the explosion and the dispersion of the plasma cannon almost obscured the entire scene of the Gemstone Pit Palace complex, and even caused a few unlucky ones to rise directly to the sky, thus saving a funeral. But all this still cannot overwhelm Gemstone Pit's determination to resist. At least not yet. However, it is somewhat impractical to counterattack under an attack of this scale. The once top power in the Earth elemental plane finally paid the price for its past arrogance on this day. And the people in the Gemstone Pit seemed to understand that they would never be able to kneel down and lick whenever they asked. Like the forces of other elemental creatures, they can only resist, or die in the struggle, facing this overwhelming attack. Lin, as a bystander and witness, felt a lot of emotion in his heart. Of course, it is not to lament the passing of a top power, which is what young literary and artistic people are doing. It is to lament one's own ignorance and cruelty. A scene far more exaggerated than a Hollywood blockbuster with sound and light effects was actually taking place before his eyes. But Lin could not connect the scene before him with the death that he needed to lament. Maybe it's because compared to those Hollywood sound and light blockbusters, although it has more bizarre images, there is no sound. It's supposed to be a good thing that your eardrums don't have to be tortured by rumbling explosions, but it makes someone feel a little less real. On the other hand, I really don't feel any guilt about the death of elemental creatures or robots, because no matter how the other party dies, he will only return to the embrace of the Earth Mother Spirit in the end, waiting for the opportunity to become a new elemental spirit, or rely on his true name to revive with the memories of the past. You can't kill an unkillable person. You can only stop him. This kind of mood runs through everything Lin has done since he came to the elemental plane. And more importantly, among elemental creatures and robots, there are no such natural weaklings as the so-called old, weak, women and children. Even if the current robots may get sick, someone still has to wonder. But while he was lamenting his cruelty, he felt as if he had overlooked something. Ah! Lin turned to look at Finn, but did not ask. Instead, he continued to look at the group of leader-level robots who were directing the battle through live-action miniatures. Asked if the owner of the Iron Wall is a lost god. What about the owner of the gym pit? Could it be the same? My lord. You can remove the word, should I? Pigeon Sibo is also the god of the lost land. But now only Vulcan and Pigeon Sibo are left, who lit the divine fire to become gods. Oh no. Only Pigeon Sibo is left, as the closest person to Head Queen. It was natural for him to serve as the commentator, recalling the ruby man who wanted to unwrap himself as a big gift bag when they first met. Although Lin didn't have much favorable impression, he was also curious at this time. What on earth was the other person doing? Either hide in the corner and tremble, or wait for an opportunity to fight back. It's just that if you have to wait for the latter, you will most likely die without waiting for a chance. The possibility of robots making mistakes is too small. Just when I was thinking so wildly, the Lord of the Gemstone Pit that I had been thinking about finally appeared. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he got rid of the divine posture of the body of gems, with its majestic appearance like a mountain. It blocked countless cannonballs, and also caused the robots to stop their ineffective bombardment. Pigeon Sibo looked down at the densely packed robots surrounding the gem pit, as if looking at the ants at his feet. His expression was so indifferent, but there was also a trace of anger hidden inside. Chapter 10-12 Opportunity. When the gods come out, who can compete with them? This sentence not only describes its power, but also tells a fact. Mortals, extraordinary beings, and gods can be regarded as three different levels of species in the Lost Lands. And they just happen to have similar appearances. But in terms of confrontation, strictly speaking, these three levels of existence cannot be compared, because such comparison is meaningless. To use an analogy, if a mortal wants to challenge the gods, it is like a tank masturbating on Earth. The tank is undoubtedly the king of land warfare, but it is not an anti-aircraft gun or a surface-to-air missile vehicle, facing fighter jets thousands of meters above the ground and flying at close to the speed of sound. Tanks can only do nothing on the ground. So when Pigeon Sibo came to the Earth elemental plane in the form of a god, most robots thought, the war is probably over. No matter whether he is beaten up later or someone who has the ability to fight against the gods comes forward, it has nothing to do with him. The scene of the entire battlefield turned into a towering god and giant spirit overlooking the robots. Although the latter is not shivering in fear, such a huge difference in body size does not seem to be threatening. Lin's thought was, it's his turn again. This is really a hard life. With God as your opponent. Was your initial asking price too low? Is it too late to regret it now and make a new offer? Are you saying that if you think this way, would you be too proud and complacent? If you can't beat him, your life will be in danger. After all, he was targeting God as his enemy, so he shouldn't have that kind of certainty of victory. Ben's thoughts are unknown for the time being, but when encountering responsibilities that he must bear, as long as he is sure that there is no good escape route, Lin will not shirk or escape. Solve the matter as soon as possible to avoid long nights and nightmares. So he used the flash technique, took Hakakiri to his left hand, and prepared to cut through the mess with a quick sword. This short sword was now extremely powerful, and he wasn't so stupid that he couldn't see it. But to him, it was always a good thing. So he never got to the bottom of it or questioned Agiri's intentions. Anyway, you have to use it to kill others. As long as you don't kill your own people, everything is easy to discuss. However, he had Shikiri in his hand and was about to turn around to say Lo to Fin. When they went out to fight together, his left hand was gently held by someone else. The pocket-sized mechanical girl standing next to her held down someone's left hand holding a knife. raised her head, and the twin-tailed antennas on the back of her head swayed. She said with her cold steely face, "Sir, leave this battle to us." Only then did Lin realize that not only was the mechanical girl looking at him, but even the leader-level robots present were also paying attention to him. He asked curiously, "You want to fight this battle?" "Yes, magician. This is our war, and it is up to us to end it," a leader-level robot replied. After hesitating for a long time, Lin didn't know how to speak tactfully, so he simply asked bluntly, "Are you sure of winning?" "It's rude, but I have to ask." At this time, Lin suddenly had a thought and asked, "Have you mastered the anti-power equation?" Of course, that equation isn't the point. The question someone really wants to ask is, have the robots mastered the second stage, the method of killing the gods? As if he knew the concerns of a certain magician, Hefkin chuckled twice at this not-so-good opportunity and said, "No, that's too complicated. Although we also participated in the calculation, no one can tell what was calculated. And besides us, you may have other helpers. If they don't help, according to my calculations, if we use the resources we have now to find the answer, we will have to paralyze more than 90% of the tribe. And it will take another 1 to 3 months before we can truly analyze it. The threat on the other side. We don't have that much time to waste. And Pigeon Sibo won't wait for us until that time." This is a subtle indication that they have indeed mastered the relevant knowledge. But their computing power is just not up to par. Some people can only sigh at such a result. But it is not surprising. It seems that we should do less of this kind of thing of always taking out important things and asking others to help calculate them. If what was taken out was something fatal, and it was found out, there was no telling who would be killed in the end. However, Lin was not surprised that after the entire robot race was connected to the internet, the computing power was still insufficient. After all, the quantum computing method perfected by Haggerty was not given away in vain. The robots still used integrated circuit-level technology. But compared with the Earth in our impression, hundreds of millions of computers connected to the internet are enough to defeat all the supercomputers on the Earth. It's just, if you don't plan to use that method, what confidence do you have in dealing with a god? We will eventually deal with enemies of that level. We can't rely on you every time. Or we have to wait for one of us to ascend to such a high position again. Besides, according to our thinking, although it seems that the winning rate is less than 1/10,000, as long as it is not 0, it is worth fighting for. This is, to embark on the path of evolution where the entire clan can kill gods. Someone's eyelids jumped when he heard this. And he wanted to blow up a big Ivan directly under his feet and stop everything here. Unfortunately, there is no big Ivan to explode. So someone has to give up. He nodded silently and put the Hakakiri back into the scabbard under the small cloak on his left shoulder, watching a play with a theatrical attitude, holding a knife and rushing forward at any time. It is destined to be a life of hard work. In fact, while the two were talking, the robots had already begun to prepare and put on the god-slaying formation they had planned, thanks to the fact that after death, they only returned to the spirit of Mother Earth. The elemental elves actually did not cherish their lives due to the influence of such operations. When it's time to fight, everyone looks like a suicide squad. Although after being transformed into a robot, it is still unknown whether there will be such treatment waiting for resurrection after returning. But the robots who inherited the elemental creatures still retain their character of being brave and fearless of death. As long as they have a reasonable plan, they definitely don't mind taking a gamble. The first thing the robots want to target is the area close to the Kingdom of God. The Kingdom of the Gods can become an impenetrable fortress, and only gods or people of equal strength can confront it. Precisely because of this domain-like ability, Thun was able to fully display his abilities when dealing with Vulcan. Also because the Lord of the Iron Wall's divine power domain was suppressed by Lin's Night Sky. The sky in my hometown obtained through careful calculation using the bright light technique has an effect beyond the original imagination. Although they are not entirely technological creations, robots do not have similar abilities, and cannot establish a realm of rules, like the Kingdom of God. But compared to construction, destruction is not that difficult. Rather than finding ways to establish a domain, it would be much easier for the robots to interfere with Pajunsabo's grasp of the surrounding environment, as long as the nearly perfect domain power can be disturbed. Even if there is only a slight flaw, there is a chance to amplify it to a fatal level. This is also the chance Head Queen is betting on. And the method is what all robots possess: the magnetic field. Chapter 10:13 Magnetic Field confronts God's domain. The so-called electromagnetism is indistinguishable. If it can produce electricity, it can certainly produce magnetism. Don't look at the fact that magnetism is not very conspicuous in life. When used as an attack method, it seems to be useless except for targeting metals. To be more specific, it is useless except for targeting iron tools. In addition, exposure to strong magnetic fields can make people prone to cancer. This is something that is still controversial in modern times on Earth. In other words, vested interests are unwilling to admit it. But is magnetism really that inconspicuous? As one of the four fundamental forces of physics, maintaining the structural integrity of molecules or atoms, magnetism is far more important than most people imagine. And to interfere with the integrity of a position, it is only necessary to add another influence to make it less perfect. This is also what Head Queen and the robots want to do. The protagonist is a robot hidden in the army of robots, who is specialized in dealing with magnetism. For these robots that have taken such a unique and specialized direction, the imaginary enemies set from the beginning are other robots. For robots whose main body is made of metal, their powerful magnetic specialization is enough to paralyze most of their functions. And when targeting gods, it may be able to work wonders. The robots all prayed like this. The specific method is to use magnetically specialized robots scattered everywhere to emit the maximum power magnetic field at Pigeon Sibo. Simply doing this would certainly not affect or even harm a god. The robots just want to see the changes and use them to formulate subsequent plans. The powerful magnetic force that was invincible against other robots really stopped Pigeon Sibo at the moment it was activated. But then he acted as if nothing was wrong and continued to act normally. But it was also the action of the robots. Originally they just wanted to try to bring this emerging force that was sweeping the entire plane under their control. Pigeon Sibo decided to change his approach. Conquering has always been the main theme of elemental creatures. If a god as tall as a mountain moves its hands and feet, it will fall into pieces. Even leader-level robots are no match. They can be swept away and flown away, making them irresistible. But in fact, this is also an opportunity for the robot side. The body of the god is ethereal and insubstantial, and cannot be touched by mortals. This statement not only demonstrates the unattainability of gods, but is also a physical fact. How can a pure high-dimensional energy polymer be touched by anything in the material world and cause harm to the other party? But the reverse is also true. Pigeon Sibo can't do anything other than inflict burn damage to the robots caused by contact with high-energy bodies, like hitting or kicking them away. But burns are nothing to the steel bodies of the robots. It can only overload some circuits that are not well protected. But it will never hurt the fundamentals of the robots. Therefore, if Pigeon Sibo wanted to cause more serious damage to the robot, he had to change his form at the moment of impact, so that he could cause more serious damage to the robot. And this also became an opportunity for the robots. In this short contact time, the robots who risked their lives could bite a piece of meat from this god. One of the factors that stimulated the robots to fight so hard was that it was the first time for Pigeon Sibo, or the first time for creatures in the entire elemental plane to face the new group of robots. In fact, most people don't understand how to cause effective harm to them. They just habitually follow the past methods and defeat the weak and crippled. And then, they can gradually weaken the elemental creature's elven light that maintains the entire body, making it weak. When the opponent cannot even maintain his body, it is proof that he has been defeated. But if the robot is damaged, it can be repaired by mechanics without using the original power. The energy of the nuclear fusion reactor provides almost unlimited repair capabilities. As long as there are enough materials, it is not impossible to modify it on the battlefield. Not to mention those crooked waste products can be restored into materials and used for repair. Even so, the threat of the robots was still ignored by the god. The robots that can hurt Pigeon Sibo are just those moments when they are beaten by him and they take the opportunity to fight back. It is far from being as terrifying as the output per unit time when all the robots launched an artillery bombardment against the Gemstone Pit Palace group. Even though the robots were rushing forward one after another, hoping to increase the damage output, Pigeon Sibo still ignored him. To make matters worse, the powerful magnetic field established by the magnet-specialized robots did not have any interference with the gods, but first affected the actions of the companions. A robot in a strong magnetic field not only loses its flexibility, but also has problems with the structural operation of its mechanical body. Either there is a lag, or the direction of movement is different from the instructions given. Seeing that the robots are maintaining the same offensive, they are just trying to find ways to dispatch more magnet-specialized robots to pull hard on the gods, who are already in the category of force majeure. Lin could only shake his head at this. I don't know if it's because the robots' heads are spinning, or because they haven't figured out what to do next, so they have to continue using the old method. Despite such an offensive, even the natural recovery level of the gods themselves could not be broken through. Want me to give you some advice? Lin asked. Magic. If I am following your command and no one knows why, then I'd better save it. A leader-level robot refused unceremoniously. Judging from the sadness in the words, it seemed that compared to the previous defeat of Vulcan, the Lord of the Iron Wall, there was no substantial breakthrough in the current fight with Peach and Sibo, which made the robots quite dissatisfied. Of course, he was secretly complaining that someone was hiding his tricks, and was unwilling to hand over the knowledge that was enough to kill a god. Lin Dang didn't know the grievances of the robots. With a wave of his hand, he changed the presentation mode of the thumbnails of the real scene in the imaginary number. The real scene that was originally the same as what you can see with the naked eye is transformed into a picture of various forces interacting with each other in a blacktone real scene. The colors and shades are rendered by measuring and calculating the strength of different types of forces, allowing people to visually identify them. The strongest and densest white color patch belongs to the god Peach and Sibo, of course. The magnetism of the robots is the scattered light red color patch. And judging from the picture, although the robots wanted to expand the scope of the magnetic field, they were suppressed by the divine power. Pointing to the pictures with different presentation methods, Lin said, according to your current practice, you just keep adding robots that can generate magnetic fields, hoping to affect the field of divine power. But this is like a tug-of-war between two sides. The only thing that matters is which side has the strength. However, one thing is obvious. You are not as good as the person across from you. So, a leader-level robot said, what we have to do now is to gather more magnet-specialized robots and emit a more powerful magnetic field. Do you still need to be reminded about this kind of thing? Isn't that what we are doing? Wagging his finger, Lin said. If you can just gather a power stronger than the god opposite, you can influence and then subdue the other party. That is an ideal thing that is impossible to happen. First of all, the guy on the other side won't wait for us to gather a sufficient number of magnet-specialized robots. Secondly, even if we gather enough people, it doesn't mean that the opponent has a chance to eradicate his threatening enemies at once. So this kind of thing is not recommended. We have smarter ways. Chapter 10:14 Weakness and Bombardment. During the war, Lin did not intend to do anything that might lead to him being beaten to death on the spot. Pointing to the picture he made through the measurement of imaginary numbers, he said directly, the white color block represents the divine power of the person opposite. If his power were distributed evenly and equidistantly in a perfect sphere, we might have no idea where to begin. But it's not. And in order to maintain this temporary divine realm, his power will be involved. So we need to concentrate more strength to pull each other away. A leader-level robot said this, and then refuted himself. No. You have just rejected this method. So what do we do? Have you ever played chess in the Lost World? Lin Jian asked. But without waiting for an answer, he continued, what we have to do is not to concentrate our strength, but to disperse it. Not only should we disperse our strength, but we should also disperse the opponent's strength, and ultimately create usable loopholes. Pointing at the revised real-life image, the most obvious white color block is visible. Lin explained, the person opposite is a god. The main body of his divine power is the visible range of the body. However, the range of divine power, which is the boundary of the temporary divine domain, is not necessarily certain. If we move the robot that emits the magnetic field to different positions, we can draw the opponent's divine power to make corresponding movements. The stronger the magnetic field, the more divine power it pulls. And the temporary divine domain that is not already strong in influence becomes weaker. After all, this is not one of those divine kingdoms that have been operating for a long time. They are not only stable, but they no longer have corresponding effects as the gods themselves change. However, dispatching robots takes time and is not something that can happen overnight. And mobilizing such actions can become an opportunity to lay traps. Lin used whiteboard skills and used several arrows to indicate friend and foe. The multiple small green arrows representing our side will gradually grow in size and move after gathering. The yellow arrows representing the gods must mobilize the corresponding divine power to deal with them. When many green arrows exert influence from different directions, the corresponding number of yellow arrows will reduce the level of divine power in other parts. Relevant data are obtained from examples from previous observations, and then prediction models are made. This is not someone's aimless decision. In the process of constant movement between the two parties, the irregular shape of the gods will be distorted and deformed, and the temporary divine domain will occasionally reveal weak parts. Those parts that are weak enough will be marked, albeit fleetingly, by Lin with a big red block. Lin did not hide anything about the prediction model and related data this time, because they were all completed by imaginary numbers. And this selfless big guy is also at the mercy of other members of the same race, who are also on the tactical command platform. So when people saw the marked red color block, they were all excited after checking it. But this only exposes the opponent's weaknesses that should be exploited. How to overcome this possible weakness is a problem on another level. Of course, Lin will not fail to consider this aspect. Otherwise, the problem will only be half solved, and the second half will be spent letting others figure out their own solutions, without even being able to guarantee that they will not be beaten to death on the spot. With a wave of his hand, he called up several pictures from the record. It was a sporadic bombardment launched by a small number of robots, who did not give up. There were railguns and plasma cannons, but they didn't make much of a splash, so they were regarded as ineffective attacks and ignored. Lin changed again, turning the recorded scene pictures into force field renderings. He also changed several pictures in succession, at the location where the magnetically specialized robot emits a strong magnetic field. The divine power will allocate a very small part of its power to suppress it, so it can be regarded as successfully disturbing the divine power. Changes of the same level come from these sporadic attacks. It is worth noting that only some of the live ammunition fired by the railgun have the same level of effect, and some have a lower effect, and can even be ignored. So you can investigate what kind of magic array patterns are engraved on these live ammunition that has reached its peak attack effect, compared with the railgun's live ammunition attack. The effectiveness of the plasma cannon is quite stable, although it is not higher than the railgun's attack peak. The average value is much higher than the railgun's performance. Magic. Do you think the main gun firing is still useful? Another leader-level robot asked. Yes. I think it still works. Lure him out, and then focus his fire on the weak point. The person on the opposite side will not be able to escape unscathed. And our advantage lies not only in our large numbers. Moreover, our trump card has not yet been truly launched. At the same time, Lin patted the wall beside him. The imaginary number seemed to be responding to someone. With each palm strike, the steel wall seemed to ripple, and the colorful waves spread outward. And this is also the fact of this battle. The railgun with the largest caliber and the plasma cannon with the highest output are both on the battleship, not on the robots on the ground. Although the battleship group did not stay out of the previous artillery battle, the design of the hull allowed their largest caliber main guns to be located on the upper deck. Whether it is a railgun or a plasma cannon, they are all direct-fire weapons, not guided missiles. Of course, the main gun on the upper deck of a battleship floating in the air cannot be fired downwards to attack the gem pit or pigeon Sibo who has turned into a god. Therefore, the only ones participating in the artillery feast were the forts on the sides and belly of the battleship. The one who remained silent from beginning to end was the main gun of the imaginary number, a super weapon that even the robot race dare not face or even think of. According to calculations, as long as you hit the right place, you can really wipe out stars with one shot. Anyway, no one tried to prove whether that calculation was correct. Anyway, from the day the imaginary number was born, after a shipwide salvo fired into the sky, the main gun became a decoration and has never been used until now. Even many robots who joined later did not know that such a thing existed, if they were too lazy to obtain information about the robot groups before them from the historical database. As for this battle, because there were too many people launching a bombardment, the main guns of the battleship group could not be used at all. So I did not think of such a thing. When the godlike pigeon Sibo appeared on the stage, the bombardment was either separated by 3 feet away from him, or silently after entering the energy aggregate, which made everyone think that the larger caliber main gun should have the same fate. So I didn't even think of such a thing. Now a certain magician used mathematical calculations to tell them that things are not impossible. They just need to find the right method. And then, the next thing will be a matter of course. Lin quietly retreated behind the scenes once again, watching the leader-level robots present at the council begin to make arrangements. At the same time, the battleship group in midair originally moved to a high-altitude position to avoid the attacks of the gods. Now, in order to be able to use the main gun, in addition to descending to a height where Pajunsibo can attack, their other method is to flip the ship 180 degrees and directly point the main gun downward. Anyway, the reason why this group of battleships can float in midair does not rely on fluid mechanics or the buoyancy of the air. Under the influence of magic, there is no obstacle to any pose they want to take. The movements of the battleship group did not attract pigeon Sibo's attention too much, because he put all his energy into these little guys at his feet. after obtaining a potentially effective method from the human magician and implementing it in detail. How could it be a problem for these residents of the elemental plane, who have been in battle since birth and fought as if they were daily routines? However, the sudden change in fighting style really made Pigeon Sibo put aside his contempt and face these ordinary ants seriously. He will not forget who the Lord of the Iron Wall Vulcan fell into. God is not truly immortal. The same goes for elemental creatures. Chapter 1015 Main Gun on Standby. Maybe they are a new group of robots, who are not yet familiar with the fighting skills that robots should have. Or maybe the robots still have the small problem of elemental creatures, and are not creative. So they have no new breakthroughs in tactics. The previous performance did not go beyond the traditional Legion tactics of MIDI. Even the artillery battle, apart from the precise arrangements down to the second, is no different from the bombardment of the magic group in Midland. On the contrary, their performance and execution is the most powerful among all races and forces that Finn, a former demon king who has seen the world, has seen. Just a second ago, a certain magician suggested the possibility of a certain tactic. The next second, the robots all started to move. With their dazzling coordination, they were like the most disgusting flies, using small measures to win big, pointing directly at the god Pigeon Sibo, whom they had not dared to challenge before. The robots with specialized magnetism began to pull changes in divine power from all angles. The SH Ling that had stopped had resumed, although it failed to have any significant effect. From the perspective of a bystander, it seems that they continued to shoot in order to use a little more divine power, or to conceal some purpose. Their intention was very obvious. It may also be that someone is paranoid because of a preconceived notion, and all this extremely chaotic battle has no rules at all. Even the stronger side, Pigeon Sibo, was getting impatient because of these annoying little things. As a god who can perfectly control all matters in the divine domain, how could Pigeon Sibo not notice the abnormality on the battlefield? All robots destroyed by him will be evacuated by other companions in the shortest possible time. After a while, the familiar light of the soul will appear on the battlefield again and attack him again. In addition, there were not many robot remains on the battlefield, so he once doubted whether this kind of battle would ever end. Waving his arms repeatedly and sweeping his legs again and again, no one could resist his casual blows. The damage they caused to him was so minimal that he didn't need to pay much attention to it. The speed of his natural recovery of divine power allowed him to ignore these insect-level bites. However, there are too many opponents, and they can still heal each other without any breakthrough. This is an endless battle. Pigeon Sibo raised his head and looked at the many spaceships gathered in the sky. Judging from the light of the elves, many of them were his acquaintances, but now they have undergone a big change. However, those spaceships could not pose a threat to him for a while. So Pigeon Sibo did not take these spaceships to heart. After taking a quick look, I was ready to solve these little troubles in one go. As an elemental lord and a lost god, how could he not have the means to deal with such a situation? After compressing the accumulated divine power, he suddenly released it outwards. After repelling the approaching robots, Pigeon Sibo began to chant the incantation. Even a god must use chanting. The complexity of this magic is unimaginable to mortals. Of course, so is the power. The gods that began to shrink and accumulate strength were a warning and good news to the robot race. Because the power Pigeon Sibo uses to deal with magnetism is all controlled by instinct. Unlike the previous situation, which was affected by emotions, it has become more predictable. As the attacking robots kept moving, the magnet-specialized robots sometimes gathered and sometimes separated. Under the prompts of a certain magician, they took the changes to the extreme with their multi-channel attack, in addition to making the opponent tired to deal with. Of course, it also means to set a trap. Interspersed with intensive SH Ling, they just repeated seemingly ineffective actions. All this also paralyzed Pigeon Sibo's attention. Gradually, he no longer cared about the actions of these robots, because the result is the same. It has no effect. However, negligence and arrogance are always the factors that are most likely to cause crisis. While Pigeon Sibo was concentrating on reciting mantras, he resisted the influence of the inexplicable magnetic field around him for several times. A series of dense plasma cannons penetrated into the waist and kidneys from the lower back, giving the god a heavy blow. A blow. Elemental creatures have no internal organs, and the gods who appear in the earth elemental plane in the form of energy aggregates also do not have biological internal organs. But this does not mean that they do not have weaknesses, especially the position of his godhead that he thought he had hidden very secretly. In fact, under the detection of Lin and Su number The position of his godhead had long been hidden. Yet the godhead is not a specific entity, or a sphere of aggregated energy. It is more like the gods restraining certain nodes of the divine power in order to maintain the integrity of the entire body. In other words, in the body of a god, there are multiple positions similar to the godhead. Not one, let alone the only one. Moreover, it will still flow and exchange in the body, and its position is not fixed. The godhead alone will not appear until the outer covering of divine power is stripped away. What would be the result if these energy-dense and tangled areas were attacked by external forces? Although Pigeon Sibbo seemed to hold on without any expression and continue to chant the mantra. But judging from the fluctuations in his divine power, this hit was definitely not a light one. And the magic almost collapsed. He tried hard to cover up these facts, but he didn't know that he had already fallen into the eyes of the robots. The robots who understood the effects of the attack also did not show much excitement. They still maintained the same offensive and continued to use various means to mobilize the displacement of Pigeon Sibbo's divine power, and be prepared to give this once aloof god a hard blow the next time his weakness is exposed. Pigeon Sibbo didn't have time to think carefully. Was the heavy attack by the robots a coincidence, or the result of careful calculation? When the chant was about to be completed, he put all his energy and hope on the magic that could sweep away everything in sight, and had no time to care about anything else. Even if those farther away will not be fatally injured, it will definitely damage their morale. It's just the opportunity that he is looking forward to. And it is also what the robots are waiting for. The moment before the magic is completed, divine power operates in conjunction with the completed spell model. As long as the power is filled with this model structure, the mysterious magic effect will inevitably explode into a blooming spark in the Earth elemental plane. At the same moment, the plasma bombs fired from the battleship-class main cannon penetrated into the divine realm through the gaps, bombarding the weak points of the divine power in clusters, superimposing one after another. The battleship-level main gun that had never been experienced before, coupled with the backlash after the god-level magic was out of control, instantly destroyed the stability of the god's body. Like the energy of a runaway horse, the inside and outside are constantly pulling against each other. The deformed divine realm and the continuously acting robot magnetic field have intensified all these changes. But if that were the case, it would only hurt him, but not kill him. Pigeon Sibbo gritted his teeth and held on. As long as you give him time, under the influence of the godhead, the divine body will eventually return to stability, just as believers expect. However, how could the robots easily let go of the opportunity they had finally created? Their first move was to escape from the god Pigeon Sibbo. How far? How far to escape? Because at high altitude, the only colonial ship that did not flip up and down was adjusting its horizontal angle so that it was tilted downward. The tuning fork-like bow of the ship was wrapped with electric light, and a terrifying sense of oppression that was no less powerful than divine power came over. Imaginary number. Fire. Chapter 10:16 Gods Listening. If there is an enemy that cannot be defeated by technology, in the final analysis there will only be two major factors. First, the caliber is not large enough. 1. The equivalent is not large enough. So when someone asked whether plasma cannons can kill gods, the answer someone can give is it depends on whether your cannon is big enough. As long as the cannon is big enough, it's easy to kill gods and demons. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin could only think like this. The power of the main gun of the imaginary number is enough to destroy stars in calculations. In actual use, and if it hits a god, it will directly destroy the left side of that unattainable being. The remaining right half of the body looked like it had been bitten, leaving a horrifyingly large gap. The right arm and head were attached to the remaining body, precariously. It wasn't just the half body of the god that was blown away. The energy of the main gun penetrated the postgraduate pageancy, and opened a broad road in the gemstone pit palace complex behind him. And it goes all the way down, penetrates into the Earth's crust, and goes straight into the mantle. After passing through the core of the Earth, it penetrates from the other side of the star. The whole process only takes place in an instant. However, the subsequent damage detection results were shocking. This kind of performance made Lin have to wonder if he didn't have to work so hard to mobilize that person's divine power and wait for the opportunity to strike from the weak point. When you meet someone, you might get the same result if you use imaginary numbers to make a fool of yourself. The physical reduction of the divine body seems to be just the dispersion of energy, but it does not have no impact on the spirit, at least according to the observed and recorded data. Pigeon Sibbo's energy level has dropped by several orders of magnitude. and is no longer the high level it was when he first met him. It's just that this kind of injury is far from being a fatal injury to the gods, at least compared to the previous one. Vulcan, the Lord of the Iron Wall, who was hit by the anti-god equation. Pigeon Sibo was only a matter of thought before he could regain his complete posture. After all, their bodies are not flesh in the general sense. They are just shaped bodies. But Pijunsbo didn't bother to regain his form. He raised the remaining part of his head and looked directly at the hull of the imaginary number suspended high in the air. It's like you can see through its SHL and go straight into it. Lin He and the leader-level robots, who were looking at each other through the live-action miniatures, looked relaxed. When the gods are no longer invincible, and one's own losses are only reparable injuries, no matter how serious they are, nothing can stop the robot race from bursting with confidence. A leader-level person blurted out. In the past, the master of the gem pit that we could only look up to, Pigeon Sibo was no more than that. This simple sentence gave those more cautious robots a bad feeling. In the previous conversations, everyone did not call the person by his name, just to prevent the god from receiving the inspiration of the prayer. Now someone blurted out, and the robots who realized it turned around and couldn't find Pigeon Sibo in the live miniature on the spot. In the center of the battle inside the imaginary number, where the robots representing each faction gathered for a meeting, countless white light spots converged toward a certain place, gradually converging into a familiar shape. If this were in the Lost Lands, it would be a religious drama in which omnipresent gods descended in response to mortals' prayers. But being on the edge of this battlefield doesn't mean anything good. The reborn god only gathered a body of the height of an ordinary human being, but he was floating in midair, still overlooking the robots who were much taller than him, as well as Lin, one of the only two humans present. Did you do all this, magician? In order to seize the power of the Earth Mother Spirit. Although it was a question, there was more anger than question in the words. But his public face was actually remembered by such a noble person. To be honest, there wasn't much fear in someone's heart, let alone panic. Lin's expression was only indifferent. Even if a god was close to him, the threat would not be comparable to the situation separated by a screen. The god's question was not intended to be answered. It was just like confirming the culprit. The next moment, Pigeon Sibo came to Lin with lightning speed, stretched out his left hand, and grabbed someone's empty sleeve. Just comparing speed and reaction. Even a god can't compare to the man who has fully equipped his escape skills. Only this time, Lin did not use flash to escape. Instead, a white ray blocked Pigeon Sibo's grasp. The wound on the arm that was pierced seemed to be eroded by some force, preventing it from healing. The supposedly perfect divine body did not withstand it without any damage as it did in the past. Or it did not recover instantly after being injured. Pigeon Sibo looked at the wound on his arm in surprise, and then looked around in horror. Only then did I realize that everything was not developing as I imagined. He asked again, "Who are you?" Gavrishulin Tripwood. A magician who wants to go home. The cold tone was devoid of any emotion, as if it were inorganic. A certain magician behaves like this because he focuses all his attention on his calculations. The main reason is that the robots were reminded before that they can use mobilization methods to lure the gods to reveal their weaknesses, and then calculate how strong the output should be to break through. The secondary part is to begin to analyze the divine power. These actions not only took up all the computing power of the subdimensional tower, but also made most of his mental energy focus on it, leaving him no time to think about anything else. Therefore, in reality, only the most trouble-free and labor-saving response is left. The purpose is to set aside more resources to deal with the gods. Although according to the requirements of the robots, this battle belongs to them. Lin does not think that he can just sit around and watch the show. From another perspective, the experience of being able to fight against gods is quite rare. Of course, Lin will also try to extract data from it and simulate his tactics and winning rate in the war. But he never thought at the beginning that there would be the possibility of facing the target. The retained instincts will only respond mechanically to external stimuli, and this reaction is related to what you are concentrating on. It can be said that if someone was researching and calculating before about the 10,000 ways to escape from the gods, I am afraid that he would have run out of sight now. It is not impossible to hide directly back in the Lost Land, at home in the holy city of Estali. But the main calculation he is making is about how to mobilize the power of the gods, to lure the opponent to reveal his weakness, and then eliminate him in one fell swoop. Naturally, when facing the simulated target, Lin instinctively used this new method and launched an attack. And he still made no reservations, and used all his cards on the offensive. The night starry sky that envelopes the surroundings is almost the first step in someone's standard process. But now the starry sky has directly entered the second stage, and the little starlight has opened its eyes directly, turning into thousands of eyes staring directly at Pigeon-Sibo in it. It is precisely this change that makes Pigeon-Sibo, the lord of the gem pit, and the god of mysterious lands, who has been in the earth elemental plane for a long time, feel bad. Another person who had the same feeling was Finn, the former demon king who was no longer a lich. Chapter 10:17, The Mystery of the Night Sky. The mystery of the night sky is just that in this world where faith can ignite divine fire and create Godhead. The world under the starry sky in someone's hometown can have a place for their faith. There is no God on earth, but there is in the lost land. But those who have achieved success due to their faith in the earth cannot leave the night starry sky in this foreign land. The arrival of Xuanwu, one of the four saints, caused an uproar. Someone was beaten half to death before a compromise was found. The spirit of the holy beast on the Xuanwu robe is created with 8 kinds of powers. It has no divine body or kingdom, and spends most of its time sleeping. It's even worse than the 2 Mao gods, who don't do well in the earth elemental plane. In addition to the large and small beliefs of ancient and modern times, at home and abroad, there are also countless idols from the second dimension to the third dimension in the modern world. How these fictional gods exist, why they exist, and how they appear all depend on the level of someone's strength and belief. The so-called faith here is not faith in the religious sense. It is just an idea of what a person believes and is willing to believe. It's like children want to believe in Santa Claus. That's all. But for the natives of lost lands who enter under the night sky, it is like coming to another world. And all the gods in this world will pay attention to outsiders who accidentally break in. Once the host is in danger, the spirit will reveal itself. This was the reason why Finn felt uncomfortable every time he was under the starry sky at night. It is true that she has the ability to kill gods, but the opponents she faces each time are only 1 or 2. How could he stir up a hornet's nest and face the power of millions of gods at once? This is not killing the gods, but committing suicide. However, spontaneous actions under the stars will not take place when someone is conscious. Although Lin is now classified as clearly conscious, he is not completely awake. With almost all his energy devoted to calculations, he only reacted mechanically to the outside world. Otherwise, as early as when Pigeon-Sibo appeared in front of him, as a magician, he should have retreated and let his human shield stand up, instead of fighting the opponent personally. But someone in this special state really has nothing to do with being in a crisis. Pigeon-Sibo's first blow resulted in a hole in his arm. It's just that he thought that this was a blow from the magician in front of him with all his strength, so that he could be hurt as a god. Little did they know that this was just the beginning. Thousands of stars opened their eyes, like a pervasive detection method, seeing Pigeon-Sibo inside and outside, up and down, completely. If the lord of the gem pit was still in his prime, he might be wary or even rebellious. But he who broke into the interior of the imaginary number was the last blow at the end of the road. If you win, everything will be fine. If you lose, you will have nothing. Although he is a god, he did not think that he could not deal with a few mortals before. As for the group of people who were once elemental creatures, but later changed themselves into nondescript appearance, they would not be put in his eyes, as long as they did not have the trillions on the ground. But when the second white destructive ray, the third white destructive ray, and even the fourth, fifth, and countless white destructive rays hit his weak point, Pigeon-Sibo thought there is no chance to regret. But he is tired of dealing with these tricky angles and amazingly powerful magic rays. Instead of the magnetic field generated by the robots in the outside world, Pigeon-Sibo's divine power is mobilized for protection. The white destructive light is mobilized by attack with more powerful and direct means, compared with the subtle and silent changes in the magnetic field. Mobilizing divine power is unconscious. If the white destructive light is not properly defended, it will directly penetrate the divine body and leave damage. In order for the robots to generate a magnetic field to interfere with divine power and divine realm, they must move the magnetically specialized robots to a specific location and then deploy the magnetic field. This is like playing chess, which involves mental strength and planning. But no matter how much effort it takes, it still takes time. Instead of doing whatever you want, you can do it immediately. However, under the night sky, the attack is from all aspects and angles. A certain leader can hit wherever he wants, especially since there is no time delay. Anything you think can come true. There is no need for any plotting or seduction. The white destructive light picks up the weak points of the divine power and attacks them to death. There are two particularly fatal points. The temporary divine realm that could be controlled and supported by the outside world was completely suppressed under the starry sky and could not be used. Secondly, even if the white damaging light is blocked, it will not cause no damage. In this way, under constant weakening, Pigeon Sibo is like a candle in the wind and rain. Not to mention an oversight. Let the white destructive light really hit the vital point. If it continues to be beaten like this, it will eventually end in death. He wanted to resist, but all his actions were in vain. He wanted to escape, but any action would be interrupted. He didn't even have time to think. He could only deal with the beam attack that was so dense that it almost turned his whole body into a white-like cocoon. In the end, Pijunsabo could only curl up and hug himself into a ball, shrinking the remaining strength to protect himself. The shrinking power did not collapse under the unlimited attack pressure from the outside world. Instead, it condensed itself like a copper wall, resisting the attacks of white destructive rays. Although Pigeon Sibo has been weakened to an unprecedented level, Lin can't make any further progress. The leader-level robots, who were also shrouded under the night starry sky, went from being frightened to feeling regretful now. They regret that they still have the last step to completely eliminate the master of the gem pit. Although at the beginning, they emphasized that this war was a war between robots, and did not want a magician to intervene. But since the opponent suddenly arrived in front of him and took the initiative to pick the human as his opponent, the next development was not dominated by the robots. In other words, they are qualified to take the lead. In the same sentence, if these countless white beams hit themselves or any robot, would they still have a chance to survive? Believe at your true core, the nuclear fusion reactor is as strong as the Godhead in front of you. Is it enough to withstand this intensive and continuous attack? To be honest, it would be better to just die. But it seems that's it. The robots who were just thinking this suddenly saw their eyes darken. Not only did the white destructive light stop, but even the strange sight of the stars opening their eyes disappeared. Except for the night sky. There was no starry sky in this area of the world. Only the last divine power of Pigeon Sibo was wrapped in the essence of the divine seed, glowing with light blue brilliance. Mellow and holy. The light blue light is like an egg about to break out of its shell, protruding outwards from all directions, and then shrinking again. It looked like there was a living thing inside trying to break free. But in fact it was just Pigeon Sibo's human form trying to regain his divine body. Unfortunately, it was cut off from the outside world by the night starry sky, and it was quite difficult to use the remaining divine power to restore itself. But under this pitch-black night sky, a black beam of light silently hit Pigeon Sibo's last proof of existence, directly annihilating it. The last hope of the Lord of the Gem Pit, along with his consciousness, dissipated between heaven and earth. Black destroys light and kills everything in the world. Chapter 1018 The Doomsday of the Gem Pit. How can a person with one world on his back be unable to defeat a bug parasitic on another world? Then set the tone for someone's actions. The current situation of a certain magician is that when a program encounters an exception outside of the design, only one thing will happen, an interruption due to an error. With Pigeon Sibo as the target, not only did he collect various data on this god, but he also used him as an imaginary enemy to conduct various tactical simulations. When such an important target disappears, all that happens is that the collection and simulation operations are interrupted. The person who had taken up most of his energy quit the original situation, and then looked around blankly, receiving a pair of frightened eyes. Well, can I ask what happened? As an earthling who has lived in the Lost Lands for a long time, Lin blurted out the lingua franca of the Lost Lands that he has used for more than 10 years. This time, the robot stopped being pretentious and pretended not to understand the common language of the Lost Lands, insisting that others speak the elemental elven language. How could they not be able to learn a foreign language after having dealt with the MIDI magician many times and having an almost unlimited lifespan? Even if you memorize one word a year, normal conversation will not be a problem for thousands or hundreds of years. Therefore, a leader-level robot said in the common language of Lost Earth, "Sir, the leader of the Gemstone Pit, Pigeon Sibo, made a surprise attack just now and was killed by you." From human to magician, and then to your excellency, Lin's status can be regarded as a triple jump in the hearts of the robots. Although this group of existences have almost eternal lifespan, they look down on short-lived species like humans. But as long as the other party has real abilities, it doesn't matter how long his or her lifespan is. They are all worthy of respect. After all, no one wants to be the one who gets killed. This also includes Hefkin, the original elemental lord, who signed various unequal treaties with a certain magician in the battle against Vulcan. Although this human's performance was outstanding, Hefkin was more focused on the benefits that could be obtained from the opponent. That's why she made the move to commit herself. In fact, she had taken advantage of the short-lived species' lifespan. Compared to her own life, she didn't have to spend too much time in exchange for huge benefits. So why not let the mere humans take advantage? Besides, the final blow to defeat Vulcan can only be achieved with his own help. This made Hefkin think that the human being was superior to him. But he did not think that he was inferior to him. Don't you see? This is a matter of killing the gods. Without me, you can only catch me blindly. Such thoughts maintained a trace of pride in Hefkin. And then it was completely shattered today. Pijunsibo appeared in a divine form. And in terms of strength, he was already a step ahead of Vulcan. The robots took advantage of their experience in the previous battle, and were able to prescribe the right medicine. They had more effective options for dealing with Pijunsibo, rather than a completely useless attack. But such a god was killed by that human alone. Hefkin even thought about it. Even if all the robots joined Pijunsibo's camp, and fell into this strange night realm, would the ending be different? But it seems that they all faced the same ending of destruction? Hefkin chose to forget that Pijunsibo had taken a hit from the main gun of the imaginary number before, causing a heavy loss on the spot. But regardless of whether there was that blow in front of him, killing a god with a mortal body was an incredible event. Therefore, the pocket-level mechanical girl's false surrender is now more sincere. As for someone who has regained normal consciousness, he is at a loss as to how he did what he did. Not to mention some hidden cards that have not yet been revealed. In fact, he himself is able to do such a thing. I am afraid that he himself is the most surprised, seeing the man's idiot-like expression. Then stood in the corner and hated him. He is obviously very powerful, and can force himself into a corner. But his first thought, when encountering something, is to run away and save himself. With such a useless character, I really don't know how he survived to this age. In other words, it is precisely because of this coward that I have managed to live to this age. Inexplicably, the former Demon King fell into some kind of contradiction in logical thinking and struggled to himself. Not to mention the commotion inside the imaginary number. The death of Pijunsibo, the leader of Gemstone Pit, also represents the end of Gemstone Pit, the top force in the Earth elemental plane. Just like an iron wall, the elemental creatures in the Gemstone Pit are strong because of the support of divine power, and because after losing their divine power, the bodies that have been deeply eroded by it immediately decay to the point of being difficult to save. There are even people with gems who directly decay and turn into debris on the ground. At this point, it no longer makes sense to completely annihilate the Gemstone Pit according to the robot's plan. Not only had the human magician intervened, but the surviving elemental creatures had also lost their vitality and looked old and hopeless. Since they are not enough enemies, there is no point in killing them. However, some of the surviving gemstones gave up their true names and died at the root of all souls. Those who don't have a true name don't even have the strength to charge to the death in the end, and are praying for death. There are even those who have lost their souls and stand withered in the once majestic and magnificent palaces, confused and confused, like the living dead. Seeing such a miserable end, the robots who had originally entered the gem pit to prepare for the aftermath withdrew again. The originally abandoned plan was put back on the table, and the robots fired 3 salvos to send this last journey to the place they once longed for. The gem pit that lost its shelter, and the elemental creatures in it eventually turned into craters and dust, bringing an end to the history of the Earth elemental plane. The war on the Earth elemental plane has come to an end. The war was over. And of course reconstruction came next. But how the robots rebuild it has nothing to do with a certain magician. This does not mean that someone has a bad personality and does not care about digging or burying. It's just that it's not an outsider's turn to intervene in this kind of thing. But before embarking on reconstruction, the rewards that should be delivered and the agreements that should be fulfilled must be clearly stated and the agreements made clearly, to avoid being at a loss later and causing more disputes. Then Yao's Earth elemental spirit is the simplest. The destroyed spirits were basically the same as the previous judgment, and did not affect the elemental spirits. And just like the most idealized speculations of the robots, the fire has become the weapon of the next dimension, carrying the memory, technology and sustenance of all the robots. The custodian of fire is naturally the imaginary number born from the same source. Under the threat of that supergiant main gun, no robots objected, and no robots dared to fight for it. In order to contain the fire, the imaginary number also opened a storage room inside the ship, built adjacent to the nuclear fusion reactor. They are the two most well-protected cabins in the ship, and they can also support each other. Before all the robots accepted the transformation, they had promised to lend the power of the elemental spirit. Now that things have happened, there are still some opponents who intend to repent. No matter how hard they join forces, they can't stop it. Everything is just like someone's previous plan. When the vast majority of robots agree on something, it becomes an irresistible trend. Sofan, who came to the fire storage cabin under the protection of the robots, just hooked her fingers, and a stone bird phantom flew out of the fire and fell into her palm. Chapter 10 3 Elemental Planes. Is this the elemental spirit? The phantom of the stone bird seemed to be an illusion. Although it is only the size of a palm, it looks like a towering giant in the eyes, making people dare not look directly at it. And its demeanor is intimidating. Even though the robots were no longer considered elemental creatures, they still lowered their heads to show respect when they saw the stone bird. This is not only respect for the supreme being among the elemental spirits, but also respect for oneself. After all, the elemental spirit is the collective will of all the living creatures in the earth elemental plane. And of course, there is their part in it. Playing with the stone bird in his hand, the natural majesty is nothing to Fun. When she was more fierce, an existence of this level was only worthy of crawling under her feet. Although now there is less anger than in the past, the invisible foundation can still ignore the oppression brought by the elemental spirits. So after listening to someone's question, Fun simply answered, "This can only be regarded as a branch of the elemental spirit. To me, it is a medium that can contact the main body. Although my best hope is to directly the goal of controlling the elemental spirit is somewhat different. But it is not unacceptable to simply borrow its power like this." The Nidicker's reputation is also rumored among the elemental lords. In the battle against Vulcan, she also proved that she was a strong person who could fight the gods alone. So even though her speech was quite sensational, after hearing it, the robots pretended to be stupid or turned a deaf ear. Anyway, the other party has accepted the status quo, and it seems that they have no intention of trying to seize the complete elemental spirit for the time being. As for someone who knew Finn's thoughts from the beginning, he didn't make a fuss, but asked about another thing. Do you want to use it directly? Integrate it into the 4-spirit suit? Or do you want to wait until you have collected the 4 element spirits and then merge them together? What's your suggestion? After all, these silk robes were woven under your leadership. Do you have any scruples in this regard? Finn will not pretend to understand things that she is not familiar with, or act in her own way. So she asked someone for advice. When you get an elemental spirit, just merge it into one. The advantage of doing this is that you can immediately increase your combat power. But after collecting 4 and blending them together, you can avoid the problem of elemental spirits being mutually exclusive or power imbalance during the processing. But I haven't actually done this, so it's hard to say whether there will be any problems. But if you choose the former, do you need that little boost in combat power? Finn shook his head. Without this set of magical silk robes and 4 spiritual clothes, she would be able to run amok. And having them is just the icing on the cake. As for necessity, of course it does not exist. It's just that the equipment he was wearing was a level lower than the Xuanwu robe of the person in front of him. And he felt very uncomfortable, which was why so many things happened. Since that's the case, let's keep the power of the earth elemental spirit first. Wait until the other 3 elements are collected and process it in place again. This saves you from doing the same thing 4 times and having to consider the attribute balance of subsequent processing. Lin intuitively chose the direction that would save trouble and be more certain, although she knew that a conservative person would definitely choose this way. Then still sighed involuntarily. I really hope this man can take more responsibility and be enough to be relied upon, before the little temper that was about to fall into endless complaints could be picked up. The old acquaintance of the leader-level robot Orion interrupted and asked, "Your Excellency, I just heard that you plan to collect the spirits of the 4 elements. Could it be that you wanted the conquest we promised in the first place? Outland conditions. Does the target include the other 3 elemental planes?" Lin looked at the curious expressions of the robots. Anyway, now is the time to talk about these things. So I stopped hiding it and admitted. That's right. When I asked you to agree to conquer the outer lands 5 times, the 3 elemental planes of water, fire, and wind were the planned targets. And what I want is the same, which is their elemental spirit power. According to our agreement, except for the target items, the rest of the loot will basically belong to you. If there are any extra things, I will use them. I'll negotiate with you on how to deal. Orion asked again. Sir, what about the remaining 2 opportunities? Do you already have a target? That's not true. The other 3 elemental planes have been set goals long ago. My original idea was to keep the remaining 2. When I encounter an opponent that I can't defeat alone in the future, I can come to you. Help. But to be honest, I would rather not have such an opportunity. After hearing this, Orion laughed a few times and said, Your Excellency, in this case, our promise may not be fulfilled during your lifetime. Ha ha. Let's talk about it then. What's more, the person I agreed with you is not just me. Finn's role in this war will not be less than mine. Lin didn't want to monopolize the credit. Besides, I don't want to worry too much about the inheritance promised by the elemental elves. It is estimated that he will not have any blood relatives to inherit. So, sir, how do you plan to lead us to attack the other 3 elemental planes? Hefkin, who was only at the pocket level but had a strong sense of presence, asked a more substantive question. In fact, this can be regarded as helping a certain magician to change the topic that he doesn't want to continue. For someone who has not left any blood in Lost Land or Earth, such a topic is a bit embarrassing. Hefkin's question just allowed him to avoid the dilemma of clearly stating that he had no bloodline to inherit. However, Lin has no exact arrangements for the next plan. So I asked, Do you have any good suggestions for attacking other elemental planes? I haven't actually been to several other places. Apart from following the attack method here, I have no other ideas for the time being. In this case, you might as well leave the matter to us. Although the war on the elemental plane has passed a long time ago, many of us have fought in that war. Head Queen patted her metal chest with a sonorous sound. He said confidently, Elemental plane war? Has such a thing happened? Lin was surprised. That was a long period of time when the 4 major planes were fighting each other before the civilization of Lost Land arose. Human beings knew nothing about this, which is not surprising. Lin only glanced at the well-informed former demon king next to him, then turned his head and thought about another thing. He was more interested in the reasons why the 4 planes could fight each other than that unknown history. So I asked directly, Have you mastered Legion-level plane teleportation technology? Oh, how perceptive. My lord, that is indeed one of the things I wanted to say. I really have mastered it. Lin sighed. For the next 3 wars, it would be wrong to say that someone has no ideas at all. The first difficulty in launching a war across dimensions is, of course, how to transport troops. Maybe you can use Flash to teleport a few elites to the target plane. Then build a bridgehead. And then advance step by step. All steps are like this revolution overturning the Earth elemental plane. But this is not a hacking game. There are special rewards for clearing levels in the 2nd and 3rd rounds. It's enough to experience the same thing once. To do it a 2nd or 3rd time is simply self-abuse. The most important thing is that I don't like fighting. If you have this kind of free time, risking your life, bleeding and sweating, why not stay at home? Look at more stars. And relax your mood. Then find Finn a quilt. Just chat. And discuss life goals. Doing something you don't like once is too much. Chapter 1020, Plane Teleportation. As if to show off and prove his worth, F-Queen couldn't wait to say, Now that most of the people in the gemstone pit have died, I should be regarded as the living person. I fought in that war, and am the most familiar with the position. People who use plane portal construction methods. With the current strength and resources of robots, I can build a giant plane portal in just 2 months, no, 1 month. Let alone send troops to fight. The entire move was no problem for us. Building a plane portal requires a lot of resources, Lin said, rubbing the stubble on his chin. Don't worry, sir. We will bear the resources needed for the portal. With the long-term reserves of various forces concentrated, it will not be a big problem to build 1 or 2 plane portals. Anyway, those things left over from the past. We may not be able to use it now. Using it to build the portal can be considered a good use, Efkin said with confidence. The other robots present did not object and nodded in agreement. Lin was of course suspicious of the attitude of the robots. There is no such thing as losing money and making money, unless they have other purposes. Therefore, he asked directly, the other 3 elemental planes also have what you want. No. Wait. Let me think about it. Well, what was the reason why the war among the 4 elemental planes broke out in the first place? Hee. I'm not going to hide it from you. There was a rumor that the person who unified the 4 elemental planes would become the Elemental Elf King. Elemental Elf King. In someone's perception, the Elemental Lord is already the highest rank among the 4 planes. I have never heard of a king. So I asked out of curiosity. Well, no one succeeded. We have been fighting for countless years. The weaker party will unite to resist the stronger party. Sometimes I will form an alliance with you. And sometimes you will form an alliance with him. The result is that no one can do anything to anyone. After the fight, everyone gave up. On the one hand, there are also forces from other planes contacting us, without knowing our enemies and friends. No one chooses to continue fighting the war with no end in sight. Well, the elemental plane of the four kingdoms is indeed not that easy to crack. The four elements of earth, water, fire and wind are in conflict with each other. Earth and wind are not in harmony, and water and fire are incompatible. It is not like the 5 elements in my hometown. Therefore, no one has an absolute advantage or absolute disadvantage among the 4 elements. When it sounds like there will only be one elemental elf king, no one can take over. 1 monk carries water to drink. 2 monks carry water to drink. And 3 monks have no water to drink. This is true in the world. However, this explanation raises another question. Now you think you can compete for the position of the elemental elf king? That's why you are so anxious to fight. No, Your Excellency. Orion stepped forward and said, from the day we accepted the fire transformation, we knew that we had embarked on a different path. The elemental elf king will not be our pursuit, but looking for past enemies and verifying our current strength is actually our way to a higher level. Without fighting, no one knows whether the direction is correct. With your head buried in your own home, you can't find the way to the top. This, although according to the previous analysis, the robot race will no longer embark on the path of continuous expansion for the sake of resources, like the Zerg race in the Star Sea. But this kind of thinking of using war to verify the direction of evolution may also allow them to develop warlike attributes, which is different from the original idea. Have I released some devil? But it seems that there is no turning back. Lin simply ignored things beyond his control, turned back to his goal, and asked for details about the plane portal. Hefkin did not hide anything, but told the truth. I even learned from someone and used pictures and text to explain. It's just that this pocket-sized mechanical girl didn't use the whiteboard technique, a rather crude magic invented by someone, but a mechanical 3-dimensional projection to display the design of the plane portal she planned to build. It is said to be a gate, but it actually has the style of Stonehenge in England. 2 feldspars are pillars, and 1 feldspar is a beam, thus creating a door. For something like this, it would take a month or 2 to find a construction machine that is good at fortifications and use a crane to lift it. An afternoon would be too much. Someone slandered like this. I thought so. But someone thought of another thing and asked, how big should this portal be built? How many troops can be transported at one time? How does it work? Regarding technical issues, especially teleportation type space magic, Lin and Hefkin had a chat. First of all, someone's idea of using a crane to lift 3 stones one on top of another is not feasible, because the erected door is where the teleportation magic mainly operates, and to allow battleship-level robots to pass through. The size of the teleportation gate cannot be solved by 3 stones, and according to Hefkin's calculations, being able to pass through battleships is already the maximum limit that the portal can build. This was also the size of the main portal when they launched plane wars in the past. In the past, using the power of the entire plane, only 1 portal of this level could be built. Then build other smaller plane portals for auxiliary purposes. If the scale needs to be enlarged, the resources required are not just a proportional increase, but an increase in levels. This also means that the colonial ship imaginary number must find another way. Secondly, although in the schematic diagram of the mechanical girl, the plane portal is only 3 stones, but in fact, each stone is made up of countless small rune stones, which are stacked together by some special power. And according to certain rules and regulations, individual runes can produce powerful magical effects after being superimposed. This method of setting up a magic circle was something that Midi had never seen before, and Len was certainly very interested in it. Hefkin generously explained all the construction methods, because this thing is not a secret in the Earth Elemental plane, but most Earth Elemental creatures don't dare to be interested. Since this was the first time I had seen the method, Lin was of course unable to give any opinions or make any modifications. However, he still had doubts about the time it would take to build the portal, and asked, will it still take a month at the earliest to build this portal? Hefkin replied, if you want to go faster, there is still a way. Oh, how? Hefkin covered her mouth and chuckled, and the pocket-level robot said with a girl-like attitude, my lord, have you forgotten how I was formed? If you are in a hurry, I can immediately form a plane portal and send out an army. Anyway, there is nothing to deal with if we want to fight. But if we do this, I can't support a few teleports. We still have to transport some advanced troops to defeat the other 3 elemental planes. Just build a real plane portal. No, this matter is not that urgent. We can still wait for a month. That's not right. It should be said that it doesn't matter if it takes longer. The portal must be built properly. And this war is over. Everyone needs some time to repair. The next one is a plane war. And I also need time to prepare. Chapter 1021 Rest Period. Someone's preparedness is actually just trying to catch a fish. Although in the entire battle, Lin Infant's actual actions were only the initial recruitment of everyone from West Wind Valley, and the final confrontation with the 2 gods. But throughout the war, except when they went home to sleep and eat, they followed the robots on their expeditions. Almost 99% of the time is spent moving. Then the remaining 2/3 are used to assist the fire in transforming the robots. And the other third is actually used for fighting. This indeed made a former fat house, who was not keen on fighting or even sports, feel various discomforts. It's just one step away from going on strike. But before that happened, the war on the Earth elemental plane ended. Lin naturally gave himself a long vacation to rest his mind. By the way, wait for the robots to build the portal. But just because you're fishing doesn't mean you won't report to the Earth elemental plane. Hefkin made it clear that the plane portal she led the construction of can transport large armies, and can also pass through the largest warships. But the colonial ship imaginary number was powerless. In terms of pure size, the imaginary number is more than 10 times larger than the largest of other battleship classes. Compared with other battleships, the imaginary number can be regarded as a fortress. Plane wars don't involve this kind of imaginary number that can easily be beaten at first sight. Not only Lin doesn't agree with this, but the robots don't agree with it either. Now that the 2 gods Pajunsubo and Vulcan have died one after another, imaginary number is already the well-deserved number 1 in the Earth elemental plane. Not to mention the 100,000 turrets he carries with him, or the living space that can accommodate a large number of robots. This kind of superpower is equivalent to having countless subordinates. Just the main gun convinces all the robots. This is a battleship class without legs. Otherwise they would have to kneel. Under such circumstances, finding a way to get the flagship imaginary number to the place where you want to fight has become a nerve-wracking thing for someone. Not to mention that this big ship was unwilling to be unable to join in the fun, and simply pestered someone to ask him to help find a solution. Illusion manipulated Hefkin and created a mini body that could break away from the main body. He followed Lin closely at all times, even to the end of the world. The image of that small split is the white snake used by the imaginary number to wander around the ship and visit the door. Hefkin also placed a mini clone to follow someone, but instead of the image of a mechanical girl with twin ponytails that she mainly uses, she uses the appearance of a green-skinned mouse in a playful way. In this way, the achievement of a nest of snakes and rats is achieved in someone. So now when someone goes out fully armed, in addition to carrying a blue wave knife, he also carries a turtle Xuanwu, a white snake, imaginary number, and a mouse, half queen, which has almost become a portable zoo. Someone laughed at himself. Returning to a life that mainly focused on Lost Land, Lin once again cut back on the math classes he had been taking at Cabin by College for more than half a year. Initially there was 1 class a day, at the busiest time. There were 2 classes a day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. When I started to get busy with the war on the Earth elemental plane, it was changed to 1 class every other day. Courses can be reduced because there are enough students who have already graduated to teach elementary mathematics without the need for someone to teach in person. Later, when the war was intensifying, someone reduced the classes to once a week. On the one hand, there are not many people who are willing to study advanced mathematics, and that person is not really a mathematics major, so he cannot teach and answer questions unilaterally, and if he is asked to go back and continue teaching elementary mathematics, that person does not have that much patience. Furthermore, when I first sought a teaching position, I was new here and wanted to find a job that could sustain my life in the holy city of Starry. Nowadays, someone can be said to have mastered the technology guild, and commissions, handling fees and patent fees are a considerable amount of income. There are also shares and consulting positions in automobile manufacturing and R&D centers. These not only allow someone to maintain a good life, but also the various research and material costs of being a magician are not a problem. Since life is safe, the reason for continuing to take math classes once a week is just to maintain someone's status in the world. Living in a place like the holy city of Starry, in addition to strength, connections are also a manifestation of strength. and you must find ways to maintain them. The war on the Earth elemental plane was over. During the rest period before the next war, Lin devoted most of his thoughts and time to the issue of the imaginary number. Directly handing over the flash technique is indeed a way to solve the problem. According to the size of the imaginary number, there is indeed a way to carry someone's complete flash technique engraved on the subdimensional tower. But this will lead to another question. How to deal with the chaotic alien energy in the dimensional gap? The protective magic circle must cover the entire hull of the imaginary number. Not to mention the amount of work. The consumption of the protective magic circle and various configurations must be recalculated and arranged. And it may not be usable, because no one can tell what situations it will encounter during implementation. Therefore, in the physics of the Earth, the Alcubierre engine, which is based on the warp engine in science fiction works, is not an obvious science and has many problems. So Lin put it on the table for discussion. After this immature knowledge on Earth came to the Lost Land. In a word, technology was not enough. So magic was used to make the research on imaginary numbers famous. To be honest, this result surprised some people. But if you think about it seriously, it's not that surprising. The progress of geophysics is slow because many theories cannot be supported and demonstrated by actual, observable, and repeatable phenomena. Therefore, many theories remain at the stage of hypotheses and have not yet reached the unshakable level of laws. The magic of Midland can do many incredible things. But there is no good explanation for these things. Although magic is not entirely spiritualism, some of it is quite consistent with the basic principles of science. However, these parts have not been systematically organized and summarized. So in the eyes of outsiders, the knowledge of magic will feel quite messy. And this is also true. Earth science fills in the gaps where magic falls short. Therefore, the gap between science and magic is really not as clear-cut as someone might think at first. Instead, they are two very complementary disciplines, if you find the right entry point. But the unexpected effect of magic on science was not what surprised Lin the most. What made his eyes almost pop out was actually the speed of research and development of the robots. Alcubierre engine, or to use it directly in science fiction warp engine. From the proposed theory to the #1 test product, to the maturity of the technology. On Earth, this would have taken decades, or even generations of accumulation, to achieve the technology, and the robots were able to achieve the results in just 2 months. Although only the imaginary number is currently in use. And a few warships also have the idea of modifying warp engines. Such a research and development speed can still completely destroy the most advanced scientific research institutions on the Earth. Does it mean that whether it is a box-cutting machine or a robot, the research and development of machinery-related technologies is at such a speed that it would make someone's jaw drop? Is this an advantage of silicon-based life over carbon-based life? After all, if there is any good design, they can immediately test it on themselves and get feedback from personal data. It is completely different from the design, manufacturing and verification cycle of the Earth. All this makes a certain time-traveling person from the Earth somewhat understand, but not quite understand. But no matter how hard you think, daily life will not stop because of someone's confusion. Especially when an old friend whom he hadn't seen for a long time came to visit. Lin was able to temporarily put those bad things aside and return to his normal life. Chapter 1022 Old Friend in the Southwest. How long has it been since we last met? 1. 10 years. Or longer. You know, the kind of friends who haven't seen each other for more than 2 or 3 years. No matter how long it takes. They give me the same feeling. Anyway, it's been a long time since I last saw each other. It seems that it doesn't matter how long it has been. It doesn't make any sense. That's right. The acquaintance Lin was chatting with at his home in the holy city of Starry was none other than the Grand Mage of the Leon District Chapter. One of the 4 Magician Association chapters in the southwest border of the Lost Continent, and a member of the local Velvet Kingdom. One Javier, son of the Queen. When Lin was teaching at Chungwa Eaton College in Shijia District Branch, he was dragged into the water by someone, who was also the teacher who initiated the magic apprentices. 10 years have passed, and the old bohemian playboy has also let time leave a few traces of weather on his face. But this does not diminish his masculine charm at all, but adds a bit of maturity. When you squint your eyes, it seems like there is a story. As soon as you stand up, you will attract the attention of others, regardless of whether you are a man or a woman. You cannot ignore this charming man. Standing next to him, it is easy to feel ashamed, at least to a certain time-traveling member who was originally a member of the Fat House group. This kind of person can be regarded as evil and killed on the spot to uphold the group rules. But just think about killing him or something. In reality, doing this is really inconsistent with someone's character. Moreover, these are friends who come from afar. 10 years later, they are now older than each other. Grab a bottle of wine and chat for 3 days and 3 nights. But it was obvious that the other party did not come alone. Looking at the large family behind him, most of them were unknown to him. Only the woman following one looked familiar. Before Linwood could say anything, his 2 apprentices had already exclaimed, "Anne-Marie." They rushed up to shake hands with the woman, screaming and jumping like children who had not grown up. Thanks to the reminder from his apprentice, Lin was reminded of this female magic lion dressed as a woman. It was the girl who made one break his declaration of never accepting apprentices. Take him with him, and teach him personally. Just this look? The once romantic and elegant young master directly revealed the answer to the mystery and said, "Now Anne is my wife, and an official magician. How come your 2 children are still apprentices, and the ones who are teachers don't work hard? Is this showing off or making noise?" He would have to be so blind to not be able to see the golden tassels tied to Anne-Marie's robe. So there is no need for him to be so boastful. However, my apprentice still has 2 silver threads to this day, and he has no words to refute if he wants to, which makes someone unable to vent his anger. As for turning apprentices into wives, this is not uncommon among magicians. There are many reasons, and there are even more reasons for giving up. So for this pair of masters and disciples to get together, no one can say whether they are optimistic or not. It is just an accident. Unexpectedly, a playboy will settle down. Is it because I can't think of it? Or is it because I was eaten to death? Someone cursed curiously, ignoring the dazzling looks from the 2 apprentices after learning that their childhood friend Anne-Marie had succeeded in taking over. It's not that he doesn't understand the thoughts of the 2 apprentices. Magic apprentices are committed to their teachers, in addition to becoming familiar with each other and developing a love for each other over time. Many times it is because they are used to obtaining resources from their teachers and do not intend to start a new business on their own. Teachers are also happy to have a closer relationship with these apprentices who have a certain degree of secrets about themselves. Not to mention that there are physical needs that can be addressed. Naturally, the bastard looked at Mung Bean and his eyes met. However, the relationship between master and disciple is still that of master and disciple. It is not that someone has some mental or physical misophobia or an attitude of being afraid of fun. Simply because those who have to leave eventually hope to be able to leave without worries. So Len didn't want to confirm any relationship or leave any heirs. It's useless to think too much. Len looked at the other people he definitely didn't know, showing curiosity. One also introduced. They are students from the Welva Magic Academy. The best group of people. I brought them to the holy city of Estali. In addition to seeing the world, I also hope to communicate with the people here in the holy city. The college is doing exchanges. I have contacted several places through the forum. This is why I want to visit you in person to see what kind of exchanges can be made. By the way, I remember from the news about you on the forum. You are a teacher at Kabamba Academy. The great magician of Kabamba did not agree to the request to communicate with my academy. Can you please come forward to contact me? It's okay for me to come forward to contact you. But I also roughly know the dean's concerns. Because Kabamba Academy is not the kind of teaching that focuses on magic enlightenment. Those who become students are all formal magicians. Everyone is here to be able to come to the next level. If the students you bring are too low, you may not be able to communicate at all. On Earth, the student exchange system has been in place for a long time. Not to mention the benefits in various aspects. At least the 2 parties involved in the exchange are schools of the same level. It is impossible for elementary schools and universities to exchange students. Playing like this must be very painful for both parties being exchanged. Whether it is college students squatting in the classroom of primary school students, doing ABC 1+1 over there, or primary school students listening to the professors in the university class. However, Lin remembered something else and asked, "What is the Velva Magic Academy that your excellency is talking about?" "This is the Royal Magic Academy that I established in my hometown, the Kingdom of Velva, after you left, following your system. Do you remember John Goodman? The one who helped us train the children's physical fitness and manage them, the old squad leader. He helped me for a while, but he passed away peacefully a few years ago." "That's right. May that good man enjoy happiness in the country of the Lord he believes in." Ling gave a blessing according to Meaty's habit. As for Juan's request, just find time to mention it to the great magician Kabamba. Even if you can't have any serious exchanges, you can still take them to Cabin by Academy for a visit. After all, what the masters call communication is no different from Earth's gymnastics. Of course, that's on the premise that no human life is harmed. However, there will also be some less heated communication methods. It depends on how the parties in charge arrange it. This matter is not something that Lin can intervene or decide. At best, he is just a messenger. But the people who came with Juan Javier were not just a group of people who looked like fledgling boys. There was also another group of people who were well-dressed, elegant in manners, and looked like country aristocrats. Yes, country nobles. Someone doesn't think there is anything wrong with this contemptuous usage at all, because it is a very direct perception, just like a rooster and a peacock. Although they both walk with their heads held high, the difference can still be seen at a glance. Chapter 1023 The Exiled Prince. From the barbaric area on the southwest border to the essence of the lost continent. What he saw and heard along the way really gave a time traveler from the Earth a deeper understanding of the lost continent. Different areas and different people will show different spirits, which cannot be imitated by outsiders. In the southwest of the land where a viscount can be regarded as a big shot, and where the princes and princes gather together, and everyone has so much money that they don't know how to spend it. In the center of the land, the latter is naturally not comparable to the former in terms of luxury and corruption. Not to mention that the group of young people in front of me, who looked like they had just lost their nipple hair, were only at the age of just entering college on Earth. They may be able to show good upbringing, but they cannot wash away the imprint from their family. Nor can they see the stability of adults. This is limited by age and experience, and is a crime other than war. Judging from the coat of arms on the armor of these young people, they are indeed distinguished nobles. But if he wanted to see more, Lin couldn't do it. This person does not have Sherlock Holmes level observation and analysis abilities. And he also has a limited understanding of the heraldry of mystery. If there is relevant information on the forum, it may be possible to compare the identity of the other party. But the reality is that these young people don't seem to be famous enough that the forum will record their personal coats of arms. So no one can recognize them. Of course, one wasn't waiting for someone to guess. It was not polite at all. So when someone's eyes drifted over, he introduced, "This is my stupid brother, Stefan, the 6th prince of the kingdom of Velva. But now he is exiled, has no money and no servants. Just the foxes and dogs who were exiled with him." The merciless introduction caused this group of young people who were originally very reserved to collapse. Someone shouted, "Lord Javier!" The person who was closest to Juan and seemed to have the highest status shouted, "Brother!" As for the great magician who gave the criticism, he certainly never thought of saving any face for these people. One showed a disdainful expression and said, "Am I not telling the truth? I have never seen people who plan to rebel, who would speak out loudly after getting drunk in a tavern under the royal city, and even recruit people to join them everywhere. If so, the rebels from the past to the present have been so stupid. You don't know how much trouble you can save the king. Just send a team of palace knights and arrest everyone. And if you want to do it, just do it big. You are recruiting an army to enter the royal city. Why don't you bring down the old man? Do you think that even if you succeed, it will be your turn to take the crown prince's position?" The speaker is not embarrassed, but the listener is extremely embarrassed. With a wry smile on his face, Lin comforted Juan, who was not actually angry, and said, "Old friend, it's not a good idea to bring your family matters to my attention. I'm planning to throw them here," Juan said with a joking face, but also with a bit of seriousness. "Apart from the fact that the exiled people are not allowed to return to the country, no one will care about other things. I'm afraid they are stupid. He doesn't even know how to beg. And then he goes to flirt with the stupid nobles in the country. That is, the fathers and uncles of other boys. They have to watch these stupid pigs seeking death for 3 days. If they don't find it annoying, I will get tired of it too. I just thought that you have become famous in the holy city of Starry. By the way, you can bring the students of our college to the holy city to broaden your horizons. If you put these troubles away here, the world will be peaceful again. Okay." After taking a look at the resentful teenagers, Lin said to Juan seriously, "I don't have a dungeon or anything like that here. They have good hands and feet, and I can't stop them from running away. You should know that. We have known each other for a long time, and I also understand what kind of character you are. By keeping them with you, I hope you will give them a chance, and let them give themselves a chance. If they can't stay and want to leave, I won't blame you for being conceited. Isn't that what you have been doing before? If you are given a chance, it is your own choice. It is your choice if you don't want to. You still can't let go of the matter. So your approach has changed accordingly. What one mentioned was probably the betrayal of someone by the apprentices, who were admitted to Chungwa Eton College, which was also one of the reasons why he was forced to leave the Southwest. Maybe he was quite angry at the time. But today, Juan didn't mention it, and Lin had almost forgotten about it. Lin shook his head and said, "Those things are no longer important. What's more, it is a group of children who regard that incident as an experience on the road of growth. It is not clear whether it will be good or bad for their future. And it seems that I was forced to leave. But in fact, today's development is not inferior to the period when I stayed at Chungwa Eton College. In terms of results, there is nothing wrong with it. My focus is that it is a group of children. But you, his younger brother, His Highness the Sixth Prince and his friends, aren't they? They're just a bunch of exiled idiots. No need for honorifics. Of course, I don't expect you to discipline these guys like you did those little brats before. What I really want to do is to throw them away. Throw them away. In a place where you can't go back home even if you walk for several years. If you are willing to take them in, then let them stay. If they don't want to take them in, then forget it. I just want to save a little life. The rest of them have to be amputated. It's up to you. Even if all the limbs are broken, just send someone to feed them every day. I don't have any objection." A group of young people were naturally furious when they heard Juan Javier's idea. But apart from an angry look on his face, no one could do anything, let alone dare to have an attack. It can be seen that the majesty of this great magician has actually suppressed a generation of people, preventing them from being arrogant in front of him. Lin didn't want to pay attention to this kind of mentality. Juan's awakening was not something someone intended to treat as a courtesy. Anyway, no matter how powerful the family on the opposite side is, even if the emperor is far away, they can't care about the affairs of the holy city of Estali. And I have raised enough idle people. And I don't care about raising a few more. Since you said that, I have no objection. Someone thought of a question. I just thought of a question. How did you get here? Thinking about it, it took him several years to stop and go from leaving the Southwest to settling in the holy city. One has a clear purpose and should be faster than himself. But walking on two legs, or borrowing horses and other animals to pull a cart, should also be a long march of more than a year. This is not a trip suitable for the whole family. Nor is it a teaching trip suitable for taking students on internships. Unless, like me, I am forced to flee. Juan's situation should be different. And there was only one reason that Lin could think of that could allow him to travel so comfortably. Or rather one ship. Did you rob your teacher's Gauspertone? Chapter 1024 Small Changes in the Times. As a former fat nerd, of course, I am very interested in this kind of aircraft that only appears in fantasy works. After traveling to the Lost Lands, the Gausbottom was the first airship I heard about and saw with my own eyes. Lin was certainly impressed. As the only airship in the southwest of Midland, there is no doubt about its strategic significance and rapid transportation capabilities. If Juan Javier, the great magician, could bring such a large family and be able to travel easily and quickly, then the airship would be the best means of transportation. It's just, there seemed to be a lot of problems when using that airship. Juan Javier admitted readily and said, "That's right. But it was not me who robbed my teacher, but my kind teacher who appointed me as the new captain of the Gauspertone, and has been for several years." Looking at someone's surprised expression, Juan added, "It seems that you don't care about the news about Southwest on the forum. It's not news to you that I am the new captain. Don't you care about the subsequent development of these guys?" "Those boys?" Someone asked in confusion. "Are you referring to the group of kids in the academy? What happened to them after that?" "I never pay attention to these things," Lin said honestly, "because all matters on the forum are left to the attention of Kaya, a magic apprentice. If she thinks it is necessary to let her teacher know, then she will find time to report it back to her teacher." However, Lin expressed his indifference to most of the news that Kaya felt was important. Over time, Kaya stopped reporting any important matters, because his teacher doesn't care about the outside world at all. However, the great magician who brought up this topic spread his hands and shrugged, and said, "I only know one thing. That is, none of those boys have grown up enough to deserve my attention. So I don't know them either." "What happened next?" "No matter how hard you dig, you don't need to bury it. This guy, someone slandered. But I really don't care about the future of those little guys. I know. It can only be treated as a casual chat after dinner." Juan, who was digging holes but not filling them, changed the topic and said, "I don't know whether you know it or not, But you have two inventions that have completely changed the purpose of airships. Faced with the sudden change of topic, Lin of course put aside those unpleasant memories and asked, "What invention?" The first one, of course, is the forum. On the forum, the section about airships allows Magic Tower owners who are willing to accept the docking of airships to have a channel for publicity. Otherwise, in the past, these information about tower owners who are willing to provide berths will only be in the hands of a few people. If the tower owner changes, the original agreement may be invalid. So the channel connecting these magic towers will become a restricted area for airship operations. Restrictions. Originally, these permissions could only be obtained through face-to-face contact between the captain and the tower owner. At most, the Magician Association would provide relevant information. Now, most of the contact matters are completed on the forum. So you think the forum provides information? It doesn't matter. Lin thought about the Magician's convention related to the airship and asked, "I remember that the tower owner of the Magic Tower is obliged to accept the airship's parking request and, if the situation permits, provide supplies for a fee. Restrictions on flying, isn't it only the distance between the Magic Towers that the airship moves? After all, as far as I know, it is quite troublesome to replenish the airship's energy after it is exhausted, let alone replenish it to the point where it can fly again. How many magic stones are there?" The biggest difference between the semi-permanent energy pool on the airship and the energy pool on the Magic Tower is that the airship only has the function of storing energy and cannot generate energy. Under normal circumstances, they are parked on the Magic Tower and charged by the energy pool of the Magic Tower. Although magic stones can also be used to input power, such consumption is unimaginable to ordinary people. Even the wealthy master would probably have a heart attack when he saw the bill for a fully charged airship magic stone. Regarding someone's argument about a convention, one replied, "It is true that there are such internal regulations, but they are not enforceable, unless it is in a state of war recognized by the Magicians Association. In actual operation, there are which captain would dare to approach a magic tower without permission in advance and pay for it afterwards? If an airship collides with a magic tower, it will always be the one that could have flown to the ground, a ship in the sky, and the tower owners are the most willful people among the magicians. You really can't rely on reason to naively think that things will be as you imagine. There are many mages who rely on the Magic Tower's defensive location to do whatever they want. It is even common to hear of cases that cause outrage and require the Magician Association to send troops to attack. So it's no wonder that even though Juan Javier is already a great magician, he still feels that they and the Lord of the Magic Tower are like people from two different worlds. This is also a common understanding among magicians. Speaking of which, it was quite stupid to hand over the Magic Tower that I spent money to by the inheritance rights and extensively renovated upon the President's order, as I did before. But at that time, I was really frightened by the demon army behind the Gate of the Abyss. The appearance of the Lord of the Abyss later made me even more frightened at that time. But I didn't expect that everything would be solved so easily. I regret it. Going back to the advantages of the forum. This is one of the benefits of making market information public, which promotes market activity. Open and transparent information can attract some potential buyers, who may have no connections or may not dare to deal with strangers rashly. The forum and its comments have become a good media platform. Specifically, it is like various online shopping in modern times on Earth. Fortunately, internet fraud marketing has not yet emerged in MIDI. After all, deceived masters who visit can be fatal. Don't treat the people who were deceived on the MIDI forum as sheep. The laws of lost land are not sound enough to curb people's impulse to commit crimes. At most, they only serve to punish people afterwards. And that's on the premise of catching someone. If you can't catch someone, of course everything will stop. Overall, this should be a good thing. And Lin is more interested in the impact of his invention. Ask, what is the other item? Sid. One said a name that was very familiar, but had not been mentioned by anyone for a long time. After being stunned for a moment, Lin suddenly turned around and asked his apprentice, "How long has it been since those two greedy goblins gave us the profits we should get?" Unexpectedly, it was not Kaya who answered, but another girl with blonde wavy short hair, Halumi, who said, "Teacher, Todakani was given away just 5 months ago. He will give it away once every 6 months. Next time it's next month. I can't say when it will come, but he will just pick it up when you are not here. That airship is really yours. I thought it was the goblin who used your name to cheat." One side. Chapter 1025 Small Changes in the Times 2. Lin was surprised and said, "What's the point of using my name to deceive? If that goblin really wants to make a name for himself, wouldn't it be better to use his own name? The problem is the repair and manufacturing of the ship. The goblin can't handle it. One spread his hands with a helpless expression. You know, there are so many undercurrents operating in private in order to obtain the secrets of that airship. There are many people who plan to use drastic measures. It's not that the goblin doesn't want to monopolize all these secrets in order to improve himself. But it seems like you can't handle it. I originally thought you were being pushed out as a shield. But it seems that the goblin is telling the truth. And you are the one who really controls all of this. Of course, Lin knew that the airship Sid he had transformed was definitely a product that transcended the era of MIDI. But that is just a civilian version of the airship. And it is far different from the version with official background. Just comparing the armament of the Gauss per tone. It would not be a problem to blow up 10 SIDS. Someone helped transform it, and even contributed all the magic materials he carried with him in order to escape the desperate situation in the snowy mountains. Depending on the situation at the time. Wasting resources on weapons would simply be a waste of the opportunity to be rescued. You have to be really stupid to want to make a weapon in that situation. Since arming was not necessary, someone simply did not add any weapons to the Sid. So Lin was puzzled by Juan Javier's praise and asked, "Is that ship really so attractive? It doesn't have any means of attack. It's just fast. You can't see everyone ramming it." You, a guy who is so good at analyzing and talking, told me that the airship is only fast and nothing else. Is this the truth? Or is it shameless boasting? You don't even know what that goblin did. You're not even paying attention to things. Lin asked curiously, "What did he do?" "Time is money." Juan Javier said in a singing voice a phrase that was so familiar to someone. He continued, "I heard that this sentence came from your mouth. And that goblin not only preached this sentence everywhere, but also carried it forward. Well, I'm getting curious. What that goblin does is actually what ordinary civilian airships do. Transporting goods and carrying guests. But have you ever thought about it? His speed is not that fast. For the same distance, most flying the voyage by airship takes 3 days. But the Sid only takes less than half a day. If someone is in a hurry to deliver the goods, or hopes to get to the destination as soon as possible, the goblin will charge 3 to 5 times the price. The price is quite exaggerated. But in this unique business, no one can rob him. And even those who want to rob him can't catch him. Want to rob him? So exciting, Lin said in surprise. It's definitely more exciting than you think. In the past, caravans carrying expensive goods could only use increased escort forces to ensure that the goods could reach their destination. And these escort forces, in addition to eliminating possible dangers during the journey, in addition to encountering monsters and natural disasters, the most important thing is to guard against other bandits with ulterior motives. Even so, the possibility of damage during the journey is still very high, which is no less than an adventure in a dungeon. But the speed of the Sid can eliminate many unstable factors. The uneasy factor? Bandit monsters and the like. No matter what kind of airship they are facing. This should have nothing to do with whether it is the Sid or not. It's true that robbers can't steal ships flying in the sky. But for airships, the biggest enemies are other flying monsters. However, no flying monsters can catch up with the Sid at full speed. This is very important to other flying monsters. What a surprise for an airship that can only rely on force to protect itself. This is not to mention the Sid's greatest weapon. The biggest weapon? Someone's idea of this word is that the Goblin of Totokani has been repaired. And even a set of goblin cannons have been mounted on the airship. Before you can hurt others, hurt yourself first to see if you are afraid. Looking at your expression, you are probably thinking of things like goblin artillery. Ling Gon laughed a few times. Juan Javier shook his head and said, "It's not that kind of weapon. As far as I know. It's called an engine." "Engine? What's wrong with this thing?" Lin was surprised and asked in confusion. "The movement range of the airship will be limited by the magic tower that is willing to provide parking. This is because the only source of power and energy for the traditional airship is the semi-permanent energy pool. It is said that the engine relies on burning a black water obtains propulsion power and reduces the consumption of the airship's energy pool. In other words, with the same power reserve, the Sid has a wider range of activities than other airships, and can even reach places that traditional airships cannot reach. How amazing is such an advantage? Amazing? It can be considered scary, but nothing is just amazing. Think about it. The Sid can go to places that other airships cannot reach, which means that the Sid will have more guests than other airships. Therefore, even if the cost of a ride on the Sid is much more expensive than other airships, Only a few people can afford it, but just such a few is enough to keep the goblin busy. Now on the forum, you have to make a reservation to entrust the Cid, and it is scheduled for half a year. In this way, he can receive more compensation for one trip than others, and it takes longer to fly than others. If it's less, then the money that the Cid can earn compared to others is not just 3 to 5 times that of others. After hearing what Juan said, Lin glanced at the great magician up and down with surprised eyes. But he was not shocked by the content of the conversation, but by the man who spoke. It's not simple. Apart from magic and women, I've never seen you care so much about business matters before. Is this a gender change? Hey, thanks to you and the Cid taking the lead, this environment has been blessed. Do you know why I was appointed as the captain of the Gossbottom? Especially since I also serve as the dean of the Royal Academy of Magic. And at the same time in the kingdom, working part-time in the Magician Association was something that was never possible before. Then why? Someone asked, fulfilling his duty of complimenting. I know a lot of people. The cost of maintaining an airship is quite high, and with the opening of forums and shopping malls, people's demand for distant goods has greatly increased. Do you know how many magicians are unwilling to do what they did in the past? Waiting for a magic material for half a year, and you may not be able to get it. In the past, it depended on whether the entrusted Chamber of Commerce was capable enough. Now through the convenience of the forum and the mall, you know where the thing you want is. It was just delivered. They were not short of money, and were willing to pay a little more to get the items quickly. Under this incentive, many airships came out to do business. Of course, the items delivered were of high value and rare items. Therefore, a captain who is well-rounded and good at making friends is more important than anything else. At least he must find a suitable magic tower to anchor. And he is not the kind of person who can't say anything for a long time. Chapter 1026, The Purpose of Old Friend. If this were the case, you wouldn't agree to this position easily. Why not? Is there any better life than being able to travel around with public funds? And the private work that this position can take on is quite lucrative. We don't prohibit this kind of thing, as long as everyone the goal of returning to the voyage can be achieved without delaying the original goal. Whatever extra you do is your own business. Juan Javier's words were plausible, but it reminded someone that the man in front of him had such a prodigal character. He sighed. It's indeed something you can do. It's really not surprising. You probably came to the holy city of Astali, and part of the reason is that you want to come and have a look. Hee hee. Of course. I have heard the name of the great library for a long time, and I can't wait to take the little guys to see it. You want to go see it yourself? Looking at the mention of the big library, Juan's expression was more excited than the little guy he mentioned. The group of students from the Magic Academy. So who wants to go more? There is no need to ask such a question. Right? Just like when you were young. Where should you go, and what should you eat? Is it what you want to go to, and what you like to eat? Or do your parents want to go, or what do your parents like to eat? Such issues cannot be discussed. If you discuss it, you will get beaten. Even if you don't eat a meal of fried shredded pork with bamboo shoots, you will get a lot of complaints that make you want to commit suicide. And you keep saying that everything is for yourself. Just when someone was thinking about whether or not to complain and undermine the confidence of the jealous old man in front of him, then came back from teaching life lessons at the academy. When she entered the small banquet hall, she was followed by 2 apprentices. One for someone, one for herself. Leonardo and the Marquise de Balin. As the only apprentice of the former demon king, it makes sense for Queen Balin to follow Fin. But his apprentice, fellow countryman Leonardo, will be taken with him by Fin, or taken to the academy's life lessons, because this kid's painting skills are very good, to faithfully represent the images in your mind. Someone's whiteboard writing skills are unmatched so far, but as soon as the power that maintains magic is interrupted, the images disappear. If these images want to be recorded, other than storing them in a special magic stone medium in image format, or directly storing them on a forum, there is no way to directly output them to paper and save them in the real world. The great computer industry in Midland has developed to this day. Although there are printing presses, there are no printers yet. The size and purpose of the two are completely different, since there is no printer that can output files or pictures to paper. If you want physical paper, everything goes back to the original method, which is the pen. It's easy to say that it's a simple text. Which magician didn't copy it from a book? It is only in the past 10 years since the rise of forums that this kind of storage method using magic stones as a medium has been developed. and then can be read through browser programs and water mirror screens. However, traditional things like copying and taking notes have not been completely abandoned. So everyone's copying skills are still above the level. But the output of the picture will test the painter. And this requires some talent and practice. There was a certain person who had drawn before time traveling and had also helped other people who traveled through Dajinshi. He was quite capable as a painter. And the art skills he had studied specifically allowed him to make out a lot of things in his paintings. But when it comes to this ability, he is really no match for his own apprentice, Leonardo. For a simpler painting, that kid didn't even make a draft. He could finish it in one go without even finishing a single stroke. His miraculous skill of completing the whole picture is something we often see. He can quickly outline even a more complicated picture, given a little more time. All the details can be taken care of. Well, I feel more and more that he is the person I imagined. And I saw an acquaintance. And he was not a magic apprentice. Juan Javier stood up gentlemanly, said, "Okay," and said with a salute and praise, "I haven't seen you for a long time. Your Excellency Finn. Your beauty is even better than before. In this cold winter, the warm sun that can melt snow is so desirable. Stay close. This is another episode of the Playboy personality. Do you want to miss it?" Not to mention someone was standing next to him. And Juan's wife was standing behind him. Of course, Len couldn't see his own expression. But Mari's face was calm. And there was no feeling of envy, jealousy, or hatred at all. With this confident attitude, is he certain that his husband will not succeed? Or is he a glimpse of the future results? Fun. Another client tilted her head in confusion and looked at the man who greeted her. For a long time, I was speechless. Upon seeing this, one showed an exaggerated expression of disappointment, put one hand on his forehead and said, "Looking at your appearance, you shouldn't be thinking about disappointing thoughts like who is this guy?" "Your Excellency Finn. Juan Javier from the southwest of the mainland. I would like to say hello to you. Long time no see." "Oh, it's you." I remembered. Fun. Who originally planned to go back to his room when he saw a guest. Came over to say hello. She is not a hostess in his home. She is another host. So she will not show any sign of flattery to Lin's guests. But when he meets someone he knows, then won't be so unkind as to treat them coldly. So she led the two apprentices and joined the conversation in the small banquet hall to welcome the guests. Juan Javier once again introduces the people behind him. Of course, this great magician who is good at dancing and full of witty words will not say the same lines again, which will disgust those who have already heard it. Change the order and use different descriptions to introduce it. Not only do people who listen to it for the first time get to know this group of new friends, but people who listen to it once also get to know each other a little better. Finn is impatient to waste too much time on social rhetoric. But that doesn't mean she won't. So she followed the etiquette and introduced, "This is my apprentice, the noblewoman of the Guana Empire, Lady Balin. The other is his apprentice, Leonardo." The he here refers to, of course, it's Lin. Although it is covered under the black gauze, and the whole body is tightly wrapped. Except for the female dress. It is actually impossible to tell whether the person inside is male or female. But the status of an imperial noble still made the eyes of those exiled young men light up. This made the young girl, who was afraid of strangers, hide behind her teacher. It's a pity that Finn doesn't have the consciousness to protect others. Ignoring his own apprentice hiding behind him, he sat on the soft exclusive sofa, looked directly at this old friend he hadn't seen for a long time, and asked, "Tell me, your destination?" After laughing twice, Juan Javier said, "Can't we just catch up with old friends?" Then glanced at the charming great magician and said, "You are just like this guy," pointing at the silent Lin. "You don't care about people at all. You must have a clear destination. If you want to see the big man, the library, and because we are in the holy city, we stopped by to take a look. It's okay to convince others, but why don't you just tell me what you want to do?" "Okay," one said helplessly. "You guys have really figured it out. What if my destination here is an airship?" Chapter 1027 Requirements. Lin is not afraid of other people's motives, but he is afraid of others' evil intentions. There is a purpose, and it can be discussed. If both sides get what they need, everyone will be happy. Of course, not everyone can come to him for discussion. Those who have never interacted with others always like to use a high profile to pressure others into acting. It was precisely because he was impatient to deal with such people that Lin Ning refused them all. But since they are friendly people, it is not too much to give them some time and listen to the other party's requirements. So Lin waited for Juan's next words. After changing himself into a more comfortable sitting position, Juan Javier said, "The way MIDI uses airships now is different from the past. I am afraid that only the Hater Empire in the East has their airship army. It maintains the same purpose as in the past, serving as a deterrent to surrounding countries. However, in recent years, this famous airship army has been suppressed by the Dragoon army of the Karlsruhe Empire in the south. Coupled with the flexibility of the Flying Dragon, the bulky airships are basically like targets in the sky. In addition to the Imperial Legion, both private and official airships are moving towards commercial transportation because of the forum's convenient information exchange, direction of development. However, the airships used by everyone are still the same as in the past. If there is no comparison, I am afraid that the change of airships will take a while, and it will be a slow improvement. But the Cid broke this. Everything. Speaking of which, these things have something to do with you. The ship-cutting knife." Lin could only respond with a wry smile, but did not respond. Juan continued, "I have said before that there are many people who want to understand the secrets of the Cid from the Goblin Totokani. But the Goblin can only do some basic repairs and maintenance. And more core what's more. The Goblin said that there are so-called protective measures on the Cid. And if anyone wants to dismantle it, the airship will be triggered. It will self-destruct. Not to mention exploring the secrets inside. It will also cause damage to the surroundings. Is this true?" Nodding, Lin said, "It's true." "How?" Juan asked curiously. "As a magician, even if he is not the master of the magic tower, how to maintain the stability of energy, so that the energy pool can output power smoothly, and control a magic tower is a topic that many people have studied. It is still constantly innovating. So you think about it. Would it be difficult to do the opposite, and let the energy pool on the airship explode and self-destruct? That thing is inherently unstable, so it is normal for it to explode." "That's right," Juan agreed. At the same time, he continued, "since there is no way to take apart the Cid for study, the method everyone chooses is, of course, to find you directly. But I have never heard of anyone succeeding. And I have never seen you build a second Cid. So many people are skeptical about the Goblin's statement, thinking that you are not the builder of the Cid, but someone else. Of course, as far as I know, I want to use some shady means from your side. There are quite a few people, but these people usually come back with nothing, or even suffer heavy losses, according to their own words. Is there such a thing?" Lin looked at his apprentice in confusion. Kaya, a girl with black hair and brown skin, said, "Yes, teacher. There are many people through emails or forums, hoping that you can help them build airships. But at the beginning, their tone and conditions were not very good. So you told me unhappily that any future requests like this will be rejected, and there is no need to report to you anymore. So I will block all future requests. It really happened. I forgot about it. It must have been a long time ago. Yes. Not long after arriving in the holy city of Estali, someone came to see you. It was just that you were busy with matters at Kabamba Academy at the time. So you turned them down," Kaya replied. Hearing this, Lin asked Juan, "Could it be that those rejected requests were also yours?" "Ha. That's not true. My initial thoughts were the same as the second method chosen by others." "The second method? What is that?" "There's no way to take it apart, but you can still copy it and study it yourself. You can't see the secret of the core, but what's exposed is of great research value. At least the 2 engines and horizontal propellers hanging outside. As long as you are not blind, you can see it. At the beginning, no one knew what the engine was like and what it was used for. But you set up a car manufacturing and R&D center and started selling what you called cars. Maybe those customized cars are difficult to get, but ordinary cars are not that difficult to get," Lin said in surprise. "Could someone have dismantled the car engine and installed it on the airship?" At the same time, he turned back to look at Kaya. The dark-haired, brown-skinned girl who was responsible for monitoring the forum nodded. Juan Javier, who brought up this topic, continued, "Hey, someone really did this. Although the engine and propeller were added, the flying speed was indeed faster than before the modification. But it was not as fast as Cid even so. Coming to the holy city to buy a few cars and disassemble the engines and install them on the airship is the most popular thing among the recent discussions on the airship. So, you came to me to get 2 car engines to install on the Gauss Breton?" Lin asked. "If I just want to do this kind of thing, there is no need to come to you specially. Juan Javier leaned forward and lowered his voice and said, I think based on our friendship, I should be able to entrust you to take action personally. Isn't this better than just thinking about it on my own? Would you like to help me? No problem. Lin, who was crossing his legs, replied casually. Well, you agreed. Juan Javier was full of words that he was ready to use to convince someone. But he didn't expect that he would agree after just saying this. Juan was not the only one who was surprised. Kaya, Halumi and other apprentices, as well as Finn, were all surprised by someone's straightforwardness. Someone's trouble-fearing character can be said to be hopeless, unless it is something he is interested in, or something he is forced to do. How can he be moved by calling him? So how could everyone not be surprised when Lin agreed to such an additional request? However, for some people, the reason for not helping others build airships in the past was not only due to laziness, but also the idea of hiding. I don't want those airships to become a weapon against me or hinder me. People who are lost in the land can clearly distinguish their grudges and hatreds, and they can be classified into one code. It doesn't mean that the other party will treat you less favorably in the future just because you showed kindness in the past. What's more, you have to consider whether the other party will send you on the road after you complete the modification in order to monopolize the airship's technology. Let the modified airship become the ultimate sound, maintaining the vastly different advantages. But now, Lin has even boarded a space battleship, and there seems to be no point in trying to block the development of airships. Not to mention that it was his friend who helped him a lot during his time at Chunghwa Eton College. Continuing to refuse would be unkind. So he agreed. Chapter 1028, Great Prophecy. But I won't give it unconditionally. That's understandable, Lin added. Juan Javier asked generously. Of course. No one will make such a request. So what are your conditions? The first point is that all material costs and personnel costs are borne by you. The cost of materials is easy to say. What are the personnel costs? One asked cautiously regarding unfamiliar terms. To put it simply, it is the wages of hired workers, craftsmen who make parts, and the wages of these people. I know that there will be many people on the airship who are both craftsmen and manufacturers. Of course, these people are welcome to join the work together. They want to learn. I'll try my best to explain. It's no problem. But whether these people get paid depends on your own plan. After all, as the captain, these people are also your subordinates. That's easy to say. I'll make the arrangements. Arranging his own people was not part of Juan's original plan. Unexpectedly, someone had made arrangements before he opened his mouth. This made Juan hastily agree. It's just that Juan Javier also understands that exchange of interests is the means of equal communication between magicians. It seems that I've taken all the benefits, and the part one have to pay is what I should give. Then the other party. Sir, what do you need? Before making my request, I would like to ask you something first, Lin said politely. The advantage of negotiating a deal with such an acquaintance is that the other party knows his own limits and will not make exaggerated demands. And then the two parties will slowly see each other, until both parties were very dissatisfied with the result. They signed the contract with an unhappy look on their faces. This kind of gameplay is simply a waste of time in life. Without winner-take-all, who would be truly satisfied? So it's better not to waste your feelings in the first place. Just wanting to do this is not something you can do when communicating with strangers. A certain fat nerd version of time-traveling people doesn't like to deal with outsiders. But just like what Finn said, the other person is the same person as himself. So naturally there won't be so much useless foreplay. Lin went straight to the topic and said, and has the gift of prophecy. Is this true? I heard such rumors before I left. Juan Javier nodded and said, this is true. I just don't want her to become a plaything of some powerful people, helping them with divination and prophecy all day long. That's why I take her with me to protect her. So do you also want to do divination? I thought you didn't believe in these false things. But would be, well, what do you say? Be more pragmatic? I don't want to know the future. I'm interested in the great prophecy. Finn is very knowledgeable, but she is not good at this magic. So I want to know how a magician with the gift of prophecy would explain. Use this magic. This is my condition. From Lin's current perspective, the barrier between magic and science is not obvious, because there are many aspects of magic that can be explained using scientific methods. If there is no way to explain it, the only reason is that we have not yet controlled all the variables. It is because there are so many uncontrollable parts that magic is dismissed as idealism. The great prophecy is someone's recent personal project. For Juan Javier, exchanging great prophecy for the knowledge of airships is no longer a question of whether it is worthwhile. but a question of whether he is willing. Because this level of knowledge cannot simply be measured by value. The great prophecy is very powerful. But in any case, it is just a magic. The knowledge of airships is a technological change and an era of progress. How can it be compared to a powerful magic? Taking a step back. As long as you have money, you can build 10,000 new airships. But with the same money, it is not necessarily possible to recruit 10,000 magicians who can use great prophecy. So how to choose? For one, who has many identities such as Viscount Javier, captain of the Gauss Bertone airship, and dean of the King of Vilda's Royal Academy of Magic. It doesn't seem to be a difficult choice. But he didn't let his own thoughts make the decision. Instead, he turned around and asked Anne-Marie, the other party involved in this transaction, who was also his wife, sitting next to him. My wife, do you agree to this deal? Anne-Marie, who is similar in age to Kaya and Halumi, but is now a wife, has shed her former childishness. Maybe it's because her heart belongs to someone. Or maybe it's because she has a safe home to live in. So she has a calmness that a girl can't compare to. Faced with her husband's inquiry, the taciturn woman nodded in agreement without hesitation. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, there is no difference between a magician with the gift of prophecy being held captive by a powerful person and being held captive by one. But who knows that this is not the path she has chosen and managed? Can others really control people who can see the future? Just like the request at hand, one Javier, as the husband, asked out of respect, which was actually an opportunity for Anne-Marie to influence his choice, regardless of whether he is soft-hearted or stubborn and arbitrary. As long as this person has a place on the trajectory of destiny, he cannot escape the hands of the chosen ones of the goddess of destiny. Of course, she has never revealed any of these things, or the identity of the voters. The path Anne-Marie chose was actually to spend her life peacefully with the man beside her. All she has to do is to help Juan choose the safest path on every fork in fate. However, it is difficult for her men, or people of this era, not to meet these two people at the decision point of their fate. In terms of strength, in general perception, the lich who once had the name of Demon King is higher than another man. In Anne-Marie's eyes, on the road to destiny, the lich that was no longer a lich was like a boulder blocking the road. Those who want to move forward can only take a detour. If they desperately want to shake the boulder, they will end up being crushed to death by the rolling stone. However, another man is like a mountain in the eyes of fate. Everyone has only 3 endings when encountering this mountain: stopping in front of the mountain, crossing along the mountain, or dying in the mountain. The most terrifying thing is that everyone who enters the mountains does not realize where they are and what choices they face. Even if the end comes, they may not be aware of their situation. Anne-Marie had never told anyone about such an idea. If Lin himself knew about it, he would definitely think of this sentence from his hometown: only in this mountain. The clouds are deep and nowhere. Faced with such a man, even if he was the chosen one of the goddess, Anne-Marie actually didn't have much choice. There was no way she could provoke her husband to stand against that man. She knows better than anyone else that the person in front of her is terrifying, and that even the goddess of fate is a troublesome person. So Anne-Marie compromised, or in other words, she made a choice that allowed her and her husband to avoid the worst outcome and get the most benefit. From this point of view, even though she knew that the great prophecy she had handed over would make this mountain, whose top could not be seen when she looked up, become a little higher. But how could it not be possible to choose such a path? Chapter 1029 Prophecy and Prediction. Lin, who received a positive response, was certainly very happy. Now, there is no real meaning for him to worry about revising the spell model or arranging several sets of suitable tactics for the magic he is good at. But expanding the scope of one's knowledge is a completely different matter, although it requires knowledge about airships. Besides, it is true that the word prophecy sounds very metaphysical. But if you use the term predictive analysis, it is a serious science. Even on the modern Earth, there are a large number of scientists studying this science in different fields, such as climate prediction, earthquake prediction, volcanic eruption prediction, tsunami prediction, etc. And in fields other than natural phenomena, it is even more popular. For example, 99% of people in the world do not understand financial markets, such as the stock market, foreign exchange market, and futures. In the field of science and technology, various simulation experiments can also be regarded as a category of predictive analysis. Good simulation tests can effectively avoid the waste of manpower and material resources with large amounts of physical objects. This also has practical value. In the field of magic, The grand prophecy has the ability to distort reality, and has a powerful magical effect that is almost as if it were spelled out. And because the threshold for learning magic is not high compared to other strategic level magics, any magician with a certain wealth will learn this knowledge from the Magician's Association. But the magic of great prophecy is typically easy to learn but difficult to master. The difficulty that prevents magicians from mastering this magic is first of all the price to pay when using magic. Sometimes it is so heavy that it is unbearable, as if it directly takes away the life of the caster. Sometimes it is as if it is insignificant. The caster does not feel the consumption of power at all, and the spell is completed. Why are there such differences? Most magicians attribute the reason to talent. Therefore, although there are many magicians who have learned the great prophecy technique, not many dare to actually use it. Another difficulty is that great prophecies are often realized in ways that others cannot imagine, and may not always be exactly what the caster wants. It's like signing a contract with the devil. But those abyssal creatures always like to find loopholes in the contract to trick the other party. This makes people who plan to use great prophecy be cautious, because those who are not careful will be tricked to death. I want to use mathematical methods to solve the two major problems of great prophecy. Let this magic, which is powerful but has too many uncontrollable factors, become less difficult to control. This is what Lin wants to do. It's just that, even though he got the approval of In-1, Lin didn't express his doubts in one breath. Instead, he said, "It's really nice that you two are willing to help. But regarding the question of great prophecy, I have to spend some time sorting it out and clarifying my thoughts before I know what I should ask. So I'll put this part aside for the time being. Come on, let's discuss the issue of airships first." "Oh, is there anything we need to discuss about this part?" Juan asked. He did not focus on the great prophecy first, but dealt with the airship-related matters first. Of course, he was very happy. But Juan Javier, who was familiar with the character of the magician in front of him, was actually a little worried, because this man always doesn't play by the rules and often does some shocking things. "I don't know how strange my simple request will become." "You seem worried," Lin joked and said. "Don't worry. It's just confirmation of some ideas. The first point is, of course, do you plan to rebuild an airship or modify the gas bottom?" Juan Javier did not immediately respond. After thinking for a moment, he said, "What is the difference between these two? Can you please tell me? I won't go into detail about rebuilding an airship. Anyway, it is about using the latest technology and piling up real money. I will focus on the difference between the modified Gauss Bertone and the former." Lin picked up the coffee that had cooled down, took a sip, and moistened his throat before continuing. "There are actually two ideas for renovating the Gauss Bertone. One is to consider retaining the old hull as much as possible to save costs. But in this case, it will be more or less the same as the SID, with some problems left over from the old hull." Lin spent a little extra time to talk about how he used existing materials and local materials to renovate the SID during the severe winter when it was hit by snowy mountains. Another modification idea is to use the Gauss Bertone as a framework to pile as many new technologies on this airship as possible, so that it can truly be reborn. In the process, the structures that can be retained will be retained, and those that cannot be retained will be retained. Just recast it into usable parts. But if you do this, the cost may not be cheaper than building a new one. It depends on how much of the Gauss Bertone can be retained and how much needs to be modified. Only after actual inspection and consultation with you on the renovation plan can we determine how much it will cost. It may even be more expensive than new construction, because there will be costs for dismantling and rebuilding. In a word, how much money are you prepared to do? The magician in front of him only wanted the knowledge of the great prophecy as a reward, which made Juan Javier's pockets much richer. Considering the various food and drink expenses of a group of people traveling, it is impossible not to leave some money as living expenses. Juan opened the water mirror screen, deducted the necessary expenditure budget from the existing property, and gave Lin a number. Looking at this figure, which even with his current net worth, Lin would be moved by, he didn't make any further comments. On the contrary, seeing Juan skillfully use the income and expenditure accounts and budget tables made Lin quite emotional. This was what Tsinghua Eton College was doing back then. I wonder what is left of that institution that I invested so much effort in. In fact, when someone didn't care, the successor to the dean of Tsinghua Eton College and one of Lin's acquaintances, the great magician Green Win, ran the college very well. Of course, someone's military approach to management was abandoned. However, there were not many compromises with powerful people. The entire academy still focused on enlightening people who had never had the opportunity to come into contact with magic, and helped many people. One Javier was somewhat complacent about being able to come up with such a large amount of money. Said, "This money has been earned by relying on airships in the past few years. Although I am a little tired from running around. But I can look around and make a small amount of money. I really can't complain anymore. If these are not enough, I also have a private treasury that can be used to advance payment. After I return, I will rob my teacher, No. I will ask my teacher to reimburse the expenses. After all, these are all to strengthen the strength of the Leon District chapter. So, what suggestions do you have, Lord Tripwood?" Juan's explanation made Lin realize that there was a gap in his previous understanding of the impact of airships joining commercial activities. It's like entering the age of navigation. Once you go out on a ship, as long as you can come back safely, you can make money that can last a lifetime for ordinary people. It's just that the age of discovery in Europe on Earth was actually a history of plunder. So what about the lost land? Putting aside distracting thoughts, Lin said, "Sir Javier, maybe we should inspect the Gauss Breton first and make an evaluation before making a decision. What do you think?" "Well, that's good. Just do it." Chapter 1030 Coming from the Wilderness. The southwest of Midi, the central area of Midi that is the core circle of traditional culture, is not just a countryside. It is simply a wilderness area. Therefore, people who come from the wilderness will not receive much attention. The students of the Royal Academy of Magic led by Juan Javier were having friendly exchanges with the Academy in the holy city of Estali without hesitation. They came with the attitude of broadening their knowledge and learning. In fact, the magicians in the holy city of Estali were indeed no less than the students taught by King Velva's Royal Magic Academy. So this friendly exchange went on smoothly. In comparison, it is not a big news that the great magician Guy Brash Tripwood, Lin, finally obtained the title of the holy city's great magician and led the transformation of old airships. The reason why it is not big is because in this era, airships are not just toys for the rich, but a more high-end and rare thing. Not only do you need money, but you also need sufficient professional knowledge to be able to play this big guy. Since the group of people concerned is small, it will naturally not cause much trouble. But it's not small, because in the small circle related to airships, there is no one who is not paying attention to the fact that the rumored builder of the Cid has finally taken action again. Of course, there are more related discussions on the forum. Before seeing the second next-generation airship, the main discussion on the forum was whether that man was the maker of the Cid and the founder of the next-generation airship. Those who believe it naturally want to see what kind of airship this person will create after a few years. Those who don't believe it are naturally waiting to see the joke. Naturally, there was a debate between the two sides. Of course, Lin didn't care about the comments on the forum, nor did he think about keeping it secret. Renovating the Gauss Breton not only requires manpower, but also requires craftsmen to help make parts. Even on the modern Earth, it is difficult to avoid the fact that people talk too much, unless you spend more effort to keep it secret. But depending on someone's laziness, forget it. Lin doesn't completely give up on keeping the technology he provides secret. At least it makes it less easy for people to learn, which is one direction. A good division of labor plan can prevent irrelevant outsiders from effortlessly mastering the entire process. If someone is willing to collect it bit by bit, there is nothing you can do but admit it. Without the evil forces at the national level, how could it be possible to maintain airtight secrecy? In addition to the magicians belonging to the Gossbottom, the apprentices brought by Juan will also help. The local manpower in the holy city of Estali comes from the Technology Guild and the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center. These two establishments were co-founded by Lin and represent the most high-tech manufacturing groups in the holy city, and even the entire lost world. The engines needed for the airship are of course produced by the Automotive Center, which is considered their ancestry. In front of a group of magicians who regard whims as innovations, the accumulation of various technologies is naturally not a problem. It is not that difficult to choose one suitable for airships and high-altitude use. Of course, things are not directly usable, and some adjustments need to be made according to the situation of the airship. After all, the original design of the engine was for use by cars on the ground. To operate at high altitudes, there will be some additional design requirements. All parts other than the engine, casing construction, etc. are entrusted to the Technology Guild, an organization that has gathered all the free craftsmen in the holy city of Starry. All parts have qualified strength parameters. For parts that fail to pass the standard, of course they will be returned and remade. If it really doesn't work, then they will be made by someone else. This set of procedures has long been outplayed by the technical guild. And whoever dares to accept a commission is one who is not holding back his energy to achieve perfection. If someone returns the goods, the compensation for breach of contract is a small matter. But the loss of face is a big deal. Besides, the completion and evaluation of the commission are related to one's own rating within the technical guild. The level evaluation is related to what level of job you can take and how much money you can earn. So, coming full circle, we come back to the word money. The reason why the engine was entrusted not to the Technology Guild but to the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center was because there was another matter related to the center, which was the location where the Gauss Bertone was undergoing the renovation project. Since the center cannot be bypassed, then the airship engine will be built by the center without bothering the two masters. Of course, the holy city of Estali has a dock that maintains and builds airships. But after all, it is someone else's territory. Moreover, 9 out of 10 of the so-called special tools and facilities for airship construction are of no use to a time traveler who is engaged in technological upgrading. And the remaining one is just doable. In short, there is no need to compromise with existing docks just for the sake of tools. Regardless of the existing facilities, among the places Lin knew, only the center and Kabamba College had enough space to carry out the airship renovation project. However, the latter is a high-end magic teaching facility. Although the technology of the airship is high-end enough, it does not match the positioning of the academy, which is a bit embarrassing. Then the most suitable location is the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center. Ahanu, the deacon of the ducal family, who was appointed by the Grand Duke of Kauai and took charge of all affairs of the center, actually did not like this nominal consultant, but rarely went further to cause trouble with the magician. But it was related to the transformation of an airship. The old deacon, who understood what new technology meant to the entire world and to the Grand Duke family, did not dare to directly veto a certain magician's request. In fact, as long as the magician's request can be sent to the Grand Duke, none of it will be rejected. Those of them who serve the family can't look down upon them. And at most they just delay their efforts for some time. I really don't dare to cut it off directly and put it away in a shelf. As a butler in the Duke's family, if you don't have any eyesight, you may lose your life. Not to mention your job. But the nature of the matter today is different. New technologies represent exclusive and even monopolized markets. Not to mention the military significance of these new technologies. The old deacon has been in charge of the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center for as long as it has been established. No matter how conservative he is not blind and cannot see the powerful relationship between this. Therefore, the old deacon immediately reported this matter to the two bosses behind the center. One is of course the Grand Duke of his family, and the other is the Ruan family. The reply was not surprising. Both the Grand Duke and the Ruan family agreed. Can you disagree? Not to mention being greedy for new technology. I have been dealing with this magician for a long time, and I know his character to some extent. It's almost a daily routine for this guy to leave if he doesn't agree with someone, and to flip the table over if he doesn't agree with someone. There is no room for negotiation. But it depends on the occasion and the situation. If you want to show off your attitude and manipulate the other person, I really don't have the ability to manipulate the other person. In other words, no one in the world can handle this magician who prides himself on being the best at escaping. Chapter 1031 Airship Transformation Plan. If you dare to demonstrate your skills, you won't be afraid of others learning from them. Lin's attitude is the real reason why others are willing to cooperate with him for a long time. As long as I can watch from the side, I can take the time to ask a few questions when I have the opportunity. Let's not talk about the mathematics that no one really understands. And let's not mention the infinitely promising automobile manufacturing. People who are exposed to the latest technology have never heard of the name of the airship Sid. They even mentioned it to someone in private. But Lin never let go. Now, thanks to his friends coming forward, everyone has the opportunity to get in touch with this area. There is no reason to extrapolate. But it was only then that everyone realized that the magician in front of them, that everyone looked up to, also came from the wilderness. Even many new things in recent years have emerged from that wild land. Those who think about fearful things will soon be forgotten by everyone. Since he made his fortune in the holy city, achieved the reputation of a master of mathematics in the holy city, and gained the honor of being a great magician in the holy city, then he is from the holy city. The past is not important. The most important thing at hand is of course the airship. But no matter how enthusiastic everyone is, there are only two people who really have the decision-making power on the Gauss Bertone. One Javier, the captain of the airship, is also the person who has the power to act freely on the Gauss Bertone far away from the Southwest Lyon District chapter. The other one is, of course, the great magician Guy Brash Tripwood, the main designer. It's okay for others to watch from the sidelines. It's okay for most people to ask questions. As long as it starts with "I have a question," instead of "Isn't this right?" In the former, Lynn will give a complete or partial answer depending on the situation. In the latter, someone will directly say, "If you feel something is wrong, please leave. My design is not worthy of your ideas." The meaning of this sentence is almost a slap in the face. Said, "Your level is too low to keep up with my skills. So get out of here." However, the person being scolded did not dare to be really angry, because the other party had the performance of the Cid in front of them. For a pragmatic magician, having works that prove his strength is more important than anything else, unless there is other evidence to prove that the Cid is not the work of the person in front of him, or his subsequent works will all be failures, destroying the reputation he previously established. Back to Juan Javier and Lynn. The airship captain finally decided to upgrade the existing Gauss Bertone. Even with the funds he has available now, it is not a problem to build another airship. Maybe it's not a top-notch one, but it's what Lynn can describe. It's a real next-generation airship, not a modified semi-finished product like the Cid. However, building a new ship faces an unavoidable problem: future maintenance costs. A stingy traveler, in line with the principle of saving what he can and using it when he needs it. When calculating the cost, of course, he will not forget the maintenance cost that will only occur in the future. And this is also the part that one ignored at first. In the modern world, car maintenance is not an unfamiliar word to most people. And an inorganic car also needs the word maintenance. You can imagine that the daily cost is definitely not light, even if you don't make unnecessary modifications and upgrades. If the car wants to move, you can't get around the refueling step, let alone regular maintenance. The same situation applies to airships, with the Gauss bottom being particularly important. The construction of the Gauss Bertone was completed 313 years ago. This is an unimaginable level of magician power in the Southwest, which is considered a barbaric area. Therefore, since the completion of construction, although it has participated in many battles, it has not suffered much damage. Basically, they are the kind of armed forces that can make a final decision as soon as they appear on the scene. There was no serious damage, and it was the only one. In addition, the Southwest was remote, and there were no colleagues to discuss with each other. Therefore, the Gauss Bertone basically maintained its appearance when it was built more than 300 years ago, without any experience. What modification? The generations of magicians who served on the airship just guarded the old ship and learned how to maintain it, and never thought about changing it. However, it was the fault of the wilderness area. Even more than 300 years ago, the design of the Gauss Bertone was quite old. But even if it is an old style, there are still people in the traditional cultural circle in the center of Midi. One can imagine how slow the speed of technology replacement in Midland is for a time traveler accustomed to Moore's law. The biggest difference between the Gauss Bertone and the airship technology developed later is that there is no airbag. Instead of hydrogen or helium, Midi found a special gas found in magical experiments. Its characteristic is that it heats up and cools down extremely quickly. And the higher the temperature, the stronger the buoyancy, and even breaks through the height limit of traditional airships. The gas was not characteristic of any Earth gas Lynn knew about. The airbag used in the airship is, of course, to provide buoyancy for the airship to fly. Before there were airbags, the buoyancy of the airship came from magic, which required the consumption of power. And it was a lot of power. Even if the airbag cannot completely replace the function of floating magic, it can reduce the consumption of power, thereby increasing the floating time. However, the airbag is also a very obvious weakness. So the new airships in modern times and airships used for military purposes still maintain a design that does not use airbags. The traditional ship design of the Gauss Bertone is still used by many modern airships in Midi. However, the disadvantage of this design is that it cannot be anchored on the ground, and can only choose to be anchored on the water or moored. The tethered state means that the airship is fixed to the ground only by one or several cables, and the hull basically remains in the air. In short, it is continuously consuming power. I won't go into details about the internal design and magic array of the Gauss Bertone. In the eyes of Lynn, a modern earthly person who values efficiency and energy conservation, this airship is a disaster. To use the words of the Earth's mobile phone advertisements, it means that the standby time is short. the talk time is short, and the charging time is long. Moreover, the functions are not very complete, and the appearance is not very good. It is simply a brick in the mobile phone industry. No one would want to take it out and make phone calls with it. Its best use is to hold down newspapers that will be blown away by the wind. No matter how proud the magicians who were chosen to be the crew of the Gospottom are, Lin probably has a higher opinion of this airship than the Hindenburg built by the predecessor of the Cid. The Goblin Totokani just a few. It's just that I haven't been on many airships. According to calculations, after the transformation led by Lin, it is conservatively estimated that the endurance of the Gauss Breton can be increased by 3 times. The cruising range can be increased to 15 times. And the conventional energy consumption can be reduced to 1/9 of the original. If the annual savings are saved, the cost of saving for 11 or 12 years will be the price of a new airship. Looking at such data estimates, Juan Javier has no reason to oppose such a transformation plan. Chapter 1032, Functional Dispute. Maybe building a new one so that our Leon district branch has 2 airships is also an option. However, deep down, Juan's pursuit of perfection made him unable to tolerate the backward technology of the Gauss Breton. So he resolutely chose the transformation plan. And it is still a major change towards various new technologies, rather than a small change. If he was a businessman at heart, maybe one would choose to build a new airship. After all, 2 ship merchants make money at different rates than 1 ship merchants. Even if one ship's technology is backward and its daily consumption is heavy. So what? But after all, he chose the path of transforming the Gauss Breton, who said he was from a noble family, not a businessman. In the Gauss Breton transformation plan given by Lin, those improved and lowered data are only the most basic changes. But an airship is definitely more than that. Various expanded functions, combat capabilities, and load capacity are all related to how widely the airship can be used. It seems that the first point of dispute between Lin and Juan was whether to retain the open upper deck of the Gauss Breton. Someone said sadly, "Do you know why there are so many airships that take car engines and install propellers? But they can't fly as fast as the German. This is not because the car engines are not powerful enough, or because they are not specially designed for flying. The most critical reason for using airships is that their aerodynamics are not good enough. There are too many parts on open ships that create strong air resistance, which restricts the speed of airships." To explain this, Lin also used whiteboard techniques to show simulated diagrams of the performance of the Zade and Gauss bottom in a wind tunnel. At the same time, he said, the fully enclosed streamlined hull can effectively exhaust wind and reduce air resistance. With the same horsepower engine output, a higher speed can be obtained. But the open hull is not so good, and will generate air everywhere. Wind resistance. No matter how powerful the engine is, the speed will be slowed down. Have you ever seen someone racing with a parachute? I don't understand your metaphor. Have you ever thought that the Gospottom is not essentially a merchant ship, but a weapon for combat? The open deck can ensure that there are the most magicians who can cast spells and attack at the same time. If it's all covered, how do you want the magicians to attack and hang themselves on the outer SHL of the airship? This is not a merchant ship, and no one in the land will build an airship for purely commercial purposes. The Cid, but in an emergency, that goblin can't defeat your compromised product. Juan Javier pointed at the miniature of the Cid unceremoniously and retorted. Juan's rebuttal was well-founded. Even regarding the remodeling of the Cid, Lin now recalls that he did not ask Goblin Totokani for his opinion at that time, and just did whatever he wanted. This silenced him. Don't think of airships flying in the sky. For a long time, their status and purpose in lost lands were the same as those of ships sailing on rivers and seas, while carrying people and cargo. It also has a combat function. There are basically 3 types of tactics: boarding battle, corner collision, and archer shooting. In the lost land, there is an additional magician casting attack. The building ships or warships of similar structure that have appeared in the history of the Earth's history both at home and abroad are actually like fortresses on the water, allowing archers to shoot from a high position. And then it is difficult for the opponent to counterattack. That's all. It can be said that this is a very important means of attack. It was not until the emergence of artillery, which far exceeded the range and power of manpower, that archers were eliminated. Although artillery has appeared in the lost land, the goblin artillery is not trustworthy at all, because many people can't figure out whether that thing is intended to hurt others or themselves. In addition, Master FA's full output is not inferior to the power of artillery. So Midland is not like Earth, where artillery has become a mainstream weapon so quickly, and even the speed of development here is far slower. Therefore, Lin originally thought that it was because the people in the Lost Land did not understand aerodynamics. So no one imitated the shape of the Sid and used a fully enclosed hull design, which prevented the speed from being increased. But I never thought that the reason why no one did this was a more fundamental reason, which was related to the attack power of the airship. You know, the Sid has no attack power at all. But Juan didn't just refute, but didn't give suggestions. As a former colleague in the academy, of course he also mastered the art of whiteboard writing. He skillfully added a magic shield-like icon in front of the Gauss-Bertone transformation diagram, and said, "According to you, if the resistance of the wind is very critical, then we can use magic to solve this matter. How about increasing the speed?" Isn't this the fairing? Let's not consider whether Juan's huge, flat magic shield would have a positive effect if placed in front of the airship. Building such a large shield would cost a lot of extra power. When using powers, we should follow the principle of saving what we can, in order to increase the endurance of the airship. How could it be possible to achieve zero loss by using mechanical structures, but choose to hang such a large magic shield to increase power consumption? You must know that the larger the shield area, the power consumed does not increase proportionally, but increases in series level. So provide your own artillery design? This idea was rejected by Lin himself at the first opportunity. Rather than saying that he doesn't want to become a dealer in death and let the war pattern in the Lost World set off another wave of revolution, it is better to say that he doesn't want to receive too much attention. A magician with great civilian skills and a good way of making money has different levels of threat and importance to those in power than a magician who can produce powerful military magic weapons. Now that he has attracted enough greed, Lin doesn't want his level of attention to be raised to the point where people are afraid of him. The former only makes people think about it, but the latter is fatal. Even if he has an extremely powerful ability to save his life, the endless troubles that will follow must of course be avoided if possible. Otherwise, I have caused so many things in the earth elemental plane. But say that because of my obsession with peace and love, I don't want to promote the development of war weapons in the Lost Land. That would not be a joke. Just out of fear of trouble. However, in response to Juan's question, Lin remembered a magic prop, that he had seen before. He quickly found the relevant introduction from the collected information, displayed it on the water mirror screen, and showed it to his old friend in front of him. Juan Javier scanned it with some confusion and asked, "What is the purpose of showing me this thing?" Magic equipment, magic amplification shield. While the huge tower shield protects the magician, it can also amplify the power of magic cast on the back and then release it from the front. It is a powerful magical equipment capable of both offense and defense. Disadvantage: that thing is so damn heavy that it takes 2 strong warriors to carry it. Moreover, the magic will be distorted after the amplification conversion, instead of the original magic. Coupled with the amplification effect, the power of the shield itself will be consumed, which means that the magic stone must be replenished at all times. For Master Fa, after this prop was invented, few people paid attention to it. The typical concept is good, but the technology is not up to par, and it is an invention born in the wrong era. Chapter 1033 Reconstruction Ideas. There are no fools among magicians, and it can be said that fools cannot become magicians. Maybe some masters have low EQ, but their IQ is definitely above the standard. At this time, Lin took out something that seemed irrelevant. Juan Javier immediately thought of using this shield to replace the hull of the airship, so that magicians could attack from within. Can it be done just by doing this? I have never built this kind of shield. But looking at the association's introduction, it seems that there are still many problems. Can it be used? Why has no one else thought of this method? 3 key issues were raised at once, showing that one really wanted to resolve the differences at hand, rather than opposing purely for the sake of opposition. Lin also had the same attitude. So he explained, "I have never built this kind of shield, but I am confident that I can correct the minor flaws described in the introduction. What the 2 people were referring to was actually the fact that magic effects would be distorted by shields. As for consuming power, this is not a big problem for the airship. After all, this shield is only consumed when it is used. When it is not used, who cares how heavy and thick the hull of the airship is? No one will carry it and run away." I believe you can also see that this is a pretty good solution. It's just why no one has thought about it like this before, or even modified the airship in this way. I think the biggest reason is that it is not needed. What do you mean it's not necessary? One asked doubtfully. Judging from the records of battles in which airships participated, basically as long as one force uses a weapon like an airship, it will not lose. Otherwise, no one can use the airship to retreat. Therefore, The airship rarely faces an evenly matched opponent, and does not think about defense. Instead, it thinks about how to maximize its attack. Although this shield is integrated with offense and defense, it is basically defensive. It's not surprising that no one thought of using it this way. No. 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 The airship is not invincible. To say there is no opponent would be too optimistic. One retorted. Of course. From the records, the ones who took down the airships or anything, dragons are the most common winners. Right? Then do you think that based on the dragon's attack method and power, this extra layer of hull protection is needed? Does it make sense? As long as the dragons are targeting them, the crash of the airship is the only outcome. Right? So this magic amplification shield is a big deal compared to traditional airships. It's not a defensive design, so it's normal that no one has thought of it, or that it has been thought of but not used. One thought for a while and realized that this was indeed the current situation of the airship. However, when the so-called aerodynamics are taken into consideration, and the appearance design of the airship must also take into account attack considerations, changing this magic amplifying shield into a hull is also a solution. So how do you plan to solve the magic distortion problem? And how do you plan to lay out this shield? The layout of the shield is easy to solve. It's nothing more than making the same modification to the hull of the entire airship. However, considering that it may be necessary to add other defensive magic to the hull, I prefer the concept of gun positions to let the master cast spells in a specific window to launch an attack. As for how to solve the problem of magic distortion, we can only think about it after we actually get the detailed design of this magic equipment. This is just an introduction to magic knowledge. Maybe by the end of the analysis, this shield may not be useful. That's true. One Javier agreed. Now that he had a solution, one quickly allocated manpower. At the same time, through the forum, he obtained relevant magic knowledge from the Leon District branch of the Southwest Magicians Association. Mystery's strict protection of the ownership and use rights of magical knowledge is no less strict than Earth's patent laws. If it is taught and used privately, then forget it. If it is not discovered, it is not a crime. This saying can be applied here, but for use on the airship Gauss-Bertone, it would be better to obtain the authorization obediently, to avoid being forced to dismantle the ship. That would be ridiculous. Although the Magicians Association is a loose organization, it can still be regarded as a violent organization. To think that the sword of Damocles hanging over your head will never fall is to treat all magicians as idiots. If rules can be broken arbitrarily, how can those who follow them be embarrassed? Perhaps the aristocratic method of only allowing state officials to set fires and not allowing common people to light lamps was popular among the aristocracy. But in the world of magicians, there will definitely be many people who are willing to jump out and teach unruly guys a lesson. The words lawful camp are not something that is used casually. The reason why one used the forum to handle relevant authorization matters in his own Leon district was, of course, because his face was only useful in his own territory. If it were placed in the holy city of Astali, even if you go to the association in person to go through the relevant procedures, it would take less than a few days to get this magic knowledge. In this era of confusion, if the efficiency of the agency is only official, don't expect it to be very good. Anyway, the authorization of magical knowledge is universal in all divisions. Unlike the title of Great Magician, some places recognize it, and some places do not. So one Javier was of course a special person, and he got the relevant data while discussing with someone. The opening of the forum is not only a source of knowledge and news for many people, but also a convenience in life. Lin, who had acquired the knowledge of magic amplification shield design, did not immediately analyze the relevant magic array patterns and make adjustments, because he had completed this work a long time ago. How could a man who secretly obtained all the magical knowledge within the association from behind the scenes endure it and not look at it? Of course, this kind of thing cannot be made public. Moreover, what the Gauss-Bertone wanted to use could not be the magical knowledge he obtained through this method. So that was why one did what he did. How could a man who was extremely afraid of death not pay attention to defensive magic? The shortcomings of amplification and distortion of magic effects were also initially corrected when I was interested. However, due to the material and weight issues, it was really impossible to carry a city wall around in daily life, and it had no use during the trip. So Lin Kai did not make any subsequent improvements. Today, I encountered the question of whether airships still use open decks or closed hulls. Only then did Lin remember the magic equipment he had studied and brought it up. This discussion model for solving problems was also the situation in which Lin and Juan Javier discussed the reconstruction plan of the airship Gauss-Bertone in the following days. One person talks about it in a romantic way, while the other person thinks about it realistically. When disagreements arise, Lin will modify the design or find a solution. The other magicians and craftsmen who participated were completely watching the performance of the two magicians and could not say a word. They couldn't even keep up with the two people's ideas, so they could only build parts according to the results of the discussion. The reconstruction of the Gauss-Breton gradually changed its appearance, while constantly overturning the original design. Chapter 1034 Undercurrent. The renovation progress of the airship Gauss-Bottom is proceeding in an orderly manner. However, in the corner where the two main parties are not paying attention, undercurrents are quietly connecting and surging. The Cid had entered the eyes of some people a long time ago. The intelligence organization of the mysterious eastern country, the Hater Empire, is particularly concerned. The Empire's most powerful airship corps has been threatened by the ship-cutting swords and flying dragons from the south in recent years, and its military deterrence has declined. Of course, they are eager for updated technology to make their heirloom swords sharper and restore their past glory. If that magician was in the Hater Empire, he might have already seen how the violent organs of the Empire requested a magician to cooperate with them. But unfortunately, that person is in the holy city of Starry, which is an autonomous city for magicians in the Guana Empire. Coupled with the long distance between the two places and various conditions, Hater's intelligence agency could only use some secret methods. In addition to the Heidel Empire, there are those who want to fight against the Heidel airship army. And there are also those who want to use new technology to receive rewards, or the highest bidder will get it. And there are also those who simply want to master the secrets of the airship so that they can be. And these people who are making money from this cutting-edge technology have all started to move in unison. Before today, the famous magician had not established enough connection with the Cid to make it worthwhile for them to take action. But with the reconstruction of the second airship, even if the details are unknown, each new technology that the participants brag about in the tavern makes the people behind it feel jealous. Considering that the location where the airship was rebuilt was an automobile manufacturing and R&D center. It was the property of Duke Kawe, the Grand Duke of the Guana Empire, and it was a hen that could lay golden eggs. Therefore, the defensive strength of the center cannot be underestimated, and no one wants to challenge the majesty of a Grand Duke. For nobles, touching other people's pockets is no different than declaring war. The hot sales of cars in the holy city of Starry, as well as the fact that half of the Duke's guards are stationed here, leave no doubt about how much the Grand Duke values this place. But fortunately, the craftsmen involved in the modification of the airship are not all the kind of people who hide in the automobile manufacturing and R&D center and never leave home for the rest of their lives. It is true that the people brought by the Grand Duke and the Rouen Chamber of Commerce will stay in the center. Anyway, the internal facilities are complete with food, drink, entertainment, and accommodation, so there is no need for them to go out. However, there are also a large number of locals in the holy city who are participating. These people always want to go home and find a familiar tavern to relax. It's just, too many people are staring at this group of people who will walk out of the center. Not only did the other people watching the posts discover each other, but even the people being targeted didn't know anything about it. On the contrary, this made everyone feel like they were trying to avoid the enemy, and no one dared to take action first. The situation is at a stalemate, but a big tree must have dead branches, and a large number of people must have idiots. Not everyone will be concerned about the East and the West. If you are brave enough, you want to give it a try. Maybe if you are bold enough to rush in, you will gain something. It's better than sitting there, and no one dares to move. People with such thoughts are moved. The method is also very straightforward. He took his own men, stared at the rosacea-nosed dwarf who boasted the loudest in the tavern these days, and planned to come and rob people. They first sneaked into the dwarf's home, nestled in that messy, smelly little house, waiting for the drunken dwarf to come home. At that time, once the bag is covered and the mouth of the bag is tied, the person can be taken back to the secret base for a thorough interrogation. And then, they became tragic. The craftsmen of Midland are not the kind of people who know nothing but the skills of their hands. Sometimes they need to go to the wild to collect materials by themselves, and in order to cope with the dangers from nature. Even if they do not train themselves into advanced warriors, they will not be weaklings with no strength. The craftsmen of the holy city of Starry are not the lowly people in the noble territory who are submissive to the powerful. Living in this city full of magicians, of course you need to know how to bow your head. But more often than not, you need to know how to resist. Otherwise, Those masters with high ambitions and low abilities would not mind playing the role of an unscrupulous employer when they meet someone weak. The kind who eats people without spitting out their bones. Besides, the technical guild established by Yuzov Gantia, a follower of Gabriel Tripwood, was able to bring together a group of craftsmen. It did not just rely on the system of protecting magical knowledge imitated from the Magician Association to establish technical skills. Patent protection is just a way to attract craftsmen to join. If it were just that, others would have long tried to replace it, or usurp the dominance of the Technology Guild. The Technology Guild relies on not the magician, who is famous for his mathematics, but another organization that makes people in the land change their minds, the Turtle Dove Alliance. Not afraid of authority, not afraid of life and death, and do righteous things in the name of justice. Regardless of whether everyone in this organization implements this belief and is flawless, no one or force will not feel a headache when encountering this group of paranoid people. So as long as there is no direct conflict of interest, no one wants to be involved with them. This is also the main reason why the holy city of Estali, a city founded by magicians, allows craftsmen to establish such an organization. But a stupid young man from out of town may not understand all the details behind this. So they ran into it head on. Then I got a bump on my head. What is the competition in a weapon fight that is based on the premise of not killing people? Of course there are more people. These people from out of town, who thought they were powerful dragon forces, were already incredibly powerful if they could pull out more than a dozen people from above. It would be too conspicuous to bring more people to the holy city. It's no different from notifying the magicians in advance that I'm just here to cause trouble. But the locals have no such concerns. Once the technical guild gathered, there were nearly 10 trucks. A car is like a piggy and can carry 30 or 40 people. Craftsmen who usually work with hammers and chisels. When desperate, the tools in their hands will become weapons that can hurt people. A large group of black people sneaked into the target's home and surrounded it inside and outside. What outsiders think is a secret surveillance has actually fallen into the eyes of the members of the Ikaruga Alliance, who are responsible for the security of the technical guild and are employed there. According to the organization and mobilization ability that the Technology Guild is proud of, it couldn't be easier to design a trap to kill the opponent. Therefore, this group of reckless foreigners suffered a huge setback. They tried to escape after receiving the news, but by then, it was already too late. There are also people who have learned the lessons of the previous group of people. They no longer want to use the wait-and-see method to wait for the craftsman selected as the target to passively fall into their hands. Instead, he chose to take the initiative to kidnap people in dark alleys at night. But how well planned can a covert operation in this era be? And for people from out of town, where will there be backup to clean up their footprints? It is impossible for them to find local people to cooperate, and no local who is not discerning dares to cooperate with them. As long as a few clues are left behind, those in the Ikaruga Alliance, who are also proficient in this art, can always follow the clues to find the kidnapped craftsman. Or maybe it gave the Thai craftsman a chance to go to the forum to ask for help. And the final result was that nearly 10 trucks gathered and greeted them cordially, the kind with severed arms and legs. This happened several times, and those who had not yet emerged have given up using such unreasonable means. It's not that they are upright. They are just playing dirty tricks. And they can't play with the crowd. Chapter 1035 Commission from the Technical Guild. In winter, the Technical Guild headquarters. After several name changes and expansion of execution business, this organization that was originally just looking for suitable craftsmen and a place for the comrades of the Ikaruga Alliance to stay has become the holy city of Esteline. A part that cannot be ignored. All kinds of whimsical ideas are turned into handicrafts, which not only bring convenience to people's lives, but also bring habits. Before this, the World of Lost World did not have the habit of selling finished products. However, the mass production advantages brought by the Technical Guild have reduced production costs, and of course lowered selling prices. Let products with consistent specifications and appearance enter people's lives. As the helmsman, Yuzov Gantia can achieve what he is today. To be honest, he himself is baffled. His attitude all along was what the magician he followed told him to make friends. I never thought about getting any benefit from these hardworking people. Most of the money earned goes back to the guild itself and various disability subsidies. We also try our best to contact all guild members and help everyone solve their problems. Then the scale grew bigger and bigger, and the number of guild members increased. Today, even the craftsmen under certain forces in the holy city of Esterine are also members of the guild. Such a change was something Yuzov never imagined at the beginning. And the project he is writing according to his master is due to some inconveniences he has experienced in the process of transporting large numbers of guild members to specific locations in response to emergencies these days. In order to solve these problems, so some opinions put forward. Specifically, it is hoped that the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center will design a vehicle specially used to transport large numbers of people, rather than using trucks carrying cargo to fill the number. And in the future, the Technology Guild will purchase several such vehicles and drive them on fixed routes within the Holy City at fixed times to transport guild members. After all, not everyone lives near the guild or owns a private car. Moreover, the guild has a need to transport a large number of people, which is quite a lot to be honest. Sometimes all the guild's cars are sent out, and some people have to lie on the hood or cling to the door to carry everyone. Although everyone is very agile and will not be injured, this uncomfortable thing can be avoided if possible. That's why Yuzov wanted to ask engineers from the Automobile Center to specially design such a car. Such requests are actually not uncommon for both technical guilds and automobile centers. It's just that most of the suggestions that have been put forward before are small improvement suggestions, and there are few requests for such general direction changes. So Yuzov is thinking about his words, hoping to convey his thoughts accurately. When you stay in an organization like this, you see too many things that are wrong. Therefore, he understands better than anyone else the importance of communication and correct delivery. Sir President. The greeting that came with the knock on the door was from the dark elf Melson, who was also a follower of the magician. In that house, the servants who came with Marquis Balin took care of all the chores. Several of his apprentices were responsible for getting close to the magician. The dark elf, who claimed to be the slave of the magician, had nothing to do, so he was sent to the Technology Guild for help. Anyway, she also has the status of a member of the Ikaruga Alliance, which is considered appropriate. At a time when most wood elves no longer go out for a walk, Melson has become a beautiful sight in the guild and is quite popular. As for whether anyone has the chance to be her guest, Yuzov has no way of knowing. Normally, my Erzon would help at the front desk of the guild, responsible for accepting external commissions, registering the commission tasks selected by the guild members, and recording the completion status and follow-up. The biggest difference between the Technology Guild, the Adventurer Guild, and the Mercenary Guild is the after-sales service. Someone has to keep track of these, and Melson is responsible for the paperwork. But if she encounters a more difficult problem, she will turn it over to him, the president. Therefore, Yuzov was used to Meyer's uninvited movements. He asked without looking up, "Is there any trouble again? You make it sound like every time I come in, I bring trouble," Melson complained. "Isn't it? It can be solved. Why would you come in to find me? Tell me, what is going on this time? A nobleman has come to issue a commission. This is not the first time this has happened. Even if the king comes in person, you can handle it." At the front desk of the Technical Guild, the clerks responsible for paperwork selected a group of very patient and gentle women, including my Erzon. They can handle most business after training, no matter who the target is. This is not to say that Yuzov is using his power for personal gain, or that he is partial or discriminatory. But if he does not choose such a person to contact the craftsman, they will probably start a quarrel in a few words. When the guild was first established, Yuzov dealt with many such disputes. Mailhow is already familiar with how to deal with these craftsmen, or with people who come to issue commissions. But there are always some things that she can't solve. It would be easier to handle if it was just a noble. But the commission the other party wants to issue is not an ordinary thing. Would you like to order something? You are indeed a noble man. Your taste must be different from that of ordinary people, Yuzov said with emotion. It's not a custom-made product, but the one that many people have been eyeing recently, Meyer hinted in a provocative tone. When Yuzov heard this, he immediately understood that it was a commission related to the airship. Then he leaned back on the chair and said, "Isn't that person's attitude already explained to you? You know this too. Just reply according to what he said. What's the difficulty? If it's an ordinary person, I can just convey the exact words. But this person is a noble. Do you think the words of a person who is responsible for contacting everyone and handling various chores have any weight or credibility to them? In the end, it's up to you, the president, to come forward and deal with it. Then why not deal with it yourself from the beginning, so that I won't have to look down upon you humans and not be able to teach them a lesson?" As a dark elf, although her skin is deathly gray, Melson is still a rare beauty in the eyes of humans. Of course, it will cause trouble for some people who covet her beauty and are daring to act. This female priest of the ancient world tree Phases did not like anyone and directly taught the other party a painful lesson. Although it won't scare away future suitors, everyone's methods are much more restrained, and they are also a bit kinder to other female front desk staff. Unlike before, when women were replaced as front desk staff, although there were fewer quarrels, there were a lot more troubles of sexual harassment. Mark came to sit at the front desk, but helped Yuzov share a lot of trouble. But the Dark Elves are not omnipotent. At least her identity is not worth mentioning in the eyes of many nobles. In fact, even Yuzov, the president, was not taken seriously by the nobles. Therefore, nobles are not included among those who know that they should restrain themselves from being rude to Dark Elves. For this reason, Yuzov could also understand Melch's attitude. Helpless, he sighed again. Yuzov said, "Invite the distinguished guests to the reception room. I will go there immediately." Okay. Chapter 1036 Negotiation. Sir, I am Yuzov Gontia, the current president of the Technical Guild. I would like to send my greetings to you. When Yuzov entered the reception room, he saluted respectfully, but it was not the manner a subject would treat his lord, but the way a follower would salute a magician. This method may be considered insulting to some nobles, but it would be quite ridiculous to show much respect to a member of the Turtle Dove Alliance, who has 3 feathered birds embroidered on his body. On the other hand, the 3 people standing behind the nobleman and accompanying him had different expressions. The 2 lightly armed soldiers looked unhappy and wanted to kill the impolite person in front of them. But the other deacon in black looked at the president of the Technology Guild with a playful expression. Sitting comfortably on the sofa chair, the baron from the neighboring kingdom did not get up, but nodded slightly. He responded to Yuzov's salute with the same disrespectful attitude. On the one hand, he wanted to give the other party a blow and give him more leverage in future negotiations. On the other hand, it was also because his attention was completely attracted by the decoration in the reception room. The reception room of the Technology Guild is different from the reception rooms of nobles or other chambers of commerce. It is more like an exhibition and sales center of the earth. However, it's not like everything is piled up in a mess everywhere. Instead, all the objects that can be seen in the room are related to the Technology Guild's patented technology, and they are all made by the guild's craftsmen, which is different from the traditional style of MIDI. In the traditional style of MIDI, the nobler the materials and the more fancy the decorations, the better things are. But for products that are intended to be mass-produced, it is certainly impossible to spend too much time on meticulous craftsmanship. Therefore, the objects from the Technical Guild are, in the words of a certain magician, minimalist. But simplicity does not mean being shabby, but showing the craftsmanship of the Technical Guild in straight and neat lines, although not as soft as handmade objects. In this era, such a strong temperament is so unique. Realizing that the nobleman in front of him was attracted by the thick-back straight knife, Yuzov said politely, "Sir, I like this knife. It is made by craftsmen under our guild using unique techniques. Its value is not about being unique, but it's about being able to equip an army with the same quality. Of course, this presupposes that there are enough materials. If it's just a few, our guild doesn't have that many reserves if we really want to equip an entire army. Material." Yuzov made a little joke about the guild itself, which could soften the stagnant atmosphere in the reception room. As for what he said, the unique technology used in this steel knife is actually just an alloy forging method. Perhaps in the eyes of a certain time traveler, this seems like a common sense method. In a mysterious land where all kinds of magic materials are rampant, it is indeed an area that no one studies. More importantly, the alloy formula of this steel knife did not come from Hagari, nor was it someone's casual comment. It was just something the dwarves came up with after Lin proposed a concept. Although in the eyes of those masters, such steel knives cannot be called works at all, but under the premise of mass production, they can be regarded as qualified military equipment. As for why the Technology Guild produces weapons, it goes against the wishes of a certain time traveler who does not intend to engage in arms business. This is simply because Lin did not restrict the development of the Technology Guild. Making swords and armor is a basic craft for blacksmiths in Midland, as long as they have technology they can learn from. It's hard not to use this aspect, with new technology as an excuse. The baron couldn't keep up his airs, so he casually asked, "Oh, so what is the so-called new technology?" "Ha. Sir, this is what I don't understand. I only know that it is a technology that has never been seen in the land, and the details are protected by the guild's regulations. And my task is just to allow the craftsmen to use your talents properly so that your employer can be satisfied with seeing your commissions fulfilled. That's all." "Oh, So what if I say, I want to issue a commission to make some special parts? The Baron crossed his hands and asked tentatively. As long as it is something we can do, and there is a reasonable remuneration, I believe there will be craftsmen willing to accept the commission. And what I can guarantee is that the craftsmen who accept the commission are absolutely capable of completing the job. There will not be any craftsmen who are not good at the craftsmanship or are not good at it. People come to make up the numbers. Then I want to build an airship. And it's not an ordinary airship, but the one whose components were recently made by the Technology Guild. It needs to be exactly the same. Faced with the Baron's request to get straight to the point, Yuzov could only smile and said, If it is such a request, then we really can't do it. Didn't you just say that as long as you know how to do it, you can accept the commission? Or are you trying to deceive a noble? Think about what you are going to say next. Mr. Chairman, the Baron said teasingly and threateningly. Explain. As long as we know how to do it. Sir, although those are not my exact words, they are basically correct. But regarding that airship, the Technology Guild only accepted the commission to make some parts. You want the entire airship to fly boat. We really can't do it. You know how to make parts. How can you not build an airship? If you continue to use this excuse, I think I can reasonably question the credibility of your technical guild. And it is not as promised on the forum. The Baron pressed on with words. Although Yuzov felt a little angry after hearing this, he actually felt like laughing. He thought that he somewhat understood his master's thoughts when he was questioned by a group of incomprehensible old stubborns for inexplicable reasons along the way in mathematics. Yuzov, who was already experienced in the world, hid his thoughts well and still said in a polite manner, Sir, the so-called airship is the top technological display in the world of magicians. And on top of the airship, in addition to the magic tower, are the 5 legendary floating islands. Although the members of our technical guild are also joined by magicians, those adults are not people who are good at this aspect of technology. In addition to that, they are at most the level of magic apprentices, and more ordinary people join. Do you think it is reasonable that such a group of people can build an airship that most magicians can't build? Although the attitude was polite, the content was not a tactful rebuttal at all. It was almost like pointing at the other person's nose and calling him a fool. However, Yuzov still tried to calm the atmosphere and continued to explain. As for the airship that you are concerned about, the Technology Guild only participated in the production of some parts. Not all of them. As for the assembly, whether there is any additional processing, it is all, and we have no idea what is happening in the automobile manufacturing and R&D center. If you think you can put together an airship with the parts, you can issue a commission to manufacture the relevant parts, and then hire someone who is good at this technology. Magician, build this airship. However, the interesting thing is that although we know the quantity of parts shipped, we also don't know how many are actually used and how many are spare parts. Considering your reputation, my advice is to be cautious about spending a lot of money on a bunch of parts that you don't know how to assemble. I don't want to damage the technical guild because we have already made it clear that we can't do it in the future. The good reputation established over the past few years. Chapter 1037 Threats and Inducements. Although Yuzov Gansha wanted to be more tactful in his words, for the glass-hearted nobles, disobeying them meant that it was an unpardonable sin. The Baron in front of me was no exception. But he didn't grin like a cat with explosive hair. Instead, he showed a sinister and indifferent gaze, stared at Yuzov for a while, and then said, What if we change our approach and use your life, President, in exchange for that magician to serve me? Do you think your master would be willing to give up such a valuable follower like you? Yes. Please don't doubt it. Ah? Yuzov answered without hesitation. But the Baron didn't know how to answer. He just looked at the person in front of him blankly. However, although Yuzov felt helpless about what he said, he did not show any regret. He just said calmly, Sir, let me give you an analogy. If I threaten the lives of the 3 servants behind you and ask you to hand over your noble title, territory, wife, daughter, and family heirlooms, will you agree? The Baron, the 2 warriors, and a deacon standing behind him all shook their heads subconsciously. But then everyone realized something was wrong. And the Baron argued even more angrily. This is different. You are not a guard or a user of the family, but a man who has mastered a technical guild and has such great power. With such value, where can the average follower compare? Although the Baron spoke unscrupulously and belittled the people he brought with him, but they seemed not to notice the contempt in the words, and instead paid more attention to Yuzov's reaction. Yuzov, who was stared at by several grown men, chuckled and said, "Thank you for your love and respect for me. But you also said that the key point is indeed value. But have you ever thought that value depends on people? Strangely, not everyone is the same. The technical guild that you think is valuable is just a dispensable thing to my master. But what many people think is valuable may be in the eyes of magicians. There is just a little difference, including my life." Yuzov's unspoken subtext was instantly understood by the two soldiers serving as guards. In the eyes of those big people, are the lives of small people like them important? Those who say yes must not know those high-ranking and powerful people very well. However, unlike the two little people who felt sad about the death of a rabbit or a fox, the Baron actually found some opportunities. He showed a sly look and said in a provocative tone, "Since the president has such resentment, have you ever thought that you deserve more? Being exploited or even asking for unconditional giving is not a kind person. What a generous owner should do. So when you have the opportunity to get back what you deserve, what choice will you make?" The Baron was careful to choose his words and not make a blatant offer. But anyone who is not mentally retarded can understand the meaning behind the words. Yuzov Gansha was surprised. I was surprised that my attitude seemed so unstable. And I was also surprised that the nobleman in front of me didn't reflect at all, and still looked at everything in the world with that conspiratorial gaze. This attitude was the main reason why I joined the Ikaruga Alliance in the past. The master regards everything in the world as ants. Then he wants to prove that ants can also bite people to death. However, the radical ideas of his youth, although Yuzov is not yet at the age where he is powerless, have lost their edge and become much more tactful. At least, he didn't think about simply shaking his head and walking away, or pointing at the other person's nose and yelling. Doing this will leave nothing behind except a moment of pleasure, and making the other party feel unhappy for a moment. In the end, the conversation will still be fought with fists and kicks. In this case, why not greet the other person first from the beginning? You could also gain the upper hand and seize the opportunity. But these were all actions of those young and frivolous years, and I would not do them again today. I suppressed the urge to take the teacup on the table for entertaining guests and open it for them. Yuzov was filled with helplessness and said with a wry smile, "Sir, do you think I followed that magician for some benefit?" The Baron was also stunned when he looked at the conspicuous three-feathered bird mark on the clothes of the person in front of him. If there is anyone who cannot be bought with money, the members of the Ikaruga Alliance are definitely among them. These hateful guys just seem to have a grudge against the rich, targeting them everywhere and looking for trouble everywhere. But if it's not for money, the Baron said hesitantly, "Then you want more power? Maybe I can lend my power." "Sir, don't say how serious you are in this sentence. Just tell me, do you believe it? I am in a city of magicians. I can do this. I am afraid that I have gone to the extreme and even reached the point where it's on the verge of danger. If you want to move forward, you may need to rely on the power of the nobles. But I doubt that you can play any role in the holy city of Estali, let alone the Liangwana Empire. How can you make a difference in the holy city if you have no identity?" What Yuzov did not say was that the other party was just a mere baron. With this kind of status, you can only dominate in your own territory. Outside, you can just play the role of a pawn under the hands of the real big shots. Such people have not yet truly entered the core of the powerful circle, unless his title of baron is a secondary title of a great nobleman, inherited by the second and third sons of the family. In this case, maybe the family power behind it is still worth something. But even so, this is not what Yuzov wants to pursue. It can be said that the Technology Guild was an accident from the beginning. At this point, Yuzov's idea of continuing is just to help more people and fund more comrades in the Alliance. If someone were to replace him, he would gladly step aside. You know, he just ran a tavern in his hometown. So for ideals? The Baron continued to speculate. Just following a magician. What ideals are you talking about? What future can he give you? Territory? Title? Money? Or women? Huh? In the eyes of nobles, are these the only ideals? Yuzov, who couldn't help it, finally mocked openly. A contemptuous tone will certainly cause dissatisfaction in the listener. The two lightly armed soldiers saw that of the 5 people in the reception room, they had 4 of them, and the other party was alone. He didn't confiscate anyone's weapons, and yet he dared to speak so rudely. How could he not be angry? The 2 guard soldiers immediately drew their swords and cursed Yuzov for his lack of knowledge. Even one on the left and one on the right, ready to step forward to arrest people. But following that magician, who was recognized as a follower after all, how could he not have any weapons at his side? Without hesitation, Yuzov pulled out a Smith & Wesson M29 revolver that had been used by someone for self-defense from the holster under his side, and fired 2 neat shots left and right. The magic gun of the Lost Land does not make a loud noise like the gunpowder weapons of the Earth, but in terms of power, it is not inferior at all, and even exceeds it. Penetrating light breastplates at close range is a piece of cake. The 2 soldiers who had been shot fell straight to the ground like sacks filled with food, uncertain whether they were alive or dead. Chapter 1038 Yuzov's Purpose. How could people outside know nothing about what was going on in the reception room? The soundproofing facilities here are not good enough, and magic isolation is not used. If there is a slightly louder argument, people outside can hear it clearly. However, no one rushed in a panic to protect the guild leader. Only the dark elf, who had received the noble party at the beginning, opened the door slowly and looked inside, with an expression of surprise but not surprise. She said with a sweet smile, "It's time to start. Do you need me to clean up the aftermath?" Although he didn't say a single bad word, there were no good intentions behind his words, which made the Baron, who originally coveted the dark elves, feel cold, especially when the other party pulled out a snake whip from under her skirt. The Baron was even more chilled when he saw the living python spitting out snake messages, because a female dark elf who plays with the snake whip cannot be a nobody. Turning the gun, Yuzov put the Smith & Wesson M29 back into the holster in his arms. Yuzov used the calm attitude trained by the magician, crossed his legs and hugged his knees, and said very gentlemanly, "It needs to be cleaned up. The aftermath is not what you thought. Please take those 2 out for treatment. They are not dead yet." "Really? I used a small cricket to shoot the Earth Dragon before. It only took 1 shot, and the Earth Dragon was completely gone, leaving only 4 dragon palms. These 2 guys were shot directly. Can they still survive?" My ears on in an innocent tone. He said sweet words that made people's heads tingle. But Yuzov replied angrily, "It's not like you haven't used a rifle for hunting. You can't forget the effect of paralyzing bullets. And if you compare the M29 with a little cricket, can the 2 be compared? I also adjusted these 2 guns. An attack that reaches the level of paralysis. But what you said is not impossible, because I have never used this kind of attack on anyone. So I don't know if they will be paralyzed and die immediately. Please take them down and check them out. It doesn't matter if they have broken limbs or limbs. They have drawn their swords and are ready to cut them down. But their lives must not be lost. This is not a place where people can kill without success." The dark elf shrugged, showing an indifferent expression. Then the snake whip swung and wrapped around the leg of the warrior, who fell further away. At the same time, he grabbed the arm of the warrior, who fell closer, and dragged him out. Let alone any skills or possible magical skills. This power alone cannot be ignored by others. Yuzov Gansha had no sympathy for the 2 fighters who were treated rudely. However, the nobleman sitting opposite and the black-clothed deacon standing steadily behind him had different expressions. The same thing is that they also didn't care about the 2 people who fell to the ground. The Baron showed greedy eyes and stared at the place where Yuzov put away his gun, sticking out his tongue and licking his upper lip. He suppressed his excitement and asked in a hoarse voice, "President, what was the price of that weapon just now?" He doesn't care about the life and death of his own guards. He is only jealous of new things. Yuzov confirmed again that he really hated creatures like nobles. "Sorry, that's not for sale." The Baron raised his voice excitedly and asked, "What? Didn't I just say that everything owned by the Technology Guild can be sold? Are you lying?" Yuzov spread his hands helplessly and said, "Well, sir, I did say that. And it is true. But this gun is not something owned by the Technical Guild, but was given to me by my master. I'm here for self-defense. No one in the Technology Guild can make this kind of weapon. Then you make an offer. No matter what, I will buy that weapon," the Baron said forcefully. "What a pity. My lord, will you sell the thing that protects your own life? This is not about money, but about your own life. Do you think you have the qualifications to reject a noble?" The Baron leaned forward, gritted his teeth, and spoke viciously. But as soon as the words were finished, both the speaker and the listener suddenly felt embarrassed, because the 2 men the Baron relied on had just been beaten down and then dragged out by a dark elf priestess-level girl. Even if the Baron takes action on his own and plans to go into battle himself, it's hard to say whether he can survive being shot. The same goes for Yuzov Gantia. Faced with a direct threat to his life, should he fight back? Should he beat the nobleman down first and then discuss the follow-up matters? Or should he say harsh words first and then beat him down? The problem is that apart from verbal threats, this noble now has no real threat at all. Want to fight back? During this moment of stalemate, the black-clothed deacon made a move. He walked around to the sofa and sat down. Said, "It's the bell on the cat's collar." "Right." An inexplicable sentence broke the original deadlock. The Baron looked confused. But instead of being angry at his servant's behavior, he was a little flustered. Although Yuzov felt deeply about this sentence, he was more curious about the identity of this deacon. It seems that they are not the followers of ordinary nobles. Seeing that Yuzov didn't reply, the black-clothed deacon continued. "Considering that the woman next to the magician is rumored to be the demon king who ruled the land 1,000 years ago and ushered in the Dark Age, the people of the Ikaruga Alliance pride themselves on being part of the good camp. It's impossible to be indifferent to such rumors. Then what I can think of is that your role should be to monitor the demon king nearby. Am I right?" "Your Highness." The Baron wanted to persuade, but as soon as the words came out, he shut up with regret. Yuzov showed an expression of sudden realization and asked politely, "Who is this, His Highness?" Seeing that he could no longer hide it, the Baron, with a nod of the black-clothed deacon, cautiously introduced, "This is the second prince of the Winter Mountain Kingdom, His Highness Jacques." Now that the other party has revealed his identity, Yuzov will certainly not pretend to be dumbfounded. But it was impossible to be too flattering. He also, okay, a common courtesy, and said greetings. But Prince Jacques didn't care. He shook his hand and said, "That's an inconspicuous little country. With my rude sister here, I don't want to go back to that place at all. But what I just said is right or wrong. Also, what do you think will happen if your master knows about these things?" "Nothing will happen. Because you just ran to him and said it again what he knew." Yuzov Gantia said calmly. Such an answer did not shock the prince, who had just revealed his identity. Instead, he looked at the man in front of him, who spoke confidently with interest and asked curiously, "Do they all know? Even if they know, they still keep you by their side? They trust you so much? Then you say they don't value you at all? Your Highness, would you believe me if I said that the magician I serve as my master does not believe in trust and loyalty, but is a complete believer in interests? In fact, he is indeed such a person. But the interests he pursues are not just tangible or intangible things like money and power, but include positions and ideas. Strictly speaking, as long as he is not a tit-for-tat enemy, he will choose to live in peace with him. When he signed the contract, I didn't show my sincerity and loyalty. I just told him what I wanted to do, and he agreed. To be honest, she doesn't care if the other person knows about it." The unexpected answer made Prince Jacques, who was wearing servant clothes, not concealing the surprise and curiosity on his face. Chapter 1039 Advice from a Friend. "Can you introduce me to your master?" Prince Jacques asked. "I am suddenly very interested in such a man." Regarding the sudden change of conversation, Yuzov replied politely, "Although I really want to satisfy His Highness's wishes, it is a pity that my role is too small, and I do not have the right to introduce people. Oh, with the president's status today, isn't it still not important enough in the eyes of that magician?" Regarding this remark that was meant to provoke discord, Yuzov chose to play dumb. At the same time, he replied seriously, "One of the conditions for me to stay with my lord was that I would not cause any trouble to him. If someone comes to see him through me every 3 days, it will not bore him to death. Not to mention that I am not familiar with the person I introduced. Your Highness, would you be able to accept this if it were your subordinates? In the world of aristocrats, it is very rude to visit someone rashly, and it may even be a matter of seeking death. If you want to meet someone new, the best thing to do is to find a mutual friend to act as an introducer. In this way, both parties can learn about the new friend from their common friend, and get to know each other step by step. However, not everyone is qualified to be this communication bridge. The consequences of finding the wrong introducer may be more serious than directly offending the other party." So Prince Jacques asked cautiously, "Oh, who is suitable for this task?" Faced with the inquiry, Yuzov did not continue to show an uncooperative attitude, but started counting seriously. "Master Fin is absolutely fine, but she is more withdrawn than the other one. Basically, except for the priests and magicians in the life course, no one has come into contact with her. Mr. Wan Wenyu, one of the chief stewards of the Ruan Chamber of Commerce, there should be no problem with Grand Duke Kawe. After all, they are very important partners. If he wants to take the academy route, I have seen him reject many magicians who passed the math class and hope to meet my lord. Unless you are a student in his math class, the only one with enough respect in the academy is the founder of the academy. The great magician cabin by. After hearing the name of the person named by Yuzov, Prince Jacques said with a joking face and regret, "It seems that I have no chance to meet this interesting magician." This trip was fruitless, and Prince Jacques did not think about stalking or doing anything further. He stood up quickly and took the Baron to leave. As the president of the guild, Yuzov, of course, had to personally see the distinguished guests off. The two soldiers who were paralyzed by gunshots had already recovered by the time the conversation ended. They stayed outside the reception room, waiting to meet their master. As for the fact that they were not taken seriously, perhaps it was because the servants of the nobles had already realized this, so no dissatisfaction could be seen on their expressions. Whether he really didn't care or kept it to himself, Yuzov didn't know. At the gate, Prince Jacques resumed his role as the Baron's servant, following the arrogant nobleman. But when he was about to leave, he suddenly turned around, looked at Yuzov and said, "Mr. Chairman, please tell me something for your lord." Since the other party was being polite, Yuzov would not refuse coldly. Then he said, "Please tell me. The reason why we came forward is because we have no other means that are more sure of success. So we chose to come forward to negotiate, hoping to get some benefits from this matter. Although there was no good result in the end, I am not surprised. You? But for others who choose not to come forward, it is because they have other more reliable methods. So they are still hiding in the dark, waiting for the moment when those methods can be most effective, or when you cannot see them. So don't take it lightly and think that everything will be fine if you dismiss us." "Oh, what a surprise!" Yuzov said this in response to a certain prince's advice. Prince Jacques, who was wearing a black butler's uniform and pretending to be a noble servant, smiled and said, "What's surprising is that I would give such advice. Or have I exposed that there are others who are coveting the secret of your lord's airship technology? The part that surprises me is the former. As for other people's problems, we have already discovered it. But we can't just find people and kill them just because the other party is watching. So we can only look at the other party's actions, and then think about how to deal with it." "That's right. Is this also your lord's opinion?" "Yes," Yuzov said frankly. "What a special person." Prince Jacques sighed. In Lost Land, the emphasis is on eliminating danger invisible. If he found such a sign, he would definitely kill the opponent first, even if there is no bloodshed in the political struggle until the last moment. Everyone is fully prepared, digging a pit full of spikes, waiting for the opponent to fall in, and kill them in one fell swoop. "But I will convey your opinion to my lord. I believe that he will also feel such kindness." Yuzov certainly knew the intention of the other person's advice, so he also responded in kind. According to that person, there is nothing wrong with saying good things and doing favors for free. Knowing that his intention was accurately caught by the other party, Prince Jacques had no embarrassment. According to the magician he knew from the president of the technical guild, such a direct attitude would make it easier for him to gain favor from the other person. Anyway, you have to exchange benefits in the end. So why bother leaving a bad impression and giving the other party a reason to raise the price? The two speakers smiled tacitly, said goodbye to each other, and ended the meeting. As for the Baron, although he was still at the forefront, he had been reduced to a supporting role and did not dare to behave in any way in front of his own prince. Seeing the group of people leaving, the dark elf Melchak came behind Yuzov Gantia and asked, "Are you just going to let them go? If someone in the family knew about it, he would probably just say that they are just a bunch of little people and not worth caring about. A prince of a kingdom can be considered a small person?" My Ursa said in a pretense of surprise. "That person is the one who has a friendship with your majesty. How many people in Midland can be considered as little people in his eyes?" Yuzov sighed. The dark elf tilted his head, thought for a while, and said, "It seems that this is true." Yuzov settled the argument, and Melchu no longer cared about things here. As soon as he turned around, he returned to the guild to handle the unfinished business. Yuzov, who stayed where he was, whispered, "Let's talk about the airship. It's not a big deal. If we knew about the conspiracy between the magician and the world tree." Although he was just mumbling to himself, he thought of that incident, which actually left Yuzov speechless. Wood elves disappeared from the Lost Land on a large scale. Ordinary people may not notice it, but how could those who are also members of the Turtle Dove Alliance not notice it? Thanks to the convenience of the forum, people who are friends with the Wood elves will not lose contact with each other. They also knew the request from the World Tree, and the Wood elves shrank back to their respective tribes. Then came the unproven and little-known Elven Civil War. The continuous war revealed many things. Worried, Yuzov ran to ask the magician what he was doing. Then I regretted it. It's not that someone lied. It's that he told the truth. Strictly speaking, his conspiracy with Yggdrasil should not pose any threat to the civilized world. And that incident didn't seem to be a disaster that should be made public and condemned by the whole world. However, Yuzov always felt that that kind of thing was not something a small person like him should know about or be involved in. Chapter 1041 Chamber of Commerce. Under the sun. There must be shadows. There are bound to be obstacles along the way. The benefits are gratifying. And there will also be people who are attracted by the benefits. These are human nature. And they are also natural principles. As a family whose ancestors once established a kingdom, even if the kingdom has been destroyed, the family has continued in different ways. Even after it spread its branches and leaves, it became stronger than the previous kingdom. Someone suspected that the Yuan family was a member of a time-traveling family, and in fact it was true if their development model was revealed in the eyes of a current time-traveling member. One word would inevitably come out of his mouth: East India Company. The super predator in the colonial era of the earth. The pillar of the empire on which the sun never sets. He also used a shadow to cover up the uncivilization of the empire. To expand commercial activities without the support of the state, without being regarded as fat sheep that can be harvested regularly by powerful people. The Yuan family's two major weapons are food and private army. Even on a modern Earth where time travelers once lived, famine still exists in some areas. There are many reasons. Too many to describe in just a few words. In Midland, where the transportation capacity and social structure are relatively backward, having enough food is still a major event for ordinary people. And it is also an important issue that the lords cannot avoid. If you don't have enough to eat, you will rebel. This is true in ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad. Utilizing advanced technology, well, Earth's agricultural technology in the 19th century was indeed advanced enough compared to Midland's. The Yuan Chamber of Commerce, which grows a large amount of food, controls the lifeblood of many noble lords. Perhaps in the past 100 years, wars, that is, man-made disasters, have decreased. But natural disasters are inevitable, not to mention that there are natural counterattacks in the Lost Lands. And counterattacks by monsters. When these accidents occur, sufficient food can be said to be the most important key to maintaining the stability of the territory. Therefore, the importance of the Yuan Chamber of Commerce to all lords is self-evident. Of course, it is not that no one covets this organization that has no national protection and is even richer than most countries. But the family private army of the Yuan Chamber of Commerce gave up all thoughts of stretching out their claws. Those who are unable to eat it will of course not need to mention it. Those who are able to eat it will also consider whether the loot they will get after a bloody encounter has the value to offset their losses. Gunpowder weapons. A type of weapon that a certain time traveler thought did not exist in the Lost Land, actually existed in the private army of the Yuan Chamber of Commerce. It is also a gift from the earth. And it is not a matchlock or flintlock gun, but an early form of single-shot rifle that uses a magazine and bullets. However, these rifles did not develop well in the Lost Land, because the ancestors of the Yuan family regard these weapons as the lifeblood of the family. They cannot hold guns without close relatives, or join the guard to protect core figures, and all the best are trapped in the family. In terms of R&D, the investment is even smaller, or we are worried about letting outsiders with R&D capabilities have too much contact. And those who are worried are unscrupulous descendants, basically. What are the weapons created by the first generation? What do they look like today? It's still the same. This was also one of the reasons why the kingdom established by the Yuan family was destroyed, even though it possessed weapons that transcended the times. But even if these hot weapons have not improved for hundreds of years, they can still protect the family that has shed the shackles of the country. Utilize a small, but refined core force, and cooperate with local people to gain control of key resources and gain greater power and benefits. Perhaps in terms of climbing the technology tree, the Yuan family, which has lost its first-generation head, is no different from the natives of Midi. It can only maintain its status and retain the skills left by the first generation. But the family, which has already spread out, has made good use of its own advantages to build a huge business. Today, the Yuan family is no longer just a family. In order to manage the affairs of different regions in this world with inconvenient transportation, they divided their families into different places just like feudal lords. Not only are regions separated, but rights, responsibilities, and interests are also separated, resulting in a situation where each region and industry is responsible for its own losses. There is no big head in charge of all family affairs. Instead, There is an annual family meeting at the end of each year. All branches will spread the harvest throughout the year and complement each other. This kind of display and internal trading behavior invisibly puts order into all branches. The more abundant the harvest, the more people choose to trade with it. Such pursuit will certainly improve the status of the branch family in the family. As for the two people who dealt with Lin, the two brothers Nguyen Van Viet and Nguyen Van Chow were in charge of the branch. In this Nguyen family whose main industry has always been food, why should they be responsible for mining? This is because noble lords, who need food may not necessarily have enough wealth to purchase it. Even if it is barter, there must be things to trade. At this time, some lords simply used the mines in their territories as mortgages, and even used the ownership of the mines as bargaining chips. If the mine produces natural magic metal or magic stone, this is a rare or with a high unit price. Then the noble lord can sell it in person, and then use the money obtained to trade with the Yuan Chamber of Commerce. It is conceivable to what extent the mine would be messed up if the nobles were allowed to directly mortgage their ownership or even use it as a bargaining chip. After all, these are all mines, and each one will be mined less. So how to deal with these mines was a problem that worried people in the Yuan family for a while. In the end, the method they chose was to send the family members, who had offended many people at that time, to separate the families and solve the two problems at once. The branch of the two brothers Nguyen Van Viet and Nguyen Van Chow lives a hard life guarding a bunch of tasteless and abandoned mines. You must know that the mines that will be abandoned by the noble lords are not only barren in production, but are also likely to be in places where birds do not lay eggs, and transportation is extremely inconvenient. Each generation of the two brothers' ancestors has worked hard to improve their own predicament or find some way out for these minerals. There are many people who try to escape, but no matter how they choose or how hard they try, they cannot change the fact that they are marginalized within the family. Even after several generations of management and slight improvements, the two brothers' low status within the family has not changed. It should be noted that metal tools are also used in agricultural activities. However, in the past, when the Yuan Chamber of Commerce needed to purchase additional tools, they preferred to order them locally from local craftsmen, instead of taking the trouble to transport raw or metal ingots from the mines under separate management. Return to your own territory and then build agricultural tools. This kind of behavior invisibly separated the two brothers' branches and made their status in the family weaker. Until someone comes along. The Yuan Chamber of Commerce does not have craftsmen and talents who are good at metallurgy. It's just that these people are not only few, but the technologies involved are all professional skills related to rifles, and it is impossible to hand them over to a branch that is regarded as an abandoned son. This allows them to rough process the raw ore and increase its commodity value. In order to get the Yuan Chamber of Commerce to join them, Lin set up a car manufacturing and R&D center together. He taught the manpower sent by the Chamber of Commerce all the supporting technologies needed to manufacture cars without reservation. It can be said that the emergence of Lin made up for the technical shortcomings of the branch of the Yuan brothers. Not to mention that the car is left in the middle of nowhere, which is also the most advanced and eye-catching technology. After revitalizing the assets in their hands, the two brothers led a beautiful turnaround. However, the long-term low status also caused other branches within the family to have unnecessary thoughts. Chapter 1041 Wind Direction. It has been 1 year and 11 months since the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center was established. At first, in the eyes of the talkers from other branches of the Yuan Chamber of Commerce, this inexplicable organization was just a pie created by a liar. After countless years in the business world, who has ever heard of that thing called a car? Therefore, no one is optimistic about the investment made by brothers Nguyen Van Viet and Nguyen Van Chow. Besides, the branch that is in charge of the Chamber of Commerce's minerals has struggled to the death more than once. But there is no success. There are only failed investments that invest more resources but fail to realize returns. However, less than 2 years later, things were completely different. In the past, the most troubling issue was how to transport the output of the mine. Successive heads of this branch have tried to improve mining methods, build roads, etc. They even spent a lot of money from dwarves to purchase preliminary metallurgical methods to turn raw ore into metal ingots and then transport them. However, after spending a lot of effort, the improvement effect is quite limited. But a transport vehicle called a truck can transport a considerable amount of metal ingots without requiring a lot of manpower and animal power. And they are continuously sent to the holy city of Estali to create more vehicles. At first, this change was not noticed by other people involved in the separation, because it was a matter of dividing the family of Nguyen Van Yu. Good or bad had nothing to do with them. Moreover, When the harvest season comes every year, the two brothers always ask for help from everywhere, hoping that other branch families can let him exchange, or for food to feed the large number of people who mine for him. This is another reason why Nguyen Van Viet's branch cannot hold its head high in front of other branch families. Transactions within the Chamber of Commerce will never be more profitable than selling to outsiders. For other branches, what they get in exchange are items that still need to be processed before they can be used. That's simply more annoying than tasteless. But when Nguyen sent a truck to bring back a large amount of food from the branch families, who were also ranked at the bottom of the Chamber of Commerce, everything changed. The area managed by the branch at the end of the same line is quite fertile, and the food output is quite gratifying. It is a newly developed land. The disadvantage is that it is quite far from densely populated areas, which means they have to transport the food longer distances to find buyers. And the newly developed land also means that there is a lot of undeveloped natural environment around it. If we were on Earth, there would definitely be environmentalists who would jump out and call for protection. But in the Lost Lands, this means there are many gnawing dangers from nature. Therefore, if this branch wants to safely transport food to other places, it can only send more guards. More manpower means more consumption during transportation. After all, people and animals also need to eat. And it is impossible to leave them with an empty stomach while transporting things and dealing with the dangers encountered during transportation. Usually by the time the food is delivered to its destination, not even 1 out of 10 is left. However, food prices have their upper limit after all, and buyers cannot allow sellers to offer unacceptable prices for various reasons, unless this is a monopolized market, or there is a famine or food disaster. It is possible for sellers to shout for prices and buyers to swallow. In fact, the Rouen Chamber of Commerce is quite large, and none of the customers they come into contact with can only buy enough food from far away. This means that not only is this branch of the family likely to lose money every time it sells grain to a distant place, even buyers may not necessarily buy it. If food is not handled properly, or if there are defects during transportation, it will go bad. Buyers will also doubt how much food shipped from too far away is still edible. In the end, this branch family would rather let the grain rot in the fields and use it as compost than use manpower to harvest it all, because within the range of grain sales they can accept, the purchasing power of buyers is far less than their output. At this time, Nguyen came to trade with real gold and silver, and also stated that they would figure out how to transport it themselves. How could the branch family, who are also relatives, not agree? When trucks join the ranks of transporting grain, things are completely different from what everyone imagined. How much will be shipped, and when will it arrive? By using forums to communicate, this information can easily be learned by others within the Chamber of Commerce. Of course, truck transportation will not be completely cost-free, but compared with traditional people eating horse chews, the consumption is completely different in magnitude, because fewer manpower is needed for transportation. The time it takes is much shorter. The Rouen Chamber of Commerce has its own way of settling accounts. How much profit and cost are also clear to those who understand. Compared with traditional transportation methods, truck transportation represents a wider market hinterland and lower transportation costs, which businessman would not pursue things that can reduce costs and increase profits. In this age of confusion, don't talk about keeping secrets, especially since everyone is from the same family. Even if they don't deliberately pry, some people will proudly show off their achievements everywhere. So without much effort, everyone knew the key. Car. Or to put it more clearly, trucks. Things don't stop there. Brother Nguyen Van Viet also said loudly that the automobile center is developing vehicles for agricultural use. Then he made a bunch of unexplained conditions and drew a picture that no one had ever seen, although most people still don't understand it. Everyone knows one thing about the separation, and this time it really made the two brothers stand up, since there is profit to be made. As members of the Rouen Chamber of Commerce and the family, everyone will naturally think about how to get a share of the pie. Some people choose to be close and cooperative, but some people choose a different path. That is, to seize it all. The branch family, to which those two brothers belonged, has always been the object of contempt. Even if they have a chance to turn around today, the project they are running is not the food that the family values most. In the perception of the older generation, who have relatively rigid ideas, the status of Nguyen and his family cannot be much higher, no matter how much they are improved. Therefore, during this annual meeting during the off-farm period, although the focus should be on the exchange of information between branches, although this function has now been replaced by forums, some people still like to fight face-to-face, and the exchange of agricultural products. Yes or no? In fact, There are several undercurrents connecting with each other under the table. As the center of the storm, brothers Nguyen Van Viet will certainly hear some rumors. Some of them came from the branch families, who wanted to be friends with themselves. Some came from the hidden stakes they had set up. And some even came from the news that they took the initiative to release from the branch families, who had intentions. In the past, such signs would have been considered a crisis. All kinds of benefits should be promised immediately, hoping to get the support of other branch families to tide them over. Or they could just give in to those companies that were ready to put pressure on them, hoping that they could find a way out. But today, the two brothers are not too worried. They also reciprocate the same kindness to all those who show kindness. But that's all. He did not deliberately contact any party, nor did he bow to those greedy relatives. Brothers Nguyen Van Viet and Nguyen Van Chow just chatted with every relative who came to the door and expressed interest in the truck and answered their questions. Chapter 1042 Winter Festival. The time has come for winter, which is the longest day of darkness in the entire year. As you go through the day, the nights will gradually shorten and the days will gradually lengthen. Therefore, this day is regarded by the lost people as a good day to conquer the darkness and bring light. Such a good day is also the day when the Jia Long Chamber of Commerce, note, the Chamber of Commerce established by the Ruan family, holds its official annual meeting. All previous transactions and negotiations were conducted under the table. Most of them were just to communicate, set conditions, and test each other's attitudes and limits. But in order to nail down these verbal agreements, we still have to bring it to the annual meeting and discuss it candidly. After all, we are all one family, especially after a conclusion is made. The entire family and the entire Chamber of Commerce still have to abide by it and maintain it together. Of course, if you want to quarrel, the best time is when all the important people in the family gather together. Who comes to power and who falls into the dust can be decided on the spot. The location of the annual meeting is not fixed each year. Before the end of the previous year's annual meeting, all attendees select the organizer for the following year. The organizer then decides the location within half a year and informs everyone. The following year's annual meeting is usually held at the sponsor's branch headquarters. But there are occasional exceptions. The branch responsible for hosting will be regarded as the first-ranked family branch that year. The Jialong Chamber of Commerce has maintained this method for hundreds of years without a main family, with each branch taking turns to be the banker. The main purpose is to avoid having such an obvious target as the capital as in the past kingdom period. Nowadays, the Chamber of Commerce is like a multi-headed snake. It will cut off one or two heads, but it will not die completely. This year's Winter Festival annual meeting will be held in a beautiful white castle nestled among mountains and lakes. This is the property that was mortgaged to the Chamber of Commerce by the former lord here. Now that the nobleman has died, the successor sent by the king does not dare to take back the castle at the risk of offending the Jialong Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, this castle naturally became the property of this branch. The current speaker of this branch is Nguyen Yong Min, a nobleman whom Lin met through the White Sword Master William Greco in the Vita military kingdom in the past, the wife of Baron William Ingalls, and the grandfather of Nguyen Thi Hui. In terms of seniority, he is one generation older than the two brothers Nguyen Van Viet. In terms of qualifications, he often serves as the organizer of annual meetings for the branches he heads. This is even the 5th consecutive year as host. Although the Chamber of Commerce system recommends candidates for the following year this year, there is no prohibition on re-election. The reason why this branch can be so strong is because it is located in the traditional cultural circle of Midi, with a vast territory and fertile land. Moreover, the love and vanity of the nobles in the center of lost land makes their need for money greater than anywhere else. However, for nobles, money is either taxed or borrowed. When you can't afford it, just use real estate as a mortgage. It's not a big deal. As an old and powerful branch of the Chamber of Commerce, Wan Yongming has always taken the right path, convincing others openly, leaving no one with anything to blame. Apart from that, his behavior is impartial. So although today's annual meeting is different from the past, there is an unpleasant undercurrent flowing. Wan Yongming does not support it, but he does not suppress it either, because everyone comes to the White Castle often. No servants are needed to guide them. When the various branches of the Chamber of Commerce are divided, people naturally walk to the banquet hall of the castle. 5 long tables are arranged, 1 horizontally and 4 vertically. The long table on the small step serves as the master seat. In addition to Wan Yongming, there are children of the Ruan family from the same branch as him on the left and right, serving as assistants and handymen. At the 4 long tables below, children of the Ruan family from all over the country were seated. They arranged the seats according to the chronological order of their respective speakers, and sat together in the same family. But if both parties agree, you can change seats. Just tell the organizer. Therefore, one of the foreplays of annual meetings over the years is the question of who wants to sit next to whom. The branches of each branch united will of course try to sit together as much as possible. On the one hand, it is to show one's position and attitude. And on the other hand, of course, it is because sitting close to each other makes it easier to discuss things privately. In such a seat-changing game, of course, there will be some attractive stars. Specifically, the more resources you have, the higher the demand from others for you, and the more popular you will naturally be. And such people can easily become the organizers of next year's annual meeting. It started with a routine report of each branch's harvest over the past year. What is different from the past is that thanks to the rise of forums in recent years, the Chamber of Commerce's reporting format has been changed from paper documents to forum format. Save the manpower of copying multiple reports to all branches and participants. And use a large water mirror screen for display purposes. Those who need detailed information can open their own water mirror screen and read the documents on the forum. They don't know how to conduct overly complicated statistical analysis. But at least they know how to compare last year's output with this year's to see whether it has increased or decreased. And what are the reasons behind it? The most eye-catching one among them is, of course, the Flynn family that sold a large amount of grain through transactions with one venue this year. Their income has increased several times that of last year. In previous years, there was so much grain that it would rot in the fields. This year, not only was it all put into the granary, but they also almost sold their own grain for the winter, causing people in the grain-producing areas to starve to death. Dilemma? Before the annual meeting, everyone only knew that this year's branch was happy from top to bottom. But how much money they make is not as clear as the clear figures in front of them. So many people can't help but glance at the Nguyen Van Viet brothers, seeing the two of them with an attitude of not being shocked by honor or disgrace. Everyone was thinking about which position their butts should be placed in to be more advantageous. When it was Nguyen Van Viet's turn to prepare to report the year's income, the people who had been impatient to listen to others bragging about themselves and were chatting in whispers also kept their mouths shut. Everyone wants to see how this branch develops this year. On this day last year, Nguyen Van Viet's team's performance was worse than their previous situation. The most important thing is that there is a huge investment in the automobile manufacturing and R&D center that no one understands. And there is no immediate return. At that time, even if the gossips of other separated families had no right to interfere in other people's affairs, they still could not avoid making rude remarks. This year, accustomed to the approach of a certain magician, Nguyen Van Viet used a revenue and expenditure curve diagram with pictures and text, as well as an industry classification pie chart to give a good expression of the rapid development he achieved through the automobile center. All numbers are justified. And in the final part of the income, they are also very different from other branch families. Most of the others reported how much food they harvested, who they exchanged with, and what supplies they got. The key point is how much stuff can be exchanged or exchanged with other branches. When you was more direct, and gave a number that blinded everyone. The income from the Automobile Manufacturing and Research and Development Center is not a few cars or a few large trucks, but real coins of the five empires. This is not some bad money that no one wants or needs to be used at a discount. Note, I forgot that this Chamber of Commerce had an official name before Jiaolong Chamber of Commerce. Hereby add Chapter 1043, Conspiracy. For large-scale transactions that are mainly barter. Few people in the Chamber of Commerce have seen so much cash, even if it is just the numbers on the books. But no one questioned whether the money really existed or whether the amount was wrong. Naturally, there are trustworthy accounting talents in the Chamber of Commerce to check these things. No one doubts the numbers though. However, how could the group of people who were looking for trouble easily let go of Wan Wenyu, who had become the focus of everyone's eyes? An old voice cut through the crowd and said sullenly, "Ah, you! If I say it's not appropriate for you to be in charge of the manufacturing of cars, are you willing to hand it over?" The annual meeting venue, which was filled with constant whispers, suddenly fell silent. The speaker is Wan Yongji. In terms of seniority, Nguyen Van Viet should be called uncle. The branch family he belongs to is also an alternative in the Chamber of Commerce. It does not grow food, but is responsible for building and maintaining the family's artifact rifle passed down from the first generation of family heads. This work, of course, also includes making ammunition and storing it. This branch can be said to be the most important branch in the Chamber of Commerce and also has the most powerful force. The direct bloodline of the royal family that established the kingdom in the past also came from his family. As the most prominent branch of the branch, they were also the most seriously injured when the country was destroyed. With such an identity and background, the successive family members naturally dreamed of taking charge of the entire family again, or even founding a country again, and wearing that sacred crown. Unfortunately, their background and ambitions are well known. Others in the family are also wary of such ambitions. In the past, 3 generations of the kingdom died, and the reason behind it was indispensable to the indifference of other branch families. There is not enough food in hand. There is not more manpower. And powerful weapons cannot change the sky. Besides, the secret of the rifle was also spread as early as the fall of the country. The other branches did not build their own guns because the quality of the guns they produced was far inferior to those made by this branch. And the risks of gun explosions and duds were doubled. Instead of thinking about it yourself, it is better to use food in exchange for necessary weapons. Anyway, as long as the rifle itself is well preserved and maintained, its useful life and wear and tear will be longer than that of ordinary cold weapons. Using food to buy a few rifles a year, each branch had accumulated a lot of wealth in such a long time. As for ammunition, it has a shelf life, and its production is simpler than making a rifle. Without the help of Rwanyonji's branch, the others would not be caught blind. In short, each branch is not afraid of having their weapons and ammunition jammed. Unless there is a high-intensity war today, all the family's wealth will be wiped out in one fell swoop. Rwanyonji, of course, is well aware of the thoughts of other branch families. So even though he has the strongest strength, his hands are tied, and he doesn't dare to irritate others too much. The more important reason is that if everyone breaks up with each other and directly turns over the table, Rwanyonji's branch really has no confidence in conquering the others based on the weapons that other branch families have accumulated over the years. In this balance of fear from both sides, Rwanyonji, the remnant of the royal family, survived in the Jialong Chamber of Commerce. Also because both sides are on guard against each other. Of course, there is not much thought on research and development. All day long I just thought about fighting. According to the rules of family division of labor, the mine owned by Rwanwenyu should have been divided among Rwanyonji's branch. However, these royal families later disliked the low value of the mines they obtained and the inconvenience of transportation. Moreover, in order to support enough miners, we would have to shoulder a greater burden. So we simply gave up. In fact, other branch families did not want to give Rwanyonji too much. So it was logical to find an unlucky guy to take over this mess. And Nguyen Van Yu's branch was separated. Initially, in order to establish an automobile manufacturing and R&D center, Lam contacted the Jialong Chamber of Commerce through a letter of introduction from Nguyen Thi Hui. Nguyen Thi Hui's grandfather, Nguyen Vinh Min, initially gave this opportunity to Nguyen Vinh Chi. The old man did this because he didn't think this car could make any big waves. On the contrary, it is a good way to weaken Rwanyonji's power as a branch. The same idea is also in Rwanyonji's calculations. He is not optimistic about the future of cars, and only thinks that this business is used by other people in the family to hold him back. So I refused without hesitation. Things should have ended like this, and the Jialong Chamber of Commerce would have missed out on the automobile industry. However, according to the internal information exchange regulations of the Chamber of Commerce, as long as the information is not restricted, a copy will be sent to the relevant personnel. So Nguyen Van Viet, who runs a metal mine, knew about it and was willing to take a gamble. He followed the channels of the Chamber of Commerce and found the magician in the holy city of Estali. Then there's what happens next. It was with this background that the elders in the family spoke up. But Rwanyonji said with a wry smile, "Uncle, I remember that you didn't want this business at the beginning, so I picked it up. At that time, no one objected, let alone people want to rob. Isn't it even more appropriate for you to say something like this today? Huh? No one knows what the prospects of that business are before you do it. Now that you have proven that this business is indeed feasible, for the best interests of the family, don't you think it should be handed over to someone who is better at it? Well, in the field of making things, you know nothing." Faced with this old and unceremonious ridicule, Rwanyonji suppressed his brother, who was obviously very old but still impulsive, and asked, "Okay, even if I am willing to hand over this business, Uncle, how do you plan to take over? No need to say more. Withdraw all the craftsmen and magicians. We can build the car ourselves. Why should we cooperate with a magician from the countryside?" Rwanyonji said in a tone that left no room for doubt. But Rwanyonji shook his head and said, If this is my uncle's plan, then I can only say that I cannot hand over this business to you. You brat. Do you think you're qualified to bargain in front of me? I'm telling you today just to give you a chance to step down. Otherwise, it depends on the craftsmen or magicians in your hands. What good things they can make. Let's talk about guns. Take care of it. Regardless of whether you can see what you guys have built. If any of you dare to put it on a gun and fire a few rounds, I will lose to you. The old man's words were unpleasant, even criticizing her. The other interested people who were listening were certainly displeased. But Wanwen, who was pointed at and scolded, did not dare to show any anger as in the past. But this time he did not endure it silently, but said, Uncle, I don't mean any disrespect to you. And of course, I don't want to bargain. I am just telling a fact. If I do what you said, I will if we bring back our craftsmen and magicians in the automobile center. They won't be able to build any cars. What do you mean? Tell me clearly. Although Wanwen was dissatisfied, he was not vague on the key points and asked immediately. It's just like the literal meaning. In the automobile center of the holy city, there are not only our people, but also the people of an imperial Grand Duke. That group of people, together with our people, are using the system designed by the magician. Research and build cars one after another. In other words, if our people are brought back, they can only produce half of the car parts. And without the magician system, the yield rate will probably be terrible. Wanwen said innocently. Chapter 1044 Planning. How could anyone agree to such a stupid way of cooperation? Wanwen cursed angrily. But the old man's anger made Wanwen secretly proud. However, on the surface, he remained calm and said in a regretful tone, I don't want to either. But uncle, do you know how many parts there are in a car? How can a person learn everything in less than 2 years? I won't give any examples. Let's just say that the rifle you are responsible for looks like a gun. But I think you know better than me how many parts there are. And the car is so big. Others in the Chamber of Commerce had at least seen it, if not actually touched it. Brother Wanwen came back to attend the annual meeting. But it was just a few cars that brought the brothers and their entourage. Large and small. Together. The car is parked in the square inside the castle, and you can see it as you pass by. The complexity is only more complicated than that of a rifle. It is inefficient for one person or a few people to learn all the manufacturing techniques. Even if it can be done, the best way is for each magician or craftsman to just focus on manufacturing a few types of parts. And the structures of different parts should not be too different. In this way, the tools and attention items they use will be common to a certain extent, so as to improve the production proficiency as soon as possible and reduce the scrap rate. In this way, production speed can be increased and profits can be maximized without over-squeezing manpower. Are you so stupid that you don't know that you should steal the skills you haven't learned? Stupid boy! Wanwen said with an attitude of hating iron for being unable to make steel. Wanwen spread his hands and said helplessly, To be honest, even if you steal it, it will be useless. Without the help of the magician from the country, we can establish the system needed for the operation of the center, including design, calibration, and process prompts, inventory pickup, and a series of applications and management procedures. The efficiency of automobile manufacturing and R&D centers will be very different. Just imagine, using magic tools to proofread dimensions. Things will be fine in one fell swoop. After losing the assistance of magic, everything will be fine again. You have to hold a ruler, and you have to pull the thread. And everyone's visual error is not necessarily the same. It takes a long time to measure things. Can these two methods of doing things be compared? What does it have to do with that magician again? Wanwen said angrily. He established this system. Steal it over here. Wanwen shouted confidently. That's a system project established in the entire automobile center. Uncle, I don't have the ability to steal a complex of buildings that is no different from a fortress and dedicated to the family. Even if I don't get the entire system back, I can't build that system. The core is a purple transformation magic stone, provided by the Grand Duke of Kalway. I remember that the family does have that kind of thing, but it is the kind that I am not qualified to touch. Uncle, do you think I stole the purple stone? Sure. Will the Grand Duke give up? Waging a war over a purple transformation magic stone may be less common in recent years, but it has actually happened in the history of the land, and more than once. Regardless of its value or use, purple stone has the qualifications for everyone to compete for. It is not just a luxury product for ornamental purposes like the gems of the earth. Although the power of the Chamber of Commerce is greater than that of most nobles, these nobles definitely do not include a Grand Duke of the Empire. Not to mention which side is stronger in terms of hard power. The more terrifying aspect of that kind of big noble is its appeal. As long as he says he wants to deal with someone, there will naturally be a bunch of nobles, big and small, who want to curry favor with him and rush to handle the matter beautifully. If the opponent is too weak, he doesn't even need to take action himself. If the Chamber of Commerce offends the Grand Duke, even if it is not a situation where everyone in the world is the enemy, it will at least be at the disadvantage of having more enemies than friends. That's not a good way to do business. Damn you bitch. Ruan Yongji cursed, as if he wanted to cover up his guilt that he might have offended a great nobleman. Ruan Yongji pounded the table as he spoke. We have raised so many magicians. Are they all useless? Isn't there anyone else who can make something like this? Isn't it possible that the magicians under you who are using it can't come back and make their own? He slapped the table hard, seeing that everyone else was worried about his old bones, whether they would just slap his hand away. Instead, no one worried about the solid wood table. However, in his eyes, the younger generation pretended to be aggrieved and said, Uncle, this really can't be done. You see, people all over the forum are using it, and some people have created a second and third set of similar functions. Or is there a P language tool with different functions? After that, Ruan Wen whispered, if that magician is used as a standard, then everyone in the world is a waste. Although he was talking quietly to himself, his voice was just right for others to hear. This of course made Ruan Yongji, who could just hear it, even more annoyed. At this time, others also noticed that Ruan Wen seemed to have a very low attitude, but he kept throwing out excuses that no one could solve. This is not a cooperative attitude at all, but an attempt to cause trouble. But even if you know it, what can you do? Each of Ruan Van Viet's refutation reasons is both sufficient and difficult to refute. Could it be said that if a mere Grand Duke of the Empire was cheated, he would be cheated? Believe it or not, when people come to seek justice, everyone is either shirking responsibility or pretending to be dead. As if compromising, Ruan Yongji no longer roared, but he still showed dissatisfaction and said, if this is the case, just let the magician help build this whole thing. After it is built, kick him away. Anyway, I have heard that for more than a year, that the country bumpkin hasn't been to the auto center a few times. In other words, as long as the things are built, it won't matter if he does it or not. Yes, but uncle, have you ever thought about two things? First, how much will it cost you to ask that country bumpkin you call him to take action? This is not even considering whether he can answer or not. Second, the other half of the technology for manufacturing cars is in the hands of the people of the Grand Duke of Ka. What will be the reaction of the Grand Duke when he makes it clear that he wants to get rid of them and prepare to go it alone? I have to consider everything. So I wonder why your father would hand over the power of dividing the family to you. Just say something simple. Handle this matter properly and hand it over to the family completely. What do you think? Is it possible or not? Nguyen Van Viet had no intention of appeasing such an aggressive attitude, but he doesn't intend to fight head-on, and the old man won't be able to step down if he encounters him. Filial piety is still very important in their family inheritance. So Ruan Wen said, Uncle, I have a suggestion that is more beneficial to the family and will definitely not suffer a loss. Do you want to listen to it? Ruan Yongji simply said, say, you are planning to seize the automobile industry from the hands of a Grand Duke of the Empire and the hands of that magician. I think it is most appropriate for you to handle it personally. After all, you are better at doing things than me. There are many more talented people under my command, and the chances of success are infinitely higher than mine. A few words of lukewarm praise. Ruan Wen tried his best to deceive the old man, who was suspicious but felt a little satisfied because of the praise. Chapter 1045 Business as usual. Praise high, sometimes in order to fall hard. Ruan Wen's expression remained sincere, and he said with a progressive attitude, I will continue to deal with those two people as before. If you succeed, I will block the Grand Duke's anger. In the eyes of outsiders, our Jialong Chamber of Commerce is one. As long as I accept the punishment, I want to come to the Grand Duke. You won't pursue it endlessly, so that the family can keep what you have stolen. If you fail, I can also speculate that the other two partners will be more. I'm a little wary, but at least the cooperation still exists, and the family's prospects in the automobile industry will not be cut off because of the possible failure. After finishing his conversation, Ruan Wen licked his dry lips and looked at the ugly old man in front of him. These words make sense. Moreover, they can advance and attack and retreat and defend, regardless of success or failure. The Ruan family can maintain its interests in the automobile industry, but for the two parties involved, Ruan Yongji and Ruan Wenyu, it was not the same thing. The prerequisite for Ruan Yongji to take the blame is that the person taking the blame will not break the news in advance in order to throw the blame away, or he will cause trouble in the process and deceive the person who took the blame. The question is it possible? Ruan Yongji did not believe that someone would let go of vested interests easily, and might also bear the wrath of another powerful person. The most likely thing to do is to give advance notice and set a trap. Not only does it protect one's own interests, it also creates a wave of favorability in front of collaborators. At least that's what he would do himself. In Ruan Yongji's eyes, this clan nephew's proposal was just Xiang's unpleasant opinion, and it would not be his choice in any case. On the surface, it sounds high-sounding, and it even seems to win the trust of many people. I don't know if those people who echoed this understand or don't understand what's going on behind this, or they pretend to be confused because they understand. Listening to the echoes in twos and threes, which were gradually converging into the main tone, Ruan Yongji hurriedly stopped him and said, "Wait a minute, nephew. This shouldn't be done like this. Then what should I do? Do something that I'm not good at. At the risk of offending the other party if I come forward, and risking all my efforts in the end? Uncle, my family has always been a group of diggers, and we are not good at this kind of intrigue. I won't say much about the spying and assassination. The other Grand Duke of the Empire is not a puppet who can be manipulated by me. The chance of failure is too high. The family has nothing to do with the automobile industry. This is not a good idea. My dear nephew, you have to be sincere when you want to hand over the mess to others. Of course you have to clean it up yourself before handing it over to others. It doesn't matter if you let others figure it out. If you continue to push back and hold back like this, could it be next year's rifle? You don't want to take the share? You know, if I'm too distracted by other things, maybe the speed of making new rifles and ammunition will inevitably be slowed down." These words are already considered a very straightforward threat. As the main provider of weapons in the family, Ruan Yongji naturally regards this obligation as a means to win over people. Favoring one over the other is the most basic operation. If any separation dares to make him uncomfortable, he will dare to block the opponent's weapon supply. Just this move. Ruan Wenyu smiled helplessly and said, "Uncle, if you want to use next year's rifle share as an argument, why don't you first give us all the rifles that should be allocated to our family in the past 10 years? My subordinates have made such serious shortcomings in the past few years. After I go back, I will punish them severely and seek justice for my nephew. Then you see, about the car. The old man has lived a life worthy of his life. At his age, he is so thick-skinned that a sword cannot penetrate him. As soon as he changed his mind, he betrayed his unknown subordinates, telling lies that no one believed. 16th brother, I think you have an opinion, so I'll leave it alone for now. These things shouldn't be rushed, when you and the others have done a good job. So why should we replace them? Changing generals on the spot is a taboo. Don't you agree with this?" said Ruan Yoming, who was sitting at the main table. His position is not in favor of the Ruan Wenyu brothers. If his younger brother, who is ranked 16th among his cousins, can settle the opponent in the previous confrontation, he will definitely not stop him. But it was obvious that Ruan Yongji couldn't find a good argument to convince everyone to support him. And he couldn't control the Ruan Wenyu brothers. If he allowed things to continue, no one would be able to step down by then. So Ruan Yoming spoke. "Why?" Ruan Yongji said loudly and reluctantly. "Is this your opinion? If you let that kid give up the profits he can get to others? This is not to mention how many things can be done with the car in our hands. The problem is, Wenyu's other two collaborators are not easy opponents to deal with. What do you force him to do? I think Wenyu is right. If you want to do this, you can handle it yourself. Success or failure, we can all have a buffer. If you are not sure about dealing with those two people, so you don't want to go into battle yourself, then do you think brother Wenyu can do it? A Grand Duke, please replenish the rifles that were assigned to him first. Okay. How can we fight without weapons and ammunition?" At the end of the conversation, Ruan Yoming felt a little biased. Ruan Yongji uses weapons distribution as a means to attract and exclude people, and everyone is aware of this. But things operating under the table and being discussed on the table are two different things. On the surface, the Jiaolong Chamber of Commerce relies on the coordination and cooperation of various branches of the Ruan family to achieve its current status. Therefore, Anything or anyone that damages this level of relationship is not allowed. Besides, it is obvious that Brother Wan Wenyu does not want to hand over these things easily. Even if it is handed over, whether the other two will recognize it is another matter. Wan Yongji, an uncle, could not convince his nephew. Among the various branches of the Wan family, except for Wan Yongji, who may use the distribution of rifles to influence other branches. If the other branches do not abandon people, no one really has the ability to give orders to others. To put it simply, if Wan Yongming does not come out to set the tone on this matter, it will only make it impossible for everyone to step down. So he came forward. What he chose was not a person or a position, but maintaining the status quo, which was the safest answer. Since we cooperated well with those two people on the car, why bother to do anything to disrupt the status quo and make things out of the established control? Wan Yongming took this opportunity to gain a little more authority for himself. At the end of the annual meeting, you will continue to obtain the right to host the annual meeting for the next year. At the same time, commentators from each branch also noticed that the branch that was used to manage the garbage mine had turned around. No one can look at these two brothers with the same attitude as in the past. At least they are no longer soft persimmons, who can be manipulated by others. Chapter 1046 Practical Thoughts. The annual meeting of the Jia Long Chamber of Commerce was over. On their way home, brothers Wan Wenyu and Wan Wenchao, who were riding in the same car, lamented the comfort of the customized car while discussing how they had privately contacted other branch families during the annual meeting. Results. Originally, when the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center was established, someone promised to give each of several collaborators a share of a customized car. The Wan brothers gave their share of one of the cars to the Grand Duke in exchange for other benefits. But when the finished product comes out, it would be a lie to say they are not greedy. Regardless of comfort, safety and performance, they are completely different from mass-produced cars. Fortunately, the two brothers still have a share of one car. After the Grand Duke's two customized cars were completed, they immediately put forward the commission. Although someone stated that he would only help build one custom car every year after the first year. But such restrictions are limited to the parts he personally takes action. As for how many other magicians in the center who help build customized cars can build them, it depends on whether the materials are sufficient and whether the boss is shady or not. A certain magician doesn't do much prohibition. In the final analysis, he is not trying to protect his rights. He is just afraid of trouble. The custom-made car that the two Wan brothers were riding in had quite a large space in the back seat, with 2 rows of seats facing each other and a small round table sandwiched between them. There is a movable glass mechanism between the driver's cab and the back seat, which can separate the two parties so that each other's voices cannot be heard, which is conducive to the confidentiality of the conversations of the people in the back seat. Of course, those who can drive cars customized specifically for these two brothers must be very close and trustworthy. Therefore, the time to use this glass mechanism is when negotiating with outsiders, in order to reassure them and respect them. Now they are sitting in the back seat without closing the glass mechanism, while drinking ice-cold ale. We also talked about things related to the magician. Wan Wenjiao said, "Brother, there is something I can't understand." "Which one?" "Tell me." "About getting the car back and building it myself. Didn't the magician agree? And he also promised us to help. I think some of my cousins are driving with good conditions. Why don't you agree to them?" This matter was discussed at the annual meeting, but Nguyen Van Viet refused on the grounds that his manpower had only learned half of the technology. In fact, from the beginning, Lin suggested that the two parties should do this kind of professional division of labor. He only considered it from the perspective of work efficiency and did not think about any confidentiality matters. In fact, whether it was his people or the Grand Duke's people working in the same place, even if they did not deliberately spy on the work content of another group of people, no one deliberately concealed it, since everyone can see it. Just ask a few questions if you don't understand it, and discuss each other's ideas during chatting. This is not only beneficial to improving your own skills, but also helps to improve the design of the car. Today, it is not a problem to pull out the manpower of Jialong Chamber of Commerce or the manpower of Grand Duke Kaowei to build a complete car. But if we want to do it quickly and well, we still maintain the original grouping. After all, everyone has been working together for nearly 2 years, and the tacit understanding between each other cannot be easily replaced by novices. But such details are unknown to outsiders. On the contrary, the system of group manufacturing has become a good excuse to resist the unreasonable demands of others. This is what Nguyen Van Viet did before. As for his brothers, Nguyen Van Chiu said that Lin agreed to let them and Mr. Kawe allocate some manpower to establish another automobile manufacturing plant. This was something that was agreed upon when the center was established a while ago. Seeing that the operation of the center was on track and several car models were finalized, Lin mentioned this matter again. The original intention of doing this is of course based on cost considerations. Simply considering making a product, the biggest cost sources come from two aspects. One is the labor cost of the producer, and the other is the cost of materials to make the item. No matter where they are or what their status is, the human cost level in the lost world is similar to that of the third world or backward countries on Earth. So it is basically ignored. However, for the Grand Duke of Kawi and the Nguyen Van Viet brothers, because they both have mines that can produce materials for making ordinary cars, this cost is actually the cost of mining and transportation. Mining requires manpower. Even if some advanced technical equipment is introduced, it will only improve safety and efficiency. In the end, people will still be needed to operate it, and overall there will be no savings. But the transportation of materials is not such a necessary part. The simplest way is to set up a factory in the area where the materials are produced, manufacture the cars locally, and then sell them to further reduce costs and increase profits. Of course, the factory plan to be located elsewhere cannot be set up exactly according to the specifications of the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center. At least the system based on the purple level magic stone was established for the purpose of research and development. The center also uses this system in mass production of automobiles, but it is done incidentally and does not take up many resources anyway. If the automobile manufacturing production line is moved to another location, molds and other measurement tools can be used to replace the purple stone design system. Although the efficiency will decrease, the transportation costs saved can completely outweigh the slight problem of backward efficiency. It's not that the purple stone design system cannot be established. It's just unnecessary, and the cost is too high. But even with such a plan, neither the Grand Duke of Kawi nor Nguyen Van Viet had the idea of setting up a car manufacturing plant near the mines they controlled. Do you know why this is? After a rough statement, Wen Yu asked his brother. Being able to be his brother's helper is not just because they are brothers from the same father and mother. Wen Jiao disguised himself very well, assumed a dark and reckless image in front of outsiders, and did things that were inconvenient for his brother to do. But he is definitely not a fool. He just doesn't need to show his intelligence in front of outsiders. As for his brother's question this time, Wen Jiao thought for a while and said, "Is it because the center's technology has been updated too quickly?" "Yes, that's the reason. Even those car styles that have been finalized are not incapable of improvement. If the production is placed in the center, the production technology and car design can be adjusted at the first time. But if the factory is set up in another place, even if you can rely on forums to synchronize the technical indicators of the two places, it will cost money and time to change the mold, and the response speed cannot be as fast as manufacturing in the center. So you have put all your efforts into preparing to build a factory, and the manufacturing factory may have been built. The technology to be used inside is already outdated. Even we ourselves can't stand this situation, let alone if it is run by other people who don't know anything about it. How do you explain it to them?" Wen Jiao thought for a while and said helplessly, "That's true. Moreover, we raised the matter regarding the peripherals factory and asked other branches to cooperate. We seem to have been forced to agree to it by raising it with other branches. They are two completely different things. This case cannot be opened first." "Oh, then, have you considered cooperation?" Wen Yu shook his head and said, "If it's not necessary, don't consider it. Maybe if we run the automobile industry with the strength of the entire family, the family can become stronger. But the benefits we can get are not as good as what we can get by maintaining the current operation method." "Well, that's true," Wen Jiao agreed. "This branch of their family has been looked down upon for so long. It would be a lie to say they have no temper. Once the dominance of the automobile industry falls into the hands of the entire family, how far can our own family fall? So it's better to just keep it as is." Chapter 1047, Far Away from the Turmoil. The disturbances from the outside world did not affect a person who came to build an airship in a vacation mood. In other words, his insufferable character and the convenience of the flash technique have blocked many troubles that might find him. I don't know anyone, and I don't have a familiar introducer. If I casually try to strike up a conversation with him on the street, the result will be nothing, because someone used the flash technique to escape. Even if it was a girl who came to chat with him, it would be the same. Someone who is very self-conscious knows that an affair will not happen to him. Even if it does happen, there must be a not-so-friendly purpose behind it. Faced with these sugar-coated bullets and love traps, instead of trying to take advantage and put aside the danger, it is better to stay away from these troubles in the first place. As for people in the underground world, such as assassins, who come to trouble this magician, as one of the few people in the world of the lost world who is on the blacklist of the Thieves Guild, no one will take on that magician again. Related work. In fact, from the past to the present, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people who have become missing persons because they took over related businesses. Among them are some recognized masters in the industry, as well as some famous or infamous old guys. Maybe they didn't all die because of the magician, but it was an indisputable fact that no one could live to report any news. Therefore, magician Dobra Astrup would receive the same treatment as those magic saints hiding in the 5-story tower. The Thieves Guild and even the entire underground world would not mediate related commissions, and would even warn them, those who are new to the industry, and those who don't believe in a certain magician's abilities, and want to try the waters, and make a name for themselves. Well, if they wipe out everyone before they even make a name for themselves, no one will care about such people. Of course, no one will count. It can be said that the Thieves Guild recognized someone's strength earlier than the Magician's Guild. Although many people believe that it is not the magician himself who has such strength. It is just because he follows a lich, a woman who once had the name of the Demon King, and is properly protected by her. No matter what the attitude is, all insiders have implemented the attitude of keeping a respectful distance. Now that they know that finding a magician is useless, people who want to get things done will naturally look for other methods. Starting from his side or related people is a good choice. The first thought of many people is to find a woman next to him. Well, a lich. Maybe once the Devil King thousands of years ago. This is too difficult, so skip it. But looking at a certain woman, with her incomparably beautiful appearance, many people did not believe that she was a lich, or even a demon king. So some people who didn't believe in evil tried to do it. And then, nothing happened. There is no regret, no future, and even his or her existence in this world is gone. As for attacking his apprentices or followers, as long as you are a lost person, no one will use the followers or apprentices of the magician to threaten the magician himself. It's not due to any moral beliefs, nor is there any industry rules. It's just because it's useless. Magicians, followers, and apprentices who put profits and practicality first are the kind of people who can be sacrificed at any time to save their lives. If you threaten a magician with such a person, you won't make the decision to give up on the spot, unless the target magician has a deeper bond with her apprentice or follower. It cannot be viewed as a mere apprentice and follower. But the people around the magician don't seem to be valuable enough to threaten people. There were a group of children in that home, but they were either adopted or picked up from the street. Even less valuable. So even though the outside world was chaotic, Lin, who was temporarily focusing on rebuilding the Gossbottom airship, was unexpectedly calm around him. The reconstruction work was not carried out by him, but in the name of implementation and verification. The hands-on work was left to other magicians. They were happily rushing to do it anyway, and there was no need for anyone to intervene. During this pleasant time, Lin was finally able to watch the stars in the sky at night. Mystery is the same as the earth. The sky that can be observed is different in different seasons. Moreover, there is no concept of constellations in Lost World, and someone is too lazy to arrange the 12 zodiac signs and the 88 constellations, and then tell a touching and pathos story for each constellation, which is comparable to the story of the 8 o'clock drama. The main reason why I don't do this, besides being lazy, is that this is a world where people become gods through faith. If the characters in those stories were well known and gathered enough faith to ignite the divine fire and achieve godhood, then I would be embarrassed. Not to mention the relationship between myself as the creator and those new gods. The gods of the Greek system are not good birds, even if you don't follow the Greek style. Let's do a hometown-style romance of the gods. I can't imagine that scene, so just don't think about it. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted someone's thoughts. Turning around, sure enough, it was the guest who had been invited to stay, carrying a wine bottle and 2 wine glasses to the attic. I have heard about your preferences, but I never thought that someone would waste their precious nighttime on things that are eternal. Wan Jia, a great magician with the alias of Prince of Elements Veer, said. The people who came with the airship Gossbottom, including the group of apprentices led by Wan, all stayed in the dormitory area of the automobile center. On the one hand, The airship is undergoing renovation there. In addition to needing help, they also have to look after the property belonging to the branch of the Magician Association to which they belong. On the other hand, it's also because there are enough rooms there. In the central dormitory area, many empty rooms have been built to prepare for emergencies. After all, the central location is not a place where every inch of land is at a premium, and there is a large amount of open space that can be used. Under Lin's suggestion, various buildings were built to facilitate future expansion, waiting for people to move in. However, Juan Javier and Mari were old acquaintances with the Lin family, so they were invited to stay at their home. Although the houses in the accommodation area of the automobile center are fully functional, they are small, and the comfort level is certainly not comparable to that of a home with a big dog. One also accepted the hospitality gladly. Anyway, it's only natural to go out to eat with friends. Lin didn't say much to this good husband, who was a prodigal son. He just took the wine glass, drank it with Juan, and drank it down. The wine was rice wine sent by the Jialong Chamber of Commerce. It was warmed to just the right temperature. Drinking it in this early spring weather warmed the organs, and was very comfortable. Juan squeezed to the eyepiece of the telescope and peered at the starry sky under the telescope. I asked, "What's so interesting about this thing? Or are you also interested in divination?" Astronomical horoscopes are mainly used by astrologers to guide nobles, lords, and ordinary people. Calendar calculations and climate predictions are also based on astrology. Although these two have nothing to do with divination, the related knowledge is also classified into the field of divination. Astrologers are regarded as inferior magic apprentices, and the chain of contempt between the two does exist. Although someone tried to use mathematics to justify the former, it also helped formal astrologers develop a perpetual calendar. Unlike in the past, no matter how powerful astrologers are, they can only predict the weather conditions in the next week or 2 weeks. But maybe the time is still short, and no results have been achieved yet. Chapter 1048 Space Distortion. Lin was too lazy to argue with a magician about divination. Basically, the dispute between the two schools is an old case, because there is no ability to be promoted to a formal magician. There are many people who have superficial magic talents, but study hard and eventually become astrologers. And because of their ability to predict weather, astrologers are more deeply involved among the people than magicians. Since it goes deeper into the people, the grievances of astrologers can easily infect the majority of uninformed and ignorant people and become the mainstream voice in a region. Such behavior intensified the dissatisfaction of the magicians. Many magicians, even if they do not nail astrologers to the pillar of shame, still have their own subjective attitudes in their speeches. That's why one blurted out those words. It was Juan's question that reminded him of when and why he became obsessed with the starry sky. Is it because of the constellation story? Or the exciting memories of Saint Seiya when you were young? None of them. In the darkness, they bloomed with light that was not dazzling at all, trying to show their existence. Don't you think it's cute like this? No, not at all. If you want to be the sun, shine on the world. Stars are too boring. Well, this person is so proud and has the right to be proud. Lin was speechless. During this awkward moment, when he didn't know how to answer the call, something strange in the sky attracted Lin's attention. This is the 4th time we have seen a similar situation in the past year or so. Viewed with the naked eye, absolutely no abnormalities can be seen. However, with specific observation methods, the abnormality of spatial distortion can be clearly detected. Except for the first time. Out of curiosity, everyone used the flash technique to go to the location of the space distortion and observe it closely. In the future, whenever Lin discovers a similar situation, he will still stay at home and use various available observation methods to record his data. Maybe it's because the amount of data is too small, so I can't find any commonality or correlation yet. But Juan Javier, who did not directly project the received information into his field of vision like someone else, would of course find it strange that he suddenly became serious, looking up somewhere from time to time, and waving his hands inexplicably. Juan looked curiously in the same direction and asked, "Did you find anything special? The phenomenon of space distortion is very interesting," Lin said casually. Space? What is space distortion? Juan continued to ask. Space and time are very abstract concepts. Before the modern times of the Earth, these two concepts were not popular. Although the magicians in Lost Land are involved in magic, such as teleportation and time suspension, they may not necessarily understand these two concepts. Most people, like Juan Javier, are better at elemental magic, because in comparison, it is more intuitive. Regarding this old friend's question, Lin was thinking about how to explain to him what space distortion was. This is also because the identity and relationship are different. So someone seriously considers the issue of explanation. If it were other children or ordinary magic apprentices asking this question, Lin must have sent the other party. First learn the basic magic well, and then ask these questions. But for someone who is already an official magician, this is considered a normal magic exchange. But we have to explain space distortion. After Lin thought for a while, he brought a piece of paper and a charcoal pen over, spread them flat on the small table, and said, "Can you draw a straight line on this piece of paper? I will use this piece of paper to explain to you." Juan didn't pretend to be pretentious. He picked up someone's invention from his time at Chungwa College and skillfully drew a straight line on the white paper. "I didn't use a ruler. I just pulled it casually, and straight lines were formed in one go." He twisted the paper with his index thumbs and placed it in front of Juan. Lin said, "This is a straight line on the paper." After saying that, he kneaded the paper hard, crumpled the paper into a ball, placed it on his flat palm, and said, "This is still a straight line on the paper. Straight line. Like this. You know? But you crumpled it into a ball. Wait. Let me think about it." If Juan Javier realized something, he lowered his head and thought. At the same time, Lin flattened the paper again, pulled it left and right, and said, "Look, this is still a straight line. This is what you would say in mathematics. Different perspectives, different results." Yes, that's right. The classic example Lin once used was two intersecting parallel lines. Parallel lines are logically defined as two lines that will never intersect. But that is the situation on a plane. On an arc, it is possible for parallel lines to intersect. A practical example is the longitude and latitude lines on the globe. The straight lines marking longitude are parallel to each other, but intersect at the north and south poles. And crumpling the paper into a ball can be regarded as a complex arc. But when this arc is projected into a plane, what is observed is a different result. In the same example, using different projection methods between a globe map and a flat map will result in different map graphics. There is no right way. It just depends on which map the user needs. In fact, after Lin discovered the secrets of dimensions through studying the world tree, in addition to flashing, he also wanted to develop a kind of magic. It uses the phenomenon of space distortion to cause injuries, such as fractures, and body distortion to enemies or targets. However, the idea was abandoned only halfway through. It's not that the space cannot be distorted, but that the space that cannot be distorted will have a different dimensional coordinate system from the individuals existing in this space, which will cause harm. To illustrate with a real-life example, it is like a magic mirror. The self reflected in the plane mirror is the same as the self in reality. However, when you look at yourself in a curved mirror, you will become fatter, thinner, taller, shorter, or your body proportions will become quite strange. No matter how bizarre these changes are, the self in the mirror is still a complete self. There will be no injuries such as fractures, compression of the body, or abnormal expansion due to those deformations. In the same way, after using magic to distort the space from a higher dimensional perspective, the objects in the distorted space still exist reasonably according to the physical laws of that space. It is not because the space is distorted, but the people inside miraculously maintain the original coordinate system, and are thus harmed by the distorted space. Of course, this research can be advanced to the second level, how to decouple the space distortion phenomenon from the dimensional coordinates of objects existing in space. But don't embarrass yourself if things can be solved with a single shot of the extra-dimensional exile spell. Lin also explained these explanations to Juan Javier in as simple a way as possible. Magicians of their level don't need to take out spell models and explain them slowly and detail by detail. Rather, it gives a conceptual theory and then integrates it into its own magic system. So this simple explanation is just right for Juan. Chapter 1049 Dragon of the Void. Then do you know the causes of these phenomena? Juan asked, pointing at the paper that was crumpled and then spread out on the small table. Lin also picked up the piece of paper, smoothed it, and said, "There are many reasons for this phenomenon, but the most common one is mine. Think about it. What kind of reasons can cause this distortion? You can make an association from this piece of paper. After that, pull the paper to the left and right to tighten it." After receiving the prompt, Juan Javier stared at the paper that was stretched as tight as possible and thought hard. According to his understanding of the magician in front of him, he would not test others with questions that others could not answer, unless the purpose was to humiliate the other person. And my relationship with him is not bad enough to be humiliated. So the answer should be simple. Since the paper has been stretched tightly by the other party, it is impossible to take it from his hand and crumple it into a ball. Then the answer should be. One followed his intuition and quickly poked a hole in the taut paper with his fingers. Around the hole, the paper is of course distorted and protruding outwards, becoming no longer flat. Lin gave such an answer a satisfied smile. Juan said with surprise and a bit of pride. That's true. A space breach? That's right. The phenomenon of space distortion is usually accompanied by space cracks. Some unlucky people encounter such a phenomenon and are injured. Usually they are not injured because of space distortion, but because they are separated by space cracks. An example that you should have seen is that when certain teleportation magic arrays are in effect, the teleported target will turn into a distorted shadow, disappear, or appear. This is also the phenomenon of space distortion, which is the easiest to observe. Example. It's just that most people don't pay attention to this. In other words, Juan Javier pointed to the sky. There is a crack there now? Yes. Lin called on the first coffin system in his home to lay out a miniature of the sky. After mathematical conversion, the locations of distortions and cracks were drawn. Because the data is presented in real time, the location of the distortions is constantly changing, and the observed cracks are shrinking. He also said, such a phenomenon is caused by a sudden external force, so it will not last too long. Because this world has the ability to self-repair, it will restore all unnatural phenomena to normal conditions. Here it is about repairing cracks, smoothing out the distortion. But I am still investigating what kind of external force, or what reason caused the space crack and this distortion. Lin also spoke out bluntly about things he didn't know. But the person listening smiled and said, this sounds very much like what the Dragon of the Void would do. An unexpected and unfamiliar keyword. Lin quickly asked, Dragon of the Void? What is that? Juan Javier showed a surprised expression and said, have you never heard of Dragon of the Void? Is it possible that you didn't have a childhood? Even if your parents don't tell you this, use this trick to deceive those children. It's also very good. Haven't you tried it? One was referring to the group of children who were adopted by Lin, who lived in the annex. Lin said frankly, well, that's really not the case. Can you tell me what the Void Dragon is all about? He glanced at someone up and down with strange eyes. One finally spoke. This is the most common version of the pillow story. When I was a child, before going to bed, my mother often said that there is a dragon of the void in this world. He can break the barriers of the world and bring other things to the world. Things in the world may bring people in lost places to other worlds. He especially likes to take sleepless children to worlds full of ogres, and occasionally brings heroes or disasters from other worlds. He is a very restless dog who always likes to catch children. Juan Javier joked smugly. But those who listened were quite shocked. What are the legends and stories of Lost Land? Simply put, that's just a fact that hasn't been confirmed by too many people. In fact, it is similar on Earth. Every story more or less represents or implies a certain degree of truth. Just say it in a relatively obscure way. And in this magical world, Lin has seen too many things that are beyond common sense. But they actually happened. So there was really no way for him to pat his chest and promise that pillow stories were just pillow stories. And they were completely fictitious. If this so-called Dragon of the Void is true, then the answer that I can't find on the world tree may be in this Dragon of the Void. That is how I came to the Lost Land. A question that has always left me unanswered. If it can be brought here, then it should also be brought back. Because he had received new important information, Lin couldn't help but fall into deep thought, forgetting that there were people around him. Of course, Juan Javier noticed something strange about someone. But he smiled and said, what's the matter? Could it be that the pillow stories you heard before are different versions of the stories? Anyway, those kind of things were made up by parents to deceive them. As a child, there is nothing to worry about, unless you are the protagonist in the story. But if you are expected to be the protagonist, you probably have a higher chance of becoming the villain. Juan, who was laughing, suddenly flashed a possibility in his mind, causing his smile to freeze. After pondering for a long time, he said with an uncertain tone, but if you were brought here by the Dragon of the Void and a human from other worlds, then you would indeed care about this kind of thing. So the question is, do you? Although someone was distracted. After hearing Juan's conjecture, he still broke into a cold sweat when he came back to his senses. Lin Qian smiled and said, how is this possible? Have you ever heard of such a person? To be honest, I have heard of it. And there are quite a lot of it in the history of Lost Land. I also believe that there are more people who have no chance to leave their names in history. And they are also not native human beings on this land. Said it seems that you have similar characteristics to that kind of person. You look a little different from ordinary people. And you seem a little out of place. Most importantly, you have very special knowledge. It makes me feel more and more like it. When Juan guessed his origin, Lin was not alarmed, but asked, if so, what are you going to do? What if? Okay. If you are, I don't plan to do anything. If I had arrested you more than 10 years ago and tortured you for something special, it would have been the choice of many people, especially the nobles. Although they are big, some people are quite cliché. But some people just like new things. As for now, who do you think you are afraid of? Hee. Too. So, there's no need to waste time on things you can't do. Not to mention dealing with you. I don't think anyone can do it just to catch you. Speaking of which, is your identity really that? Unfortunately, there is no reward for guessing correctly. Not to mention that you are not the first to guess. Lin said in a joking and informal tone, which made people doubt the authenticity of his words. But Juan just chuckled twice and stopped talking. Chapter 1050 Imperial New Year. For visitors from another world, they should be captured and sectioned by the research institutions of various governments, or arrested by intelligence agencies, and tortured for all kinds of unknown information about their place of origin. This is someone who has violated the preconceived notions of the people on Earth. In fact, the situation is not so dire. To the people of Midi, visitors from another world are not an unfamiliar concept, such as the four elemental planes, the shadow world, the abyss, and even the underground world that is on the same planet, but has its own ecosystem. Residents of these places often appear in the mysterious land. Even ordinary people have the opportunity to come into contact with these visitors from other worlds, instead of only hearing about these people from unverifiable rumors. So even if someone's origin of birth is made public, it's probably like asking a black guy on the road where he came from in his hometown on Earth. As a result, the other person said in a standard and correct manner, I'm from the Republic of Zilaholyagalagala. This kind of situation, the people who heard it probably just said, oh, and then forgot about the name of the country that may not even be found on the globe. Unless today's black guy is dressed as a Middle Eastern tycoon, with a gold chain around his neck thicker than his own arm. It might make passers-by look at him more, or even covet him. But no one would want to capture him and slice him into pieces, or interrogate him about the inside story of the Gula Republic. In the eyes of the natives of Lost Land, Lin's status as a visitor from another world was just that. Unless someone shows interest that is enough to move people's hearts today, others will be tempted to be greedy and behave irrationally. But if that goal has grown to a level that cannot be underestimated, the person who covets it will certainly not give up his desire, but will use a more rational method instead of fooling around. Besides, Juan Javier is a very principled person when it comes to making friends. At least, he knows not to gossip behind others' backs. People who like to do this are either mean by nature or don't have many friends. Juan's good popularity is based on his understanding of the relationships between friends. Therefore, for him, Lin's identity is just to satisfy his curiosity. It has no other meaning, and the friendship remains the same. In the holy city of Estali, far away from the hustle and bustle, people are renovating the airship Gosbottom during this pleasant time. At the same time, the capital of the Gwain Empire ushered in a wave of ideological shock. Things have to start more than half a month ago. In the Emperor's palace, Armin Kazalnia is listening to the report from the Guards Corps and looking through the information in his hand. Although the Praetorian Guards are called legions, they do not act like regular legions. Instead, they serve as the Emperor's eyes and ears, scattered throughout the Empire and inside and outside, spying on news of all sizes. The main targets of defense are the feudal nobles of all parties. Until the end of the year, it is the custom of the Guana Empire to hold an audience ceremony every new year. The Emperor's vassals must come to the capital and palace in person to greet the Emperor. At the same time, he offered the tribute that nobles from all over the country should pay in the old year. Such rules have been established since the founding of the People's Republic of China. The intention was not that the Emperor wanted to connect emotionally with his vassals, but rather to consume the strength of the nobles. After all, the Empire has a vast territory, and some nobles who live far away have to spend a lot of time and money to prepare for this annual audience. And they have to leave early in order to arrive in the capital in time for the new year. In the past, there was only one situation where one was allowed to miss the New Year's audience. and that was when the territory was invaded by another country. In other cases, even if the patient is about to die, he must be carried to the capital, so that the emperor can pretend to shed a few tears and say good things about the harmony between the emperor and his ministers. If you are absent, it means you are not convinced. If you are not convinced, you will be beaten. In the history of the empire, there were countless people who had their titles deprived of titles and territories taken away for such reasons. However, times have changed, and such rules have been somewhat modified today. In addition to the invasion of territory, illness, old age, and other unfit circumstances, with prior notification and permission, the heir to the title or legal spouse is allowed to attend in his place. The emphasis is on getting permission. To put it simply, if the emperor thinks it is okay, then anything is okay. If the emperor thinks it is not okay, then the skin should be tightened. Your life and the continuation of your family all depend on the thought of that supreme being. Today, the report submitted by the guards is about the movements of the nobles who met during the new year. There is no need to say more about those who will be there in person. The focus is on those who cannot come. Why can't you come in person? Was a formal written request made? Who is present on behalf of someone? Have you already set off in time to attend the New Year's audience? Flipping through the paper information, the old emperor struggled to read the handwriting that his subordinates had deliberately enlarged when writing with his dimmed old eyes. As an old empire, no matter how convenient the forum is today, some habits and systems are not so easy to change. What's more, the cause of the old emperor's vision loss was not just presbyopia, but also had other symptoms. These cannot be seen clearly by simply enlarging the font size. However, the guards had no better way and could only spare personnel. Isn't he planning to come this year? The old emperor suddenly asked. As the head of the imperial guard who has served the emperor for a long time, of course he knows who the supreme being is asking. One of the 16 Grand Dukes of the empire, Riccardo Calvi. He was once the spear in the emperor's hand and the most loyal old dog. The friendship between the two was established earlier when they were students, studying under the same teacher. That person was one of the first people to follow the crown prince. It can be said that during the most spectacular moments in this emperor's life, there will definitely be the Grand Duke beside him, fighting alongside him. However, the turning point came one year when the Grand Duke's most beloved youngest son, the Marquis of Ballon, and his wife, died unexpectedly. This made him brilliant in martial arts, but he seemed exhausted in the political arena and could no longer continue. After getting permission, he promoted his eldest son, the heir of the Grand Duke, to stay and continue to serve the emperor, and he himself returned to the dukedom of Calway and lived a semi-hermit life. The reason why he is said to be in semi-seclusion is because from time to time, news of what the Grand Duke has done reaches the capital of the empire. But no matter what it is, except for the affairs within his own territory, the rest has nothing to do with politics. Even when he was entrusted with the mediation between nobles, he asked his eldest son to intervene, and no longer intervene personally. Since the Grand Duke's semi-seclusion, his eldest son, Marquis Farshid, has attended every New Year's audience instead, and he himself never submitted any application, relying on His Majesty the Emperor's trust to spend his time year after year. The old emperor also asked about it every year, but there was nothing he could do every year. This year's situation is no different from previous years. So the leader of the Imperial Guard reported back. Your Majesty, before the sun set, the Grand Duke did not set out from his territory, nor did he apply. This year, even if he wanted to attend the audience, he would not be able to make it in time. As long as there are no accidents along the way, there won't be much difference between the procession of the audience team, the route they take, and the time it takes, compared to previous years. So the leader of the Imperial Guard reported this to the Emperor. Yeah, he snorted softly. The old Emperor did not make any further remarks, and it was impossible for anyone to detect his thoughts. I wonder if that person's favor is still the same as before. Chapter 1051 Unexpected. The Grand Duke of Calway's absence from the New Year's audience has not been a big news in recent years. Even his political opponents didn't bother to use such reasons to criticize him, as long as the Emperor's honor and favor for him remained. The status of the Grand Duke would remain unshakable. And to destroy the Emperor's trust in the Grand Duke, it might be easier to find a magician to curse the Grand Duke and directly curse the Grand Duke to death. There was no way, even though no one was present. In other respects, the Grand Duke could be said to be impeccable, which made the royal family particularly proud. There is no arrogant attitude at all, which makes people feel disgusted. On the political journey, when they reach their status, They no longer fought for gold and silver, but for face and breath, as long as the attitude of the monarch and his ministers is established, and the elderly stay at home because of their inconvenience. Who can say whether it is good or bad? Besides, that one is really older, not pretending to be older. It's so big that when everyone mentions him in private, they will curse. Old thief! Why aren't you dead yet? Of course, more often than not, he was referring implicitly to the old guy who was the same generation as the Grand Duke, but still occupied the supreme throne. But just 7 days before the new year, Marquis Farshid received a message from his father, the Grand Duke of Cubby. I will attend the New Year's audience and be prepared. If this message were delivered through the most popular forum at the moment, Farshid would definitely sneer at it. The convenience of the forum means that as long as families and organizations exist on the mysterious land, they will inevitably use the function of the forum to allow them to deliver messages faster. Of course, this is also the case within the Duke Kawe family, but it is limited to unimportant information transmission and instructions. Last time, his grandson played a minor joke on Marquis Farshid in his father's name. Although it didn't cause the family members who stayed in the capital to panic, it still caused quite a commotion. Helpless, there was a great-grandfather who loved his great-grandson standing in front of him. Even if his son wanted to fly back to his own territory and teach that lawless brat a lesson, he couldn't. Therefore, Marquis Farshid could only teach his son to vent his anger. If the lovely grandson really came to him, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything. But this time, the document was sent through the official channels of the family. This was equivalent to the order of the Grand Duke, and no one belonging to his vassals or subjects could disobey it. So, is this the old man who has finally reached the point where he uses the family treasure as a toy for the little guy? Although this kind of thing is uncertain, it cannot be ruled out that the old man is serious. Suddenly Marquis Farshid thought of a possibility. The old man's new friend. And what that person was doing recently. The Marquis asked the family messenger, "Are you planning to take the latest airship to the Imperial City?" "No, my lord." Hearing this, Marquis Farshid frowned and said, "How could it be in time? Or did they already set off before the summons? It is said that the Grand Duke is preparing to drive a car to the capital. But before I received the family order, I had no news that the Grand Duke had set off. A car." This is another one of the old man's recent toys. Some people say that the older a person gets, the more like a child they can play with a toy. It's not enough not to let him play. Who is the master of the family? No one can stop him. Since Marquis Farshid would think in this way, it means that he is not optimistic about the emerging thing called car. In fact, the nobles staying in the capital of the Guana Empire are not optimistic about cars. They will mention it, usually with the prefix "the Grand Duke's new toy," or something like that. After all, in this era, although the transmission of messages has been accelerated, the transportation speed of other things has not been correspondingly improved. Since the actual object cannot be seen, most people's attitude will be to belittle others' evaluation of the object. To put it conservatively, it is because they have not had actual contact with them, so they cannot give a fair evaluation. To put it maliciously, it is just sour grapes. Although he was not optimistic about his father's hasty decision, Marquis Farshid still followed the instructions and asked his subordinates to prepare. After all, this was a formal written order from the family. Along with that instruction came a staffing list, which was the number and composition of the entourage of Grand Duke Kawe. Half of the Duke's guards are the accompanying members of the Grand Duke's trip this time. Being able to have an Imperial Grand Duke at his side, there is no doubt about the strength of this army. To ensure the strength of the army, logistics is a top priority, and these require proper preparation in advance. Even if the lost land today has been at peace for a long time, it only means that there are no longer large-scale wars between humans or Homo sapiens. The battle for life and death between Homo sapiens and nature, Homo sapiens and monsters, never stops for a single second. In order to fight for life and death with these creatures that are unethical and don't care about the rules of the human world, complete preparations are essential. Therefore, there will be no nobles who are really unfamiliar with military affairs. The only part that made Marquis Farshid complain was that half of the Duke's guard was traveling with a Grand Duke. So the most basic configuration was correct. The other half usually stays in the territory to guard the home. But the Marquis knew very well that the other half of the guard was actually sent to guard the place where the car was manufactured. From this, we can see how much the Grand Duke attaches importance to it. But it also makes others even more puzzled. As a Grand Duke, informing his son that he was going to the capital to participate in a grand event that he was supposed to attend was not a problem. But the movements of a Grand Duke are enough to attract the attention of others. As for the fact that Duke Kawe is coming to the capital, there is no need to deliberately send spies to find out. Everyone can make guesses just by looking at the movements in the Duke's residence. And more detailed information was placed on the Emperor's desk within a day. The movements of the great nobles have always been a matter of concern at the highest level. So of course, the old Emperor read the relevant information immediately. After struggling to read the content, he smiled helplessly and said, "We just set off yesterday, so we couldn't make it in time for the new year. Does he want to meet me privately after the new year?" Regarding the Emperor's self-question, the leader of the accompanying guards knew very well that there was no need to answer. The old Emperor liked to use self-questioning and answering to help him think. "Do you know the purpose of his trip?" This is a question that must be answered. The leader of the guard bowed and said, "Your Majesty, there is no other purpose reported from the Grand Duke. The formal application submitted by Duke Kawe's residence is also in the name of participating in the New Year's audience. Since the movements of the great nobles are a matter of great concern, it is of course impossible to allow these nobles to move at will, especially into the capital of the empire. They are all qualified to lead a certain number of guards. If they join forces to plot something, the strength of the Emperor's 3 guards may not be able to suppress them without injury. Therefore, the actions of nobles need to be reported to the royal family. To enter the capital, they need to apply for permission. And Duke Kawe, who had not been seen for a long time, applied for an audience in the new year. Even if everyone thought that he would definitely not be able to make it in time, it would be difficult to refuse his request, no matter what the Grand Duke's real intention is. This is an outright conspiracy. Chapter 1052, Rapid March. On a whim, the Grand Duke of Kaw suddenly made a trip that he couldn't make in time for. This incident soon became a laughing stock in the inner circle of the empire. However, no one came up to Marquis Farshed and directly laughed at or insinuated his father's actions, because doing so is like seeking death. Don't forget that Marquis Farshed now wears gorgeous clothes in the palace and dances among the nobles, and as an assistant to the imperial prime minister. He is buried in a pile of documents. The 2 generations of Kawe and his son were serious martial artists, the kind who could single-handedly kill through a swarm of monsters and then turn back. The 3rd generation may not be as dazzling, but they are also highly trusted mid-level officers. The 4th generation was vaguely being educated to become a demon king, and other families who knew about it were very worried. Simply put, this is a gangster family, the kind that no one wants to mess with. However, this joke only circulated for less than a day, and soon turned into a shocking and unbelievable fact. It even shocked the Emperor's royal table. The old Emperor didn't slam the table or yell at the top of his lungs. He just said calmly but indifferently, "Which old guy has arrived at Blackwater Pass? Is the news correct?" In order to create an amiable image of himself, the old Emperor's voice was warm, making people sound like a spring breeze, and he respected him. But when his voice cooled down, he was angry. Like a lion, it doesn't roar, but just stares at people with cold eyes, making people involuntarily feel fearful. The leader of the Imperial Guards is now trapped in this coldness. But the duty lay, so he had to speak. "Your Majesty, according to the report from the guard of Heishui Pass, the Grand Duke did indeed station at the garrison at Heishui Pass in the evening, waiting for his departure the next day. They have 3 horses per person." "No, 4 horses per person? How did they move specifically? And how did they manage to reach the Blackwater Pass? In the past, it would have taken at least 7 or 8 days to come from the Duke of Kawe. How is it done now?" the Emperor asked coldly. To judge the combat effectiveness of an army, most people only look at whether the soldiers can fight and whether the generals are brave enough. But when they reached the level of commander-in-chief, like the old Emperor, they cared more about marching speed and logistical supply capabilities. This ensures that the troops under his command can quickly deploy to key locations and maintain a certain degree of combat effectiveness. Otherwise, if a luxuriously equipped heavy armored infantry is thirsty and hungry, and has no one to help them, and must march in full armor, even if it moves to a location ready for battle, it may not have much combat power left. The Grand Duke of Kawe has been particularly fond of this configuration of 1 person and 3 horses since he was young. Such a configuration does not mean that there is only 1 horse carrying people and the other 2 are empty. Instead, 1 horse carries the knight, another horse carries the equipment and luggage, and the remaining horse is assigned to the knight's attendants, who are not qualified to ride. In the conventional military rules of Midland, A knight would be followed by about 8 soldiers, including knights, squires, and levied militia. When these people march, they also have to carry their knight master's equipment and public supplies on their backs, and move forward on 2 legs. The gameplay of Grand Duke Kawe is to reduce the number of followers, that is, infantry, to a minimum, and all people and materials rely on horsepower to move forward. When necessary, he will even run at full speed. Instead of being like most armies, they use the strength of their horses cautiously. They don't even dare to let their horses bear too much weight until the critical moment when the knights charge, for fear that their beloved horses will become exhausted prematurely. In doing so, it is destined that the size of his army cannot be too large, because the construction cost other than personnel is too high, and people is the cheapest item here. The combat effectiveness is not very outstanding compared to those of the top elite armies. After all, the horsepower is not always maintained at its peak, but constantly running forward and attacking the enemy's weak points can make all commanders facing him feel uncomfortable. The location of Heishui Pass is at the most important valley pass in the territory of the vassals directly responsible for guarding before entering the emperor's direct territory. It is the only way for nobles from the east and north sides of the empire to go to the capital. But the most important point is that it used to take 7 to 8 days of marching from the dukedom of Ka to reach Blackwater Pass. This time, it only took the Grand Duke less than a day. At the same time, this means that it used to take the Grand Duke nearly a month to reach the capital. But this time it only took 1 day to advance 1/3 of the distance. If this speed could be maintained, it would only take 3 days for the Grand Duke to reach the capital from his own territory. If such data cannot be understood by others, then you can look at another number. Except for border areas and areas where monsters are prevalent, the nobles of Midland have very few standing armies. The maximum number of a duke's guard is 500. And each time you go down a level, the number of guards is reduced by another 100. Although the lowest baron may not be able to maintain a standing army of 100 people, these guards are not concentrated in one place. In most cases, they will be assigned to various defenses according to the needs of the territory. Only some elites were left to guard the lord. When there is a war, militiamen must be called up to join the army, in addition to the attendants brought by the knights. They are mainly recruited from civilians, and most of the time, the nobles are required to provide the most basic weapons and equipment. It is not surprising that the preparation to formation of an army can take as short as 1 month or as long as 1 year. Being a Grand Duke can take 3 days to set off from his own territory and arrive at the capital. This means that he can break into other people's territory before any lord can react and recruit a sufficient number of troops. Lords everywhere could only rely on standing guards to resist the Grand Duke's invasion. Probably only the capital is better, because the capital is always guarded by the emperor's 3 guards of 30,000 people, as well as a large and small private army of nobles stationed in the capital. Even if the imperial guards among the 3 guards rarely act in an organized manner, there will at least be personal guards who guard the palace, and iron guards who will also have the task of guarding the capital when they are not sent out. There are at least 20,000 people. But the Grand Duke's marching speed still frightened many people, including the old emperor. They used various channels to try to falsify the news and dig out more inside information. The first person to bear the brunt is, of course, the successor of the Grand Duke of Covey, Marquis Noonan Farshed. And in this vigorous commotion, the person who was most confused was none other than the poor son Marquis Farshed, who was always tricked by his careless father. Although this is not the first time, it is rare that someone has been tricked so thoroughly as this time. I was completely unprepared and was suddenly put on the fire to be roasted. Everyone in Duke Kawe's residence is dealing with formal inquiries from all parties, or insinuations. It wasn't until late at night that it calmed down a little. Marquis Farshed, who was finally able to breathe, sat in the study. Although the light of the magic lamp did not illuminate the room like daylight, it was much brighter than candlelight. After a day of accumulated fatigue, the Marquis still had no intention of going to bed. He dug out all the letters sent by his father during this period and read them again, especially the part about cars. In the past, I thought the compliment in the letter was just an old kid wanting to show off a new toy he just got. But if what is said in the letter is not untrue, then he should re-examine what impact the so-called car will have on the future. And what position should my family stand here? Chapter 1053 Arriving at the capital. A feeling of uneasiness spread throughout the capital of this huge empire. The old duke's rapid progress really scared many people with ulterior motives. Some are political enemies, and some are family feuds that last for generations. Maybe those things in the past were not serious, and they were not so serious that they had to fight to the death. But seeing the old Duke being proud, they felt unhappy. This is purely a knee-jerk reaction. The next day, the schedule of the Kawe bus convoy was still beyond everyone's imagination, although it was slightly shorter than the distance traveled on the first day, according to everyone's psychological expectations. After the outbreak on the first day, this team should show a decline in the ability to continue on the second day, and could only go halfway. During the journey, he was even brought back to his original shape and resumed his past marching speed. But none of this happened. On the third day, everyone was speculating on when that magical team would appear in front of the city wall of the capital. Marquis Farshid has received the news first, and Grand Duke Kawi will arrive before noon. Interestingly, such news came through the private forum set up within the family, and it was only emphasized that it was the Grand Duke himself, not the entire team participating in the New Year's audience. As his own son, Marquis Farshid immediately believed the message conveyed by this forum. That kind of casual style, and giving instructions to others only when things are about to happen, is really the very familiar dad style. And after thinking about the problem behind this choice of words, it is probably because the old man left the large army and rushed forward alone to a distance where no one could support him. So the sentence implicitly said that he would appear alone. This is not the first time he has done this kind of thing. What's more, this time the destination is the capital, not the center of the enemy camp. The other followers have no reason to stop or worry. It means that even if you are worried and want to stop it, no one can do it. With such a reckless owner in the stall, it must be very hard for those who assist him. Riding a carriage, we arrived at the city gate where Marquis Farshid was waiting. In the message, there was an estimate of the time for the Grand Duke's arrival. So the Marquis followed that time, grabbed a little advance time, and came to the city gate in person to wait to greet him. Originally, this kind of thing could just be left to the servants. But in order to avoid those who were probing the truth, Marquis Farshid chose to hide out. And he also wanted to see his old man as soon as possible and complain properly. Of course, I want to know more about the car details. Not to mention that all the nobles in the capital were investigating. Even he himself was also curious. When they arrived at the city gate, not long after waiting, an unprecedented roar reached everyone's ears. Not only did the defenders at the city gate cause a commotion, but even the ordinary people waiting to enter and exit the city gate were panicked by this strange sound. Could this be a new breed of warcraft directly invading the capital of an empire? The fastest responders were the city gate guards. The guards who were originally staying at the outpost and had not yet taken their turn hurriedly ran out. Some people directed ordinary people to move into the city gate, while another group of people formed a tight horizontal formation, preparing to fight against this unknown monster. At the same time, there are messengers in the outpost using magic props to report the situation at the city gate to their superiors. The defense system of the imperial capital quickly came into operation at this moment. As an important person in the palace, Marquis Farshid is of course under special protection. The captain of the guard stepped forward. On the one hand, he hoped that the noble would return to the city, and on the other hand, he also hoped that the knight accompanying him could help. The knights of the Kawe family are famous for their daring in fighting. Marquis Farshid is certainly not a coward. It is no exaggeration to say that his strength may be the best among the people present. Moreover, he who once served as the commander of the army, although he no longer has a military position, still retains his military rank. As long as he gives the order, it is logical to take over the power of the city gate guards to fight against the monsters. So he pulled out his family sword and stood at the forefront of the team. But what kind of monster has its family's emblem on its face? The alien monster that appeared from a distance had a silver-gray metallic luster that shone brightly. Its flat body had no obvious feet, and of course no so-called limbs could be seen. The entire monster resembles a very special mimic monster called Mimic, like an irregular-shaped box. The only feature is probably that on the large flat surface on the front, there is the shield-shaped alfalfa double-headed eagle crown emblem of the Kawe family. It was this badge that prevented Marquis Farshid from using his sword-fighting skills in the first place. You know, there were many reckless monsters who fell to his move. The speed of the metal monsters galloping had a tendency to slow down, and it suddenly turned around and faced Marquis Farshid, who was holding his sword levelly. The discolored glass changed from dark brown and opaque to transparent, and the side door opened at the same time. A familiar face sat among them. "Father?" Marquis Farshid asked doubtfully. He was full of doubts as to why his father was sitting in the body of a metal monster. "Put away that toothpick in your hand. It's of no use to me." The old duke's first words to his son were merciless ridicule. At the same time, he said to the old deacon, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and had been accompanying him for a long time. "Give the seat to that boy." At the same time, he said to his son, "You, sit on the passenger seat." After the old deacon got out of the car neatly from the passenger seat, he stood next to the open door, waiting for his young master to get in the car. His job is to do odd jobs on the road and drive this unruly monster vehicle when his owner is tired. To anyone who has ever driven a regular car, every custom car looks like a monster. And that's no exaggeration. Marquis Farshid, who sheathed his sword, looked confused. He looked at the knight beside him, and then at the group of city gate guards, who looked confused. When the Grand Duke arrived, everyone should have given a warm welcome to the magnificent appearance of the Duke's guard. Even if the city gate guards are not under the Grand Duke's control, a friendly attitude can still be achieved. But now there is just a metal monster with a human in its belly. And two people. And not even a hair on the Duke's guard can be seen. Should this be a welcoming attitude? "Father, where are your guards?" Marquis Farshid couldn't help but ask. "Their speed is too slow. There are still cars that broke down on the road. Although they have been repaired, they can't drive too fast. Anyway, the capital is here, and I can't run anywhere. So I let them drive slowly, and I came here first. I guess they will have to arrive in the evening. Are you ready at the mansion? Also, you can't get in the car," Mr. Conway said impatiently. With no choice, Marquis Farshid instructed his subordinates to return to the mansion on his own, and then got into the car under the guidance of the old deacon and fastened his seat belts. The Grand Duke drives, but he never cares about the comfort of his fellow passengers. Maybe you will be restrained in the city, but you always have to be cautious. Right? After fastening his seat belt and closing the car door, the old deacon stepped forward to discuss the entry into the city with the city gate guard. This is the process that nobles must go through when entering the imperial capital. At the same time, the knights following Marquis Farshid walked together and accompanied the empty carriage back to the Duke's residence. As for the father and son, there must be something to say. No matter how favored and trusted you are, sometimes it is not good for outsiders to be present. Chapter 1054 Metal Monster. Sitting in the belly of an unfamiliar metal monster, especially next to his father, who was capable of beating him half to death, Marquis Farshid's restraint was incomprehensible to ordinary people. But even if you don't dare to touch it everywhere, you can always take a look. Therefore, with his curious eyes, he kept observing the interior of Kagong's customized car. The interior design of the customized car is already at the level of a 21st century vehicle on Earth. In particular, the various program control functions and panels cooperate with MIDI's research on the artificial soul of the golem. Not to mention autonomous driving. As long as someone is willing to put in the effort, it is not a big problem to build a car that is the crystallization of cutting-edge technology in the old TV series, Knight Rider. But driving is just like flying. Controllability is a very important experience. This kind of experience will have to wait until driving or flying is completely integrated into life and becomes the same thing as breathing, eating, and drinking. Only then will some people get bored and consider so-called automation. Until then, I'm not busy getting all the good stuff in place at once. There is no financial benefit, and it is a waste of time. But even so, for the MIDI bumpkin, everything inside the customized car is novel. And seeing his biological father controlling this metal monster like an arm and a finger, Marquis Farshid's awe and fear gradually faded away. His strong curiosity made him reach out his hand involuntarily and touch everywhere. There is one scene inside the car, and another scene outside the car. The unprecedented metal monster is racing on the main road of the capital, which will certainly attract the attention of everyone passing by. Even though this custom-made car was not moving at full speed under the control of the Grand Duke, its speed was still unmatched by other nobles' carriages. Fortunately, the capital of the Guana Empire has a large number of nobles, so the main roads are planned to be particularly wide. The purpose is to separate the nobles riding horses or carriages from the roads used by pedestrians to avoid accidents. The Grand Duke drove on such a road, shuttling through the gaps between carriages. It's not like no one wants to stop this rampaging metal monster. After all, it snakes forward and often passes other carriages, which is quite dangerous. But firstly, it didn't hit anyone. Secondly, it was very fast, and most importantly, the family crest of Duke Kawe was right on the front of the metal monster. It's so big and conspicuous that even if you want to pretend you can't see it, you can't. As a long-established nobleman, Duke Kawe's family reputation is quite good. But no matter how kind the nobles are, they are not easy targets for common people to offend. Not to mention that the other party is a family known for their martial arts. To put it simply, they are particularly good at fighting. You don't want to provoke such an opponent. So some people who were eager to try and bravely chose to back down. Anyway, nothing happened. However, although the invasion warning previously activated by the city gate guards was later explained to be a false alarm, it was actually the Grand Duke of Kauai who was driving the car. However, the capital defense system that has been activated has already drawn the attention of all interested people to this car that has just entered the city. The undercurrent that had been surging in the past 2 or 3 days had calmed down a bit because of Marquis Farsh's avoidance. But now it was raging again. Each family also sent their own spies, wanting to see for the first time what the so-called car was. It was just that the Grand Duke was driving the car happily. And those who wanted to see the car, including those who had accompanied Marquis Farsh to greet him at the city gate, suffered a lot. It's okay for the people sent by other families, but they just heard that the car was going somewhere. When they ran to their destination with their proudly fast legs, they couldn't even catch the car's fart, so they could only inquire again. Those who were smart enough ran to the door of Grand Duke Kauai's mansion early to wait. Those who followed Marquis Farshid, as well as the deacon who was originally sitting in the passenger seat of the car as the backup driver, all clung to the outer edge of the carriage and struggled to catch up. As attendants, it was of course impossible for them to sit in the carriage with their master. Either sit in a special seat for the attendants, or hang on the side of the car, or you can only follow on 2 legs, just to keep up with the speed of the car. Some people originally followed on 2 legs, but eventually they all got on the speeding carriage. But when they all got on the carriage, the overloaded weight added to the overloaded 2 horses, so the speed slowed down. Later, some people who were confident that their distance would not be lost to horses simply got off the overloaded carriage, relying on his familiarity with the capital and the flexibility of a single person to move quickly through the streets. He could barely see the taillights of this specially customized car. This is because they are not allowed to use their combat skills in the city without any reason. Otherwise, there will be chaos everywhere. Not only the guards of the capital will come to visit, but also the Grand Duke will lose face. After finally arriving at the gate of the Duke's mansion, the locked door prevented the owner from entering. Duke Kauai wanted to activate his savage crash ability and crash directly into the door. Considering that this is my own mansion, I gave up. Marquis Farshid wanted to get out of the car and call the door. Fortunately, it didn't take long before the followers who were chasing after him appeared. It was their duty to call the door. So even though they were out of breath, they still shouted to the gatekeeper in the mansion, "The Grand Duke has arrived! Open the door quickly!" In fact, when the gatekeeper saw the huge family crest in front of the car, he planned to open the door. It's just that they have never seen such a metal monster before, which makes them hesitate again. Fortunately, the people who called at the door were all known to each other, and they were indeed knights serving in the family. This gave them the courage to open the heavy door. Before the iron gate could be fully opened and opened enough to get in, the Grand Duke stepped on the accelerator, drove the car in, and stopped in the center of the courtyard. Then he opened the car door, got out of the car, and walked towards the main house. While saying, "I'm so hungry," he shouted to the chef serving in the mansion to prepare lunch. In fact, Midi does not have the habit of having lunch, even among the nobles. But the difference between nobles and commoners is that they have afternoon tea, an activity that has both social and filling functions. However, Mr. Kauai has been hanging out with Guy Black's Tripwood for a long time. Not only his taste, but also his habits were affected by the heir to the great foodie empire. So at this time, which was close to noon, he felt hungry. As for the people who use the Duke's mansion, they are used to their head's fickle attitude. After giving the order, everyone naturally started to move and do their best, no matter how unreasonable the request is. What to do with the car parked in the middle of the courtyard? Waiting in the courtyard, the boy in charge of the stables looked on dumbfounded. His original duty was to take the horses back to the stables and take good care of them after the family dignitaries returned. But this metal monster seems to have nowhere to hold it. Chapter 1055 Father-Son Dialogue. Father and son traveling in the same car are actually not as outsiders imagine. There are so many things to say, but they are worth 1,000 words. At least Marquis Farshid confirmed a few things. First of all, his father's love for cars is indeed from the heart. When driving the car, the expression of joy and excitement is like that of a lost little boy picking up the first sword in his life. No matter how worn or old the sword was, or even just a wooden sword, its meaning to the boy was completely different. Another thing is that from very few conversations, Marquis Farshad knew that the car he was riding in could only be regarded as a special case, rather than a type of vehicle routinely manufactured by the automobile center. Even the value of this custom-made car is equivalent to all the territories and industries under the Grand Duke's name, and more than a year's income. Hearing this, all sons want to strangle me to death with their own hands. In the palace, I had to deal with a bunch of ruthless people, doing all kinds of things to increase revenue and reduce expenditure, and I almost turned myself into a beggar. It's so embarrassing to be a son when more than a year's taxes have been paid out like this. What's even more fatal is that the old duke bought two such cars. One is the old man's own, and the other is given to his niece, the Marquis of Balin. Suddenly, the son didn't want to talk nonsense to me anymore. Perhaps this was the main reason why the father and son were speechless in the car. However, after returning to the mansion, Marquis Farshad calmed down and still had to speak. At least he needs to understand whether it is possible to replicate his father's rapid advance this time, what conditions are required, and whether it can become a normal method. All of this may bring about huge changes in military operations in Midi. However, he got an answer beyond his imagination from the old Duke's answer. The most intuitive thing is the change in the configuration of the Duke's Guard. In the past, the guards of Grand Duke Kalway were quite luxurious in the eyes of other nobles. Although the weapons and equipment are still the same as before, the standard configuration of 1 person and 3 horses has been abolished. Today, there are only 150 war horses left to march with the army. And these horses do not walk on their own, but are carried by specially designed trucks. The purpose of this batch of horses is to allow heavily armored knights to rush into battle, just like in the past. As a sharp knife on the battlefield, it tears apart the enemy's formation. But in the past, the entire Duke's Guard could do this. But now only the most elite 150 are retained. The remaining guard members were of course used as infantry. Don't look at this as a downgrade from cavalry to infantry. In fact, as a rule of war in the Lost World, apart from charging into battle, cavalry is inferior to infantry in terms of fighting. Once entering close combat, those who can still ride on horses are usually captain-level figures with command responsibilities, while everyone else dismounts to fight. Even the Duke's Guard will dismount as much as possible to engage the enemy before entering a fight. The saying, "Shoot the man first, shoot the horse first, and capture the thief first, capture the king," may not be the same in Midi, but it also has similar thinking. This is because there are many inconveniences in fighting on horses, and no matter how much they are trained, the upper limit of the strength of knights on horseback and warriors on foot is very high. But this is not the case for horses, as long as they don't have the bloodline of Warcraft. The advantages of this group of grass-eating 4-hoofed creatures are just their height and weight. And such an advantage is nothing compared to Midi's personal power. The Grand Duke's drastic reforms, which transferred all the sources of mobility of the Duke's Guard to cars, were beyond the imagination of Marquis Farshad. However, all the horses that did not accompany the army were not eliminated because of this. This is because the terrain that cars can now use is limited. Compared with 4-legged horses, cars pay more attention to the smoothness and spaciousness of the road. And the car also needs to be replenished with gasoline, which is the fuel that keeps the engine running. But these inconveniences are not without the horses. It's just that the direction is different. List the advantages and disadvantages of the two in various aspects, and compare them one by one. Marquis Farshad also had to admit that cars had greater advantages. Not to mention anything else. The speed and carrying capacity alone are beyond the reach of horses. How many horses are needed to achieve the same benefits as a truck? Just thinking about it this way, the son also feels that his beloved horse is not very attractive. Among the many figures raised by the old Duke, perhaps the most gratifying thing is that the cost of trucks and cars is far less outrageous than customized cars. Compared with the value of war horses, it is still within an acceptable range. It can even be said that it is cheaper than raising a war horse. It was this assessment result that made the Grand Duke decide to reform. Even as a son, I can't find anything wrong with him. Of course, after understanding the inside story of the car, the next thing the father and son have to discuss is how to speak to the outside world. Nowadays, in the imperial capital, there is a lot of action regarding cars. As long as one is not careful, it is very likely to turn into a huge political incident. The Grand Duke, who had been silent before, suddenly made a drama of coming to Beijing in 3 days, which frightened many people. Therefore, the father and son must come up with a consistent charter for their external statements and attitudes towards cars. But just as they were preparing to discuss it, a messenger was sent from the inner court to summon the Grand Duke to meet with the Emperor. The father and son would never have any doubts about the Emperor's ability to control him. It's just that the old Emperor couldn't wait to summon the Grand Duke alone for the New Year's audience a few days later. Instead, he ordered to summon the Grand Duke on the first day he arrived in the capital. Such an attitude was not common in the past. In the past, except for certain close people, the Emperor was not available to everyone who wanted to see him. Although there are security issues, it is more about maintaining the authority and mystery of the Emperor. Generally, when nobles come to the imperial capital, as long as it is not an urgent military situation, the first thing they do is to find a place to live and settle down first. Then they submit an application for an audience. With luck, it will be passed by the ruling council in 3 to 5 days and placed on the Emperor's agenda. As for when the old man wants to meet, it depends on his mood. It's also possible that you won't see it even if you wait for a year. Even if the Emperor took the initiative to summon him, he would do so according to his own schedule. Not to mention that he would meet on the spot. The Emperor's daily schedule may have been arranged a month ago. This is not to say that there is no such thing as temporarily cutting in line. But it is rare. So like this time, when he was summoned as soon as he entered the city, Marquis Farshed was not only surprised, but also a little worried. After all, during this period, the Emperor's attitude towards cars was not clear. No one can guess what the Supreme Emperor of the Empire is thinking. Of course, a father is aware of his son's worries. But compared to his son's worries, Duke Kawe was more confident and said, "Don't worry. It's just one time to enter the palace. Just like countless times in the past. That old guy wanted to know something, so he just called me over. What's the big deal? Or do you think the palace today is different from the past? That's not true. But please, father, please be careful about your words and deeds. Your Majesty's authority is getting stronger and stronger, and it is no longer comparable to what it was when you left. Although it is not a crime because of your words, it is caused by being alienated and coldly treated by your Majesty. The series of reactions was unbearable even for our family." The old Duke nodded, although he didn't seem to care much on the surface. In fact, he chose to leave in the first place. It was probably because of this factor. He can see things more clearly than his own son. The difference is that he has the ability to act wildly, but his son does not. Chapter 1056: The Conversation between the Emperor and his ministers. There are basically 3 places where the palace handles government affairs and receives nobles. The outer court is the largest and most formal hall, responsible for discussing and handling the internal and foreign affairs of the empire. The inner court basically handled the government affairs of the territory directly under the emperor. There are imperial prime ministers in the outer court and consuls in the inner court. Each leads a group of ministers and officials to handle less important parts on behalf of the emperor, or to perfect the details of decision-making. As for the parts that required imperial writing or personal reading, the emperor would handle them in the imperial study. Sometimes His Majesty the Emperor would also receive ministers in the imperial study, but only those who were very close to him, or the prime minister or consul himself, had this honor. The Grand Duke of Kawe grew up wearing the same pants as the emperor. After entering the palace, he was directly led into the royal study by his personal guards. Here, the old emperor is rushing to finish the government affairs accumulated during the end of the year for his New Year's holiday. Duke Kawe, who was allowed to enter after a briefing, met with the old emperor's warm greetings. "Old guy. He looks alive and kicking. He's not dead yet. Your Majesty, I have become a transcendent and have beaten away the messengers of death countless times. Those who want me dead have to wait. Not only can I continue to serve you, but I can also serve your son, your grandson, your great-grandson, for generations to come. I don't know how long I can serve. So, you have made up your mind to come back and help me. Right. That's why you are so anxious. I finished the 1-month journey in 3 days. Those who don't know may think that I am dead, and you rush over to attend the funeral. Let's divide the power." "Huh? Your Majesty is serious." "Old minister, I am too old and my eyesight is dim. I have to stop and take 3 breaths every 2 steps. I can no longer be used by your Majesty. Throwing me back to my own territory to wait for death is the best choice." After saying that, the old duke pretended to cough twice and take a few breaths. Seeing this poor acting, the emperor didn't even have the intention to criticize. He asked directly, "Tell me about it. What is going on?" Although he didn't say it explicitly, Duke Kawe knew that this was getting straight to the point, and he didn't continue to act pretentious. He came to Beijing with such a high profile this time. And he had the intention of building momentum for the car. The purpose is not only to make money from the industry under his name, but also to promote the good things he realizes to the entire empire. In fact, he has a heart of loyalty and strengthening the country. Therefore, Mr. Kawei did not hide it. After getting permission to use the water mirror screen, he explained the content prepared with the magician in advance to the old emperor using the Earth's briefing method. The old emperor was also curious about this novel way of explanation at first. But later, his attention was entirely focused on the content of the old duke's briefing. The pros and cons of cars are actually the same as what the old duke and his son said. The same thing is said here again, but with an additional briefing to assist in the explanation. But after all, the people he spoke to were different. So the old duke was prepared to explain from different viewpoints. Even if the military use is not considered, the economic benefits of trucks are also considerable. The convenience that small cars bring to individuals will indirectly stimulate economic growth. This can be seen from the development of technology guilds. When the sales staff responsible for handling business and the craftsmen on duty began to configure a large number of cars, the technical guild could be said to have experienced a wave of explosive growth. From originally operating only in Area 6 of the holy city of Starry, it has extended its tentacles to the entire holy city in one fell swoop and absorbed all the craftsmen in the holy city. The key to allowing them to travel to every corner of the holy city is a very convenient car. What the Grand Duke said is not just a picture, but an actual situation supported by data from the Automobile Center, the Jialong Chamber of Commerce, and the Technology Guild. Rather than building a strong military, the transportation reform brought about by automobiles can become the key to a strong country. And this is something that no promising emperor, no matter how old he is, will not care about. The picture of skillfully operating the water mirror screen shows that the old emperor often uses related magic. The fingers of the other hand gently clasp the table, making a rhythmic and pleasant tapping sound. Emperor Armin Kazalnia asked in a calm tone, "Old guy, are the numbers and growth changes you propose really correct? Are you worried that I am lying to others? If you are worried about this, send someone to the holy city of Starry to stay for a while and see how the magician city looks now. How is it different from the past? Although the magic is still there, there are many towers, and there is no proper planning. But I believe that anyone who is not blind can see the changes in the past and present. And the source of vitality is also obvious." In the eyes of the Grand Duke, in the current holy city of Starry, cars have not only entered the families and careers of mainly technical guild members, but have also become a popular thing among magicians. There are many more models and uses of cars than in the past. To satisfy the mood of wealthy men who cannot afford customized cars, but still want to show off. And all of this was developed in just over a year. The old emperor did not raise any more questions about the authenticity of the matter. In fact, he just asked casually before. As for the reason for not going into details, whether it is because of trust in Grand Duke Kawei or something else, others don't know. But he still had other things he wanted to know. So he asked, "You have said so much. What do you want me to do? You have never said this from the beginning to the end. Send personnel to study in automobile manufacturing and R&D centers, and then open automobile manufacturing plants in the capital for production. In terms of the military, we will gradually replace equipment and carry out military reform. In terms of people's livelihood and economy, we will use the convenience of automobiles to foster ownership. The technological middle class will expand their advantages and increase their taxes while making money. The tax in lost land basically depends on the lord's mood. But as an empire, of course, it is impossible to have no institutional regulations and do things based on mood. In addition to the land taxes that have always existed since ancient times, the Guana Empire also levied taxes on commercial transactions. At first glance, this prospect sounds promising, but it is not perfect yet." The old emperor asked, "Is there no other better way?" Kagong spread his hands and said, "This is the best way I can think of. Moving the automobile manufacturing and R&D center you mentioned to the capital. Or hiring that magician to build a second center. Wouldn't this be better than the method you thought of?" Old Emperor said, "The automobile manufacturing and R&D center I'm talking about does not belong to me alone. In addition to the magician, there is also the Jialong Chamber of Commerce, who are also partners in that center. No matter what major decision is to be made, all three parties need to agree. Even if you can handle the Jialong Chamber of Commerce, you know how complicated it will be to move the center. It's better to build it again." Although the Grand Duke's tone was a bit high, it seemed more like he was blaming someone. But the old emperor pretended to be stupid and said, Oh, this means that you also agree to build the second center. This should be a better method. But unfortunately, the magician will not cooperate obediently. Chapter 1057 The Invisible Man. Don't you think that with the power of the Empire, you can't hire a little magician? The old emperor was quite dissatisfied with the Grand Duke's reply and asked in a cold tone. Although the power of the Empire is powerful, it cannot deal with everything. You and I both know this. Right? Faced with the evaluation of his old brother Kawi Gong, Emperor Armin Kazalnia was stunned for a moment. After he lowered his head and thought carefully, he asked with a serious expression, "Do you really think that magician deserves such attention? Well, is it because of the woman beside him, who was rumored to have been the Demon King 1,000 years ago?" Ricardo Cavi smiled at the old emperor's quick thinking, which immediately reminded him of that woman. He put on an inscrutable expression and said with a smile, "It's very interesting. The world is unwilling to admit that the one who was the devil once had a powerful power beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, once the situation arises, people are unwilling to admit it. Admit that it was the magician who did it, and firmly give all credit or fault to the devil. In your eyes, that magician really has such a high opinion?" The old emperor asked in surprise. Kagong said bluntly, "The worst case scenario is worse than you can imagine. So just give up on some unsavory tricks, because they will not have any effect at all, and will only annoy the other party. Do you think the Empire will lose?" The old emperor asked arrogantly. The old duke was not sullen and said, "I think what you should consider is, how much price are you willing to pay to win?" Ricardo Cavi's answer made Emperor Armin reconsider the position of the magician. If this old friend simply wanted to protect a magician he admired, he would have directly said something like, "I'm protecting this person," instead of using such alarmist methods to make people aware of him. People give up unnecessary thoughts. But since the Grand Duke used this method to warn people, it means that the magician must have merits. Otherwise, with the Grand Duke's martial arts and abilities, why would he need to warn like this? After thinking about this, the old emperor couldn't help but become curious about the magician whom he had never met before. But there were constant rumors about him. After Emperor Armin thought for a moment, he asked, "How about summoning him to the imperial capital and letting me meet him in person?" A very simple question made the Grand Duke correct his attitude and replied seriously, "Your Majesty, if anyone suggests that you summon the magician, then my suggestion is to directly accuse him of assassinating the emperor for treason. Catch that man and put him to death. If this is your opinion, my only opinion is against it." The old emperor's sharp eyes flashed, and his momentum rose sharply like an angry lion. There was no trace of his old age at all. He asked in a calm and cold voice, "That magician wants to kill me?" Kawi Gong shook his head and said, "According to my understanding of the magician, as long as he is not forced to the point of no retreat, this kind of thing will not happen. He should not even think about assassinating His Majesty." Never thought about it. Such an answer did not make Emperor Armin relax his guard. He still asked, "Then why did you issue such a warning? If he has no intention of assassinating me, whether there is an intention or not is not the same as whether it can be done. And a fact that no one can clearly understand or is unwilling to admit is that as long as anyone appears within his sight, that person's life will be at risk. It's no longer within my control, but within the magician's thoughts." The old emperor's eyes widened with the familiar feeling of astonishment again, and he asked, "What's going on?" This danger stems from the magician's ability. His magical ability that can appear anytime, anywhere, and disappear. Not only can act on himself, but can also act on anything he can see. Of course, I have to say, whether the so-called seeing here means seeing with both eyes, I am not sure. Judging from his ability, he can take away the people he sees at will. What if any part of his body, such as his head or heart, could be killed in an instant? Emperor Armin asked worriedly, "Have you ever seen him do this?" The Grand Duke still shook his head. Although he has never shown such an ability, inferring from his revealed abilities does not guarantee that he cannot do such a thing. Maybe he just doesn't do it. In other words, when His Majesty receives that person at that time, your life is already in his control. No one can protect you. I can't do it, and I don't know any magician who can do it. Is there really not one? The old emperor asked in surprise. The Grand Duke still shook his head. In the Holy City, that person's ability is recognized by all magicians as being difficult to deal with. Even the title of Great Magician was given away. I don't think knowledge of forums or mathematics is worth the great magic of Estali in the Holy City. Those guys who just want to beat people to death when something happens, if their skills are lower, They can be manipulated, but they can't look down on a magician from out of town. Regional disputes and regional discrimination will occur no matter where they are and in any era. This is why the title of Dharma Saint is very rare for magicians. If you want to convince a group of people who don't know you well, there is no other way than to have strong skills. But what the old brother in front of him said was true. Emperor Armin was still a little confused and asked, "If that man is really as dangerous as you said, why do you dare to contact him? Are these words to make people my excuse for giving up my original idea? I originally thought that with my ability, there is no place in the world that I can't go to. But the first time I saw them in person, I regretted it. No matter what others say, I think that Demon King is a real Demon King. Even if she is not the one from thousands of years ago, she is definitely strong enough. At that time, I didn't take that magician seriously. And the more I got to know them, the more I understood her. I feel that the magician is unfathomable. Along with this, my fear continues to grow. Then you have gained their trust now. After all, the cooperative business is so big. I heard that the little toy car is quite profitable." The old emperor teased. At first, I just felt fear. Later, I saw with my own eyes that the magician and your good son were fighting equally, and no one could do anything to the other. This fear had escalated into despair. You know, you that good son didn't make me despair yet. But now, I just gave up. Anyway, I have a very good heir. Although my wife passed away, I don't have many children and grandchildren. But I don't have a single life. If someone holds it in their hands, just hold it in their hands. Anyway, it's enough for me to live happily." The old duke spoke freely, leaving the emperor speechless. Especially when it comes to his careless son. The emperor knows that the old duke is referring to the 14th Prince Azad without naming him. Duke Kawe leaned his head forward and said, "I don't care about my own life. Just for pleasure. What about your majesty? Have you already had such an awareness?" Chapter 1058, How to Win Over People. A man who reigns over tens of thousands of people and holds supreme power. How many people can be as cool and unrestrained as Duke Kawe said? Who doesn't wish he could live 100 years? Live long live. Live long live. Or even live forever? There was a time when Emperor Armin Kazalnia was madly jealous of his old brother, who had struggled together because he had transcended the shackles of the mortal world and moved towards another level of life. Although the lifespan of extraordinary beings has become unknowable because it is no longer known to ordinary people. But he must also live longer than a mortal. This alone makes him, as an emperor, intolerable. It's only in these years that I've understood what can't be done. Some things really cannot be accomplished by relying on power. Some unnecessary thoughts and emotions have faded away. Even so, the old emperor was unwilling to put himself in danger or give up his remaining life so easily. As an old brother and comrade in arms, Duke Kawe certainly understands this attitude. And that's why he has such a question that he doesn't expect to answer. The old duke stepped back and said, "But regardless of whether you have such an awareness or not, we, as ministers, are not the ones who should help you decide or make inappropriate suggestions. Your Majesty must consider it yourself." Although the initiative has returned to his own hands, the stakes have been made so clear that it is impossible for the old emperor to choose the path of seeking death. But he also complained with some dissatisfaction. "Even if we just meet each other, those things may not necessarily happen." "Right." Kawe Gong shook his head for unknown times. He said, "With your Majesty's wisdom and skill, I believe it is not difficult to coexist peacefully with that magician. What I don't believe is other people." "Other people?" "If His Majesty is interested in cooperating with that magician on the automobile industry, this must be a national policy matter and must be formally discussed at the court. And my relationship with the automobile industry and that magician will also make other people think that that person is qualified to stand up to the court because of his relationship with me. So how can my old enemies let such a person go? Especially if he is not a noble." This kind of inference does not even need to be said by the old duke. The old emperor, who is accustomed to political disputes, knows it even more clearly. And in that situation, if the magician refuses to give in, he will only let others dismember him and eat him. In the end, he will end up worse than a slave and will not get any benefits. If he resists, regardless of whether he is killing people on the spot, does the empire allow us to settle the matter? So, Your Majesty, what would you choose? The confrontational situation in the palace was the result of the old emperor's single-handed management. After all, the empire has had no foreign enemies for a long time. If the ministers were all kind, it would be very difficult for the emperor. So instead of making it difficult for yourself, why not give them some trouble and something to do? This is a secret instruction of successive emperors, although many people now know it. By the time of Emperor Armin Kazalnia, although the scale of political disputes did not rise to an unmanageable level, it also became more acute. It is not easy for people with wavering positions to survive in the court. Many things even reached the point of opposing for the sake of opposing. At this time, the importance of his emperor became apparent. When the matter was difficult to discuss and reach a conclusion, the emperor's opening of Chrysostom was regarded as setting the tone for the matter. The old emperor's authority was enough to suppress all discordant voices. So during the discussion stage among the ministers, the old emperor did not care how bitter the words were or how malicious they were. But it would not be good if the ministers could mess things up before he came forward to set the tone. And according to the explanation of the old brother Ricardo Calvi, the result of summoning the magician is likely to go in the worst direction. It is indeed better not to meet at all.
Can you win over that man?
The old emperor said suddenly. After thinking about it, he added,
Women, wealth, title, territory. That magician can't be like an ascetic monk who doesn't want anything. Winning him over. It's not impossible. But the cooperation is very good now. What else do you want from him?
Ka Gong asked in confusion.
Let that magician truly be used by the empire, so that his wisdom will not help our enemies and increase the empire's troubles.
Emperor Armin said that as the owner of a country, it was a matter of course. The old duke was not optimistic about such a request, and still shook his head and said,
This is unlikely. The magician does have desires, but he is not greedy. This is also a basis for my ability to cooperate with him. He is not like those nasty guys always like to play tricks on others. But this is not like a magician at all. He cares more about doing what he wants to do than making people dizzy with treasure. And those things have nothing to do with the benefits we can get.
The old duke glanced up and down at the emperor, to whom he had pledged allegiance.
Do you think any woman can compete with the one next to him? It's not even possible to send the most troublesome one in your harem away.
There's not enough for him to kill. Don't just because you haven't heard of that one going on a killing spree over the years. According to the rumors, she is an old tiger with all her teeth missing. She is definitely scarier than you think. And she doesn't want to be reasonable.
The embarrassed old emperor touched his nose. The devil's man is so easy to pry around the corner. If one thing goes wrong, what happened 1,000 years ago will happen again. And no one can bear it.
But he still asked persistently, What about the others? There must be something that can impress him. If you insist on asking, there really is. What? Tell me. The price we can't pay in this world is really not much.
Emperor Armin said proudly.
Magic Tower. Hey, it's such a small thing. In the history of the Empire, there are quite a few magicians who chose to serve us because of a magic tower. It depends on whether he wants to build a new one or choose one from the towers sealed by the Magician Association. We have plenty. If the conditions were just like this, you should have captured him long ago. Instead of just cooperating, he should be a magician loyal to your family.
Although the jurisdiction of the Magic Tower belongs to the Magician Association, the Magic Tower built in the city will still be controlled by the local lord. Otherwise, the noble lords responsible for defending the city would not be able to bear the thought of a magician with a different stance than his own holding a war fortress level weapon, like a magic tower, and nailing it to his city. So although on the surface, the nobles cannot interfere with who the Magician Association allocates the unowned magic tower to. In fact, the association will still give priority to the opinions of the local lords regarding the ownership of the unowned magic tower in the city. Of course, when the local lords suggest distribution, they will not give two outrageous candidates. After all, the association is the real controller, and it still has the most basic power of veto. Facing the old emperor's straightforward answer, Grand Duke Kalwei had a constipated expression on his face and said with a wry smile,
Boss, you will always be my boss. With such a big heart, will you crush yourself to death one day?
Can you give that man a magic tower? Are you planning to move the capital? Or are you planning to create another Grand Duke?
Chapter 1059, Follow-up to Tower of the Great Sage.
Hey, old guy, is there something I've overlooked? Can you give me a hint?
Faced with such a fierce reaction from his old brother, Emperor Armin pinched the bridge of his nose and asked. Mr. Kalwei also readily gave tips. Or rather, that's the answer.
Tower of the Great Sage.
The old emperor was stunned for a moment, and suddenly cursed.
You damn piece of shit. He modified that tower.
With a solemn look on his face, Duke Kalwei nodded. Southwest of the mysterious land,
The sequel to the Tower of the Great Sage is not widely circulated among adventurers. Basically, outside of the Southwest, no one cares about the changes caused by a magic tower. But among the noble lords and within the Magician Association, this tower can be said to have caused an uproar. After Lin and his group left the Shijia district in the southwest of Midland, within a few years, the Shijia district branch of the Magicians Association ushered in another wave of changes. The reason was that the president, who had only been in office for a few years, died on the belly of his beautiful female disciple. Whether the murder was an accident or deliberate, no one investigated. However, the Cadiz district chapter, which was originally suppressed by the Shijia district, took advantage of the situation. The candidate it supported took over the throne of the successor president in one fell swoop, and its affiliated forces even controlled the strongest and weakest among the 4 southwest districts of Midi. 2 divisions have great power. After taking power, it is inevitable to clean up the restless noise within. Even if his life is not taken, he must hand over his important position and replace it with a new president or someone who can be trusted by the forces behind him. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Tower of the Great Sage, a magic tower whose master was the disciple of the former president. Perhaps the former tower owner of the Great Sage's tower was too ready to allow the association to hand over the power of the magic tower with just a piece of paper, which made other people think that was such an important weapon. The tower owner must have an overall view and be willing to do so, cooperating with the strategic layout and arrangements of the Magician Association, but being blind enough to ignore the conspiracy behind it. So the new president issued another document, requiring the current tower owner to hand over the Tower of the Great Sage unconditionally. Then, he was rejected. There are 3 things a new official should do when he takes office. There is no such thing as a mysterious saying, but its truth is equally universal. How could the new president allow a magician to disobey his authority within the area under his jurisdiction? So he sent out 5 teams of inspectors, half a squadron of troops, and forcefully demanded that the current tower owner of the Tower of the Great Sage cooperate with the association. Otherwise, he would be shot for crimes against humanity. Then, all 5 inspector teams died. Only then did people recall the illustrious reputation of the Tower of the Great Sage. In the past, the decline of the Cadiz district chapter and the prosperity of Shijia district were all related to this tower. If the person who died was an ordinary adventurer, as long as the owner of the magic tower had a justifiable reason, the association would probably be vague and would not take any action against the tower owner. But the person who died represented the Magician Association, supervising the behavior and criminal misdeeds of magicians so that they would not produce inspectors who would harm the civilized world. The nature of that was completely different, in view of the horrific record of the Great Sage's tower in the past. In the name of expelling the current tower owner and regaining the weapon to defend the civilized world, the Shijia district branch recruited 2,000 regular magicians and 8,000 auxiliary soldiers to form a mixed army of magicians. This kind of military strength is inferior to the resistance force independently formed by the people of Lost Land when the Abyss invaded a few years ago. The countries in the southwestern part of the Lost World can only tremble when faced with such an army of magicians, even if it is just a mixed army. The establishment of this magician army would have been impossible without the Cadiz district's contribution behind the scenes. But the main culprit is the Shijia district branch, which has made a lot of money in the past few years. It is possible that a lot of the funds that were used were embezzled. But to form a magician army that has never been established in the 4 southwest districts of Midland, gold and silver treasures are not dragged out one by one. Without Shijia district, the other 3 districts would not have the strength to form such an army. But this unprecedentedly powerful military force in the southwest of the Lost Land did not scare the current owner of the Great Sage's tower. The Shijia district chapter only sent an ultimatum in form, asking the tower owner of the Great Sage's tower to surrender. But to be honest, now that the formation of the Legion is completed, even if the Tower of the Great Sage surrenders, it is estimated that the relevant people will pretend to be stupid and continue the war to the end. This is also to scare the monkeys and make others understand that they should not challenge the authority of the Magician Association. Besides, it is extremely dangerous to draw the sword but see no blood, because if you don't hurt others, you might hurt the owner. Although this is a temporary army, the regular soldiers are all magicians, so I won't mention it. Among the 8,000 strong auxiliary force, all were recruited by adventurers, and many were followers of magicians. None of them were civilians. Such a composition allows them to become a qualified force rather than a ragtag force with just a little grinding. In past experience, The most dangerous part of attacking a magic tower is to attack the inside of the magic tower from outside the magic tower against the raging strategic magic. The legionnaires in the multi-pronged attack also had the consciousness of sacrifice under the temptation of the large amounts of money they had received before the war. Although this awareness is only because no one has started to sacrifice yet. And no one feels that they will be the unlucky one. But the silent magic tower still surprised everyone. Except this time the magician officers sent by the Shijia district branch. Every magic tower has loopholes deliberately left by the association as a backup for attack. Although the Tower of the Great Sage has been changed beyond recognition by someone. And all the backups left in the past are useless. The association is not completely powerless. No matter how powerful the protection is. It still requires people to operate it. As soon as something goes wrong with people, powerful protection becomes meaningless. This is the reason why the new president of the Shijia district chapter dared to attack the Tower of the Great Sage. When the new tower owner of the Tower of the Great Sage inherited the ownership of the tower. In order to master the defense system established by the P language as quickly as possible, he recruited many additional people who were interested in this new knowledge and had certain talents. These people later became the Tower Master's magic apprentices to deepen the bond between the two parties. But if these people have problems from the beginning, just being accepted as magic apprentices by the tower owner of the Great Sage's tower and enjoying better treatment will not stop someone with intentions from activating them and causing trouble to the magic tower. After all, such spies have either beliefs that are so strong that they cannot be shaken, or the forces behind them have mastered the weaknesses of these people, making it impossible for them to escape from their grasp. So while the magician army launched an attack, the spies in the Tower of the Great Sage also took action to paralyze the function of the magic tower, allowing the attacker's plan to be carried out smoothly and reducing losses. Judging from the results, the traitors' actions were very smooth, but no one thought that this was actually a trap. Chapter 1060 The Forgotten Tyranny. On the most dangerous charge road. The silent magic tower still brings considerable psychological pressure to people, until they rush to the gate of the magic tower. The battering ram slammed open the gate with a sharp blow, and cheers suddenly sounded among the Legion soldiers. At the same time, the news that there was a traitor inside the Tower of the Great Sage spread among the army. The reason why this good news was not notified to the soldiers as soon as possible, and only a few officers knew about it, was to prevent the traitor from being able to play a role. And if there were a large number of casualties, the morale of the Legion would collapse faster. By seeing a little hope and then watching it disillusioned, the strong contrast will indeed make people more desperate. In this case, let everyone be prepared to sacrifice from the beginning, and the answer will be revealed later. On the contrary, this will make people feel that the person leading this attack has already secured the victory, and they only need to follow to pick up the sweet fruits of victory. In this way, courage will grow along with greed and desire. Even though the door was smashed open, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Magicians are all familiar with this set of tricks. It was a dark realm of magic that was not too difficult. The name sounded high-end, but in fact it just blocked people's sight and prevented them from seeing things beyond the distance of their arms. There's no point in bringing a torch. This level of defensive trap can only be regarded as entry level for the magic tower. If ordinary soldiers broke in, I'm afraid they would have to scramble for a while before they would get used to it. But those who rushed into the Tower of the Great Sage were all proud mages. Even if they don't dispel the effect of this magic, they still have many ways to move freely in the dark realm. So the people in front didn't care, and under the command of the officer, they rushed into the magic tower. As for the army's battle against the magic tower, as long as they can attack the tower, the outcome will be determined. Because no matter how many traps there are in the magic tower, it can still work wonders against a small number of opponents, such as a team of 5 or 6 adventurers. But if the army is used as the opponent, they can overcome most difficulties by just using the method of stacking corpses, and finally kill the tower owner with the sword. At this stage, no matter whether there are early casualties or not, it is very easy for the attacker who is holding back his energy to take down the magic tower in one go. So as long as they can enter the tower, everyone is convinced that victory is within their grasp. The difference lies in how much loot he can get from this victory. Even in the regular army, generals sometimes use indulgent methods to stimulate the morale of the army, not to mention their temporarily recruited army. Basically, once something goes into a private pocket, it is impossible to spit it out. The wealth in the Tower of the Great Sage was mainly transported from various places in the southwest of Midi to resist the invasion of the Abyss a few years ago. It was supposed to be an outpost to resist the invasion of the Abyss, and it was unknown how long it would last. so the supplies gathered at that time were quite large. But because the battle was hasty, the gate of the abyss was closed again on the day it was opened, and the mini army did not cause many casualties. So there was no need for compensation. Supplies that have not had time to be consumed, those that are easy to transport and those that are rare, are returned to the donors. As for those things that are not easy to transport, or do not have much value, and are relatively expensive to transport back, they are all left to the Tower of the Great Sage for war reserves. After all, in areas where the Gate of the Abyss has been opened, it is easy for demons to open it again. Everyone left supplies to prepare for the future. The items left behind may have been considered useless at the time, and the donors were unwilling to take them away. But that doesn't mean there aren't good things inside that are expensive for ordinary people. Military robbery is like locusts crossing the border. If there is a little bit of value, it will be poached and turned into trophies for the soldiers. This is also the reason why so many magicians can be recruited in this crusade against the Tower of the Great Sage. Except for the Shijia district branch under the leadership of the new president, who was willing to give up money. The association did not take any of the frivolous wealth from the Tower of the Great Sage. As long as the soldiers do not kill each other because of competition, whoever grabs something will own it. The Magician Association only needs the magic tower, the most precious item. So with victory in sight, the soldiers rushed into the tower one after another. I'm afraid that if I'm too late for others, the most valuable things will be taken away by others first. Two large groups of magicians rushed into the tower. Although they are auxiliary soldiers, there are many people who are followers of the magician, under the hint of their master intentionally or unintentionally. These people seize the opportunity and rush into the magic tower. As long as someone starts, someone will follow. In the end, when the Great Sage's tower opened its door, it was like a robber's feast was being held inside. Everyone rushed in to grab a seat and get some benefits. Not to mention the soldiers going crazy. Even some low-level officers were caught up in the atmosphere of carnival. Only those few were leading the war. And those who were truly in power spat on the ground unceremoniously at the greed shown by their subordinates. Perhaps some of these people regretted allowing the soldiers to collect the spoils of war. But now, the unbridled wild horse is not so easy to tame. Everyone can only wait for the war to end. Someone to come out with the head of the damn tower master, and then use severe measures to restore this disordered behavior. But how many people rushed in? That small 3-story magic tower has no special space technology that can expand the capacity of the tower. Under normal circumstances, let alone 1,000 people, maybe 300 to 500 people, standing side by side in the tower, would be so crowded that no one could see the floor. However, the reality is that more than half of the legion, including the 2,000 regular magicians, rushed into the tower and fell silent. No one came out of the tower anymore. So naturally no one knew what happened inside the tower. When the madness passed, everyone who was still outside looked at each other. They were at a loss. They didn't know whether to continue rushing into the tower and face the unknown danger, or to simply go home and pretend that this incident never happened. When the light and shadow of 5 upright hexagram magic arrays condensed on the top of the Great Sage's tower, the remaining soldiers of the Legion exploded. Most of them had participated in the Abyss invasion war a few years ago. And of course, they had witnessed how that farce ended. No one was not impressed by the conspicuous attack preparations of the Tower of the Great Sage. It's just, this time the enemy is them. The originally high morale fell to the bottom in an instant. The magician officer, who had not yet broken into the tower, could not restrain the soldiers' behavior. Even these officers did not think of restraining the soldiers. And everyone turned around and ran away. But the two-legged one, even if he added the auxiliary magic of acceleration, could not outrun the light bullet attack of the Tower of the Great Sage. Their actions only caused them to be attacked from behind, leaving a mark of shame at the end of their lives. The rolling 6-pointed star magic array is like a 6-barreled Gatling gun-style attack, which can fire 3,000 to 4,000 rounds of guided light bombs every minute. This means that the Tower of the Great Sage has been exerting all its power from the beginning to massacre the remaining half of the Legion. In less than a minute, there were no more survivors around the Tower of the Great Sage, leaving only a pile of corpses. Just like the days when it was raging, there were no injuries, only killings, using blood to create an image that everyone feared.